I'm really a villain. Chapter 527 to Chapter 615. There had been chaos in the old territory in the past, and God's Gate had experienced it before. However, when the monsters revived in the old territory, they attacked almost aimlessly. Therefore, it was not difficult for God's Gate to deal with them. However, the current chaos was clearly organized and premeditated. However, God's Gate did not know who the mastermind was. In addition, they were in the old territory, so they did not dare to investigate further. Yin Wuhan's persuasion was fruitless. In the end, he directly handed a signal flare to God Emperor. He said, "Laozu, if you encounter danger in the outside world, just use this signal flare and we will rush over immediately." Yin Wuhan also knew that God Emperor did not have the mandate of heaven anymore. Although he had cultivated for thousands of years, his current strength was at most in the divine pulse realm. God Emperor might not be able to defeat an immortal in the outside world. The news of God Emperor's resurrection was very secretive in God's Gate. Other than him, the sect master, only a few Laozu sect members knew about it. God Emperor was silent for a moment. In the end, he still picked up the signal flare. He said solemnly, "When I come back, if everything goes well, it will be the time for God's Gate to rise again. Farewell, Laozu." Yin Wuhan knelt on the ground and said quickly. Then, the three of them left God's Gate and walked out of the old territory together. Because the battle last night had ended, the outside world could be said to be filled with piles of monster corpses. Zz took a few glances and estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of corpses. Moreover, there was a very choking and strong smell of blood in the air. "Are these monsters from the old territory?" Zz asked. "Yes, they should have been left here since the Desolation era," God Emperor explained. After all, he was the one who founded God's Gate. He knew the situation here the best. Most of the time, as long as you don't pass by their territory and wake them up, they will say that they are in a state of hibernation. I just don't know why they are so violent now. When you become a great emperor, you will be invincible. What are you afraid of? Zz chuckled. Not necessarily. The Nether Blood Sea is not that simple. God Emperor shook his head slightly. The three of them were just about to say something when they suddenly heard soft hissing sounds coming from all around them. "Looks like we're in trouble," Zz chuckled. He looked up and saw a large group of monsters crawling over from the front and behind him. There were also countless monsters hiding on the high slopes on both sides. Everyone was practically surrounded together, and it was airtight. "Looks like it's going to be a tough battle," Yi Feiyang said with a deep look in his eyes. The monsters that surrounded them were much larger in size. Even their auras had become more majestic, and they were filled with hostility. "One side each. How about that?" Zz said with a smile. "Let's end this quickly, there's no need to waste time with these monsters." God Emperor nodded in agreement. Although there were many of these monsters, they were still too weak for Zz. He raised the tyrannical shadow. The tyrannical shadow trembled slightly, and an unrivaled sword chi condensed on the blade. As Zz slowly raised the tyrannical shadow above his head, the sword chi became more and more powerful, as if it was going to soar into the sky, straight into the clouds. As the sword chi fell, there was a boom sound, and the entire space in front of them was annihilated. On God Emperor's side, an endless amount of spirit energy condensed in his hand, and finally condensed into a giant palm shadow. With a slap, all the monsters were annihilated. As for Yi Feiyang's side, his speed was much slower. The main reason was that he was absorbing the blood of these monsters. Almost every monster's death was tragic. Seeing this scene, Zz and the others were about to break free from the monster's entanglement and leave when they suddenly heard a clapping sound. They turned around and saw that the space beside them was torn open, and three figures walked out. "So there really is someone behind the scenes," God Emperor said softly. The three of them were two men and one woman. One of the men wore a black vest, and a string of red prayer beads hung around his neck. He had a crew cut, and there was a scar on his face. He looked very fierce. The man standing in the middle was dressed in a white robe, and even his long hair was gray. His temperament was very ethereal, like a handsome man who walked out of a painting. His clothes were many pieces of silk, and there was a dark white long sword hanging from his waist. There was a smile on his oval face, and with his clothes, he really did look like a handsome young man who could charm thousands of women. On the far right was a woman, wearing a long dress that was as clear as the lake water. The feeling she gave off could only be described with one word: cold. She was extremely cold, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice that could not be melted. She had an oval-shaped face with light makeup on. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were charming. Her eyes were watery, but they were very cold. She wore pure white earrings on both sides of her ears. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew, causing her earrings to sway slowly. "Who are you people?" Yi Feiyang asked. "Looks like your status in God's Gate isn't low," the crew-cut man said with burning fighting spirit in his eyes. "The chaos in Old Territory this time was caused by you people," God Emperor frowned and asked. "When did God's Gate offend you? Why are you asking so much?" "You're just a dying man," the crew-cut man said as he took out 2 long swords from his sleeves. The swords were 2 sharp short swords, and they looked very sharp. They were blood red in color, and there was light flowing on them. "Why don't you guys fight, and I'll watch from the side?" Zz smiled. "Let's end this quickly," the white-haired man in the middle said in a gentle tone. God Emperor and the crew-cut man were already fighting. Zz looked at Yi Feiyang and said, "You go and hold him back. Leave this woman to me." Yi Feiyang did not refuse and directly charged toward the white-haired man. Zz gaze shifted to the last female, only to see the aura of a divine vein realm cultivator surging around her. It was as if snowflakes were falling, and the surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower. Her eyes were filled with frost, as if she could freeze people with a glance. "How should I address you, miss?" Zz asked with a smile. "Mo Xiaolu from Beyond Heaven Palace." Accompanied by a soft shout, thousands of cold air swept over, and the green-clothed woman also charged towards Zz. "Beyond Heaven Palace," Zz muttered when he heard this name. He whispered, "This faction has finally appeared." Seeing the woman charging toward him, Zz shook his head slightly. He said, "Why is your temper so bad at such a young age?" He slapped her with his palm. This palm was full of power. Zz could see that this woman's divine vein realm strength was no match for him. However, he was still a little wary of the Beyond Heaven Palace. In Li Qi's previous life, this power had appeared before and its fame spread far and wide. Many immortal emperor lineages even submitted to it. Of course, Zz didn't have much contact with this faction in his previous life. After all, his level wasn't high enough back then, so he didn't know much about it. When the 2 palms collided, Zz arm suddenly turned and grabbed the other party's wrist. He directly pulled the woman in the green dress in front of him. "Little girl, why don't we both stop and watch the show?" Zz said with a smile. Mo Xiaolu's eyes narrowed. She wanted to break free from Zz grip, but she found that his hands were like iron pliers. She couldn't move at all. At this moment, the aura around her changed again. A light blue spirit energy surged around her body. With her as the center, snow began to fall all around her. Thick layers of ice had formed on the surface of her skin, and Zz felt a wave of coldness. It was a chill that seeped into his bones. In his mind, it was as if there was an extreme chill rushing towards his divine soul, wanting to completely freeze and destroy it. Divine soul attack. Zz chuckled. The 9-cycle palace physique in his body opened. Within the first layer of the 9 defenses, the azure howling moon wolf roared at the sky. It spat out a mouthful of flames and burned the chill away. The woman in green saw that Zz expression didn't change. Her expression became serious. She didn't expect that even a divine soul attack wouldn't work. "Who are you?" Mo Xiaolu looked at Zz and asked with a serious expression. "Tell me about the Beyond Heaven Palace." Zz smiled. Mo Xiaolu snorted. At this moment, the aura around her changed again. The snow that was already drifting in the air became even more violent. A pure white spirit energy condensed around Mo Xiaolu. At this moment, her true fate appeared. Snow began to fall from the sky above her head. Snowflakes drifted and gathered around her, and her boundless might stirred up the winds and clouds in the sky. Cold, freezing, and other attributes lingered in the surroundings. Su Zimo watched this scene with interest and softly said, "Interesting, an ice attribute true fate." When people were faced with natural disasters, it was inevitable that they would feel timid and exhausted. It was said that nature was irresistible. The blood avalanche caused by heavy snow was extremely powerful. If he wanted to treat the ice and snow as his true fate, the price he had to pay would be much higher. Just like how Su Zimo spent a lot of effort to condense his true fate world. When the snow began to gather, the man with a crew cut, who was fighting God Emperor, chuckled. "Looks like Junior Sister Xiaolu is really angry." The moment the flying snow swept over, Su Zimo's figure retreated a few steps. At this moment, Emo Xiaolu was standing in the sky. She casually pointed and the snow began to condense. Eventually, it condensed into the shape of an ice dragon. It roared and rushed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo didn't dodge. With the Tree of Life's healing and his own defense, it would be very difficult for people at the same level to hurt him. When the ice dragon rushed forward in the blink of an eye, a boom was heard. It exploded right in front of Su Zimo, causing a shockwave to shoot up to the sky. Rumble. The explosions came one after another. Several deep pits were blasted in the surroundings. Even the hills on the side seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Everyone looked towards the source of the explosion. At the center of the explosion, the dust settled to reveal Su Zimo's figure. He raised his head, opened his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "Isn't it time for a child's game to end?" In the next moment, Su Zimo's figure shot out. His speed was almost like an aurora. "Junior Sister!" The man with the crew cut roared. How is this possible? Even Emo Xiaolu was stunned. Her opponent actually took her attack head-on. However, Su Zimo didn't give her much time to think. He directly grabbed her neck and lifted Emo Xiaolu up in the air. "Let go of my junior sister." The man with the crew cut roared at Su Zimo. The gray-haired man's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. The sky was filled with sword shadows. His figure flew quickly. In the end, he passed through the layers of void and arrived behind Yi Feiyong. He pressed his hands on Yi Feiyong's pulse and grabbed him. After doing all this, the gray-haired man's face was a little pale. It was obvious that he was forcing himself to use this move. He wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Seeing this scene, the crew-cut man beside him became excited. He shouted at Su Zimo, "Now that both of us have hostages, how about we exchange?" "Your junior sister seems to be very important to you," Su Zimo said with a smile. "But this Yi Feiyong is dispensable to me. The exchange value is not equal. What do you want?" At this moment, the gray-haired man said calmly. "Answer a few of my questions, and I'll let her go," Su Zimo said. "At most one. Otherwise, forget it," the gray-haired man shook his head and said solemnly. "Why did you attack the old territory?" Su Zimo asked. "We want to reclaim the Gate of God. The old territory is also one of the most hidden places," the gray-haired man replied without hesitation. Su Zimo thought for a moment. Sure enough, it was the same as in his previous life. After this force first appeared, it expanded wildly. In just a few years, its power had spread throughout the entire Yuanyang continent. "Can you let her go now?" the gray-haired man said. Su Zimo chuckled and kicked Emo Xiaolu down the stairs. His kick landed right on her butt. When Emo Xiaolu landed on the ground, her frosty face was slightly flushed red. She gritted her teeth and looked at Su Zimo, saying, "One day, I'll kill you." The gray-haired man did not waste any time and threw Yi Feiyong over. "Do you still want to fight?" Su Zimo asked. "Can you leave a name?" the gray-haired man asked. "Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo said calmly. "I'll remember it." Emo Xiaolu's face was cold again. She looked at Su Zimo calmly. Then, she said to the two people beside her, "Let's go." Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the space in front of him was torn apart. God Emperor looked at Yi Feiyong and said, "You're really weak. You were so easily subdued. His destiny is time." Yi Feiyong shook his head. "In that split second, my time was slowed down, plus I caught him off guard, that's why I was caught." Hearing Yi Feiyang's words, God Emperor thought for a bit, then said, "The true fate of time, just like Emperor sure?" It shouldn't be that strong. After all, Emperor Shi had already surpassed the grand Tao of time and reached the other side of time. Yi Fei-yong shook his head and said. Emperor Shi could even travel back in time and turn samsara around. This was clearly not something the other party could compare to. That's still not bad. Time is one of the hardest true fates to comprehend. God Emperor shook his head and said. After all, he's still young. But what kind of existence is this outer heaven palace? How come I've never heard of it before? Seeing their questioning gazes, Suzumo slightly shook his head. He said, I don't know either. Why think so much? Once you condense your heaven's will, who in this world will be your opponent? You God Emperor looked at Suzumo and faintly said. He thought of the demon seal in his body. His life and death were all in Suzumo's hands. Let's go to the unholy blood sea as soon as possible. Suzumo shook his head and smiled. The three of them nodded. After leaving the old territory, they didn't get attacked again. Finally, they left the old territory, determined the direction, and headed towards the unholy blood sea. Tell us about the blood race. Suzumo looked at Yi Fei-yong and asked. While they were hurrying, Yi Fei-yong thought for a bit. In the end, he said, actually, the blood race isn't very united. There are 3 branches. They are the divine bloodline, the demon bloodline, and the monster bloodline. That's a rather impressive name. The God Emperor shook his head slightly. Normally, the divine bloodline doesn't care about worldly affairs and doesn't participate in any fights. They're very low-key, Yi Fei-yong said. But the demon bloodline and the monster bloodline are constantly fighting. They both want to prove their position in the race. So complicated. Suzumo slightly frowned. Actually, the elders of the clan stand in the middle, so although there is constant friction between them, a real battle will not happen. Yi Fei-yong replied, at that time I was born in the god bloodline lineage. Fortunately, this lineage was very tolerant, so I was able to survive. If it were the other 2 bloodlines, a mixed blood Hoi like me would probably have been executed long ago. Hearing Yi Fei-yong's words, Suzumo fell silent. The matter of the vampires was too complicated, but helping the God Emperor recover and reform his mandate of heaven was indeed an urgent matter. After all, God Emperor's recovery was related to the progress of many things in the future. He needed this strength. For the rest of the journey, the group didn't chat much. They didn't rest much either. Although the eastern continent was vast and boundless, their cultivations were strong. They traveled without rest and finally arrived at the endless sky sea that connected the eastern continent to the southern continent on the 18th day. It was currently afternoon. The few of them hired a medium-sized ship from the dock and sailed towards the endless sky sea. Because of the climate, a thin layer of ice had formed on the surface of the sea. Fortunately, this thin layer of ice wasn't thick. After the ship sailed through, it was basically unobstructed. The 3 of them sat in the cabin of the ship and rested. The ship stirred up 2 layers of waves and quickly sailed past. The sea at noon was beautiful. The sun had long since lost its shape. The setting sun dyed the entire horizon a golden yellow. There was no sunset glow on this day. The autumn water was the same color as the sky, and the gorgeous dusk blended with the endless sea. This scene was reflected in the sea, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. The location of the unholy blood sea was very difficult to find. Even Yi Fei-yong, who came from there, couldn't find the direction. The group floated on the ship for an entire afternoon. The sky gradually darkened. Suzumo and the others also prepared to meditate and rest in the cabin tonight. They would continue the search tomorrow. The endless sky sea at night was a bit scary. The darkness was like a giant beast that swallowed everything. A soundless roar spread in all directions. As the ship sailed, specks of starlight suddenly appeared in the distance. What is that? God Emperor asked in confusion. People of the sea, Yi Fei-yong replied uncertainly. Suzumo knew a bit about the people of the sea. It was said that some people were used to living on the sea. They built a room that could float on the water. There was a defensive formation outside. Many houses were connected together, drifting with the waves. They followed the endless sky sea to experience the scenery along the way. Especially in recent years, this kind of lifestyle of the people of the sea was very popular. It was also very intimate with many people. Let's go take a look, Suzumo said. God Emperor and Yi Feiyang nodded. As they got closer, Su Zimo also saw the appearance of these houses. These houses weren't too big. At a glance, there were only about 20 of them. The houses were built with a kind of northern wood. This kind of tree naturally grew in the vast sea. It was said that they were very sturdy. Even the waves couldn't break them. This kind of wood was also very sturdy in the water. It was one of the most suitable materials for living. When Su Zimo and the other ship got closer, they saw that the array formation around the house suddenly shook. Layers of ripples spread out from under the water. The entire sea was boiling. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures flew out of the houses and stepped into the air, looking at the ship that Su Zimo was on. Who dares to intrude into my Qingshui fort? A deep voice came from the group. Sir, please don't misunderstand. We are only tourists on the endless sky sea. We saw your people of the sea by chance and wanted to come take a look, Yi Feiyang hurriedly explained. The group of people on the other side was silent for a long time. Finally, an old man accompanied by two people slowly stepped on the air and descended. This old man looked very old. The skin on his face was very dry and covered with wrinkles. It could be seen that he was often battered by the wind and rain, and was ravaged by the sea breeze. This old man is Qing Yan Taoist. Please don't take offense, the old man said. The sea is very dangerous, especially this part of the sea. You must be extra careful. Thank you for your warning. We will leave now, Yi Feiyang said. If you don't mind, you can also spend a night in our Qingshui fort, Qing Yan Taoist said with a smile. This old man has friends from all over the world. You must be from the eastern continent. Then we will have to trouble you, Su Zimo said with a nod. Then, the group docked the ship and the formation around the houses was opened. Su Zimo and the other two walked into Qingshui fort under the accompaniment of Qing Yan Taoist. Although this Qingshui fort had dozens of houses connected together, the layout inside was very ingenious. Inside the House of the Sea, other than living quarters, there were many other places for viewing. There was a waterfall that rose into the sky, floating in the air in the shape of flowers. There were also sharp swords formed from seawater that spun in the air. Walking into Qingshui village, there were countless different kinds of flowers planted all around. These flowers bloomed in reverse, and most of them were water-type flowers. Among them were daffodils, peonies, morone flowers, and a series of flowers that could grow in the deep sea. Especially in this cold season, the appearance of these flowers added a bit of coldness. Su Zimo walked into Qingshui village. At night, Qingshui village was quiet in the sea. It was peaceful and beautiful, slowly floating on the surface of the sea. If you haven't eaten yet, I have some people prepare some food. We can drink to our heart's content, Taoist Qing Yan said with a smile. He brought everyone to a place that was similar to a side hall. Long tables were already placed on both sides of the hall. These people from Qingshui village were extremely fast, and had already placed wine and meat on the table. Can you tell me about the situation in the eastern continent? Taoist Qing Yan sat at the head of the table, raised his cup and smiled at everyone. Senior, where did you come from? Yi Feiyang asked with a smile. We set off from the western continent, passed through the southern continent, and just arrived at this endless sky ocean. We don't know much about the eastern continent, Taoist Qing Yan replied. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. If they set off from the western continent, then they didn't use any teleportation formation to reach here. That was a full circle around the endless sky ocean around the southern continent. The distance involved was simply incalculable. Su Zimo sometimes admired these people who had a spirit of exploration and used their whole lives to pursue things. Yi Feiyang chatted with the other party, while Su Zimo and God Emperor didn't talk much. Finally, the meal ended. Both the guests and the host were happy, and everyone was happy. Taoist Qing Yan prepared a room for Su Zimo and the others. Su Zimo originally wanted to ask about the unholy blood sea. After thinking about it, he decided to ask about it when he left tomorrow. Night enveloped this village floating on the sea. In the middle of the night, a scream suddenly sounded. In this silent night, the screams were particularly ear-piercing and abrupt. What's going on? Everyone in Qingshui village was startled awake. Even Su Zimo walked out of his room. The people from Qingshui Citadel moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the area where the screams were coming from. Su Zimo could only watch from afar. Xingyang is dead. Why did he die all of a sudden? It seems like all the blood in his body has been sucked dry. The way he died is very terrifying. He looks like he died not long ago. Could the murderer still be lurking on the ship? Hearing the discussions of the people in the water camp, although Su Zimo did not see the dead person, he had some guesses. Blood clan. He looked at Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang hurriedly shook his head and explained, "It has nothing to do with me. I'm different from other vampires. I don't need to consume fresh blood to survive." Su Zimo knew that a normal member of the blood clan would have to consume fresh blood if they wanted to live healthily for a certain period of time. This was not only a way for them to maintain their lifespan, but also a way for them to cultivate. The stronger the fresh blood they consume, the faster their cultivation speed will be. And an existence like Yi Feiyang with an impure bloodline should be different from other vampires. You mean, there are vampires hiding in this water camp? Su Zimo asked. After all, this place is close to the Nether Blood Sea. Although I don't know the exact location, the vampires around this area should be very active, Yi Feiyang guessed. Then do you have a way to identify vampires? Su Zimo asked. Unless they reveal their true form, otherwise even if vampires hide in the crowd, we won't be able to find them, Yi Feiyang shook his head and said. Then that's troublesome. I think tonight's going to cause a lot of panic, Su Zimo shook his head slightly. As the two of them were talking, they saw Qing Yan Taoist leading a group of people over. Senior, Yi Feiyang hurriedly greeted. Taoist Qing Yan stared at Su Zimo for a long time before saying in a serious tone, "You should be careful. This sea region is not safe." Senior, do you know about the Nether Blood Sea? Su Zimo asked. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Qing Yan Taoist's expression instantly changed. He replied, "You are vampires?" Senior, please don't misunderstand. We are all humans. We are just looking for the Nether Blood Sea for some business, Yi Feiyang hurriedly explained. There are vampires on this ship. If you catch them, you might be able to find out the location of the Nether Blood Sea, Qing Yan Taoist reminded. Looking at Qing Yan Taoist's back as he left, Su Zimo fell into deep thought. What do we do now? Yi Feiyang asked. Sleep, Su Zimo replied. We're not looking for the vampires? Yi Feiyang was startled and asked in confusion. The ones who died weren't our people. Someone is more anxious than us, Su Zimo shook his head and said. He was sure that Qing Yan Taoist definitely knew something about the Nether Blood Sea. The reason why he didn't tell Su Zimo was because he wanted to borrow his power to find the vampires. You guys sleep. I'll go take a look, Yi Feiyang said worriedly. Su Zimo didn't stop him. He said goodbye to God Emperor and returned to his room to sleep. It was very lively outside. Because of this incident, everyone in Qingshui Stronghold was no longer sleepy. In addition, Qingshui Stronghold wasn't big to begin with. Therefore, the entire stronghold became lively. Whenever they met someone they didn't know, they would ask for their identity. In the middle of the night, the outside world was brightly lit. Meanwhile, the door to Su Zimo's room slowly opened. Su Zimo flipped over on his bed and turned his head to look. Under the reflection of the bright moonlight, there was a person standing at the door. Or rather, a creature similar to a human. His face was full of blood and his body was wet. It was as if he had just climbed out of the sea. The most important thing was his teeth. All of his teeth were tens of centimeters long. His teeth were exposed from his mouth. Because they were too long, both sides of his lips were punctured. Just like that, blood dripped from his mouth. It looked very frightening. Is this what it means to travel far and wide to no avail? Su Zimo was slightly astonished. However, after thinking about it, he understood. The entire Qingshui stronghold was in an uproar. Only his room was very quiet. Obviously, it was the best place to hide. The vampire stood at the door and watched as he slowly closed the door. In this oppressive room, Su Zimo could feel the other party's power. This kind of power would make an ordinary person unable to move or even make a sound. Can you bring me to the Nether Blood Sea? Zimo opened his mouth and asked with a smile. Hearing Zimo's words, the blood kindred at the door was stunned. He looked at Zimo and roared in a low voice. The blood and saliva on his teeth mixed together and looked very disgusting. He swayed his body and rushed towards Zimo. He opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Zimo. Zimo could see that the opponent's cultivation wasn't very high. To him, this kind of existence was like an ant. He flicked his right hand and a ray of spirit energy flew out from his hand. With a boom, the spirit chi exploded with majestic power and directly pierced through the blood clan member's heart. The figure stopped and half knelt on the ground with his right hand covering his chest. Blood flowed out of his chest like it was going to cost his life. The blood kindred's fatal weakness was their heart. Because they needed to convert a large amount of blood, their hearts were much stronger than other creatures. But this strength was also a fatal weakness. Once the heart was damaged, it was basically useless. Zimo walked down from the bed and slowly walked in front of the blood kindred. Can we talk now? He looked at the man and said. Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open and Yi Feiyang brought a group of people from Qingshui village in. Are you okay? Yi Feiyang hurriedly asked. Zimo shook his head and said, Did you find any other blood kindred? Not yet, but we can interrogate him first, Yi Feiyang replied. Everyone brought the blood kindred out of the dark room. Although Qingshui village wasn't very big, there was still a lot of empty space. The moonlight outside the room was as white as frost. But when Yi Feiyang saw the blood kindred's appearance, he was stunned. Yan, why are you here? Yi Feiyang asked in a daze. The blood kindred looked at Yi Feiyang and lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he looked at Yi Feiyang and asked hesitantly, You are Brother Feiyang? Why are you here? Yi Feiyang nodded and asked. Brother Feiyang, where have you been all these years? The clan has been looking for you for a long time. Do you know that during the years when you weren't here, something big happened in the clan? It's a long story, Yi Feiyang replied. What's going on in the clan? Also, why did you come out personally to hunt for food? Yi Feiyang had some doubts in his heart. After all, Yan still had some status in the immortal bloodline. Usually, his food was provided by the clan, so there was no need for him to risk his life to hunt for food. Yan looked around at the crowd and seemed to be hesitant. It's all right, we're all on the same side. Yi Feiyang turned around and shook his head at the people from Qingshui Stockade. The Clearwater Stronghold's people looked at each other and finally dispersed slowly from the surroundings, retreating to the side. Tell me, what happened? Yi Feiyang asked. Our immortal bloodline has been exterminated. Yan was silent for a long time before he said sorrowfully. How could this be? Yi Feiyang's expression changed drastically as he asked, You're participating in the competition between the monster bloodline and the devil bloodline? How could this be? You also know that our immortal bloodline has always been neutral. Yan shook his head and explained. I know, you also know that the two bloodlines have been fighting non-stop, and our immortal bloodline has been the biggest beneficiary. So even though our immortal bloodline doesn't fight, we're still a thorn in the eyes of the other two bloodlines. Just because of this, they exterminated our immortal bloodline? Yi Feiyang asked in surprise. Why didn't the clan elders stop them? Yan sighed and then explained the situation to him. At that time, the Nether Blood Sea was rioting, and the clan elders used all their strength to suppress it. The three bloodlines each guarded one side and were originally safe and sound, but no one would have thought that the monster bloodline and the demon bloodline would secretly open a gap. The source of the chaos was the blood race. In the end, the god bloodline was attacked in the abdomen. Even though they survived that battle, they were almost completely wiped out. The god bloodline's strength was greatly damaged in that battle. Later on, the clan elders found out about this, but they only criticized the other two bloodlines. After all, the clan elders wouldn't truly fall out with the other two bloodlines for the sake of a bloodline that had already been destroyed. Just like that, the matter was left unsettled. Yi Feiyang could also guess the immortal bloodline's current status in the clan. Most likely, all the resources were taken by the other two bloodlines. With Yan's status, he could only come out and hunt for food himself. Take me to the blood race, Yi Feiyang said coldly. Brother Feiyong, don't be impulsive. Right now, you're still not their match, Shi Yan hurriedly advised. Yi Feiyong slightly shook his head. He looked at Su Zimo and said, right now, the clan situation is clear. Do you still want to go? Why wouldn't I go? Su Zimo replied with a smile. But right now, there's no need to be so ostentatious. If you help me get what I want, I'll help you destroy your enemies. It's not impossible. Your Excellency's tone seems a bit arrogant, Shi Yan heard Su Zimo's words and said with some dissatisfaction. Your Excellency seems to look down on us blood race? Do you still feel a sense of belonging to a clan like this? Su Zimo asked. Do you really not hate some of the people in the clan? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Shi Yan fell silent. In that battle, the immortal bloodline was almost completely wiped out. Many of those who died were his family and friends. How could he not hate them? It was just that his own strength didn't allow the seed of hatred to grow. The best way to break all restraints is to destroy. Only after destruction can there be new life, Su Zimo said plainly. Think about it. Shi Yan looked at Yi Feiyong and finally nodded. He said to Su Zimo, okay, I promise you. The three of them discussed a simple strategy. At this moment, Qing Yan Taoist also brought a group of people over. I heard that the murderer who killed my Clearwater village was found. After Qing Yan Taoist arrived, his first sentence went straight to the point. Senior, you've misunderstood. This is my friend, not the murderer, Yi Feiyong hurriedly explained. He's from the blood race, Qing Yan Taoist said plainly. I said, Senior, you've misunderstood. Su Zimo looked at Qing Yan Taoist. The aura of the divine pulse realm surged around him. On the side, God Emperor's aura was also very powerful. His aura was majestic as he stared at Qing Yan Taoist. On the other side, Yi Feiyong also condensed his aura of the divine pulse realm and blocked Shi Yan behind him. The atmosphere was a little heavy. The aura in the surroundings faintly condensed together and locked down the space. Qing Yan Taoist suddenly laughed. The expression on his face relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, since it's a misunderstanding, it's fine now that we've cleared it up. Yi Feiyong heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Qing Yan Taoist disappear into the distance. Qing Yan Taoist was very strong, or at least that was what he felt. He couldn't see through Qing Yan Taoist's cultivation level. At this moment, the sky was gradually turning bright. The first ray of light shone on the world. Qingshui village activated the formation. The people on the sea slowly floated up and began their new journey towards the eastern continent. It was time for Su Zimo and the others to leave. Looking at the silhouette of the people on the sea gradually disappearing, Su Zimo knew that they would continue to travel like this for as long as they lived. In the end, perhaps less than 10% of them would survive. They wouldn't stop until they had circled the endless sky sea of the entire Yuanyang continent. Can you take us to the blood race now? Su Zimo asked Shi Yan. Follow me closely. The blood race is located in the Nether Blood Sea. Even we don't dare to go too deep, Shi Yan reminded them. Under Shi Yan's command, everyone sat on the ship and headed north. After traveling for about half an hour, the ship finally stopped in a quiet sea. Su Zimo looked around but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. In the next moment, Shi Yan formed a seal with his hands. It looked like an ancient seal. As he began to form the seal, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The boundless seawater began to surge violently. Water drawing technique, Su Zimo murmured. The blood race has hidden themselves well. When the seawater began to surge, they could see that the innermost part of the seawater was blood red. It was as if it was real blood, and a rancid smell came from it. Moreover, the feeling this blood gave off was demonic, evil, and bloodthirsty. It was as if it contained all the evil in the world and flowed viscously. Is this the entrance to the Nether Blood Sea? God Emperor asked from the side. There are many entrances to the Nether Blood Sea. This is only one of them, Shi Yan explained. The moment the sea of blood was exposed, its surface was boiling, and strange roars could be heard from within. The Blood Sea has a corrosive effect. Follow me closely, Shi Yan reminded them. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the seal that he had just connected became real. It was magnified dozens of times in the air and was directly drawn into the Nether Blood Sea. It turned into a stream of light and temporarily split the blood sea. The three of them followed closely behind Shi and jumped into the blood sea. The hand seals transformed into flowing lights that covered their bodies. Suzimo was surprised to find that the sea of blood flowing around him had been completely isolated. Presumably, the vampires had already done some research on the Nether Blood Sea after living here for so many generations. His line of sight was covered by a blood-red sea, which greatly interfered with his vision. However, Suzimo could still barely see his surroundings. There were many creatures living in this sea of blood. There were 8-clawed snakes, blood longevity turtles, and schools of slaughter fish. They were all filthy creatures that fed on rotten corpses. These creatures did not attack Suzimo and the others. They were probably used to it. They did not avoid them and swam past them. Following Shiryan's figure, they swam north. Along the way, they could faintly see some buildings. It was vast and huge. There were mountains with sharp edges and corners, like giant swords that pierced into the deep sea. There was a giant chained up and pushing a mountain behind him with difficulty. There was also a majestic blood sea gushing like a fountain. Countless vampires sat in the blood sea, comprehending something. The Nether Blood Sea was boundless, but the territory of the vampires was also vast. I'll bring you to the territory of the immortal bloodline first. Then, we'll discuss other things, Shiryan said. You vampires seem to be developing well, Suzimo said with interest. When we first came to the Nether Blood Sea, we just curled up in a corner. After getting used to the living environment here, we have been expanding our territory, Shiryan explained. As they chatted, they finally followed Shiryan to a mountain peak. Because of Shiryan, the vampires they met along the way did not notice anything unusual. Just like how it was difficult for humans to discover vampires, it was also difficult for vampires to discover humans. The changes in their bodies would be more obvious unless they started fighting. They arrived at a mountain peak that seemed to be quite old. The mountain was steep, and the mountainside was filled with rugged rocks. Moreover, it seemed that a great battle had taken place on this mountain peak. It looked very dangerous, as if it could collapse at any time. Ever since our immortal bloodline declined, our territory was taken over by the other two bloodlines, Shiryan said in a low voice. Now, only this abandoned mountain peak is left. It's barely enough for our people to live. The four of them walked up the mountain peak. Because they all had high cultivation, it only took them a few minutes to reach the halfway point of the mountain. The scene halfway up the mountain was a bit desolate. There was almost no one there. Chunair, where are you? Shiryan shouted from halfway up the mountain. Then, a group of children ran out from both sides of the mountain. There were dozens of children. They looked sallow, as if they had been malnourished for a long time. When they saw Shiryan, the children happily shouted, "Big brother Shiryan." But when they saw Suzimo and the others, they instantly became vigilant. These are? Yi Feiyang asked with an awkward expression. The children didn't participate in the great battle. They are the descendants left behind, Shiryan said. The way the elders dealt with them is really disappointing, Yi Feiyang said. No matter what, they are from the same clan. So what if they are from the same clan? The battle between humans is even crueler than ours. It's already good that they are still alive. Shiryan smiled. He seemed to be very open-minded. After all, it was useless to blame others. After dealing with this group of children, they found a secluded cave halfway up the mountain and gathered together. What do you want? Shiryan asked. 10,000 Dao Red Lotus, God Emperor didn't hold back and directly said. What a big appetite. That's the clan treasure, Shiryan said in surprise. It's only a part of the 10,000 Dao Red Lotus. It can become the clan treasure? Suzimo frowned. He remembered that Jinwu Xingzong's green lotus was only placed in the sword cleansing pond. It wasn't that important. Do you know where this is? Shiryan smiled and asked. Nether Blood Sea, of course, God Emperor frowned and replied. Wait, Nether Blood Sea, 10,000 Dao Red Lotus. Seeing God Emperor's expression, Shiryan smiled and said, You understand now, don't you? No wonder when you wanted to come to the Nether Blood Sea, everyone thought you were afraid of Heavenly Sword Mountain, Suzimo suddenly said. I didn't think you had such a plan. The 10,000 Dao Red Lotus can help you vampires comprehend the blood sea and absorb its energy, right? God Emperor said from the side. Yes, but only the elders can control it. People like us can't touch it, Shi Yan said. Do you know where the 10,000 Dao Red Lotus is usually kept? Su Zimo asked. The forbidden area of the vampires, the nether secret realm, Yi Feiyang said. I know a little about that. The nether secret realm and the blood sea are fused. It's an impure space. It's said that the 10,000 Dao Red Lotus effect is magnified there, but it's also dangerous. A few of our elders have died there. Hearing Yi Feiyang's words, Shi Yan nodded and added, the only problem now is how to enter the nether secret realm. Only the elders know how to open it. If there's no other way, we can only force our way in. But how strong are you vampires? Su Zimo said. I can tell you everything I know, but you have to promise me one thing, Shi Yan said. Tell me, Su Zimo raised his head and asked. After you get the 10,000 Dao Red Lotus, you have to help me become the leader of the vampires, Shi Yan said word by word. Okay, we only want the 10,000 Dao Red Lotus. As for who the leader of the vampires is and what the fate of this race will be, it has nothing to do with me, Su Zimo nodded and said. Okay, our fate is in our own hands. The elders are heartless, I'll fight for it myself, Shi Yan said. Tell me about the vampires, Su Zimo asked. He really wasn't interested in these kinds of family matters. Although our vampires have a long history, there aren't many powerful people that have appeared. The legendary Divine Blood Heaven Lord is one of them. Shi Yan thought for a moment and said, as for whether or not my ancestor is still alive, I'm not sure. Now, there are only 8 Laozu elders left. All of your elders have become immortals? Su Zimo asked. If that's the case, then the vampires are indeed quite powerful. 8 Ascension Realm cultivators. With such strength, it should not be difficult for them to wipe out an ordinary imperial lineage. How could it be so easy to become an immortal? Most people spend countless years in the divine vein realm before growing old alone, Shi Yan said. As far as I know, among the 8 great clan elders, there are only 2 who have truly become immortals. It doesn't matter if you're strong enough to force your way in. The only thing you need to be wary of is your famous ancestor, Su Zimo said. Do you have any plans? Shi Yan asked. Take us around the forbidden area tonight. We might have to force our way in, Su Zimo said. Shi Yan nodded and said, then you guys take a rest here. Try not to be discovered by others. We'll leave tonight. Su Zimo nodded. He looked at God Emperor and asked, now that you've monopolized entering immortality, are you confident? God Emperor's eyes were deep as he said, entering immortality is nothing. Back then, you were just a dead soul at my hands. Even if your fate is shattered, it's not impossible to fight the 8 great clan elders alone. I'll let Hun Dun stall them for you. I'll go open the entrance to the forbidden area, Su Zimo nodded and said. Then they discussed a strategy. After confirming that there was no doubt, they decided to make their move tonight. Shi Yan left the cave. After all, he was the current leader of the immortal bloodline. He believed that there would be many people watching him. There was no distinction between day and night in the nether blood sea. Although the blood sea refracted light from the outside world, there was a limit to the sunlight. Therefore, the daytime here was a little dim. Even the rays of sunlight carried the color of blood. In the afternoon, when the sky gradually darkened, a group of uninvited guests came to this dilapidated mountain. Shi Yan, come out and welcome me. Do you immortal bloodline people all not know the rules? Accompanied by a loud shout, this voice spread halfway up the mountain. It was full of energy. Shi Yan slowly walked out from the left side of the mountain and looked at the newcomers calmly. This group of people was wearing dark red long robes. There were many blue patterns embroidered on the sleeves. The leader of the group was a young man with short hair and a handsome face. Yao Yang, what are you doing here? Shi Yan said calmly. This person was the leader of the younger generation of the demon bloodline. He was also one of the most popular successors of the Blood Clan. He thought about how he used to be in the same position as this person. Now, with the decline of the god bloodline, Shi Yan was in a bad mood. Shi Yan's attitude was naturally not good. If the clan elder didn't ask me to send a message, I wouldn't even bother to come to a place like this. You're just a bunch of people waiting to die. Yao Yang said calmly. What's the matter? Shurian asked. Tomorrow, the clan elder will strengthen the foundation of the younger generation in the forbidden area. Your god bloodline will have 1 slot, Yao Yang said calmly. Isn't every bloodline 10 slots? Shurian laughed coldly and said, What? The other 9 slots have been divided among you? Shurian, you should know what's good for you. If the clan elder didn't care about old ties, you wouldn't even have a slot. Yao Yang said calmly, you see for yourself. You can choose the people who will be baptized. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. After Yao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left. The current god bloodline was nothing in his eyes. Just as Yao Yang was about to leave, a huge palm suddenly slammed down from the sky. Yao Yang and the others were all enveloped by his palm. The huge palm was very powerful. However, it didn't slam down directly. Instead, it imprisoned Yao Yang and his group. Then, it stirred up a storm and silently annihilated everyone in the palm. No! Shurian, who was right in front, shouted. However, it was too late. Blood splattered in the air. Everyone didn't even have time to scream. Shurian turned around and saw Su Zimo and his group walking out from the side of the mountain. God Emperor clapped his hands. It was as if he had just killed a few ants. He acted as if nothing had happened. You killed them? Shurian narrowed his eyes and asked. Brother Shurian, don't you hate them? Su Zimo asked with a smile. I hate them. But do you know who they are? If we kill them now, it will cause a lot of trouble, Shurian said hurriedly. They won't find out in a short time. Besides, we are ready to turn hostile. Brother Shurian, what are you afraid of? Su Zimo said. You don't trust me? Shurian frowned and asked. Su Zimo killed Yao Yang and his group. It was obvious that he wanted everyone to be on the same boat. Even if he exposed them, the demon bloodline wouldn't forgive him. He was the one who brought Su Zimo and the others in. No matter what, he would be responsible for Yao Yang's death. Brother Shur, don't mind us. We helped you become the master of the blood race. Shouldn't we give something in return? Su Zimo smiled. Okay, I'll remember that, Shurian nodded and said calmly. There will be a baptism tomorrow. It will be the best time to get close to the 10,000 Red Lotus. You only have 1 chance. Then let's go to the forbidden area tonight. We won't go in, Su Zimo said. God Emperor's actions were very straightforward. He didn't leave any traces after killing Yao Yang. They stayed at the mountain peak for the afternoon. Shurian found some clothes for Su Zimo and the others to wear. They were still wearing red robes, but the embroidery on the cuffs was purple. When the sky gradually darkened, they left the mountain peak and walked toward the inner part of the blood race. Ever since the god bloodline fell behind, people who used to be friends with them stayed away from them. They were afraid that the other 2 bloodlines would misunderstand. Therefore, when the 3 of them walked into the inner part of the blood race, no one came to greet them. Fortunately, no one came to kick him when he was down and find a sense of superiority. Su Zimo could also feel the decline of the god's bloodline. After passing through several corridors, the blood race was vast and boundless. Along the way, Su Zimo had seen many different kinds of people. Among them, the cultivation of the blood race was very different from that of ordinary creatures. They didn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or the essence of the sun and moon. Instead, they absorbed blood. Because of their superior physique, they could absorb all the energy in the blood without any harm. Of course, everyone was the same on the path of enlightenment. In the later stages, strength alone was not enough to open the meridians. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the forbidden area of the blood race. The forbidden area was surrounded by dense forests and was surrounded by patrolling clansmen. It was impossible to get close. When they looked up, they saw that the walls of the forbidden area were almost 100 meters high. They looked like they were soaring into the sky. They couldn't see inside. They didn't know what material these walls were made of, but they were all purple. It emitted a faint purple glow, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Suzumo looked around, but in the end, he didn't find anything. He could only wait until he went to the forbidden area tomorrow. Because the god blood lineage had a quota, Shiryen decided to submit this quota under the name of Suzumo. The most important item for the baptism was the myriad Dao red lotus. It was said that the blood race's baptism was to use the myriad Dao red lotus and the power of the netherworld blood sea to transform the corpses of their clansmen. Although this would consume a lot of energy, the effect was equally significant. It was said that the vampires would only undergo such a baptism once every 100 years. If it wasn't for Yao Yang's reminder yesterday, Shiryen would have forgotten about it. After a night of silence, many members of the blood clan had already woken up and gathered at the crack of dawn the next day. Today was the day of the baptism. According to the rules, this was also the only chance for the clansmen to enter the forbidden land of the vampires. Although the ones who benefited the most from the baptism were the chosen clansmen, the others who entered the forbidden area would also bask in the afterglow of the baptism. The blood clan had a long history, but in a broad sense, they weren't really a big clan. Other than some clansmen who were outside, basically all the younger generation of the two lineages were gathered here. Because this baptism was for the younger generation, other than the 8 elders, the others didn't need to enter the forbidden area. The mighty army had already set off for the forbidden area, and the gate to the forbidden area was opened. On the nameless peak, Shiryen looked at the group of children behind him. They were the remnants of the god blood lineage. He said seriously, "Just you wait. If my brother can come back alive, he will become the king of the blood clan." The group of children sent him off on the nameless peak. They didn't even have the right to enter the forbidden area. Shiryen turned around and walked towards the forbidden area with Suzumo and the others. "Brother Feiyong, don't leave this time," Shiryen said. "I'm not leaving. Plus, I have nowhere to go." Yi Feiyong laughed. They chatted along the way and finally arrived at the forbidden area. They formed a long line and entered the forbidden area. "Kid from the Shur family, has the god blood lineage chosen for the baptism been decided?" As soon as the 4 of them arrived, an elder asked. The elder was wearing a light green tang suit. He was bald on both sides of his head, and the rest of his hair was all white. He is one of the 8 elders of the blood clan. He is at the peak of the demon realm. Shiryen introduced in a low voice. He is an elder of the devil blood lineage. "Thank you, 3rd elder. Our baptism candidate has been chosen." Shiryen pointed at Suzumo and smiled. The 3rd elder sized up Suzumo, then frowned and asked, "Who is he? How come I have never seen him before?" Ever since the god blood lineage didn't fall behind, 3rd elder probably paid less attention, Shiryen replied with a smile. The 3rd elder's face was a little awkward. After all, they were also in the wrong. The decline of the god blood lineage wasn't allowed to be mentioned in the blood clan. If that's the case, then let him return to the group. The rest of you can go in with the main group. The 3rd elder didn't ask further and just waved his hand. Shiryen nodded and led the God Emperor trio into the forbidden area. Suzumo also stood on the side of the 3rd elder. There were many youths of similar age to him standing on this side. They were probably members of the other 2 lineages. They were probably waiting for everyone to gather and go in together. Seeing Suzumo walk over, one of the youths gave him a contemptuous look. He said, "This baptism only happens once in 100 years. It's a waste to give the spot to you. Kid, are you willing to sell the spot to us?" Hearing the youth's words, Suzumo smiled and asked, "Sure. What will you give in exchange?" "You can gain our friendship." "How about it?" The youth laughed. "What's the use of a pile of shit friendship? Aren't you afraid of dirtying your hands?" Suzumo said. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. You should know the current situation of the god blood lineage," the youth threatened coldly. "I'll remember you." Suzumo patted the youth's shoulder and chuckled. The youth frowned and was about to get angry, but seeing the 3rd elder beside him, he restrained himself. After that, a few more members of the blood clan joined the group. Suzumo took a look and estimated that there were about 30 people. When everyone was present, the 3rd elder led everyone into the forbidden area. "Follow me closely after we go in." "It's not safe inside," the 3rd elder reminded. The forbidden area of the blood clan wasn't a complete space. To be more precise, it was a semi-complete space. Perhaps it was to maximize the power of the 10,000 Tao Red Lotus, but it wasn't completely sealed when it was first built. Under the lead of the 3 clan elders, the group of people walked toward the forbidden area. The gate to the forbidden area was very wide. It was an ink-black gate. There were densely carved skulls on both sides of the gate. At this moment, the gate had been pushed open, and the scene inside was scarlet. As the figures of the 3 clan elders walked through the door, Suzumo's line of sight gradually became clear. Above this space was the blood sea of the Nether Blood Sea. The sky was like a blood-red cover, isolating the blood sea from the outside. In front of them was an altar. The altar was very wide, and it was more than enough for hundreds of people to stand on it. The altar was like a tall tower, and each level was smaller than the last. It went all the way to the top of the altar, which was the top of the tower. The blood sea of the Nether Blood Sea flowed down from the sky like a waterfall, and fell into the pagoda-like altar. At this moment, the altar had 6 levels. After the power of the blood sea of the Nether Blood Sea was poured in, the surroundings became incomparably red. Other than the 3 clan elders, the other 7 clan elders of the Blood Clan were all sitting cross-legged around the altar. The spirit energy around them surged, and it seemed to be circulating something majestically. The younger generation of Blood Clan members who had entered the forbidden area were all sitting cross-legged on the ground around the altar, waiting for the afterglow of the baptism. "All of you, go forward and choose your seats around the altar," the 3 clan elders said solemnly. Suzumo walked forward, and only then did he realize that those who had a spot were sitting closest to the altar. The ground around them was dark red, and there were many circles of veined patterns on it. After sitting down, Suzumo could clearly feel that the blood in his body was being drawn, as if it was about to burn and boil. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The spirit energy in his body condensed into the shape of a long river, surging and flowing between several meridians. "What a strong power," Suzumo muttered. He thought to himself, no wonder the Blood Clan would treat the 10,000 Tao Red Lotus as their clan protection treasure. Together with the Nether Blood Sea, it's like adding wings to a tiger. After everyone was seated, the 3 elders walked up and spoke loudly to the youths. "The baptism is a great event that happens once every 100 years in the blood race. However, you can still enjoy part of the baptism. As for how much you can benefit from it, it will depend on your own efforts." After the 3rd elder finished speaking, he waved the sleeve of his red robe, and the clouds in the sky began to change. "I hereby announce that the baptism of the vampires has officially begun." As his voice fell, the 8 elders all took their positions, and a majestic aura surged out from their bodies. These auras faintly linked together, stirring up the endless spiritual energy towards the altar. In the blink of an eye, a red light soared into the sky from the altar. This red light passed through the restrictions of the seal, and directly entered the blood sea. The entire pagoda-shaped altar also turned blood red. The originally slowly flowing blood sea in the sky suddenly became restless, and the endless blood sea condensed into a blood dragon in the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. Immediately after, the blood dragon passed through the seal and surged into the altar. The blood dragon's roar came from within, and the sound of explosions became louder and louder. The altar began to shake, and was about to collapse. The 1st elder shouted, "Sacrifice to the Red Lotus." The 8 elders simultaneously formed hand seals, and their hand seals became faster and faster. A mysterious feeling came from their hands. Seeing that the altar was about to shatter, a loud shout was heard, and the 8 elders finished forming the seals in their hands. They all appeared in the sky, magnified by tens of times. All of them were reflected on the altar. Then, rumble, 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 rumble. The space in front of them was torn open, and a blood-red lotus floated out. This lotus was similar to the other lotus lake Suzumo saw before, but the color was slightly different. The lotus had 8 petals, demonic and blood-red. "Suppress!" The 1st elder shouted, and the 8 elders simultaneously controlled the lotus towards the blood dragon. The red lotus gave off an unparalleled pressure, and as soon as it touched the blood dragon roared anxiously. It wanted to leave, to break through the seal and return to the unholy blood sea. Unfortunately, the red lotus was suppressing it, and it was using the altar to slowly absorb the blood dragon's power. After the blood dragon's power was absorbed, countless lotuses floated out from the altar. These lotuses were like miniature versions of the red lotus. As the blood dragon struggled, the countless lotuses flew out from the altar. As soon as Suzumo touched the lotuses, he felt an abundant power flowing through his body. This power even wanted to change the structure of his body. So this is the so-called baptism, Suzumo muttered. The more the lotuses absorbed, the more power they received. Because the lotuses floated out from the altar, Suzumo and the others sitting closest to the altar naturally absorbed more. Everyone was desperately absorbing the lotuses, and the lotuses were mostly absorbed by the first group of people before they scattered. When Suzumo saw this, he chuckled softly. He shot a look at the Emperor God and a few others in the crowd. Then, his body suddenly exploded. He flew directly towards the red lotus in the sky. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the 8 great clan elders. In fact, the clan elders had also been paying attention to the situation of the myriad Tau red lotus. Someone wants to steal the red lotus, the second elder shouted. Stop him. The 8 elders stepped into the air at the same time, and charged towards Suzumo. The disciples below who were absorbing the blood lotuses also stopped, and looked up at the scene in the sky. Among the 8 elders, because the Grand Elder and Second Elder had already entered immortality, they were naturally much faster. In an instant, the 2 of them arrived beside Suzumo, and directly suppressed Suzumo with their large hands. What's going on? How can an outsider sneak into the forbidden area? The 5th elder grumbled. Especially the first group of core disciples near the altar. How did you all choose your clansman? It's that brat recommended by the divine bloodline, the 3rd elder said with an ugly expression. Divine bloodline? What are they doing? The 5th elder cried out in alarm. Seeing the Grand Elder and Second Elder pincer attack, Suzumo coldly snorted. He didn't slow down, and directly took the attack head-on. The attacks of 2 entering immortality experts weren't easy to take, but the tree of life in Suzumo's body continued to operate. When the 2 palms landed on Suzumo's back, a boom sound was heard. Suzumo's figure was directly sent flying. Seeing Suzumo flying, the elders didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief. The space beside them was torn apart by a pair of sharp claws, and Chaos' huge body emerged from it. He carried Suzumo and flew into the sky. The speed and strength of demonic beasts were much stronger than humans. At this moment, Hun Dun was about to leave. The 8 elders were anxious, and some even wanted to burn their blood essence to stop Chaos. Seeing the red lotus in front of him, Chaos threw Suzumo up with inertia. He turned around to stop the 8 elders of the blood clan. Damn it, hurry up and stop him. Someone shouted from below. He wants to snatch the great Tao red lotus and liberate the Nether Blood Sea, the Grand Elder shouted anxiously. This forbidden mystic realm wasn't perfect. Once the Blood Sea was liberated, it would break through the seal. If the Blood Sea was liberated, the situation would be even worse without the suppression of the great Tao red lotus. Chaos' huge body stood in midair and didn't fight. He just tried his best to stop the others. Suzumo looked at the red lotus in front of him and reached out to grab it. The suppressed blood dragon struggled more and more violently, and the myriad Tau red lotus also began to tremble slightly. Clang! The tyrant's shadow was unsheathed. Suzumo wielded his curved saber and unleashed an unrivaled saber intent that directly cut through the void, severing the suppression of the red lotus. Without the suppression of the great Tao red lotus, the blood dragon was completely released. He absorbed the power from the Nether Blood Sea in the sky and roared at the people of the Blood Clan. He seemed to have intelligence, and his resentful aura was very strong. Similarly, without the blood dragon's suppression, the great Tao red lotus didn't resist anymore and was kept in Suzumo's storage ring. At this moment, the Blood Clan didn't have the energy to care about Suzumo anymore because the riot of the Blood Sea kept them busy. The blood dragon's body grew larger and larger as it struggled to break free from the incomplete seal in this space. As the seal loosened, the blood dragon could obtain more and more power. Soon after, the 2nd and 3rd blood dragons appeared one after another. Tell all of the younger generation to leave this place, the leader of the large clans shouted. This kind of battle formation was not something these young disciples could deal with. And they were the future of their race. As the future backbone of their race, their importance was self-evident. Zmo immediately gave the myriad Tao Red Lotus to God Emperor and said, "Recover as soon as possible. Don't worry, my heavens will is still here. It's just broken." God Emperor took the myriad Tao Red Lotus and said emotionally, "Recovering the heavens will isn't the same as taking on the heavens will all over again. Then hurry up. We may not have much time left," Zmo said. "What do you mean?" God Emperor frowned slightly, but immediately understood. "What is this power?" He looked towards the east. In his perception, something seemed to have awakened there. "I understand," the God Emperor said solemnly. He looked down at the myriad Tao Red Lotus in his hand and his entire body trembled. The great Emperor, what kind of glory was that, an existence that all living things could only dream of? He, God Emperor, did it. Standing at the peak of this world, he thought it would be the beginning of his glory. Unfortunately, the heavens was broken and he had been hiding in the darkness for the past few eras. Like a rat crossing the street, he didn't dare to appear in the light because he knew that once others found out that he was still alive, the entire divine gate would be overthrown. The divine gate still existed today because people felt that the gains from overthrowing it were not proportional to the losses. And now, after wasting several eras, he was finally going to walk to the peak and start his glory anew. Zmo watched as the God Emperor's back resolutely disappeared into the darkness. Only then did he turn his gaze over. The current blood race could be said to be in chaos. The seal of the forbidden area had been broken. As more and more blood dragons appeared, it was obvious that the blood race's strength was not enough. The 8 elders and the other powerhouses of the race all participated in the battle. There were countless casualties. Corpses were everywhere and all kinds of screams could be heard. "The people of the god bloodline have betrayed us," someone shouted. "Are they crazy? What's the point of doing this? The myriad Tao Red Lotus won't save them." "Who knows, but I think there's no need for this bloodline to exist." Shouts rose and fell in the surroundings. More and more blood dragons appeared, and the entire sky was torn apart. The nether blood sea roared. The blood race was seriously lacking in manpower. It wouldn't be long before this race that had lived here for dozens of eras would be destroyed. At this moment, a boom came from the east of the blood race. A vast aura rose into the sky and broke through the blood sea that was originally stirred up. It rushed above the nether blood sea and into the clouds. At this moment, under this might, a man could be seen stepping into the air. With each step, he slowly walked over. The man was wearing a blood-red robe. The robe was very wide and covered his entire body. There was a red skin behind the robe. The most eye-catching part was the man's skin. The surface of his skin was completely blood-red. Even his eyes were scarlet. Dark red spirit chi condensed around him. When the man walked over step by step, it was as if the blood sea that was stirring up the wind and rolling clouds in the sky had also stopped. The man's eyes were deep as he looked indifferently at the blood race that was already in a mess. As ancestor, someone looked at the man and stuttered in disbelief. There was only one famous ancestor in the blood race, and that was the divine blood lord of heaven. The man who fought with Emperor Hengyu for the mandate of heaven was also the most popular person in that era. In fact, regarding the life and death of the ancestor, other than the 8 elders, the blood race didn't know. So there were all kinds of guesses. Now that they saw the arrival of the divine blood lord of heaven, how could the blood race not be happy? "Ancestor," the grand elder hurriedly went up and bowed. In the end, it still exploded, the divine blood lord of heaven sighed. "Ancestor, the people of the divine blood clan betrayed us. They took the 1,000 Tao Red Lotus, so we couldn't suppress them," the 3rd elder hurriedly explained. "3rd elder, shut up," the grand elder next to him scolded. This matter was originally unfair to the elders. The betrayal of the divine blood clan obviously had something to do with what happened before. The 3rd elder seemed to have realized something. In the end, he shrank his neck and stepped aside. "Ancestor, please suppress this riot," the grand elder pleaded. The riot of the unholy blood sea had broken through the seal and even rushed out of the forbidden land into the blood clan. Countless clansmen had died here, and the situation had reached a point where it was almost unstoppable. The grand elder could only ask Lord of Heaven Divine Blood for help. Lord of Heaven Divine Blood turned his head and was silent for a while. Finally, he said, you arrange for the evacuation of the clan first. This riot can't be suppressed in a short time. The Grand Elder nodded and hurried to evacuate the clan with the other elders, trying to stop the spread of the Blood Sea. Lord of Heaven Divine Blood walked step by step to the place where the seal was broken and faced the Blood Sea. Countless blood dragons were roaring, as if they were going to destroy everything in front of him. Seeing a few blood dragons coming toward him, Lord of Heaven Divine Blood waved his right hand and there was a boom. Boundless blood chi spread out, annihilating all the blood dragons. Immediately, a majestic power surged around Lord of Heaven Divine Blood. His true fate appeared behind him. It was a blood lotus based on the 1,000 red lotus. At this moment, the blood lotus was emitting endless blood chi. This blood chi was getting thicker and thicker. In an instant, it covered the sky above the Blood Clan. Dark red spiritual chi was surging around Lord of Heaven Divine Blood. The blood lotus behind him slowly floated in the sky. The endless spiritual chi carried the blood lotus and slowly moved toward the entrance of the seal. The unholy blood sea seemed to feel this power and boiled even more fiercely. Countless blood dragons shattered the sky. In the gray sky, they shuttled back and forth in the thunder and lightning. A 30,000-meter-tall wave of blood surged into the sky. Dragon roars also echoed in the sky. Hundreds of blood dragons rushed toward Lord of Heaven Divine Blood. It looked like they were going to tear him to pieces. With a boom, Lord of Heaven Divine Blood's true fate, the blood lotus, suddenly trembled slightly. A piece of blood lotus fell and wrapped around Lord of Heaven Divine Blood. The rest of the blood lotuses were repairing the seal. The power of the blood lotus seemed to be suppressing the blood sea. When the hundreds of blood dragons hit the blood lotus, instead of destroying the blood lotus, part of its power was absorbed by the blood lotus. The nether blood sea in the sky seemed to be even more irritable. Although the blood lotus was constantly repairing the seal, the blood dragon formed by the blood sea was also constantly attacking the seal. A tug of war ensued between the two of them, but Shui Lian's ability was clearly stronger. Although the nether blood sea was constantly tumbling and destroying, the seal was still slowly being perfected. This was a long and drawn-out battle. In the end, only the one who persisted to the end would emerge victorious. Lord of Heaven Divine Blood was fighting against the blood sea alone. The blood dragon was destroying the seal while attacking Lord of Heaven Divine Blood. His blood-red robe swayed gently in the wind, and soft petals wrapped around his entire body. A river of blood flowed on the surface, and the light was restrained. The might of the pinnacle of immortals spread out from his body. His expression was solemn as he stared at the sky. The aura emanating from the blood lotus grew stronger and stronger. The formless space around them shattered and recovered automatically. The cycle repeated. On the other side of the seal, the sea of blood swept over, roaring furiously. Protect Laozu, the Grand Elder said to the other elders. The elders next to him all nodded. 4 elders controlled the current situation of the blood race, while the other 4 stepped into the air in 4 different directions. They protected Lord of Heaven Divine Blood in case he was disturbed while he was sealing. As the seal grew stronger and stronger, the nether blood sea had no energy to disturb the blood race. They had to do their best to fight against the power of the seal. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the 3 elders looked around and ordered, capture the people of the divine bloodline. The Divine Blood Clan. At this moment, all the clansmen were angrily walking toward the nameless mountain. Before the riot began, Su Zimo, Shi Yan, and the other 2 had returned to the nameless mountain. This nameless mountain was now named the Divine Blood Mountain. On the Divine Blood Mountain, a gentle breeze blew. The sky seemed to be dyed by a layer of blood, and a dark red light shone down from above. Shi Yan sat at the top of the mountain, and the few people in the clan had been arranged to hide by him. Now, only he, Su Zimo, and Yi Feiyang were left on the Divine Blood Mountain. The God Emperor found a place to break through, and no one disturbed him. Coming soon? Su Zimo said with a faint smile. Laozu is out, Shi Yan said after a moment of silence. Are you scared? Su Zimo asked. What does it matter if I'm scared or not? Shi Yan smiled lightly. This riot, let alone other things, I can't escape the blame for the deaths of so many people. Do you regret it? Yi Feiyang asked. Ask those who plan to destroy the Divine Blood Clan. do they regret it? Shi Yan asked back. The people who are going to punish us are coming, Zz said with interest, looking at the bottom of the mountain. Now that the disaster had just passed, everyone was venting their anger on the Divine Blood clan. The crowd rushed up from the foot of the mountain in anger. The dark mass of people dashed up the mountain. Their shouts resounded through the sky. Shi Yan, come out. You Divine Blood clan have evil intentions. Wait to be destroyed. The clan elder asked us to capture you. Come out and admit your guilt. The angry shouts spread out from the foot of the mountain, and more people rushed up the mountain. They finally found the 3 people at the top of the mountain. The leader of this group was the leader of the younger generation of the Devil Blood clan, Mo Xiao. When the crowd arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw the leisurely 3 people. Someone next to him shouted, Shi Yan, you're in trouble. Admit your guilt. The people next to him shouted, but Shi Yan didn't care. He just looked at Mo Xiao. He asked, you want to capture me? The clan elder wants to see you. Come with me, Mo Xiao said calmly. Shi Yan smiled. He looked at Yi Feiyong and said, Brother Feiyong, sorry to trouble you. No problem. I've been missing for a few years. It's time to get justice for the Divine Blood clan, Yi Feiyong said calmly. Since the clan elder wants to see me, let him come personally, Yi Feiyong looked at the crowd and said calmly. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask the clan elder to come personally? Someone shouted. Yi Feiyong frowned and slapped down. Before anyone could react, they saw the mountain beside them being destroyed by a single palm strike. Boom! The ground was razed to the ground. Dust filled the air and drifted in the empty sky along with the wind. Yi Feiyong calmly looked at the group of people in front of him, his divine pulse aura surging around him. It was so oppressive that the entire place fell silent. No one dared to speak again. Senior, are you also a member of the Blood clan? Mo Xiao asked after a moment of silence. Yi Feiyong of the Blood clan, Yi Feiyong said calmly. Mo Xiao thought for a moment. This name was indeed too old. Perhaps he hadn't even been born in Yi Feiyong's era. Since Senior is a member of the Blood clan, why are you helping the evildoers? Mo Xiao asked. The Divine Blood clan almost destroyed our entire Blood clan. Open the seal and release the Nether Blood Sea. I naturally know the truth of this matter. You should let the elders come. I have nothing to say to you juniors, Yi Feiyong said calmly. The decline of the Divine Blood clan is directly related to both your clans. Hearing Yi Feiyong's words, Mo Xiao was silent for a moment before finally saying, if that's the case, Senior, please don't regret it. Mo Xiao also knew that he and the others were no match for Yi Feiyong. For the younger generation, the Divine Vein Realm was something they could only dream of. They still had a long way to go. Looking at Mo Xiao's departing figure, Shi Yan narrowed his eyes and asked, can you deal with the elders? The elders are no problem, but if the Divine Blood Lord of Heaven comes, it might be troublesome, Yi Feiyong said. It's fine. Let's just wait, Zz shook his head and smiled. The 3 of them waited for a while at the top of the mountain. Finally, they saw the 4 elders, accompanied by their clansmen, arrive. The remaining 4 elders were guarding the Divine Blood Lord of Heaven. Yi Feiyong, the second elder looked at Yi Feiyong and called out tentatively. Elders, long time no see, Yi Feiyong stood up and smiled. It really is you. Is the rebellion in the clan related to you? The second elder asked with a frown. Back then, Yi Feiyong had some fame in the Blood clan because of his impure bloodline. Of course, this fame was reversed. After he disappeared for a few years, many people had already forgotten about him. I knew that this guy with an impure bloodline was rebellious. We should have gotten rid of him back then, the 6th elder snorted. Yi Feiyong, are you really going to persist in going about things the wrong way? The second elder shook his head and advised, this time, our ancestors have already come out of isolation. It is not something you can stop. How do you know if you don't try? Zz stood up from the side and chuckled. It's you. The second elder squinted at Zz. Who exactly are you? You don't need to know my identity. Your Blood clan doesn't have the ability to take revenge, Zz said, shaking his head. I don't care where you came from, But there must be an explanation for this matter, the second elder said. Hand over the myriad Tau Red Lotus and I can deal with it at my discretion. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. You? Suzimo waved his right hand and chuckled. Hun Dun's massive body walked out of the void, tearing through layers of space. The might of entering immortal state lingered around him. It's this beast again, said the second elder with an ugly expression. Now that the ancestor has come out of seclusion, you won't be able to run rampant for much longer. Everyone knew that at the same level, demon beasts were much stronger than humans. In a one-on-one fight, unless one was a true prodigy, it would be very difficult to win. Suzimo smiled and patted Hun Dun's back. He said, someone seems to be unhappy with you. Play with him. Hun Dun roared angrily and charged towards the second elder. The other elders were a little worried, but they did not dare to step forward. After all, they were only in the Divine Pulse realm. It was not good for them to interfere in this kind of battle. You don't have to worry about it, the second elder seemed to have seen through everyone's concerns and ordered. I can handle it. You guys keep an eye on the people on this mountain. Don't let anyone escape. We will deal with them after the ancestor has finished sealing them. Hearing the second elder's words, the others responded. They did not attack Suzimo and the others anymore. Instead, they surrounded the Divine Blood Mountain and even began to set up a formation, not allowing any members of the Divine Blood clan to leave. As for Hun Dun, although it was a little stronger than the second elder had been avoiding the battle. It could not determine the winner in a short time. Just like this, as night fell, the atmosphere of the entire Blood clan became even more tense. In the forbidden area, Lord of Heaven Divine Blood was still repairing the seal. The unholy blood sea had been completely suppressed by him. Its resistance was getting weaker and weaker, and the seal looked like it would not take long to be repaired. At this moment, in a corner of a mountain in the Blood clan that no one cared about, God Emperor was sitting cross-legged. The momentum around him was getting more and more solid. It was as if he had gone from illusion to reality. There was a large world behind him that was moving. A terrifying and extremely oppressive power was being nurtured in his body. This power was like a volcano erupting, like the calm before the storm, like the calm before the storm. In the morning, the sky gradually brightened. The morning dew dripped from the grass. It was crystal clear and shiny. The corpses of the Blood clan from yesterday had been completely cleaned up. Lord of Heaven Divine Blood stood in the void. He waved his right hand. There was a faint tiredness between his eyebrows. After all, repairing the seal took a lot of energy. Rumble. Explosions rang out from the sky. Bloodsea was making its final struggle. The blood dragon was roaring. It sounded like a sorrowful cry. The sky was destitute. The moment the light red seal was repaired, the whole world seemed to have been cleansed. When the seal was completely repaired, Lord of Heaven Divine Blood let out a long sigh of relief. This place was the result of nearly 1,000 years of the Blood clan's hard work. If it was destroyed, all the arrangements of so many years would be gone. Ancestor, are you okay? The Grand Elder hurried forward and asked worriedly. I'm fine. It's just that this space has been completely sealed by me. I'm afraid it can't be used in the future, Lord of Heaven Divine Blood said, shaking his head. The Universal Red Lotus is very important to us. Ancestor, those who stole the Red Lotus have been found by us. It's just. The Grand Elder said hesitantly. Just what? Lord of Heaven Divine Blood frowned and asked. Although we have surrounded them, we can't do anything to them for a while, the Grand Elder said. Take me to see you, Lord of Heaven Divine Blood said. On the Divine Blood Mountain, Lord of Heaven Divine Blood was accompanied by the 8 clan elders. He looked at the peak and then said, Who are you? Before Suzimo could reply, Suzimo had already spoken. In the east, an imposing aura soared into the sky. This imposing aura tore the sky apart. It soared up to 90,000 miles and reverberated in the vast sky. This momentum shot up into the sky, covering the whole world. At this moment, all the laws retreated, and the stars evolved in the sky. The man in the black robe walked slowly from the distant horizon. He seemed to be carrying the sky and stepping on samsara. Spiritual chi surged around him happily, and the precepts roared around him. At this moment, the sun and the moon seemed to lose their color, and the world changed color. Everyone could only see that man. It was as if he had come from ancient times, traversed through time and space, and arrived with a domineering and incomparable pressure. The black robe fluttered in the air without wind, and the universe in his eyes was evolving. He had an unfathomable momentum that could not be seen, but could be felt. It was as if this momentum connected him with the world. He was no longer a creature of the world, but a part of it. This is Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood looked at the man from ancient times, and his face became serious. How can this be? The mandate of heaven has not been formed yet. Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood kept shaking his head. Others might not understand this scene. But back then, he had experienced it himself. After losing that battle, he had seen Emperor Eternal Universe carry the mandate of heaven with his own eyes. Now, the scene of the past reappeared in front of him. The man gave him the same feeling as Emperor Eternal Universe. Although they were so similar, Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood still did not want to admit it. The mandate of heaven had not been formed, so how could there be an emperor? If it was an emperor from another era who came down, it did not look like one, not to mention the price he had to pay. Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood only felt that the man was like a cloud of fog. He could not see him clearly, and he felt great pressure. In just a few steps, God Emperor had crossed all kinds of voids, stepped on the precepts, and came to God Blood Mountain. How should I address you? Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood asked tentatively. My name has been in the past for far too long. Even this emperor has become a blur. The God Emperor shook his head and said indifferently. But since I carried the mandate of heaven, the world has called me God Emperor. You can call me that too. God Emperor. Lord of Divine Blood's face changed and became more and more serious. The legend of the three great emperors killing God Emperor was widely spread on the Yuanyang continent, and the people of the Yuanyang continent regarded God Emperor as the first great emperor to die. But now that God Emperor was standing in front of him, countless images flashed through his mind. His throat trembled slightly, but he couldn't say a word. The emergence of a great emperor meant that the Yuanyang continent would undergo a complete change. Now, the new mandate of heaven had not been formed, and the old emperor had returned. Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood felt that he could not see through the sky anymore. What orders does God Emperor have for the blood race? Lord of Divine Blood asked. At this point, he no longer had the chance to retreat. If the God Emperor really recovered, destroying the vampires would be a matter of minutes. Even if he could not stop it, Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood knew how powerful a great emperor was. Speaking of which, I was able to recover thanks to the blood race, God Emperor said lightly. I do not understand, Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood said, shaking his head. You do not need to understand, God Emperor replied. I am here for the internal affairs of the blood race. God Emperor, please explain. Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood looked at the 8 elders and asked in confusion. He had a lot of guesses. In the era of the God Emperor, it was because he wanted to rule the Yuanyang continent that the 3 great emperors came to kill him. He was not sure if the God Emperor was going to make a comeback. Before, the God Emperor was indebted to someone in the blood race. Now, I am here to repay the debt of gratitude, God Emperor said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood breeds on the other side were in an uproar. Especially the 8 elders, they were relieved. If it was to repay the debt of gratitude, then it was easy to talk about. How precious was the kindness of a great emperor? It was simply unimaginable. However, Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood looked calm and frowned slightly. He could feel that the other party was not friendly. May I know who the God Emperor is indebted to? Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood asked. It is me, Shuryen said, standing up from the side. The moment they saw Shuryen stand up, the faces of the 8 elders beside him instantly turned ugly. Although Lord of Heaven. Divine Blood did not know what had happened, seeing this scene, he knew it was not simple. Ancestor, he is from the Divine Blood, the Grand Elder said in a low voice. He is the one who stole the great Tau Red Lotus. God Emperor. Shuryen stood up, bowed to the God Emperor, and greeted him respectfully. Tell me what you want. I said I could help you, God Emperor said, nodding. Shuryen looked around at the faces of his clansmen. This was especially true for the 8 clan elders. He smiled and said word by word, "I want to be the master of the Blood clan." "That's impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with the objections of several elders. The members of the Blood clan on the mountain peak were also shocked, and they began to discuss noisily. "Shiryen, you should know that the Blood race has no master, only 8 elders. You were born in the Blood race. Do you really have to be so heartless and disregard your reputation? Do you think you have the ability to lead the race? How can you convince everyone?" Looking at the 8 elders who were trying to dissuade and threaten him, Shiryen said lightly, "You don't have to worry about anything else. I will be the master of the Blood race." Lord of Heaven Divine Blood turned to look at God Emperor. He knew that the decision was in the hands of the God Emperor. God Emperor did not speak. He just looked at Lord of Heaven Divine Blood with interest, waiting for his reply. "How about this? I will add 1 more elder and let you be the 9th elder. This is the best of both worlds. What do you think?" Lord of Heaven Divine Blood looked at Shiryen and asked. "Other than the master of the Blood race, I don't want anything else," Shiryen said lightly. "In that case, make your choice. Destroy your race or recognize him as your master," God Emperor said. "Even if I die, I will not recognize him as my master," the 3 elders shouted. As soon as he said that, God Emperor pressed down with 1 finger. Before he could resist, his true fate and spiritual soul were destroyed. "I don't care. Destroying your race will only take a little effort," God Emperor chuckled. "You know, I destroyed more than 1 or 2 of the imperial lineage back then." Hearing God Emperor's words, the Blood race came to their senses. The one standing in front of them was not a saint, but the lunatic who wanted to rule the Yuanyang continent. At this moment, all the Blood race people looked at Lord of Heaven Divine Blood. After all, this was their Laozu, their last hope. But as long as the mountain is there, everything can come. The Lord of Heaven looked at his people calmly. Some were indignant, some were angry, and some were silent. He said calmly, "You can choose your own fate. If you want to submit to Shiryen, you can die if you don't want to. I respect all of you. I just want to tell you one thing. As long as the mountain is there, everything can come back." As soon as he finished speaking, the few elders beside him also sighed slightly. The situation was pressing. They had no choice but to die. They could not let this race be destroyed in their hands. "Greetings, Master." The elders took the lead and bowed, greeting Shiryen. Seeing that the elders had submitted, the rest of the people also began to kneel down one by one. "Greetings, my lord." As the crowd landed, their deafening voices echoed throughout the God Blood Mountain. "The Lord of the Blood race." Shiryen chuckled, as if he felt it was funny. "Master." God Emperor turned to look at Suzumo and greeted him softly. "The power of the Great Emperor is fascinating, isn't it?" Suzumo smiled. "You don't know how precious it is until you lose it." God Emperor nodded. "Since that's the case, then accompany me to a place." Suzumo stood up, stretched his body and said, "We should go." Looking at the backs of God Emperor and Suzumo, the Lord of Heaven frowned slightly. He always felt that God Emperor seemed to be respectful to this young man. But on second thought, he felt it was impossible. However, the departure of God Emperor relieved a lot of pressure on him. The Great Emperor was a man of law. Even if he just stood there and did nothing, he could suppress the world. The Lord of Heaven turned to Shiryen and said, "Now that you can treat your race well, you are also a part of the Blood race." Shiryen nodded slightly. Divine Blood Lord of Heaven did not say anything. He waved his right hand and tore open a space door. In fact, unless it was a matter of life and death for his race, he would not appear. Winter was finally over, and the spring wind blew across the sky, nourishing the earth. Tianwan region, Lan family. At this moment, Sky Blue City was in ruins. The residents in the city were fleeing in all directions. Rumble. The explosions sounded as if they were going to raze the world to the ground. Shouts and screams were heard in the crowd. The Lan family, a family that had prospered for several generations, was slowly sinking. Baimon stared at the chaos gem in front of him as his burly body trembled. This was the proof of the devil's arrival. He would open the seal of the ancient era's devil cave and usher in the revival of the devil race. His figure walked towards the chaos stone step by step. The 7 Laozu from the Lan clan tried their best to stop him, but to no avail. When Baimont finally arrived in front of the chaos gem, he reached out to grab it. Just as his hand touched the blue cover on the surface of the chaos gem, there was a buzzing sound, and an extremely powerful force radiated from within. Paimon was directly knocked down and sent flying. Immediately after, 8 boom 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 sounds of explosions could be heard. The chaos gem suddenly disappeared as if it was swallowed by space. The 8 pillars around it emitted a dazzling white light. The light formed a barrier, trapping Baimont inside. When the light touched Baimont, it burned as if it was on fire. Baimont also felt the extreme pain and screamed. "Everyone, why aren't you showing yourselves? What are you waiting for?" Lan Jiolin shouted. Suddenly, from all around Sky Blue City, several powerful forces shot up into the sky. These forces shot straight into the clouds, tore the sky apart, and illuminated the heavens. Heavenly Sword Mountain is here to help. Slay the devil and protect the region. Invincible Sect is here to help. Protect the Tianluan region. Several shouts rang out. At this moment, vast amounts of immortal qi came from the east for 90,000 miles. The entire sky was filled with immortal qi. 3 figures broke through the sky and walked out from the void. Vast amounts of immortal qi surged from their bodies. Heavenly Sword Mountain with 2 emperors, and our Tianluan region's famous invincible sect. We're saved. Seeing this scene, the people of Sky Blue City cheered. Heavenly Sword Mountain. Back then, Jianshi Tian was also known as Great Emperor Heaven Murder. After that man led them to glory, they experienced many eras, and finally experienced the era of Great Emperor Tianming. They became the most famous force in the Tianluan region in the past few thousand years. As for the Invincible Sect, they only had one great emperor. However, legends about the Invincible Emperor were even more widespread. It was said that their sect's cultivation method was very special. Although the process was difficult, as long as they mastered it, they would be invincible. Back then, the Invincible Emperor had never tasted defeat. He was invincible and carried the mandate of heaven. The people of the continent respected their sect's cultivation method very much. They also did everything they could to obtain it. Especially the disciples of the Invincible Sect, their overall strength was much stronger. At this moment, the 2 great imperial lineages Laozu had personally come. Together with the 7 Laozus from the Lan family, this was a big event that hadn't happened in many years. "Look, that's Great Emperor Heaven Murder's general, the absolute sword old man," someone exclaimed, pointing at the old man on the left. That old man held a long sword in his hand. He looked very thin and weak. However, when he raised his head and chest, his entire person was like a sharp sword. He was wearing a green robe, and the sharp sword light was so sharp that people didn't dare to look directly at it. It was very painful to the eyes. The one beside him seems to be Great Emperor Tianming's general, Sword Demon Dugu Wenchang. Everyone looked over and saw that the man was wearing a white robe. His sword intent was tangible. Black sword essence circled around his body, and the moment the sword essence surged, a black sword essence appeared. The residents of Tianlan City below, as long as it was a swordsman with a sword, their swords would involuntarily hum. It was as if they were worshipping something. The last one should be the Laozu of the Invincible Sect, Jiang Wudi. Someone on the side said, "I heard that back then, he could exchange 100 blows with the Invincible Emperor without losing." It's just a rumor. The Invincible Emperor wasn't serious. He was just training him. But he's really amazing. As the surrounding people discussed, Jiang Wudi stood in the sky. Anyone who saw her for the first time would be shocked because she was a woman. She was graceful, as if she had descended from the 9 heavens. Her blue and white robe fluttered gently in the wind. A pair of snow-white and straight legs were faintly discernible under the robe. Her long hair was gently draped over her head, tied with a blue ribbon. Jiang Wudi, the Laozu of the Invincible Sect. There were many rumors about her. Some said that she was the Invincible Emperor's lover, while others said that she was his wife. She had accompanied the Invincible Emperor throughout his life. After the Invincible Emperor ascended, she stayed in the Jiang family and lived in seclusion. Her life was legendary. The fact that she was named Jiang Wudi was enough to prove her pride and confidence. At this moment, many residents of Tianlan City seemed to have forgotten to run away when they saw the arrival of so many Ascension immortals. "We're saved," someone shouted. It didn't matter if it was the solitary sword elder, Dugu Wencheng, or Jiang Wudi. They were all the reclusive Laozu. They could shake the entire Tianluan region with a single finger. Even the disciples of the Lan family didn't know why these imperial lineage had come to help them. They didn't even know that the Lan family was a demon-slaying family. "Brother Solitary Sword, long time no see." Lan Jiolin shouted with a laugh. His voice was like thunder, reverberating in the sky. "Brother Wencheng, you're finally here. Ancestral Master Invincible, how have you been?" The 7 Laozu of the Lan family greeted each of them. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. Everyone smiled and greeted each other. Then, they looked at Baimont, who was in the formation. At this moment, demonic chi surged from Baimont's body. It was as if the demonic chi was going to destroy the entire world. However, the 8 pillars around him all emitted a pure white light. The pillars were inlaid with crystals that were as bright and pure as gems that could purify the world. "He's the so-called demon?" Dugu Wencheng asked. "Yes, he's very, very strong. He's much stronger than the demons we've encountered before," Lan Jiolin explained solemnly. "Fortunately, we had a backup plan. We used the Radiance Origin Stones to set up an array formation around the Chaos Gems. The Light Origin Stone's power is very effective against his demonic chi. That's why we were able to trap him. Otherwise, even if we were here today, we might not be able to defeat him." The Light Origin Stone was one of the rarest crystals in the world. It was said that it was formed from the water of the Light River. Every one of them was rare in the world and had a wide range of uses. Especially when it came to restraining demonic chi, it was almost a complete suppression attribute. In fact, Baimont's strength was almost invincible in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trapped by this power, no one here would be a match for him. With his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to break through this array in a short period of time, unless he broke through the 10th meridian. However, the rules of this world were there. If he were to forcefully break the rules and break through the 10th meridian, the Heavenly Tao would probably immediately target him. In the end, the gains did not make up for the losses. This was what troubled him the most. "There is such a clause in the will of your Lan family's ancestor," Jiang Wudi said with interest. "Since ancient times, there has been a rumor that the devil will descend upon this world one day. When the demons arrive, they will destroy our world. Thus, the storm of the great world will rise, and your Lan family will be the leader to lift the curtain of this mighty great world." Lan Jiolin shook his head and said, "Ancestral Master Wudi, you're mistaken. Our Lan family is only a guardian, guarding the Chaos Stone from being taken away. We slay the devil and slay the Tao, protecting the entire continent from being invaded by the devil. Everyone says that the devil deserves to die, but I haven't seen them do anything," Jiang Wudi said. "Their plan is to open the primordial devil's cave and welcome the arrival of the devil race. Before that, their strength is not enough to shake the continent, so naturally, they won't do anything," Lan Jiolin explained. "Then let us meet the so-called devil," Dugu Wencheng said with a light smile. The 10 of them stepped through the air and arrived. Immortal chi swirled around them. They landed in front of the array and sized up Baimont. "Heavenly Demon, can we have a chat?" Lan Jingxiong asked loudly. "I am one of the 18 devil generals under the Devil Lord, the Devil of Despair," Baimont said coldly, stopping his attack. "Devil of Despair, how about we make a deal?" Lan Jingxiong and the others looked at each other and said. "We walk different paths. There is nothing to talk about between us," Baimont said calmly. "We can promise to only trap you and not kill you, but you have to tell us everything about the devil race," Lan Jingxiong said. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Baimont said coldly. Even if it came down to it, he would just fight to the death. Even if he had to pay the price of being killed by the Heavenly Tao, he would open his 10th meridian and kill all of them. "Since you are so stubborn, we won't hold back. Slaying the devil is the family motto of the devil-slaying clan. A devil like you should go to hell to repent," Lan Jingxiong said with an ugly expression. "Prepare the life-death demon-slaying formation," Lan Jiolin said calmly. He wanted to get more information from Beaumont, but since he would rather die than cooperate, there was no point in keeping him alive. Everyone, have you learned the formation seal I taught you? Lan Jiulin turned to the other imperial lineage Laozu and asked. It's a little complicated. I can't say I'm familiar with it, but I can use it, the Absolute Sword Elder replied. Then let's begin. As Lan Jiulin finished speaking, the 10 of them sat in the air around Beaumont. They surrounded him in the center and sat cross-legged. Majestic immortal chi was emitted from their bodies. The 10 of them made different movements and started to form seals with their hands. Their hands moved faster and faster, and the seals looked very complicated. A pure white light flowed out from the mark, bringing with it a destructive aura. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the imprint gradually formed, the entire sky seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of power. It started to shatter, and a spiritual chi storm blew in the sky. The power of the 10 seals almost covered the entire sky. The sun and moon in the sky lost their color. It was as if the sun was hidden in the clouds. Sand and stones flew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds covered the sky. Silver-white lightning bolts rushed down like dragons. 10 rays of light shot into the sky, and the seals spun faster and faster. Their hands were so fast that their afterimages could not be seen clearly. Mold, Lan Jiulin shouted. The seals in his hands shone brightly. They completely solidified and shot into the sky. The seals turned into a door in the shape of a whirlpool and reflected in the sky. Then, a golden chain flew out from the door with a clattering sound. It was unknown what the golden chain was made of, but it flew toward Beaumont. The golden chain shuttled through the void and wrapped around Beaumont. Beaumont frowned slightly and slapped the chain with his palm. Boom! A loud sound echoed all around. What was surprising was that this golden chain seemed to be corroding the bones. Beaumont's attack didn't even touch it. Instead, it passed through the golden chain as if it wasn't a real object, but a reflection. Seeing this scene, before Paimon could react, the golden chain suddenly shone brightly. It pierced through Beaumont's chest and nailed him in the void. Beaumont struggled with all his might, but he felt that there was a force in the golden chain that could devour his demonic energy. He couldn't break free in a short period of time. Beaumont looked up at the people in the sky. The demon-slaying family had existed for so many eras. It seemed that they had some tricks up their sleeves. They had studied the power of the demon clan thoroughly. The demon-slaying family had many tricks up their sleeves. Basically, they were effective against demons. At this moment, as the first golden chain nailed Paimon in midair, the other 9 people also finished condensing their seals. 9 seals shot into the sky at the same time. They were exactly the same as Lan Jiulin's seal. 9 doors opened at the same time. 9 golden chains that looked like golden dragons from ancient times shot out. They passed through the void, shattered the firmament, and descended majestically. After passing through the void, the 9 chains headed for Beaumont again. Before Beaumont could react, the 9 chains had already wrapped around him. His neck, hands, and feet were all bound. The 10 chains were like a complete law. When the 10 chains connected together, there was a loud boom. With another boom, a blast of air spread out in all directions, and numerous symbols appeared on the iron chain. Although ordinary people couldn't understand these symbols, they gave people a mysterious feeling. As the symbols appeared, the light on the chain grew brighter. Beaumont could clearly feel that these chains were devouring the devil chi in his body. It was as if it wanted to devour all of the devil chi, including himself. 7 days in this life-death demon exterminating formation will completely devour all demonic creatures, leaving nothing behind, Lan Jingxiong said from the side. Just enjoy the feast we've prepared for you. Even if you kill me, there are still millions of demons. One day, we demons will rule this era, Beaumont said calmly. The gears of time are turning, and you are nothing more than insignificant specks of dust. So what? As long as the Chaos Stone exists, you demons will never be able to break the seal and set foot on the Yuanyang continent, Lan Jiulin said flatly. Can this sealing formation really destroy him? The solitary sword old man asked with some uncertainty when he saw the surging demonic aura around Beaumont. Ordinary demonic creatures will be destroyed within 7 days, but his demonic nature is too strong. I think it will take a little longer, Longjolene explained. Longjolene explained, but I don't know the exact time because we've never encountered such an existence before. Then we'll stay here until the day he is truly destroyed, Dugu Wenchong snorted coldly. As the seal imprisoned Baimont, the entire space was covered. The devil chi in the sky began to dissipate, and the barrier around Tianlan City gradually disappeared. The citizens of Tianlan City returned to the city, and the Lan family held a banquet to celebrate with the other imperial lineage. Being able to kill someone like Baimont was the greatest reward the Lan family had gained since its establishment. Winter slowly faded away, and the spring breeze blew across the world. The 4 seasons brought the most mild weather, and the trees began to sprout. Everything was recovering from its stillness. After Su Zimo and God Emperor left the Nether Blood Sea, they took the teleportation formation to the Tianluan region. The relationship between the Heavenly Luan region and the Eastern continent could be considered to be quite close. After some twists and turns, they finally borrowed the Qi family's path and took the teleportation formation to the Tianluan region's raging fire city. The layout of the Tianluan region had to be mentioned. As one of the 5 great regions, the Tianluan region was one of the 5 great regions. There were 5 imperial lineage in the Tianluan region, not including the mysterious Lan family. Because the Lan family had never produced a great emperor, they were not considered an imperial lineage. From the Heavenly Sword Mountain with 2 great emperors, to the ordinary imperial lineage Invincible Sect, Vast Immortal Sect, and Long River Immortal Sect. And the strongest power in the region, the Heavenly Emperor Sect with 3 great emperors. The 5 imperial lineage ran through the long history of the Tianluan region, and each of them left their own legends in this world. Su Zimo and God Emperor passed through layers of space and finally arrived at the Tianluan region. The city they were in was called the City of Raging Fire. It was one of the fertile lands under the control of the Vast Immortal Sect. After walking out of the teleportation formation, Su Zimo's vision became much clearer, because he was not familiar with the Tianluan region. Su Zimo and God Emperor planned to stay here for the night. After finding out the route, they went directly to the Lan family. As night fell, the 2 of them found an inn in the city. They asked for some food and wine, and chatted while eating. The waiter served the food, and Su Zimo tipped him a few spirit crystals. He asked, "Waiter, I want to ask you something." "Sir, please speak." The waiter quickly put away the spirit crystals and replied with a smile. "How far is the Lan family from here?" Su Zimo asked. "You mean the Lan family in the Tianlan city?" The waiter thought for a moment. He replied, "It's quite a distance. If you want to go, you have to take the teleportation formation in the Whitebone City." Whitebone City. Su Zimo murmured and nodded. Because it was evening, there were still many guests eating in the restaurant. Su Zimo was eating when he saw a group of people walk in from the entrance. Most of them were young men and women, and the leader was an old man with a white beard and wearing a scholar's robe. This group of young men and women were all wearing the same style of clothes. They were all wearing dark green robes. On the back of the robe was the word Dao. At a glance, one could tell that this group of young men and women had an extraordinary aura. They were clearly different from ordinary people, and all of them were handsome men and beautiful women. Seeing this group of people walk in, the first floor of the restaurant suddenly became silent. Heavenly Dao Academy, they are students of the Heavenly Dao Academy. A guest exclaimed. Heavenly Dao Academy, the #1 academy in the continent. People looked at the group of people with admiration and respect. Established in the Desolate Era, it was now the most famous academy. Since the Desolate Era, the 4 major academies were spread throughout the 4 continents. The Heavenly Path Academy had produced countless strong cultivators. They taught everyone in accordance with their aptitude. This academy was the dream of many people when they were young. People considered it an honor to be a student of the Heavenly Path Academy. Su Zimo glanced around. In addition to the leader of the Heavenly Path Academy, there were a total of 5 students, 3 men and 2 women. A total of 6 people sat at a table by the window, ordered a few dishes, and chatted in a low voice while eating. Because their voices were really low, Su Zimo couldn't hear anything. The 6 of them did not stay in the inn and left after finishing their meal. With the departure of the 6 people, the originally quiet atmosphere of the inn suddenly became noisy again. Why do you think the people of the Heavenly Path Academy came to our small city? Is it because of that matter? It's very likely. Recently, there have been many strong cultivators passing through our city. I didn't expect the Huayuan sect to make such a big fuss. Then you say, should we go and see the fun? Forget it, that place has become a big cake now. If you don't have the strength, you will die. As for us, it's better for us to behave ourselves. Hearing the words of these people, Zz thought for a moment. He called the waiter in front of him and asked him. Sir, you are asking about the lost land, the waiter said with a smile. This matter is nothing. Now, our raging fire city is in an uproar. Tell me about it, the God Emperor replied. In the north of our raging fire city, there is a sect called the Huayuan sect. This is a very ordinary third-rate force, and the sect is built on the Huayuan mountain. I heard that not long ago, the Huayuan mountain collapsed for some unknown reason. There was an auspicious light soaring into the sky, and later there were rumors that it was the lost land of a strong cultivator. Recently, there have been many strong cultivators from all sides gathering here and passing through our raging fire city. Huayuan Mountain, Zz whispered. That's right. If you're going to White Bone City, you'll have to pass by Huayuan Mountain, the waiter reminded him. When you pass by there, it's best to take a detour. It's safer. Those people have occupied Huayuan Mountain and do not allow anyone to approach the surroundings. Got it. Zz nodded slightly. While they were talking, the sky had completely darkened. Two people walked in from outside. The two of them wore coarse gray linen clothes, with white saber cloth wrapped around their wrists. Each of them carried a scimitar on their back. The scimitars were all wrapped in cloth and tied to their backs. Each of them held a long sword in their arms. The long sword did not have a scabbard and was also wrapped in a sword cloth. The 3-chi long sword blade revealed its sharpness. The two of them were about the same height, had the same hairstyle, and even looked very similar. They looked like twins. The moment the two of them entered the inn, a faint saber chi and sword chi lingered around them. Buddy, I want the 2 best rooms, the man with the knife said calmly. All right. Would you like to eat something? The waiter hurriedly asked politely. The man with the knife did not speak. Instead, he looked inside the inn's first floor. His gaze narrowed slightly, and a burst of saber chi burst out from his eyes, shattering all kinds of void. The noise on the first floor stopped abruptly. A man sitting at the table, who had been talking and laughing just now, had blood flowing out from his neck. Then, his head fell on the table. The eyes of the people at the table were wide open, and they were somewhat in disbelief. He's too noisy, the man with the knife said calmly. You're courting death. The other 3 people at the table were furious. They directly picked up the saber and sword beside them and charged at the man. Looking at the people who were charging at him, the man still did not make a move. His eyes suddenly widened. A burst of saber chi that no one could react to raged in the inn. At this moment, the 3 people opposite him suddenly stopped moving. Take us to the room, the man with the sword said calmly. Ah. The waiter was stunned for a moment. He looked at the 3 men opposite him with some confusion. The 3 people were motionless in place. Then, countless amounts of blood flowed out from their bodies. Their bodies were fragmented in the blink of an eye, turning into pieces of minced meat that fell to the ground. Ugh. The person eating next to him could not bear it and directly vomited on the spot. Looking at the man with the knife looking over, the waiter's body trembled slightly. He quickly smiled and said, Sir, please follow me. As the 2 people walked up to the second floor, God Emperor took a sip of wine and smiled at Zz. Interesting, you've comprehended the sharp saber chi. Zz minded his own business and ate. The pile of minced meat next to him did not make him frown. There were many types of saber chi. There were fire sabers, ice sabers, and also flying sabers that focused on speed. However, the sharp saber chi was the one with the strongest attack power. The man with the sword next to him is not simple either, Zz said vaguely as he ate. Seeing the 2 of them walk upstairs, the remaining guests in the hall on the first floor lost their appetite. Someone lowered his voice and asked tentatively, Don't you think the 2 of them look like something? Like what? Someone asked, puzzled. The saber and sword divine emperor, the person from before explained. Impossible. What kind of existence is the saber and sword divine emperor? Someone else said in disbelief. But according to the rumors, they really look like him. Are they also here for Hua Yuanshan's remains? The Heavenly Tao Academy was still fine. They only brought some students here to gain experience. Why would such an existence come here? The saber and sword divine emperor had been famous for a long time. Both of them were experts in the divine pulse realm. It was said that the two of them were twins and grew up together. After they started cultivating, one of them loved the saber Tao, while the other loved the sword Tao. The two of them helped each other in cultivation and competed with each other out of conscience. In the end, they achieved great success in the saber and sword Tao. Listening to the discussions of the others in the inn, Zz and God Emperor finished their meal and went upstairs to rest. It was a silent night. In the morning, the city of raging fire was just beginning to brighten. Before the night had completely receded, the two of them set off for Whitebone City. They walked north from the city of raging fire. At about noon, Zz arrived at the boundary of Hua Yuanshan. In the lush vegetation in front of them, there was an ancient stone tablet. There were dense cracks on the stone tablet, and the words Hua Yuanshan sect could be clearly seen. Less than a kilometer north of the stone tablet, the ruins of a collapsed mountain could be clearly seen. At the entrance of the stone tablet, a large group of people was guarding it. When Zz walked past the stone tablet, the group of people immediately blocked his path. This road is blocked, please take a detour. God Emperor ignored them and turned to Zz and asked, since you're here, do you want to take a look? Zz looked into the distance. The collapsed mountain seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He could feel the powerful energy contained within. Let's go take a look. Zz nodded. Hey, you two, didn't you hear what I said? The leader of the group said coldly. If you take one more step, you'll die. Scram or die, you choose. God Emperor said indifferently. The group of people sneered and the leader directly pulled out his sword and slashed at God Emperor. The God Emperor glanced at the group of people indifferently. With a boom, an explosion sounded in front of him. The area in front of them was directly razed to the ground. Everything turned to ashes. The two of them walked forward. The more he walked forward, the more Zz could clearly feel that there was a special power that seemed to radiate out in all directions with the mountain as the center. All the flowers and trees that absorbed this energy grew very strong. This energy is very strange. Zz said. Yes, I've never come into contact with it. God Emperor nodded. The two of them walked forward. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Zz found that there were several groups of people gathered here. The old man from the Heavenly Tao Academy had already arrived with a few students. They were sitting cross-legged on a rock and resting with their eyes closed. On the left, there was also a group of old men and a group of young men and women. Looking at their clothes, Zz guessed that they should be from the Long River Immortal sect. On the far right, there was an old man with a very powerful aura. Divine Vein Level 9. Zz estimated that he was at least Divine Vein Level 5. Setting aside the younger generation, aside from the reclusive entering Immortal Laozu, everyone else present was probably the pinnacle of their respective sections. The Divine Vein realm was the highest realm one could reach in the secular world. The process of going from mortal to immortal was not something that ordinary people could witness. Just the Divine Vein realm was an existence that most people could only dream of in their entire lives. Because the members of the imperial lineage all wore the uniforms of their respective sects, Zz could still recognize them. However, Zz was unfamiliar with the dozen or so rogue cultivators beside him. Unlike the people of the imperial lineage, most of the itinerant cultivators would go wherever there was a secret realm. After all, they had to obtain their own cultivation resources, and there were no forces that could nurture them. The arrival of Zz and Zhang Wuji also attracted the attention of these people. When everyone's eyes were on Zz could feel the faint pressure contained within. He knew that these people were demonstrating. Haven't you seen a handsome man before? If you want to fight, then come. If not, then scram, Zz said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, an itinerant cultivator beside him chuckled. The itinerant cultivator had a mouth full of yellow teeth and carried a gourd on his back. He grinned and said, "Little kid, you have quite a temper and big mouth, huh?" "Kill him," zz said calmly. God Emperor stretched out his hand and slowly raised his right hand to suppress it. At this moment, his palm was like a sturdy and unyielding mountain. It was majestic, imposing, and insufferably arrogant. The divine vein realm aura surged around the itinerant cultivator as he looked at the palm pressing down. Perhaps the others beside him did not feel it as strongly, but he was almost scared out of his wits. The pressure made him unable to move. The spirit energy in his body circulated slowly, and his blood seemed to have frozen. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for him to breathe. He bit the tip of his tongue hard to maintain the pain and reaction of his body. The tip of his tongue almost broke, and blood flowed out. Only then did his mind clear up a little. He shouted, "Gourd!" The gourd hanging from his waist suddenly rose into the air and released a colorful glow. This glow flew like God Emperor's hand and wrapped around the itinerant cultivator as it escaped to the side. With a boom, the moment the multicolored light came into contact with the divine Emperor's palm, it did not even last for a second before it was annihilated. Fortunately, the gourd wrapped around the itinerant cultivator and broke through space to escape. God Emperor frowned slightly. He flicked his right hand, and there was a bang. The surrounding space was completely sealed, and the itinerant cultivator's body was directly expelled from space. "I deserve to die. I didn't know that Senior would come. Please spare my life. I deserve to die." After the itinerant cultivator fell to the ground, he directly knelt down, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. "This gourd is quite interesting," God Emperor said calmly. "This gourd was born from a divine expelling vine. It blooms once every 2,000 years and bears fruit once every 3,000 years. It only appears once every 5,000 years. I worshipped this gourd for 1,000 years before it became my magic treasure. If Senior likes it, I'll give it to you." The itinerant cultivator did not hesitate and quickly placed the gourd in front of him. But when he looked at the gourd, his face was filled with shock. His hands trembled slightly. Countless cracks had already appeared on the surface of the gourd, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. The itinerant cultivator knew better than anyone what this gourd was. It was no exaggeration to say that even an immortal expert could not break this gourd. But now, the other party had not even touched the gourd. He had only destroyed the rainbow light, and it had already caused such damage. He raised his head and swallowed hard. "What the hell is this thing?" The itinerant cultivator wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. "Young master, should we kill or let him go?" God Emperor looked at zz and asked. "Tell me about the situation here," zz asked. The itinerant cultivator looked up and realized that the person in charge was actually this ordinary-looking young man in front of him. "Yes, young master," the itinerant cultivator hurriedly replied. After a detailed explanation, zz finally understood. According to the itinerant cultivator, this was not an ordinary itinerant cultivator's land. It was very likely that it came from a place before the mythological era. It was said that the people of the Huayuan sect had once dug up a crystal here. This crystal was proven to have been lost in the Desolation era. It had existed long before the mythological era, when the Yuanyang continent had not yet been divided into 5 parts. Some people believed this rumor, while others did not. But many people still wanted to test the waters and came to take a look. Now that the itinerant cultivator's land had not opened, everyone was waiting. According to the people of the Huayuan sect, the itinerant cultivator's land would officially open on the night of the full moon in 3 days. Putting aside the conversation between zz and the old man for the time being, the people who were originally watching the battle to watch the show were all dumbfounded. The yellow-toothed old man was highly respected among these independent cultivators. His name was Sky Gourd Elder. The immortal vine gourd in his hand was both offensive and defensive. He could be considered to have some reputation. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to block a single move? They looked at God Emperor's figure with a serious expression. Sky Gourd Elder admitted defeat. As an independent cultivator, he was able to cultivate to this level. He had been walking on thin ice all this time. He knew that as long as he was still alive, anything was possible in the future. Those who bullied him would eventually be avenged by him. So at this moment, Skygord Elder couldn't care less about the so-called dignity and face of a powerhouse. Suzumo turned his head and looked at the collapsed mountain in front of him. In front of him was a ruin. Rubble rolled down, and broken trees were scattered in the cracks of the rubble. Looking at the situation, it seemed that there was a force halfway up the mountain that directly exploded. With the mountainside as the center, the top of the mountain collapsed directly, and the bottom of the mountain shattered. The ruins buried the entire Huayuan sect. The entire ruin seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious force. It was right in front of him, but it gave off a hazy and blurry feeling. Suzumo walked step by step towards the ruins of the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he reached out his right hand and touched in front of him. He discovered that there was a barrier blocking the way, surrounding the entire ruins. Where are the people of the Huayuan sect? Suzumo looked at Skygord Elder and asked. They're already dead, Skygord Elder replied. Who killed them? Suzumo asked. No one killed them. They all died a few days after they left the Huayuan sect, Skygord Elder quickly replied. I've checked before. Their cause of death is very strange. Their organs all shattered into powder, but their bodies outside are intact. I don't know what caused it. Suzumo nodded slightly. The seal would be opened on the night of the full moon in 3 days. But he really didn't have time to wait. Suzumo turned to God Emperor and asked, Can you open this barrier? God Emperor slightly sensed it, then nodded and said, Very strong, but still acceptable. Then, God Emperor's aura surged, and a boundless world appeared behind him. When the surrounding people saw such power, they hurriedly retreated in all directions. The so-called evolution of the world could be called divinity. This was the great Tao that God Emperor had comprehended after entering the Great Emperor realm. His Tao was the divine Tao. Between his palms, God Emperor's might was as boundless as the sea. Waves of great Tao mysteries circled around them as he directly slapped down. Between this palm, the endless space shattered, and the untouched spiritual energy surged and condensed. With a loud boom, the aftermath of the explosion spread out for dozens of miles. People who were far away could only hear a thunderous boom, and their ears were buzzing. In the vicinity of Huayuan Mountain, this feeling could be felt more directly. The earth seemed to tremble as the sky darkened. Dust and gravel filled the air as they fell. Everyone looked at the center of the explosion. As the dust fell, they saw that the barrier had completely shattered, revealing the ruins of the mountain inside. The faintly discernible power from before was now even more intense. In the deepest part of the ruins, there was an iron door that was blocked by gravel and broken trees. Seeing the barrier break with a single blow, everyone was dumbfounded. When they came before, they had tried to force open the barrier, but it was to no avail. At this moment, with the appearance of this door, no one dared to take the lead. They all looked at God Emperor. At this moment, a few people approached from afar. The commotion just now must have alarmed them. Suzumo glanced and found that among the people who came, the sword and saber divine emperor that he saw at the inn was among them. What? Why are you all standing here? Saber divine emperor looked at the door in front of him and asked with a smile. Because he did not see the previous scene, he was a little confused. However, he was cautious and did not rashly step forward. Senior, do you want to go in? The elder from the vast immortal sect looked at God Emperor and asked tentatively. You guys go in, don't worry about us. Suzumo waved his hand and said. Hearing Suzumo's words, a few itchy rogue cultivators could not help but run in first. The iron door in front of the door had been there for a long time. It looked like it had 1 foot in the grave and could collapse with a gentle breeze. The iron door was surrounded by black spiderwebs. These spiderwebs shrunk and were hidden in the dark. When these rogue cultivators pushed open the iron door, the spiderwebs hidden in the dark directly enveloped them. Fortunately, these rogue cultivators were all very strong and narrowly avoided them. When the spiderwebs fell to the ground, a black liquid flowed down from the spiderwebs. The ground that was touched by the liquid rotted into a large hole. Everyone took a deep breath and looked behind the door. Behind it was a dark and quiet corridor. The light in the corridor was very dim and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. However, from the front they could see that there were countless spiderwebs in the corners of the corridor. It was a shocking sight and made them tremble with fear. Although everyone here, except for the younger generation, were all absolute experts, they were confident in their own strength. He was confident in his own strength, but he still didn't know how powerful the spider liquid was. The unknown was the most frightening thing. Because the corridor seemed to have been covered in dust for a long time, when the door opened, a rotten stench came out. "Everyone, if no one dares to go in, I will take the lead," Blade Emperor said. The Heavenly Tao Academy's elder turned around and looked at the group of students behind him. He said softly, "You all stay outside. Originally, I wanted to bring you all out to gain experience, but the situation here is a bit complicated and out of our expectations." "Yes, Master," they hurriedly replied. At this moment, as Blade Emperor and Blade Emperor took the lead and walked through the door, the others only hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. "Young Master, are we not going in?" God Emperor looked at Suzumo and asked. Suzumo shook his head slightly and said, "Let them try first. The power in this remnant is very strange." Suzumo probed around Huayuan Mountain while the 5 people from the Heavenly Tao Academy looked at him curiously. The 5 of them seemed to be discussing in low voices for a while before finally walking towards Suzumo. "Heavenly Tao Academy's Mizi-chung greets young master." The leading young man cupped his fist and greeted Suzumo. Then, the people beside him also introduced themselves. Emo Feiyun, Qing Lan, Zhangjun Baiyaoyao. The 4 of them introduced themselves, then looked at Suzumo. "Zhenwu Xingzong, Suzumo." Suzumo smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to get to know Child Su." Baiyaoyao smiled. His long white hair gave him an extraordinary temperament. "It's my honor to get to know the students of the Heavenly Path Academy," Suzumo replied. "Child Su, don't joke around. That senior just now was Zhenwu Xingzong Senior, right?" Qing Lan smiled. "You can say so." Suzumo nodded ambiguously. "Young master, are you also here for the Lost Grounds?" Baiyaoyao asked, "Why don't you go in?" Suzumo instantly understood the other party's thoughts. He wanted to inquire about information and obtain useful information from him. He smiled and said, "I want to let them go in first and see if there's any danger." "Perhaps there's no danger." "Young master, aren't you just handing over the treasure to others?" Zhang Jun smiled. "No, if there's no danger, I can just snatch the treasure when they bring it out," Suzumo replied. The expression on Zhang Jun's face froze. He didn't expect that someone would actually say such words so openly. He didn't even bother to put on a show. But when he thought about the strength of the other party's senior, this method seemed to work. "Child Su, you're joking," Zhang Jun replied with a stiff face. "Your Heavenly Path Academy is quite interesting. I'll go take a look when I have time," Suzumo said with a smile. "The academy is not like the sect." "I'm afraid Child Su can't get used to the difference," Mo Yunfei said coldly from the side. "In Zhenwu Xingzong, Child Su is the pride of the heavens. But in our Heavenly Path Academy, the pride of the heavens is like a forest. There are many so-called monsters. Existences like us are nothing more than ordinary students." After hearing Mo Yunfei's words, Suzumo chuckled and said, "It is indeed very ordinary. I can see that you are very weak. You're so weak that you don't even have the qualifications for me to look at you." "You." Mo Yunfei's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Suzumo. He snorted coldly and said, "Since you are so confident, if you have the ability to throw away the halo of our ancestors, let's have a fight." "You want to fight me?" Suzumo chuckled. "That's right. Let's fight fair and square. What do you think?" Mo Yunfei said. "Forget it, you're too weak. I'm not interested." Suzumo shook his head. "Are you scared?" Mo Yunfei took a deep breath and said mockingly, "Some people only know how to talk big, relying on the shadow of their ancestors." Before Suzumo could reply, he heard an explosion coming from the door. Immediately after, the old man from the Heavenly Tao Academy walked out with disheveled hair. There were many small holes in his robe and his originally neatly combed hair was completely disheveled. His entire face was covered. "Master." The several people from the Heavenly Tao Academy all shouted. Your master has come out. Why aren't you going to greet him? Zz said as he grabbed Mo Yunfei's collar and threw him towards the old man. What are you doing? Mo Yunfei cried out in alarm as he was thrown away. When his figure fell heavily in front of the old man, Mo Yunfei looked up and saw the old man's face covered by his disheveled hair. Master, Mo Yunfei called out in a trembling voice. Who would have thought that in the next moment, the old man from the Heavenly Tao Academy would let out a roar like that of a wild beast? He directly grabbed Mo Yunfei's body and threw him on the ground to bite him. Screams echoed in the air as Mo Yunfei was bitten to death just like that. The old man wolfed down Mo Yunfei like a hungry tiger, not leaving a single piece untouched. How did Master become like this? The several people on the side almost vomited. After eating Mo Yunfei's corpse, the old man stood up again and looked at everyone with a sinister expression. His eyes were scarlet and there was a faint black chi flowing on his face. Master, it's us. Bai Yao Yao and the others shouted. However, the old man only bared his teeth. The aura of the divine vein realm surged around him as he charged towards them. If you beg me, I can consider saving you, Zz said with a smile. Child Su, please save my master, Bai Yao Yao said anxiously. He can't be saved. Something has eroded his mind. He is now a corpse that only knows how to kill. He has no consciousness. Zz shook his head. He waved his right hand and the immortal binding lock flew out. The lock surged with spiritual energy and directly tied up the old man. As Zz strength increased, the immortal binding lock became more and more useful. After the old man was bound, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. He could only let out a low roar and his mind was unclear as he continued to struggle. I saved your lives. In addition, your Heavenly Tao Academy owes me a favor, Zz said. Then can our master be saved? Bai Yao Yao quickly nodded and asked. Let the experts from your academy come and help him clear out the things that are hallucinating him in his mind, Zz said. But they are fast. Otherwise, it would have been too late. Thank you, Child Su. Bai Yao Yao quickly thanked him and used the academy's special method to contact him. Are we going in? God Emperor looked at Zz and asked again. If it was an ordinary ruin, I wouldn't have wanted to go in. But now, it seems that even a divine vein realm expert can't handle it. Interesting, Zz said. The divine vein realm was one of the pinnacle of this continent. There were very few places in the world that they couldn't go. He walked through the door with God Emperor. The spider webs on the wall were mostly destroyed. Zz was able to pass through without any obstructions. The light inside was very dim and the air was stagnant. It was very smelly. Zz felt a power that he had felt before. This power was much stronger than before. Moreover, it was trying to merge with Zz and fuse with the spiritual energy in his body. This power is strange. It's better if we isolate ourselves, God Emperor said with a frown. Zz nodded. The two continued forward and saw some corpses on the road. To be precise, they were the corpses of spiders. They had 8 claws and were completely black. It seemed that the spider webs were spat out by them. After walking for a while, Zz finally found the first human corpse. He walked in front of the corpse and squatted down. This person was the Saber Emperor. There's no saving him, God Emperor glanced at Saber Emperor's corpse and said indifferently. Zz squatted down and examined the corpse. Saber Emperor's cause of death was very strange. Just like the people from the Huayuan sect, his internal organs were all shattered, but there were no wounds on the surface of his body. His saber was left to the side, broken in half, and there were many small cracks on the blade. This ancient land seems to be a bit dangerous. Even a divine vein expert couldn't escape in time, Zz said as he stood up. The two continued to walk forward, passing through the dark corridor. Finally, there was a clear light in front of them. The front of their line of sight began to widen. There was a long river of magma in front of them. The river's water flowed endlessly, twisting and turning as it flowed. Above the river was a bridge made of several pieces of wood. There were several boards placed on top of the bridge, and there were stone railings on both sides. On both sides of the river of fire, there were many fire-type plants. But what surprised Suzumo was that there were many types of fire-type plants, but he had never seen any of them before. It was as if these plants were extinct species. Suzumo looked at God Emperor, but God Emperor also shook his head, indicating that he had never seen them before. The flames in this river of magma were not ordinary flames. It was also a type of flame that Suzumo had never seen before, but he felt that it was extraordinary. The flame was sticky and slowly flowed. It was fiery red on the outside, and purple on the inside. Suzumo did not come into contact with the flame, but from the heat emitted from it, Suzumo actually felt that the circulation of his own spirit chi had become somewhat obscure. This flame is also strange, Suzumo said with narrowed eyes. The two walked on the bridge. Perhaps because it was old, it had not been repaired for a long time. When they stepped on it, creaking sounds could be heard. This long iron chain-like bridge extended endlessly, and the other end could not be seen clearly. And the further they walked, the stronger the mysterious power became. It wanted to rush into Suzumo's body all the time and merge with his spiritual energy. After walking on the iron chain bridge for more than half an hour, Suzumo already felt a little dizzy. This mysterious power was already strong enough to forcefully influence his will and slowly enter his body. How troublesome. No wonder even divine vein realm cultivators find it hard to enter, Suzumo said. He was already an invincible existence in the divine vein realm. He was much stronger than others. If even he found it troublesome, ordinary divine vein experts wouldn't be able to handle it. Mister, are you all right? God Emperor asked, sensing that something was amiss. I'm fine. Suzumo shook his head. His consciousness entered the divine land and directly summoned the chaos bead from the void. When the chaos bead entered Suzumo's consciousness, it suppressed everything. The chaos bead's own chaos bead was like nothingness. It started to spread in Suzumo's mind. Suzumo directly devoured all of the mysterious power and suppressed the area. Only then did he feel much better. He stared straight ahead. The road in the distance still had no end, and he could not see where it ended. Not long after the two walked, they saw another corpse. It was the Sword Emperor's corpse. When Suzumo approached the corpse, he realized that the other party was not completely dead. He quickly transferred the power of the Tree of Life into the other party's body. As a large amount of life energy entered, the Sword Emperor finally coughed a few times and slowly woke up. It's you. The Sword Emperor looked at Suzumo and said in surprise. What did you encounter? Suzumo asked. This bridge has no end. I walked for a long time. In the end, I felt very sleepy and fell asleep, the Sword Emperor said weakly. Don't worry about me. Let me sleep for a while. If you sleep any longer, you'll die, Suzumo said. But as soon as he said that, the Sword Emperor closed his eyes and stopped moving. When Suzumo checked again, he found that the Sword Emperor's organs had all turned to dust. When he transferred his life energy into the Sword Emperor, the other party was perfectly fine. Dead? God Emperor asked. Did you see anything? Suzumo stood up and nodded. His death was very strange. I don't know if it has anything to do with this mysterious power, God Emperor replied. He said that this bridge has no end, so there's no point in us continuing like this, Suzumo said. God Emperor frowned and looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on the river of lava below. Then that's the only place left. Otherwise, there's no other path in this space, God Emperor said. Suzumo looked at the river of fire and jumped down from the iron chain bridge. His body fell into the long river. God Emperor followed closely behind. When they fell into the river, the boiling lava that they expected didn't happen. Instead, their vision was covered by a mass of red as their bodies began to spin upside down. Following that, Suzumo felt as if his body had been emptied as he fell heavily to the ground from midair. He opened his eyes, stood up and looked around. The scene around him was a bit out of his expectations. This small space was completely surrounded by a sea of flames. The elders of Vast Immortal Sect and Long River Immortal Sect, as well as a few rogue cultivators, were all gathered inside a blue dome. Outside the cover, boundless flames were burning, roasting everyone at every moment. Suzumo felt a different atmosphere. Everyone, what's going on? Suzumo walked forward and asked. Gongzi, please tell that senior to save us, a rogue cultivator shouted. After all, they've all seen God Emperor's strength before, so he might be their only hope. At this time, with a loud boom, the sea of flames above exploded as God Emperor walked out from the void of space. Just now, there was a force that wanted to suppress me, but I destroyed it, God Emperor said. Senior, please save us. Our sect will definitely thank Senior with everything we have, someone begged. Perhaps it's true that for some people, the longer they live, the more they fear death. Tell me what's going on first, Suzimo frowned and asked. Gongzi should have felt it as well. As soon as we entered this space, a force began to corrode our consciousness. Those who can't handle it will die, those who can will go mad and only know how to kill, the elder from Long River Immortal Sect said. Fortunately, I have the Milky Way barrier left by my ancestor. But the barrier's power is limited, we can only hold it off for a while, it won't last much longer. While the old man was talking, the sea of flames suddenly became restless again. Raging flames covered the sky and earth as they surged over. This time, their target was clearly Suzimo and the God Emperor. God Emperor waved his right hand, summoning a spirit energy barrier around the two of them, blocking the sea of flames outside. Someone's controlling this place, Suzimo commented. He looked at the depths of the sea of flames. Just now, when the sea of flames was raging, a pair of eyes seemed to be staring at them. Let's go inside and take a look, Suzimo said. The Divine Emperor nodded. With a wave of his hand, another spirit chi boundary was formed, enveloping the few elders of the vast immortal sect. Thank you for your kindness, Senior and Gongzi. If you have time in the future, please come visit my vast heavenly sect. This old man will be very grateful. The people inside the barrier sighed in relief and quickly thanked them. Watching them leave, Suzimo muttered in a low voice, maybe we'll need them in the future. I sensed a terrifying presence, God Emperor said. Suzimo nodded his head. Just after they saved these people, there was indeed a terrifying aura that seemed to be warning them. It was only because of God Emperor's presence that the other party didn't get angry. Then let's go inside and take a look. I also want to know what kind of existence it is, Suzimo said. As the two of them walked inside, the sea of flames raged even more violently. It was just that these attacking seas of fire were all blocked outside by the Divine Emperor's enchantments. The sea of flames stirred up the endless wind and clouds, the raging flames burned everywhere. The entire space was filled with chaos and restlessness. Halt your steps. After Suzimo and Lichia had walked for a while, a vast voice rang out in the air. The voice was like thunder, exploding in their ears. The sea of flames raged even more fiercely. Who are you? God Emperor asked with a serious expression. Just someone living in seclusion. We don't offend each other. Don't disturb my secluded life, the voice said calmly. But you wanted to kill us just now, Suzimo said. You trespassed into my territory. This is just a lesson, the voice replied. Since you're here, I might as well meet you. I also want to know what kind of existence you are. Suzimo smiled. The two of them walked forward again, and the voice disappeared. However, the sea of fire became even more violent. He seemed to be trying to stop Suzimo and Yizichin. When the sea of fire reached its end, Suzimo finally saw the scene at the end. It was an unreachable cliff. A waterfall flowed down from the top of the cliff, as if it was a waterfall that flowed down from 3,000 feet. This waterfall was not a river, but the magma-like river of fire that Suzimo had seen before. This was probably the source of the entire spatial sea of fire. But the most shocking thing was that at the source of the waterfall, at the bottom of the cliff, there was a person standing in the magma-like waterfall. The waterfall fell from the cliff several hundred meters above. The magma-like water poured onto his body, then flowed down his body into the distance, forming a sea of fire. This person's 4 limbs were all tied up by iron chains, and he was unable to move. He was not wearing any clothes, and his long hair was messy. He looked very weak, and even seemed to be on the verge of death. When Suzimo and Yizichin walked over, although this person was already in this state, they could still feel his power. However, Suzimo could still sense the power in the other party's body. If this person was at his peak, his strength would not be inferior to a God Emperor. Suzimo felt that this person was somewhat inconceivable, because God Emperor was already the strongest person on this continent. There shouldn't be such an existence. You've come, the person said calmly. There's actually an existence like you in this world, God Emperor said emotionally. Aren't you the same? The person replied. You shouldn't stay in this world, it restricts you too much. There's a wider world waiting for you outside. I know, it was just an accident, God Emperor said. Let's talk about you. What do I have to talk about? The man smiled. Who exactly are you? God Emperor asked. Just a lost man about to die, the man replied. You are also the first group of people to come here in the last several 10,000 years. Let's talk. We can think of a way to save you, zz said. It's useless, I'm already dead. What's binding me isn't these chains, but the myriad flower passion poison, the man smiled bitterly. We can help you find the antidote, God Emperor said. The antidote is in Fairy Wanhua's hands. How are you going to get it? The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who's Fairy Wanhua? zz was a bit surprised. He looked at God Emperor, he really hadn't heard of this person before. God Emperor also shook his head. Logically speaking, they should know a bit about any famous combatant on this continent. But the man in front of them didn't know, nor had he heard of Fairy Wanhua. She's in the sky beyond heaven. When you go there, you'll understand, the man smiled lightly. You're also from the sky beyond heaven, zz immediately realized. The sky beyond heaven was a wider world with more combatants and more exciting places. It was also a place that everyone in the Yuanyang continent dreamed of. The man smiled but didn't say anything. He coughed a few times and spat out a large amount of blood. Can you tell us a bit more about the sky beyond heaven? zz asked. You'll know when you get there, the man shook his head. But that's only if he's strong enough to go to the sky beyond heaven, but not you. After all, not everyone can go to that world. I've been underestimated, but it doesn't matter. There's nothing to say to a dying man. zz shook his head and said to God Emperor, then let's go. I was thinking that if he had any last wishes, you could go to the sky beyond heaven to help him fulfill them. Looks like he can die without regrets. Hearing zz words, the man's expression froze. Looking at the two of them leave, the man finally called out, You won. You win. Wait a moment. What? Do you need something? zz turned around and asked. You're right, there are many things I'm not willing to accept, the man said. If you're willing to make a deal, then let's talk. The man had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, and the poison in his body was almost out of his control. He didn't know who else would come after zz and Fairy Wanhua left. Besides, ordinary people would die before they could even reach this place. What do you want to make a deal? zz asked. Before we make a deal, you should first solve your own problems, the man chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea of fire nearby was torn apart. The sea of fire in the sky surged as a crack was torn open in the sky. A man whose entire body was burning with raging flames stepped on the air and appeared above. The man's entire body was covered in flames, only his face could be clearly seen. He was tall and burly, like a god of fire descending from the heavens. The flames were burning everywhere. Who are you? The god of fire man's voice was like a hammer to the head as he shouted, You dare to trespass the forbidden area? Ah, you're the one who controlled this space before, zz said. He thought that the one controlling this space was the chained man, but now it seems like it was someone else. The man covered in flames seemed to be the protector of this space. I am Xing Yan of the Fire Clan, the man in flames proudly declared. If you leave right now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, if you cause too much trouble, no one will be able to save you, Xing Yan of the Fire Clan? God Emperor was a bit surprised, looked at zz and said, This seems to be a very old ancestor of the Fire Clan. What ancestor? He's only Fairy Wanhua's dog right now, the man under the flames coldly scoffed. Chi Tiandi, you're already a dead man, there's no need to be so arrogant, Xing Yan coldly said. Fairy Wanhua promised me, as long as I wait until the day you die, she'll help me reach the sky beyond heaven and open my ninth meridian. Saying that, Xing Yan looked at zz and Chi Tiandi again and tried to persuade them, There's no need for the two of you to get involved in this mess. Fairy Wanhua is a very powerful existence. To be honest, even in the sky beyond heaven, she's one of the top powerhouses. Is it really worth it for someone who's about to die? Furthermore, I can see that both of you will be able to reach the sky beyond heaven in the future. Do you really want to make such a powerful enemy? Hearing Xing Yan's words, the other side was analyzing the pros and cons while using Fairy Wanhua to threaten the two of them. After all, compared to Fairy Wanhua's existence, the benefits of this man in front of them needed to be considered. Su Zimo chuckled and said, "What you said is very reasonable, but I am the kind of person who knows that there is a tiger in the mountain, but I am more inclined to go to the mountain." "It seems that the two of you are determined to stay," Xing Yan said with narrowed eyes. "Tell your master to come out." "You can't threaten me," Su Zimo said. "So what if Fairy Wanhua is strong? My first ancestor, Zhenwu Xingzong, has already ascended for countless years. For generations of great emperors are in the heaven beyond heaven, so why would they be afraid of others?" As Su Zimo spoke, God Emperor raised his hands and pressed down on Xing Yan. The moment God Emperor made his move, Xing Yan felt immense pressure. Previously, it was only a short confrontation, so he himself did not have such a clear feeling. The sea of fire that filled the sky surged around his body. The sea of fire transformed into the image of a huge beast and swallowed the Emperor God's huge palm. Ignorant, God Emperor coldly snorted. The profound of the divine Tao condensed in his palm, and the sea of fire that filled the sky dissipated in an instant. Boundless pressure suppressed this space, and this palm directly slapped Xing Yan down from the sky. Xing Yan only realized the difference between the two of them when he saw the massive palm pressing down on him once more. His face was filled with fear, and he took out a flower petal from the void of space to protect himself. This petal was pure white, and as soon as it appeared, the void of space seemed to freeze. The petal quickly spun, and around it, a rain of flowers began to fall. The withering rain of flowers was not as beautiful as one would expect. Instead, it gave off a sorrowful feeling. It was as if these petals had withered from their most glorious period, and carried with them a thick aura of death. In the next moment, the petal flew through the endless void. This primordial petal pierced through the rain of flowers. It directly attacked God Emperor. It carried with it the ultimate Tao of death, withering and withering. With a boom, it exploded in front of God Emperor. At the edge of this explosion, God Emperor's figure couldn't help but fall back. After repelling God Emperor, the petal still didn't give up, and carried the rain of flowers in the sky with it. God Emperor slowly stood up, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the oncoming petal. He angrily said, "If your real body was here today, I would have gone easy on you. But if you want to suppress me with a mere petal, do you really think my tens of thousands of years of cultivation is as weak as a feather?" As soon as God Emperor finished speaking, the void behind him began to twist. The boundless domain of the world behind him evolved, and a mandate of heaven pierced through the river of time, like the Milky Way hanging upside down in the 9 heavens. It mightily sprinkled down from one end of the sky. The mandate of heaven seemed to be evolving, and the origin of the world seemed to be reshaping. God Emperor reached out his hand and lightly squeezed. As if the river of heaven's mandate had cleansed everything, the petal was destroyed in his hand. As soon as the petal disappeared, a series of explosions could be heard from the side. The clouds in the sky were parted, as if a force had reached the other side of the sky. A ray of light shone down from above. Inside this ray of light, an image appeared. The image was of a pond of flowers, but the flowers growing inside were ones that Su Zimo had never seen before. A woman wearing a purple veil was sitting in the middle of a field of flowers, her back facing everyone. It was just a scene, but it suppressed the surrounding atmosphere and made it very solemn. Su Zimo looked at the woman in the image with a calm and deep gaze. "Fairy Wanhua, save me!" Xing Yan shouted for help from the side. Behind God Emperor, the mandate of heaven silently flowed, forming a self-contained space around him, and faced the woman in the image directly. "When the flowers wither, the leaves will also wither," a voice came from the image. Then, Xing Yan's body began to rot at an extremely fast speed. It was as if something was corroding his body. "Fairy, you can't do this. I've been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. You promised me, ah." Before Xing Yan could finish his words, his body was completely corroded on the spot, and in the end, nothing was left. Then, the image began to disappear. The woman's back was facing everyone, but Su Zimo still felt as if he was being watched by something. At that moment, he felt as if the blood and soul in his body had been frozen. It wasn't until the scene completely faded that the aura around the God Emperor slowly dissipated. "This world is really interesting. I'm looking forward to Sky Beyond Heaven more and more. Suzumo chuckled. The two of them walked in front of the man under the waterfall again. I heard him say that you're called Heaven Emperor Chi? Suzumo asked. You wouldn't know even if I told you. I didn't become an emperor in the Yuanyang continent, so it's normal that you haven't heard of me. The man smiled. The great emperor of the heavens beyond heaven, Suzumo muttered. Then, he looked at Chi Tiandi and said, what do you want to do? If you go to Sky Beyond one day, go to the southern region and find a force called the Haoyan sect, Chi Tiandi said as spiritual energy surged around his body. The space beside him was torn apart, and a jade-like token floated out of it. Give this jade to a man called Chi Haoran from the Haoyan sect. Suzumo took the jade. The jade was warm and shiny, and there were a few crooked words engraved on the front. Suzumo could not read them. On the back, there was a giant beast. The beast looked like it was going to split the sky. Its hands were holding up the sky, and its head was huge. What do I get in return? Suzumo asked. How much do you know about Sky Beyond? Chi Tiandi asked. Not much, Suzumo said as he shook his head. Let me give you a brief introduction, Chi Tiandi said. In the next 10 minutes, Chi Tiandi gave Suzumo a brief introduction of Sky Beyond. Suzumo nodded slightly. The information was not too much, but it was very important. That's not enough, Suzumo said as he shook his head. For this matter, not only did he have to help go to the Haoyan sect, but he also had to make an enemy out of Fairy Wanhua. The benefits were not enough. Of course I know. Heaven Emperor Chi smiled. Then, have you heard of the 10 great primordial divine techniques that have been passed down in our realm beyond heaven? 10 great ancient divine techniques? Suzumo frowned and shook his head. The people of the Yuanyang continent knew very little about Sky Beyond. They only knew that it was a vast place with countless experts. However, they did not know the details. Yes, I won't go into the details of the ancient times. You only need to know that the 10 great ancient divine techniques are recognized as the strongest meridian skills in Sky Beyond. Chi Tiandi said, any one of the divine techniques can make the major forces fight over them. Interesting. Suzumo nodded slightly. Actually, other than the 10 great divine techniques, there are also the 10 great divine veins. You will understand these in the future, Heaven Emperor Chi said. What the Haoyan sect has mastered is one of the 10 great godly techniques, the Shocking Sky technique. You want to use this divine technique as my reward? Suzumo asked. This is the best thing I know. You can consider it, Chi Tiandi said. Apart from the Haoyan sect, no one else can learn the art of shaking the heavens. Even in the Haoyan sect, only the sect leader was qualified to learn it. Imparting it to you without permission is already a great taboo, but the situation waits for no one. Deal. Suzumo thought for a while and nodded slightly. Open your mind, I will transmit the divine technique into your mind. In my current state, I can only demonstrate it once. Watch carefully. Heaven Emperor Chi said. At this moment, Suzumo closed his eyes, and all he could see was darkness. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if a sound came from the ancient darkness, bringing life to this suffocating space. The devil grasps the universe, the god grasps the yin and yang, shaking the past and present. The extreme strength can shake the 9 heavens. Someone woke up from a deep sleep in the darkness. His feet stepped on the ground, and his hands held up the sky. Step by step, he split open the sky. The extreme strength can cover the sea, mountains, wind and clouds, moon and sun, heaven and earth. Who controls the rise and fall of this vast earth? With a roar, light came from the darkness. The chaotic world was opened up by this imposing figure step by step. That figure shattered the world with a punch, and destroyed the sun and moon with a palm. He did not use any moves, just pure strength. Ordinary strength already had the power to destroy the world. When Taiji's drum sounded from the ancient wilderness, the war god who looked down on the 9 heavens used strength as the Tao to create the Shocking Sky technique and destroy the world. The moment Suzumo closed his eyes, the jade pendant in his hand also emitted a gentle light. The light poured into his mind, completely condensing the Shocking Sky technique into his body. Suzumo slowly opened his eyes. This was the second time he had seen a technique of this level. The first time was naturally the Demon 10 moves given to him by the previous Demon Bishop. Although Suzumo had not learned this shocking sky technique, Chi Tiandi had already passed on all his insights to Suzumo. In the future, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Suzumo looked down at the jade pendant in his hand and said, "If I'm not wrong, this jade pendant should be the inheritance of the shocking sky technique." "You're right." Chi Tiandi smiled wryly. In the end, he did not hide it. He said, "If you want to learn the shocking sky technique, you must go through the inheritance of this jade pendant. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn it. No wonder you wanted me to bring him to the Haoyan sect." "So it's the inheritance," Suzumo said. "So, you're the sect master of the Haoyan sect?" "Not really. I'm just the acting sect master." Chi Tiandi shook his head. "I can only trust you now. Please. Do you want me to help you break these chains?" Suzumo nodded and asked Chi Tiandi. "No, I'm a sinner of the sect. Let me die in this world with this sea of fire." Chi Tiandi shook his head. "Let's not meet again," Suzumo replied. Then, he left this space with God Emperor. The fire annihilated everything. In this sea of fire, everything was buried here. The two of them walked towards the door. When they passed by the iron chain bridge again, Suzumo finally understood where the mysterious power in this space came from. He looked at the bright flowers growing around the iron chain bridge and smiled. Fairy Wanhua. After leaving the door, there were still many rogue cultivators outside Mount Huayuan who were unwilling to leave. However, no one dared to go in. "Let him spend the rest of his time in peace," Suzumo said to God Emperor. The Divine Emperor nodded slightly. With a wave of his hands, a barrier enveloped the entire area. When Suzumo and Chi Tiandi left, the rogue cultivators around them were ready to move. However, no one dared to step forward. The two of them left the border of the Huayuan sect and went straight to White Bone City. White Bone City was not a city built with bones. Instead, it was built with white rocks. Its entire body was pure white. Even in the dark, this kind of stone would emit a faint glow like a firefly. Speaking of White Bone City, one had to mention a person, Lord Whitebone. A few hundred years ago, before White Bone City was built, there was a dangerous place called the Dark Swamp on this land. There was no one around this dangerous place. It was said that only those with a strong cultivation could enter. There was a small village a few miles away from the Dark Swamp. In order to treat his mother's illness, the young Heavenly Venerable White Bones discussed with a few friends from the same village to go to the Dark Swamp to pick herbs. No one expected that they would never return. That day, there was a thick fog in the Dark Swamp. The fog was so thick that it almost couldn't disperse. The few of them lost their way. When the fog finally dispersed, they were completely trapped in the Dark Swamp. There were dangers everywhere. Not to mention food and water. Just the deep swamps and all kinds of poisonous creatures were enough to make one tremble in fear. The young Heavenly Venerable White Bones and his friends from the same village struggled to survive for 7 days. Finally, they accidentally fell into a swamp. His friends watched as his body slowly sank into the swamp and thought that he would definitely die. Unexpectedly, 7 days later, a white skeleton crawled out of the swamp. This swamp belonged to the Heavenly Venerable White Bones. It turned out that the Dark Swamp wasn't naturally formed. After a powerhouse passed away here, his corpse corroded the land. Before that powerhouse died, he also placed his inheritance in the swamp. The Heavenly Venerable White Bones obtained his inheritance. Since then, his name slowly faded. People only remembered him as the Heavenly Venerable White Bones. After obtaining the inheritance, the Heavenly Venerable White Bones was like a fish in water in the Dark Swamp. He began to cultivate step by step here. At the same time, he looked for white luster granite to build his residence. Just like that, Empyrean White Bones' cultivation level rapidly increased, and the residence he built was made of white luster granite. Because of the white luster granite, it was very eye-catching even in the Dark Swamp. From then on, anyone who mistakenly entered or got lost in the Dark Swamp would receive help from the Heavenly Venerable White Bones. With the Heavenly Venerable White Bones residence as the core, they built houses around it. As the number of people increased, generations of people began to live here. One day, the heavenly venerable White Bones meridian technique was completed. He would completely evolve the dark swamp. This was the predecessor of the White Bones city. After a few hundred years, the city grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it was even recognized by the vast immortal sect. The heavenly venerable White Bones also became the rightful ruler of this place. On the morning of the second day, Zz and his companion arrived at White Bones City. This huge city was like a cover that covered the earth. Although the city was built with white lustrous granite, each stone had been carefully carved, as if they were real white bones. The city had 2 gates, one north and one south. Early in the morning, the dusty city gates were slowly opened, and the entire city became lively. When Zz and Li Wuyo entered the city, they saw that it was bustling with noise and excitement. The people on the streets and the peddlers on both sides of the street were noisy. "Let's take the teleportation circle directly to Sky Blue City," Zz said. God Emperor nodded and did not object. When the two of them arrived at the central square of White Bones City, which was where the teleportation array was located, he discovered that the teleportation circle leading to Sky Blue City was still under construction. "What's going on?" Zz asked the person in charge of the array formation. "A while ago, there was a war in Sky Blue City. The entire city was almost destroyed, and the teleportation circle in the city was also affected." The person in charge said, "They're building a new teleportation circle, so it can't be used now." Hearing this, Zz frowned and asked, "How much longer will it take?" "It's almost done. The repair work is almost done, so it should be connected tomorrow," the person in charge replied. Zz turned to God Emperor and said, "Then let's rest here for today. It won't be too late to go tomorrow." The two of them found an inn in the city and booked a room for the night. They then prepared to walk around the city. White Bones City was a big city with a large area. In the vast immortal sect, it was one of the top cities. The city was divided into 4 areas. In the middle of each area, there was a square built with dense white bones. Different from the square where the teleportation circle was located, this square had a long history, almost as long as White Bones City. When Zz and the person in charge arrived at the square, they found it surrounded by many people. The square was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "What's going on?" Zz looked at the person next to him and asked. "The Mountain River sect is recruiting new disciples. All the young people in the city are competing in the square," the person next to him explained with a smile. "The Mountain River sect?" Zz nodded slightly. He had never heard of this force. It was probably an ordinary third-rate force in the Tianluan region. In fact, there were many forces in the Yuanyang continent. It was just that people were only familiar with the imperial lineage. However, if one didn't have a certain level of talent, not everyone could be sent to the imperial lineage. A force like the Mountain River sect was a heaven for other martial artists. "Since we have nothing to do, let's go and watch the fun," Zz said. The two of them squeezed into the crowd and saw the center of the square. 2 young men were competing. Their moves were fierce and aimed at each other's vital points. Although their cultivation was not high, only around the meridian condensing stage, compared to ordinary people, they had a solid foundation. On the platform next to them, an old man was sitting on a chair made of white bones. The old man had a strong aura around him. He wore a gray robe embroidered with mountains and rivers. Next to him stood 5 young men and women, all of them wearing gray robes. When the 2 young men finished competing, the gray-robed young man walked up to the platform. He looked at the people around the square and said, "Today is the last day of the Mountain River sect's recruitment. I hope everyone can sign up enthusiastically. Anyone who can make it to the last 3 will be able to join the Mountain River sect. If your talent is outstanding, you may even become Elder Qing He's personal disciple." Hearing the young man's words, some other young men walked up to the platform to prepare for the competition. Zz actually didn't like this method of recruiting disciples. After all, one's background was different from the resources they had enjoyed since they were young. A person's potential and talent couldn't be determined through battle. Zz was about to leave when he suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the side. "Child Su." Zz turned his head and saw a woman looking at him with a face full of joy. This woman was dressed in white. She was one of the students of the Heavenly Tao Academy that he had met in the ruins, Bai Yao Yao. Miss Bai, why are you here? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Young master, you still remember me. I have to thank you for trapping master, saving us. And master? Bai Yao Yao said happily. We brought master here and asked someone to treat his injuries. Hearing Bai Yao Yao's words, Su Zimo nodded slightly. Child Su, if you are not busy, can you come to our house with senior? My master and my father want to thank you, Bai Yao Yao quickly said. Forget it, it's not a big deal. We will leave tomorrow, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. While the two of them were chatting, they saw that the competition in the center of the square had reached its final stage. The two young men who were fighting saw the burly young man roar. The muscles all over his body bulged, directly tearing the short sleeves on his upper body. The burly young man lifted the other person over his head and directly threw him to the front. Seeing that the person was thrown out, the people around exclaimed and quickly dodged to the side. Su Zimo frowned slightly because the burly young man was thrown in the direction of his position. With a wave of his right hand, his spiritual aura stopped the oncoming person in midair. The person stood firmly on the ground and was still in shock. He hurriedly thanked Su Zimo while panting. Su Zimo nodded and then narrowed his eyes at the burly young man. The other party walked up with a proud face and looked at Su Zimo with a smile. He said, I'm really sorry, I only used half of my strength just now. Su Zimo was almost sure that the other party did it on purpose. It was just that he didn't know the other party and they didn't have any interaction. Why would he target him for no reason? Miss Bai, you are also here. Are you here to watch our competition? At this moment, a young disciple of the Mountain River sect walked up and smiled at Bai Yao Yao. Bai Yao Yao nodded with a calm expression and said, Young Master Song, my father asked me to tell Elder Qinghe. If your sect is not in a hurry after the competition, he has prepared some wine and dishes in his mansion to invite you all. No hurry, no hurry. Tell City Lord Bai that we will definitely come, the young man said with a smile. When the young man surnamed Song looked at Bai Yao Yao, the love in his eyes was almost undisguised. Perhaps anyone could see it clearly. Su Zimo thought about it again. Just now, he was talking and laughing with Bai Yao Yao. The youth surnamed Song was an official disciple of the Mountain River sect, and the burly youth beside him wanted to join the Mountain River sect. After connecting these clues together, Su Zimo gradually understood. Had he suffered an undeserved calamity? Kid, it's fine if you're fine, the burly young man said nonchalantly. Do you want to die? Su Zimo turned his head and said indifferently. Sir, he's already a disciple of our Mountain River sect. Besides, you weren't hurt, so there's no need to do this. Young Master Song chuckled. Miss Bai, I saved you before. Shouldn't I repay you? Su Zimo looked at Bai Yao Yao and said. Young Master, please give me your orders. Bai Yao Yao replied doubtfully. Su Zimo pointed at the burly youth and said to Bai Yao Yao, kill him and treat it as repayment for saving your life. We'll be even. The burly young man's expression changed slightly. Bai Yao Yao slowly turned her head and looked at the burly young man. Her eyes were as calm as water, and no one knew what she was thinking. Senior brother Song. The burly young man looked at young Master Song anxiously. Bai Yao Yao's father was the city lord of Baigu City, and her grandfather was the famous Lord Baigu. In the surroundings of Baigu City, Lord Baigu's deterrence was even stronger than the vast immortal sect. Young Master Song forced a smile and said to Bai Yao Yao, Miss Bai, Wang He is now a disciple of our Mountain River sect. Martial Uncle Qinghe's disciple. I'm afraid your father won't agree to you doing this. It's not worth it to destroy the relationship between Baigu City and Mountain River sect for an outsider. Young Master Song, you don't have to worry about what I'm going to do. Bai Yao Yao said indifferently. Then, she waved her right hand and the crowd around her parted. A group of patrolling soldiers in armor ran over. Mississippi, the man in the lead, was dressed in black armor. When he saw Bai Yao Yao, he greeted her respectfully. Take him down and let Child Su deal with him. Bai Yao Yao raised her head and said. This time, the burly young man, Wang He, was completely flustered. He hurriedly shouted, Senior brother Song, save me, I'm doing this for you. What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Song snorted coldly. The patrolling soldiers did not say anything and immediately rushed forward. They suppressed Wang He on the spot and brought him to Suzimo. We have no enmity. Tell me the person who ordered you and I can consider letting you go. Suzimo looked at the panicking Wang He and smiled. It's him. Senior brother Song ordered me to give you a warning. In the face of life and death, Wang He did not even hesitate to shout. Nonsense. Wang He, you want to drag me down with you before you die. Young Master Song's expression changed slightly. Then I'll give you a chance. Kill him and I'll guarantee that you can leave White Bone City safely. Suzimo patted Wang He's shoulder and chuckled. Seeing the patrolling soldiers let go of him, Wang He narrowed his eyes and charged towards young Master Song with a roar. Wang He, you're crazy. Young Master Song shouted anxiously. Seeing the two fighting, Suzimo watched from the side with interest. What's there to watch when ants fight? Why don't we just kill them all? God Emperor said from the side. You won't understand the joy of a dog biting another dog. Suzimo shook his head slightly. At this moment, the old man sitting on the white bone chair from the Mountain River sect stood up and noticed the situation. What are you doing? The old man frowned and asked. Uncle Master, this Wang He is slandering me and even wants to kill me. Young Master Song slapped Wang He's chest and retreated. Enough. The gray-robed old man's palm landed. The might of the Emperor Meridian Realm revolved around his palm and suppressed the two of them. What's going on? The gray-robed old man walked forward and asked unhappily. The young man with the surname Song hurriedly recounted what had happened. After hearing the story, the old man snorted coldly. He looked at Bai Yao Yao and said, Miss Bai, this matter concerns the Mountain River sect. I need your father to talk to me. You can leave for now. What's wrong with Brother Qinghe? Why are you so angry? At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the square. The crowd quickly parted to make a path. A middle-aged man walked in with a group of soldiers following behind him. This middle-aged man was wearing a long white robe that covered his entire body. His face was very pale, and he looked so young and tender that it could be broken by the wind. The shape of his bones was reflected on his face. It was as if he had no flesh and blood, and the surface of his bones was covered by a layer of skin. Beside the man was a green-robed man. The green-robed man had a short beard and was holding a folding fan as he smiled faintly at the side. Behind the white-robed man was a group of soldiers. These soldiers were all wearing jade-like white armor. Each of them looked heroic and held a white spear as they walked forward in unison. Those are the white bone guards of the city lord's mansion, someone exclaimed. I heard that they were carefully selected by the city lord. Every one of them is gifted. Father, Bai Yao Yao hurried forward to greet the white-robed middle-aged man when she saw him. Then she looked at the green-robed man and said, Uncle Jiang. The white-robed man was the current city lord of White Bone City, Bai Yenkong. Elder Qinghe, why are you so angry? Bai Yenkong asked with a smile. City Lord Bai. Shouldn't you ask Miss Bai about this? Elder Qinghe said. Our Mountain River sect respects Senior White Bone, but this kind of respect should be mutual. Although the Mountain River sect couldn't be compared to the imperial lineage, they still had a great reputation within the territory of White Bone City. The sect's strength was not bad, and they had a lot of dealings with White Bone City. Yao Yao? Bai Yenkong turned around and asked. Father, I can't explain this matter clearly in a short time. In short, Child Su saved my life, Bai Yao Yao hurriedly said. Bai Yenkong thought for a while before looking at Elder Qinghe and saying, Elder Qinghe, this matter ends here. Take it as giving face to White Bone City. Moreover, there were no casualties among your sect's disciples. I will compensate for any losses. Hearing Bai Yenkong's words, Elder Qinghe's expression became slightly better. Hey, everyone, don't you need me to say anything? Suzimo shook his head and said. Kid, don't push your luck, Elder Qinghe snorted and said indifferently. But I want him dead today, Suzimo said. Young master, since you saved my daughter, I can help you settle the matter of the Mountain River sect today. But I also hope that you know when to advance and retreat. The Mountain River sect is not as simple as you think. Bai Yenkong looked at Suzimo and said unhappily. Father, you don't understand. Just do as Child Su says, Bai Yao Yao reminded him anxiously. He knew what kind of existence the senior behind Suzimo was. That senior could suppress a divine vein realm existence with a single hand. Yao Yao, step down, Bai Yenkong said sternly. We've been with the Mountain River sect for hundreds of years. We can't become enemies because of such a small matter. At this moment, the crowd parted again, and 3 figures walked out from the crowd. The one standing on the left of the 3 figures was the Heavenly Tao Academy's elder who Suzimo had saved earlier. He was dressed in scholarly robes. On the right was a middle-aged man in a scholarly robe. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and his hair was a little messy behind his head. In the middle was an older woman in a light purple robe. Her eyebrows were slightly thick, and her face was thin. Although she had the body of a woman, she still had a different style. Senior Yunshan, why are you here? Seeing the arrival of the 3 people, Bai Yenkong quickly went forward and greeted, Greetings, seniors from the Heavenly Tao Academy. The elder in the scholarly robe was called Wu Yunshan. He nodded slightly, then turned around and bowed very seriously to Suzimo and God Emperor. I've specially come today to thank young master and senior. You people don't just use your mouth to thank me, Suzimo said with a smile. As long as it's within the scope of my ability, young master can raise any request, Wu Yunshan said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qing he roared angrily. He kicked Wang He and the young man with the surname Song to the ground and lectured righteously. My Mountain River sect is a righteous sect. Master, I've always had a clear conscience and am righteous. Why are there 2 good-for-nothing mischievous disciples like you today? How did you offend such an amiable and outstanding genius like Child Su? If you don't get his forgiveness today, I'll expel you from the sect. Hearing Elder Qing He's words, Bai Yenkong's eyelids twitched. He had thought that since you were a core elder of the Mountain River sect, you would have a lot to say in front of everyone. He didn't expect you to be so shameless. At this moment, Wang He and the young man with the surname Song were also panicking. They quickly knelt in front of Suzimo and begged for mercy. Young master, you're a magnanimous person. Please don't hold it against us. Suzimo smiled but didn't say anything. Bai Yenkong, who was beside him, waved his hand slightly. The group of armored guards behind him directly grabbed the 2 of them, ignoring their resistance, and dragged them to the back. Child Su, my eyes are bad. I hope you don't take it to heart and don't affect your relationship with Yao Yao, Bai Yenkong explained. Suzimo shook his head slightly. In reality, there wasn't anything between them. They were just strangers who met by chance. The woman and middle-aged man who came with Wu Yunshan were sizing up Suzimo. After that, Bai Yenkong invited Suzimo to the city lord's manor, but Suzimo politely declined. He and God Emperor returned to the inn and prepared to stay for the night before heading to Tianlan City tomorrow. Late at night, the sky was dark. Whitebone City was already brightly lit, and pieces of white lustrous granite emitted a gentle glow. The nightless city was even more prosperous than during the day. The people were noisy. Suzimo quietly stayed in his room, comprehending the true destiny world in his body. Because the flow of time in the divine continent was very fast, after entering the demon ancient era, the continent's development had begun to slow down. Humans gradually learned how to farm, hunt, identify all kinds of herbs, and use the weather to raise some edible animals. They were now slowly becoming the top existence in the pyramid. Animals were still killing in the most primitive way, and humans had begun to create the embryonic form of writing. They understood the basics of communication. In the sealed Thousand Demons tribe, because chaos did not allow any living beings to leave this place and appear in the outside world, it was to prevent them from disrupting the world's view and allowing things to develop too quickly. However, when the Thousand Demons tribe's godly dragon broke through, it caused a huge commotion. They rode on the clouds and roared with thunder and lightning. Such a phenomenon would sometimes even break through the Thousand Demons tribe's seal and was occasionally seen by other living beings. Hence, among these ordinary living beings, various kinds of myths and legends began to spread. People used their own imagination and knowledge as the core to tell all kinds of myths and legends. In short, the world was developing peacefully. Suzimo's next step was to transform this normal world into an era of cultivation. Of course, all of this would have to wait until this era stabilized. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was not something that could be expected. After ensuring the peaceful development of the world, zz returned to reality. He prepared to comprehend the art of shaking the heavens that he had learned previously. Perhaps he could use it when he went to the sky beyond heaven. The art of shaking the heavens was divided into several levels. First, one had to learn how to use one's own strength. Every bit of strength had to be used skillfully. This was what we called fine control. When one could completely control the strength of one's body, one could learn how to borrow the strength of others. Using strength to fight strength was the same principle. Borrowing strength was the second level of the art of shaking the heavens. When this level was practiced to the extreme, one could even borrow the strength of the entire world. It was extremely profound. Just this level alone was enough for many people to comprehend for a lifetime. As for the last level, it was the core of the art of shaking the heavens. It was also the most powerful. All the strength in the world was for one to use. With one's own body as the starting point, one could move the entire world. This involved many things of the great Tao. Especially if one wanted to learn the art of shaking the heavens, one had to condense something called a force vortex. This force vortex could store the Tao of strength. The more force vortexes one condensed, the greater the strength one could unleash. Cultivating the art of shaking the heavens would allow one to condense a certain number of force vortexes. This also meant that one had some success in the Tao of strength. Of course, if one wanted to go further, one would reach the level of existence that could split the world. This was not something that zz should consider at his current stage. zz was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he roughly looked through the entire divine technique. Then, he went to comprehend the experience that Heaven Emperor Qi had passed down to him. This experience was extremely profound. Until the next morning, when the sky was bright, zz still could not comprehend the entire experience. The two of them tidied up a little and ate at the inn. Then, they walked towards the teleportation formation in the city. When they arrived at the teleportation formation, there were already many people gathered there. In front of the teleportation formation to other places, there was a long queue. However, there were only a few people at the teleportation formation to Sky Blue City. When zz arrived, he realized that Wu Yunshan and the other two from the Heavenly Tao Academy were also there. Child Su. Wu Yunshan greeted first. The other two sized up zz and introduced themselves. I am Wafian. I am Qing Minzi. After hearing their introductions, zz replied, Zhenwu Xingzong, zz. This is my friend. God Emperor nodded slightly. It was indeed inappropriate to mention his name. Otherwise, it would cause an even greater commotion. zz looked at the noble lady. Her name was Qing Fuzi, which did not match her elegant appearance. So Child Su is the current holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong. Wafian smiled and asked. Is Holy Son Su also participating in Sky Blue City's Demon Execution Conference? Demon Execution Conference? zz frowned slightly. Child Su doesn't know yet, does he? Wu Yunshan laughed. It's said that Sky Blue City's Lan family caught a rare demon lord some time ago. They invited everyone in the world to witness the slaying of the demon lord. Almost all the forces in the central continent received the invitation. By Mont, zz said. He then smiled and said to the people from the Heavenly Tao Academy, the Lan family didn't invite me. I'm also going to join in the fun and meet some old friends. Then let's go together, Wu Yunshan suggested. zz nodded and did not refute. The five of them quickly sat on the teleportation formation and traveled for about 7 days. During this time, Wu Yunshan kept inviting zz to study at the Heavenly Tao Academy and gave him a token. He could be zz referral and enter the academy without taking the test. zz also knew the other party's motive. The Heavenly Tao Academy was the most famous and powerful academy in the central continent. However, in order to increase their fame and influence, they would often invite young prodigies to study at the academy. This was also a form of investment. When these young prodigies grew up, the Heavenly Tao Academy would naturally become their alma mater. However, the resources and education methods of the Heavenly Tao Academy were indeed top-notch. This also proved the saying, the world is bustling for profit. The world is bustling for profit. Suzimo did not directly reject and only gave an ambiguous answer. Moreover, he was indeed very curious about the Heavenly Tao Academy. 7 days later, the 5 of them walked out of the teleportation formation in Sky Blue City. The collapsed buildings in the city had been cleaned up and looked brand new. When Suzimo and the others walked out, they realized that there were disciples of the Lan family around the teleportation formation. You must be the teachers of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Looking at Wu Yunshan and the others' attire, a disciple instantly recognized them. Wu Yunshan nodded slightly. Our family head asked us to come and welcome you. He has been waiting for a long time, the disciple quickly replied. Sorry to trouble you, Wu Yunshan nodded, and then they followed the disciple to the Lan family in the center of the city. Suzimo looked at the distant north and saw the innermost part of the sky. There was a strong energy fluctuation. In the deepest part of the clouds, there seemed to be a golden light and a devil's aura faintly intertwined. When they walked to the Lan family, they also met many people along the way. Wu Yunshan occasionally greeted them and introduced them to Suzimo. Although the Lan family invited all the imperial lineage in the central mainland, only a small part of them could come. That's the elder of the Wanxian sect in the Immortal Cloud region. That's the elder of the Cauldron King Valley in the Jiuzhou region. Suzimo looked at these forces. Most of them were local forces in the Tianluan region, and only a few were from other regions. When they arrived at the Lan mansion, it was already crowded. All kinds of imperial lineage and even first-class forces could be seen everywhere. The Lan family hosted a banquet for everyone, and the demon execution conference was set for tomorrow. The 7 Laozu of the Lan family did not appear. The one in charge of hosting them was the family head of the Lan family, Lan Juntian. The Lan mansion's decorations could not be considered luxurious, but it was very quiet and exquisite. There were artificial mountains and clear waters, and pavilions. The vermilion gate exuded an ancient charm, and the white jade steps were covered with dark yellow fallen petals. The Boston ivy twined its vines around the various trees on both sides. It even went over the top of the wall and reflected on the colored bricks and tiles. Suzimo roughly estimated that there were dozens of people participating in this conference. Based on everyone's attire and appearance, it was almost possible to determine which force they belonged to. The Lan family had already prepared a banquet and invited everyone to take a seat. When it was about time, Lan Juntian, dressed in a red robe, walked out of the corridor with a majestic gait. Lan Juntian walked over step by step. He loudly smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming to our Lan family's demon execution conference. In reality, I know that many of you are just giving face to our Lan family. Many of you haven't even paid attention to demons. However, I'm not trying to scare you. The history of demons is even longer than our families, which have existed for tens of thousands of years. They have been scheming for the key to the ancient devil cave, hoping that the ancient devil king will descend one day. Our Lan family is weak, and we hope that one day, we will be able to receive everyone's help. Tomorrow, we will bring everyone to see the ancient devil king and see what kind of existence he is." Hearing Lan Juntian's words, everyone half-heartedly responded. Because of the demon race's low profile, apart from the demon slaughtering family, very few people paid attention to them. Suzimo drank the wine in his cup as he looked at the 3 teachers of the Heavenly Tao Academy and smiled. "What do you all think of this demon execution conference? It's hard to judge without understanding it, but it is indeed worth paying attention to," Qing Minzi said. "Our Heavenly Tao Academy is the ancestor of the human race. We will not shirk from anything that threatens the continent," Wu Yunshan nodded in response. Suzimo smiled and didn't reply. When the Divine Emperor saw this scene, he frowned slightly and said to Suzimo, "There's something wrong with this Lan family. Senior Baimont is such an existence, how could he be captured by them? There are many unforeseen things in this world. Who can be said to be invincible?" Suzimo lightly smiled and shook his head. In fact, he already had a guess in his heart. As a demon-slaying clan, the Lan family probably had a good understanding of demons after so many generations. Of course, they had some methods to deal with them, but God Emperor wasn't a demon. He didn't believe that the Lan family could contend against an emperor. Then what does Lord plan to do? Why don't you directly attack the Lan family? God Emperor asked in confusion. "I want to see an old friend," Suzimo said after a moment of thought. Because the demon execution conference would be held tomorrow, after the banquet ended, the Lan clan arranged rooms for everyone to rest in. Suzimo did not have much interest in the banquet, so he took the opportunity to leave the Lan family with the God Emperor while the various major powers were greeting each other and bonding. The two of them left this place and headed straight for Lan Manor's inner courtyard. Because the Lan family was particularly lively today, no one noticed Suzimo and Li Yunhong along the way. After passing through a few small courtyards, Suzimo stopped a Lan family disciple who was passing by and asked with a smile, "Where does your Lan family's young lady, Lan Kier, live? Who are you? Why are you looking for our young miss?" That disciple asked vigilantly. Suzimo smiled and grabbed the other party's neck, saying with a smile, "Tell me. Don't kill me. The young miss is in the left wing of the inner court." The disciple struggled to explain. "If you keep walking straight from here, you'll reach the inner courtyard." After hearing the disciple's answer, Suzimo used a bit of force and broke the disciple's neck. Then, a ball of fire rose from his right hand and burned the disciple's body to ashes. "Let's go take a look," Suzimo said. God Emperor nodded slightly. The two of them walked for about 10 minutes. Finally, they saw a huge courtyard with gray tiles and white walls. A tall gate stood at the front of the courtyard. Green trees provided shade and the mountains echoed. In the fake mountains, a green river flowed. There were 2 guards standing guard at the gate of the courtyard. When Suzimo wanted to enter the courtyard, the 2 guards immediately pulled out their swords and blocked his way. "Halt. This is Lan Manor's inner courtyard. I'm looking for your Lan family's young lady," Suzimo said. "I'll have to trouble you to report that Jinwu Xingzong's old friend is here. She'll see me." The guard on the left coldly snorted and said, "Who are you? Do you think anyone can see our young lady?" Suzimo flicked his left hand and a wisp of flame shot out from his fingertip. Immediately after, it pierced through the guard's forehead. The flame instantly expanded and burned the guard into a pile of gray powder. "Go report," Suzimo looked at the guard on the right and said indifferently. "Ah," the guard immediately reacted. He swallowed his saliva and hurriedly ran into the courtyard. At this moment, in the left room of the inner courtyard, Lan Kier was cultivating in her room. She was wearing a light green muslin dress with a pure white dress on the outside. A soft white ribbon was tied around her waist. His originally black hair was slowly turning blue at the ends. Her long hair seemed to have just been washed. There was still a hazy beauty to it. Her eyes were clear and clear. When she glanced back, it was as if she could make one's body tremble. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the edge of her bed. Pieces of light blue crystal were floating in front of her. These crystals were like amber. There was a kind of dreamlike and soul-stirring beauty to them. At this moment, the space around her was slightly distorted. A light blue aura was surging around her. After cultivating for a long time, she finally let out a long sigh. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Young lady," the guard outside said that someone is looking for you. "Xiao Yun, come in," Lan Kier said in a gentle voice. The door was opened, and a servant girl wearing a simple and elegant green gown walked in. "Young lady," the guard outside said that someone wants to see you. "I told him that you were cultivating and he couldn't disturb you. But he didn't dare to leave. He insisted that you give him an answer," Xiao Yun pouted and said. "Who is it?" Lan Kier asked with a smile. "It seems to be some Jinwu Xingzong's old friend," Xiao Yun thought for a moment and said. "Jinwu Xingzong's eastern continent is very far from our central continent. How could there be an old friend of young ladies there?" As soon as she finished speaking, the blue crystals around Lan Kier's body all fell to the ground. "Jinwu Xingzong's old friend," Lan Kier said in a low voice. "Young lady, what's wrong?" Xiao Yun asked with a puzzled expression. I'm fine," Lan Kier quickly came back to her senses and said anxiously. "Xiao Yun, tell him to wait for a moment. I'll be right there." Xiao Yun looked at her young lady with a puzzled expression. She felt that her young lady was at a loss at this moment. Looking at Xiao Yun's back, Lan Kier quickly sat on the dressing table and began to dress up. After Xiao Yun finished talking to the guard, she returned to her room. She saw that Lan Kier's room was full of clothes. "Xiao Yun, quickly look. Which clothes do I look good in?" Lan Kier quickly pulled Xiao Yun and asked while looking at herself in the mirror. Young lady is born beautiful. No matter what you wear, you'll look like a fairy, Xiao Yun said with a smile. Miss, isn't it just meeting someone? Is there a need to be so formal? You don't understand. Lan Kier tried on her clothes and replied vaguely. What's there to not understand? Miss must have gone to meet the person she likes. Xiao Yun joked with a smile. 8-inch I also want to see what kind of person the future son-in-law is to be able to obtain Miss's heart. You little girl, don't talk nonsense. Lan Kier's lips curled up slightly and her face turned slightly red. The spring sun shone down gently and the sky was cloudless. It was bright and pleasant. Everyone in the front yard was still enjoying themselves, toasting and exchanging drinks. The sound of flowing water in the small yard was very quiet. The trees on both sides of the yard swayed their branches slowly in the wind. A young girl wearing a blue dress walked over step by step in the gentle wind. Su Zimo looked at her quietly. Her beautiful black hair was tied up with a purple ribbon. Her snow-white oval face revealed a smile that was like a breeze. Her cherry lips were red and her teeth were white. It was obvious that she had dressed up delicately. Her slender and beautiful body was wearing a moon-white dress. Her upper body was covered with white gauze of the same color. The white gauze had long sleeves and a moon-white belt of the same color was tied around her waist. There were scattered patterns embroidered on her chest. It was ethereal and elegant. A gentle breeze blew and the gauze danced in the wind. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to have been overshadowed by Lan Kier's arrival. Lan Kier's figure slowly stopped in front of Su Zimo. She raised her head slightly and looked at Su Zimo. There was a faint fragrance around her that lingered in his nose. You're here. Her voice was calm as she said. If one listened carefully, they would find that within this calmness, there was an uncontrollable surprise and excitement. Su Zimo held the girl in his arms and smelled her fragrance. He gently stroked her beautiful hair and replied with a smile, I'm here. Did you specially come to find me? Lan Kier raised her head and asked expectantly. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and replied with certainty. Then why didn't you come and find me for so long? Lan Kier asked as she hugged Su Zimo. As you know, the central continent is a long way from the eastern continent. The journey is fraught with danger, Su Zimo said with a smile. Naturally, I have to work hard in my cultivation. I missed you. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lan Kier hugged Su Zimo even harder. She pressed her face against Su Zimo's chest and murmured, I miss you so much. Su Zimo held Lan Kier's hand and sat down on the green rock under the Demon Buster tree. The two of them chatted quietly. Lan Kier told Su Zimo about her experiences over the past few days. Su Zimo listened with a smile. The girl in his memory made him feel absent-minded. Perhaps the past and present lives really did seem like reincarnation in this world. Have you met my father? Lan Kier looked at Su Zimo and asked. Not yet. I'm preparing to meet him, but it might not be pleasant, Su Zimo said with a smile. Why? Lan Kier asked in confusion. I heard that you're going to hold a demon execution conference, Su Zimo said. That's right. Father has already invited many factions, Lan Kier replied in confusion. Can you discuss with your father to release that demon? Su Zimo said. That shouldn't be possible. Our Lan clan is a clan that slays demons. Everyone in our clan hates demons, Lan Kier said as she shook her head. Furthermore, we caught a peerless demon this time. Father will definitely kill it. If I'm also a demon, you'll also kill me, Su Zimo said with a smile as he gently stroked her hair. What are you talking about? Lan Kier was stunned. She looked at Su Zimo with confusion. You understand. I'm also a demon, Su Zimo said calmly. After hearing Su Zimo's words, Lan Kier froze on the spot. Then, she forced a smile and said, You're joking with me, right? You're the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong. How can you be a demon? Will you kill me? Su Zimo asked. I won't, Lan Kier shook her head. She still had an expression of disbelief. Help me pass a message to your father, okay? Su Zimo said gently. Go ahead, Lan Kier replied. For your sake, I'll give him two choices. Either he releases that demon, or I'll save it myself. No matter who tries to stop me, they'll die. Suzumo enunciated each and every word seriously. Why must it be like this? Lon Kier looked at Suzumo with a pained expression. Good girl, I'll wait for his reply, Suzumo smiled. If a war really breaks out, will you side with me or your family? I don't know, I really don't know, Lon Kier shook her head. Her eyes were already misty. You didn't come here to find me, but to save that demon, right? I'm here to find you, but also to save him, Suzumo said. Tomorrow at this time I'll be here waiting for you. Tell me your reply. Why must I choose? Can't we just be fine? Lon Kier asked sadly. This is my path. I'm a demon, but for you, I'm willing to let go of the demon-slaying family. What about your demon-slaying family? Suzumo asked. I understand, Lon Kier took a deep breath and nodded. Looking at Lon Kier's back, Suzumo narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. You sure are ruthless to give your woman such a difficult problem, the Divine Emperor said from the side. On one side is the person you love, and on the other side is your family. Instead of making a choice, you're throwing the choice to her. You're wrong. In fact, I've already made my choice, Suzumo shook his head and said calmly. I can descend on Sky Blue City and directly destroy the Lon family. But because of her, I've already taken a step back and given the Lon family a choice. If they're willing to let go of Beaumont, not only can they avoid the disaster of being destroyed, but they can also gain the friendship of me, Suzumo, and Jinwu Xingzong. Where else in the world can you find such a good thing? Then do you think the Lon family will agree? God Emperor asked. Whether they agree or not, I don't care whether they live or die, Suzumo replied. I just want to give Kira a clear attitude and let her know that I've given her a chance. You're really planning to destroy the Lon family? God Emperor asked curiously. That depends on whether they know when to stop, Suzumo replied. I've already taken a step back. If there's still someone who doesn't know what's good for them. So what if they're destroyed? What if she tries to stop you? God Emperor asked. Suzumo remained silent for a while, then stared at the distant horizon. He said calmly, I won't let a woman stand in my way. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. This is really like your style, the Divine Emperor said from the side. Suzumo shook his head slightly and said, let's go. The banquet must be very lively now. The two left the inner courtyard of Lon Mansion and returned to the banquet. At this moment, the entire banquet seemed to have reached the point of singing and dancing. It was a lively and jubilant scene. Suzumo shook his head with emotion. What was the so-called demon execution conference? What was the devil's path and what was the right path? Since they claimed to be on the righteous path, they must be righteous. He raised his cup and watched the end of this huge event without saying anything. In the afternoon, the banquet was dismissed. The people of the major forces were arranged into the rooms that had already been prepared. These rows of rooms were arranged in picturesque disorder, surrounding a very huge courtyard. The decoration of the courtyard was also rockery, flowing water, tall trees, and colorful flowers. It was very elegant and quiet. Because Tianlan City had just been built after the war, there was really nothing to visit in the city. The people of the major forces simply chatted in the courtyard. Some were playing chess under the tree, and some were drinking tea in the pavilion. A group of juniors were also talking about the interesting things of their respective sects in the courtyard. Suzumo found an armchair and didn't join others. He lay alone on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Brother Finghe, I heard that the tripod refining skills of Cauldron King Valley are famous in the entire Jiuzhou region. Why don't we have a competition? Among the juniors, a young man in yellow said to a young man in a black robe in front of him with a smile. The young man named Wang Finghe smiled and shook his head. Brother Yiming, you are flattering me. Who doesn't know the immortal capturing method of your Wanxian sect? You can dominate half of the Xianyun region. There is no need to compete. I will admit defeat. Hearing Wang Finghe's words, Yu Yiming seemed to be a little dissatisfied. He snorted, Brother Finghe, you are wrong. Cultivators of our generation have always been blessed by the heavens, and it is a joy to compete with the heavens and earth. In the future, the road to the great emperor will be full of corpses. How can we retreat without a fight? Seeing Yu Yiming's aggressive manner, the other young people around also became interested. They whispered and watched the show. Yu Yiming seems to be against Wang Fenghe. Some people who knew the truth also replied in a low voice. You don't know, right? During the Thousand Sect tournament, Yu Yiming pursued the Holy Maiden but was rejected. Instead, the Holy Maiden fell in love with Wang Fenghe. Hate born from love again. It's all right if love turns to hate, sighed the man. It's mainly because Wang Fenghe is devoted to the Tao and doesn't care about the matters between men and women. In the end, the Holy Maiden waited for dozens of years and finally saw through the world of mortals. She stepped into the Red Dust Palace, one of the 10 great forbidden lands, and never came out again. Because of this, Yu Yiming hated Wang Fenghe. Hearing Yu Yiming's words, Wang Fenghe smiled faintly. He said, I only seek the Tao. As for fighting for the fortune of heaven and earth, if heavens will wants it, you can take it if you have the ability. Yu Yiming snorted coldly and clawed at Wang Fenghe. Seeing this, Wang Fenghe smiled bitterly and retreated abruptly. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yiming is forcing me to fight like this. You are at a disadvantage. Cut the crap. Beat me first, said Yu Yiming in an unfriendly tone. His hands were like sharp claws, and wisps of blue spiritual energy spread out from his hands. Every time he attacked, his hands could tear the void apart. It was full of power. Seeing Yu Yiming charging at him, Wang Fenghe shook his head slightly. He waved his right hand and said softly, Great Young Cauldron. With a buzzing sound, an ancient green cauldron landed in front of him. This cauldron had an ancient aura, as if it came from the river of time. It wreaked havoc in space and landed in front of Wang Fenghe. The moment Yu Yiming's claws grabbed the cauldron, banging sounds could be heard. Layers of ripples appeared from the cauldron and forced Yu Yiming back. Yu Yiming stabilized his body and looked at Wang Fenghe with narrowed eyes. He said coldly, I heard that your Cauldron King Valley is a family that has been passed down for generations. With the appearance of the 9 cauldrons, the world will be settled. Today, let me experience it. Brother Yiming, I have already given in 3 times. If you are still stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Fenghe narrowed his eyes and said unhappily. Why do you have to pretend to be a good person? Let's fight, Yu Yiming said with a cold smile. Then, he stepped into the air and opened his arms. His body floated in midair. The mighty immortal prohibiting aura slowly rose behind him. Half of the space was enveloped by his immortal aura. The chilly wind blew gently, causing his clothes to flutter. His yellow robe rippled along with the breeze. At this moment, in the huge inner courtyard, under the demon-rinsing tree, the black branches and leaves of the tree faced the moon. Under the tree, 2 elders were playing chess leisurely. One was dressed in green while the other was dressed in yellow. These juniors are really worrisome. The yellow-clothed elder sighed. The green-clothed elder shook his head and said with a smile, It's fine. Let the juniors be. The sky won't fall. Seeing Yu Yiming going all out and preparing to fight to the death with him, Wang Fenghe frowned. Wang Fenghe's expression gradually turned cold. The great young cauldron stood in front of him. He snorted again. Great Yen Cauldron, Great Green Cauldron, Great Yu Cauldron, come here. After 3 consecutive shouts, 3 bronze cauldrons with ancient auras descended and revolved in front of Wang Fenghe. A total of 4 ancient cauldrons were connected together as if they were one. They floated in midair, and the space around them started to distort. Rumor has it that the 9 cauldrons technique of the Cauldron King Valley is unparalleled. I didn't expect Wang Fenghe to be able to condense 4 cauldrons at such a young age. Yu Yiming is not simple either. His immortal capturing technique also has some fire Dao. In addition, the 10,000 immortal sects' immortal techniques are famous far and wide. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle between the 2 of them. The 2 of them were full of aura. The space around them was torn apart. Seeing this, the people around them hurriedly retreated a distance. When Yu Yiming's fists collided with the 4-legged ancient cauldron, a sharp sound could be heard. It was so loud that people felt like their eardrums were about to burst. Rumble. Explosions rang out, and the surrounding endless space was collapsing. It can't be. They are playing with their lives, someone exclaimed. They thought it was just a friendly match. They didn't expect it to be so serious. Forbidden immortal fist. For cauldrons suppressing the heavens. The two of them attacked almost continuously. Countless gusts of wind and waves rose in all directions. So noisy. I can't even have a good night's sleep. Suzumo, who was pondering with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slightly and snorted. With this snort, the four ancient cauldrons in front of Wangfenghe shattered with a bang. The two of them felt an extremely powerful force surging towards them as they were sent flying. Suzumo sat up and looked at the two of them impatiently. He said calmly, "Go to the side if you want to fight. Don't disturb my sleep." The expressions of the other youths changed as they looked at Suzumo in disbelief. This guy who was almost the same age as them was able to resolve their attacks just like that. "Why did you stop me?" Yu Yiming laid on the ground and started crying. He looked at Wangfenghe and said through gritted teeth, "I wanted to skin you alive. Senior sister Ryue went to the Red Dust Palace because of you and saw through the world." Sand coin, Wangfenghe stood up, patted the dust off his body, and cursed in an unlucky manner. "You don't know anything at all. Do you think your senior sister really likes me? Why? You still don't want to admit that you abandoned her?" Yu Yiming sneered. "Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you that she only approached me for the Nirvana Pearl." Wangfenghe said calmly. "What Nirvana Pearl?" Yu Yiming was stunned. However, when the others heard Wangfenghe's words, they all looked over. "Only a guy like you who only sees women would not know this," Wangfenghe said. "One of the 5 great spiritual pearls, the Nirvana Pearl." "Where is the spiritual pearl?" an old man at the side asked. "Do you think that the spiritual pearl would still be in my hands if I dared to say it?" Wangfenghe smiled bitterly. "She took it to the Red Dust Palace long ago." "What do you mean by seeing through the world?" "She wants to use the power of the Nirvana Pearl to be reborn and fight for the chance to fight for the heavenly mandate." "That's impossible. You're slandering senior sister." Yu Yiming was stunned and quickly shook his head to deny it. "It's up to you to believe it or not. It's just your wishful thinking." "How sad," Wangfenghe said coldly. Then, he raised his head and looked at Suzumo deeply before turning around to leave. "Tell me about the Nirvana Pearl." Suzumo looked at Wangfenghe and said. "I've already said what I need to say." Wangfenghe stopped and replied faintly. "No, I want to hear something you haven't said before," Suzumo said, shaking his head. "Ridiculous." Wangfenghe snorted and prepared to leave. Suzumo chuckled and shook his head. The next moment, he turned around. He appeared in front of Wangfenghe and grabbed his neck. "Die, or tell me some clues that can save your life." "Choose one," Suzumo said. "I don't know what you're talking about," Wangfenghe struggled to reply. "Friend, please let go of my disciple first." At this moment, the green-robed elder under the Demon Buster tree slowly stood up and walked forward. "Today is the Long Clan's Demon Execution Conference. This old man will give them some face and not make a big fuss." Suzumo smiled and shook his head. "Senior, please wait for a while." The God Emperor beside him slowly walked forward and stood in front of the green-robed elder. The old man's eyes narrowed as he sized up God Emperor. The feeling that the other party gave him was like a vast ocean. He couldn't see through anything, and the pressure was immense. "Do you really want to fight?" the green-robed elder asked in a deep voice. "You are not worthy," God Emperor said calmly. The green-robed elder's expression changed slightly. Then, a majestic aura rose around him. The surrounding space began to distort. It was as if an ancient power was awakening. Great Yong Cauldron, Great Qing Cauldron, Great Yen Cauldron, Great Su Cauldron, Great Ji Cauldron, Great Yang Cauldron, Great Liang Cauldron, come. 7 bronze cauldrons tore through the air as the azure-robed elder shouted 7 times. They stood guard around the green-robed old man. For a moment, his aura was vast and mighty, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. "Ridiculous." God Emperor shook his head. He reached out and flicked his finger. With a boom, an aurora shot out. The aurora tore through the space in front of it and completely shattered the bronze cauldrons. It exploded in front of the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder was stunned. He didn't even have the chance to react. The aurora exploded in front of him, but it didn't hurt him at all. The old man seemed to be holding his breath at this moment. Cold sweat faintly flowed down his forehead. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and bowed slightly to God Emperor. "Senior, thank you for showing mercy." "Master, you." Wang Fenghe said in disbelief. "Fenghe, give the companion to him." The green-robed elder shook his head. Wang Fenghe struggled. After a long silence, he finally took out a red crystal from his storage ring. There was a raging flame burning inside the crystal. "This is the companion to the Nirvana pearl?" Suzimo asked with a frown. "I call it the Nirvana crystal. It contains the Nirvana flame and can contain the Nirvana pearl." Wang Fenghe nodded. "Since this companion is with you, how did that woman take the Nirvana pearl?" Suzimo asked with a frown. "Logically speaking, without a companion, the 5 great spirit pearls couldn't be taken away. This Nirvana crystal was given to me by her in the end. She asked me to bring the Nirvana crystal to the Red Dust Palace to look for her when my cultivation is successful." Wang Fenghe said calmly. Suzimo took the Nirvana crystal and shook his head. "It seems that she has feelings for you." "Bullsh*" Wang Fenghe muttered. He looked at Suzimo and said, "Can I leave now?" "Go ahead." Suzimo waved his hand. In the end, Wang Fenghe sighed and left the place. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the stars in the boundless sky were especially bright tonight. A bright moon hung in the sky like a disk. In a room in the inner courtyard of the Lan family, Lan Juntian had just finished the banquet and returned to his room tiredly. Before he could rest, there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Ku-er," Lan Juntian replied. Then, the door opened and Lan Kier walked in hesitantly. "Father." She greeted him softly. "It's so late. What's the matter?" Lan Juntian asked curiously. "I want to discuss with you about tomorrow's demon execution conference." Lan Kier was silent for a while. She grabbed the edge of her clothes and said nervously. "Discuss what?" Lan Juntian asked curiously. "Can you?" Lan Kier took a deep breath and said, "Release the demon?" "Nonsense." Lan Juntian slammed the table angrily. The table beside him instantly broke into pieces. "Do you know what you're saying? Why must we go against the demon?" Lan Kier finally gathered her courage and looked at Lan Juntian. He replied, "Is there really such a deep hatred between us? If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened." Lan Juntian turned around and said calmly. "I just don't understand. I'm the demon slayer of this generation, but why am I fighting?" Lan Kier raised her head and looked straight at Lan Juntian. "Kier, did someone say something to you?" Lan Juntian frowned and asked. "Why are you suddenly talking about this?" "Father, I don't want to be a demon slayer anymore." Lan Kier said calmly. "I won't interfere with your decision, but the demon execution conference tomorrow will be held as scheduled." Lan Juntian said calmly. "The 7 Laozu have already appeared and invited all the powers in the world. Do you want to make the Lan family a laughingstock, or do you want the Lan family's tens of thousands of years of persistence to be destroyed? What if this persistence leads to the destruction of the Lan family?" Lan Kier asked. "Kier, do you still not understand? From the moment the Lan family chose to become a demon slayer family, there was no turning back." Lan Juntian shook his head and said, "There are no cowards in the Lan family. From the moment we made our choice, we were already prepared to die. Is there really no possibility?" Lan Kier was silent for a long time before she asked painfully. "You've disappointed me." Lan Juntian waved his hand and didn't say anything else. Lan Kier slowly exited the room and gently closed the door behind her. She raised her head and looked at the bright stars in the sky. She felt as if fate had split into 2 straight paths in front of her. In the end, her figure gradually disappeared into the darkness of the night. The night was silent. The white of the sky was faintly discernible in the east. The first ray of light shone in the sky towards Tianlan City. That night, many people didn't sleep well. From time to time, angry roars could be heard from the horizon. Demonic chi mixed with a vast golden light, rolling and fluctuating in the sky. Even though they hadn't seen it, many people could still feel the power and danger. After the sky brightened, the Lon family had already prepared breakfast for everyone. The demon suppression war drums were placed in the east of Tianlon City and spread out into the distance. Disciples in blue robes stood in front of the drums with their chests puffed out and their heads raised. He gazed into the distant sky. The wind was so tranquil. The elders and the younger generation of the various powers were eating breakfast. Suzimo went to the inner courtyard of the Lon Manor, the place where he had met Lon Kier yesterday. The breeze was gentle, the trees were light, and the people were haggard. Lon Kier stood under the demon buster tree and waited there with her frail figure. The ends of her hair were a little messy, and her face was slightly pale. Unlike her fair skin, it was a sickly paleness. Suzimo said softly. His voice pulled Lon Kier out of her daze. Lon Kier looked at Suzimo and her tears fell like rain. She threw herself into Suzimo's arms and cried, "I don't want to be a demon slayer anymore." "Don't go either. The 7 Laozu of the Lon family and the other Laozu of the imperial lineage are all there. You will die if you go." Suzimo gently stroked the girl's hair and didn't reply. He only smiled gently. "Promise me, okay?" Lon Kier raised her head. Her eyes were as clear as water. She said, "Just like the stories you told me before, let's leave this place and find a place to live in seclusion. We won't go anywhere else. Let's just live the rest of our lives like this. Okay?" At this moment, Suzimo looked at the girl in his arms. His memories seemed to be pulled back to the spring of that year. Falling flowers filled the sky. That small village in the purple smoke village. Under the setting sun, it was the same scene. At that time, I thought my future was bright. I wanted to take revenge and didn't want to be tied down by anything. Suzimo smiled and said, "But this time, trust me. I will get rid of all obstacles." "I will. But what if you die?" Lon Kier asked with tears in her eyes. "I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that this life won't be as exciting as it will be. In the heavens beyond heaven, there are still many things for me to explore about my life." Suzimo smiled. "Father is, and so are you." Lon Kier looked at the man in front of her and said dejectedly. "Father said he wasn't afraid of death. When he walked on this path, he already thought of the ending. You said you weren't afraid of death either. This world is exciting enough. Then what do you want me to do? Watch Father die with my own eyes? Or watch you die? I just want to live an ordinary and warm life. Is it so difficult?" "I'm sorry." Suzimo looked at Lon Kier seriously and said, "But I have to walk this path." In his life, he owed 4 people. His parents. In his previous life, his mother fell into the devil's path. His father's hair turned white overnight. Lin Ruhu, his good brother who blocked a sword that would have killed him. And the girl in front of him. He had let her down and hurt her time and time again. He, Suzimo, ignored life and killed countless people. In the end, he was still human. Humans had emotions and desires. Without emotions and desires, how could he be human? He, Suzimo, also felt pain. "You can go." Lon Kier slowly let go of Suzimo's waist. She stood up and looked at the man in front of her. "You can go. I'll watch you go. If you want to blame me, then blame me." Suzimo sighed softly. In the end, he turned around and left without any hesitation. He was resolute and determined. His blade energy traveled for tens of thousands of miles. His blade energy pierced through the clouds. His purple robe danced in the wind. His black hair moved without wind. His back view was as firm as a rock. It was as if his back view in his previous life had overlapped with his back view. But that day, the sunset was like dusk. Now, the sun was as bright as the sun. Today's wind was so calm, today's wind was so King noisy. "Do you want to fight?" God Emperor's figure suddenly appeared beside him and asked softly. "Fight." The word fight shot through the clouds. Endless fighting spirit reverberated. The wind howled and raged. Under the sun was like a fireball hanging in the sky. The young man held his head high and walked forward proudly. "I'm going to destroy the Lon family. Even if the great emperor comes, it won't matter. I, Suzimo, said this. The noon sun shone on the north gate of Tianlan City. The gate made of meteoric iron was scorching hot. There were countless marks on the gate. There were palm prints, sword prints, and blade prints. Those were the marks left behind by the Lan family fighting against the heavenly demon for tens of thousands of years. They were brilliant and glorious. They were the testimony of everything that had happened for tens of thousands of years. As the heavy gate was opened, Lan Juntian walked to the front. He was wearing a dark blue robe. The moment the gate was opened, the war drums that had been prepared on both sides were instantly beaten. The sound of the drums soared into the sky and shook the entire sky. It had a supreme power that made people's blood boil. He walked out of the west gate and turned back with his head in his hand. Tired and sleepy, the war bugle sounded. The war drums reverberated in the air for a long time. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions were faintly connected. It was as if the entire sky was going to explode. Everyone's eardrums were in intense pain. The world was boiling. Lan Juntian was dressed in a dark blue robe that was brand new and spacious. He stood at the front. Behind him were the representatives of the elders sent by the various major forces. The disciples of the Lan family guarded both sides of the road. The demon suppression drum was being beaten loudly. Since the Desolation era, the Lan family has experienced tens of thousands of eras. The battle with the heavenly demons has never stopped. Today, we are holding the Demon Suppression Conference. We also intend to unite everyone in the world to suppress the demons and restore peace to this world. As Lan Juntian's majestic voice fell, the disciples of the Lan family on both sides raised their heads and shouted, "Demon suppression, demon suppression, demon suppression." The Demon Suppression Conference begins. Lan Juntian pointed to the sky and roared. Then, the fog that covered the sky was dispelled. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The sky was as clean as if it had been washed clean. A golden array gradually appeared in front of him. Within the array, the golden light was dazzling and universal. 10 golden chains passed through the depths of the Uniged void and finally imprisoned a creature in the void. The creature's demonic aura was monstrous. The vast demonic aura was as if it was going to tear the sky apart. It constantly lingered in the array. Frightening roars resounded in the sky. It was as if an ancient demon had come from the ancient times. It had supreme majesty and powerful might. "That's a demon," someone on the ground muttered softly. "What kind of existence is this demon? I'm afraid it can easily destroy an imperial lineage." Someone shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect the Lan family to be so powerful. They can even trap the demon." "Why are you talking so much? This demon is indeed not to be underestimated. If you need help in the future, you should help if you can." As the formation appeared in the sky, 10 silhouettes appeared and sat cross-legged in the sky, surrounding the formation. These 10 figures were the 7 Laozu of the Lan family, Jiang Wudi of the Invincible Sect, and the 2 Laozu of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, Dugu Wencheng and the Solitary Sword Elder. The aura around the 10 of them was vast and mighty. Immortal Qi slowly rose from the sky. It suppressed the entire sky and connected to the formation. "Greetings, Laozu," Lan Juntian shouted. He was the first to kneel down, followed by the other disciples of the Lan clan. As for the elders of the other forces, although there were no ancestors among them, they still bowed to show respect to their seniors. "Thank you all for attending the Demon Judgment Conference." Lan Jiolin stood up and looked at the crowd below with a smile. "I will not beat around the bush about the purpose of this Demon Judgment Conference. I hope that we can join forces with the various regions and form the Demon Buster Alliance. We will purge the entire Yuanyang continent of the Heaven Devils. We will try to eliminate all the demonic seeds in this world before the heavenly fate is formed." "Jiolin Laozu, we cannot make a decision on this matter. However, I will pass on your message to the sect," an elder of the imperial lineage replied. "There is no hurry. I am just using this conference to convey a message. I hope you all understand." Lan Jiolin smiled and said, "We are the forces of the Heavenly Luan region. We will join forces with the Invincible Sect and the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Anyone who is interested can come and look for us at any time." We will discuss the demonic seeds together. Senior Jolene, you keep saying that you want to eliminate the demonic seeds. I have a few questions for you. At that moment, a figure rose into the sky. His aura surged as he faced Lon Jolene. This figure was Suzimo. He was wearing a long purple robe. His expression was neither happy nor sad as he looked at Lon Jolene coldly. Friend, please ask away, Lon Jolene said with a smile. What demonic seeds did you kill? What kind of peaceful world do you think this world is? Suzimo asked loudly. Did this demonic seeds kill your entire family or 9 generations of your family? How dare you? As soon as Suzimo finished speaking, an elder of the Lon family scolded him harshly. Which force are you from? How dare you act so presumptuously in the Lon family? It's fine. Lon Jolene smiled and waved his hand. Then, he looked at Suzimo and said with a smile, the Lon family has a prophecy that has been passed down since our ancestors. One day, the demonic king will come to the world. He will lead many demons to destroy this world. Everything that the Lon family has done is not for ourselves, but for the world. Your ancestors said that the demonic seeds will destroy the world. Will they really destroy the world? Why is what your ancestor said right? Suzimo asked. The Yuanyang continent has gone through 4 periods of changes since the beginning of the epoch. The most distant epoch is untraceable. However, from the mythological era to the desolation era, and now to the emperor's era, which turmoil has been caused by the demonic seeds. Lon Jolene shook his head and said, the demonic seeds have yet to arrive. Once the seal of the primordial devil's den is broken, you will understand why the Lon family is so insistent. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you want to gather everyone in the world to fight against the demonic seeds based on the prophecy of our ancestors? Suzimo said faintly, then can I also say that in our ancestors' prophecy, your Lon family is the root of all misfortune? Only by destroying the Lon family can we restore peace to the world? Upon hearing Suzimo's words, Lon Jolene shook his head and said, the Lon family has never needed to prove anything to others. Those who should understand will understand one day. I don't understand, and I don't want to understand, Suzimo said indifferently. Didn't you want to hold some bullshit demon execution conference? Today, I am the demonic seeds. I will stand here and let you kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzimo's divine pulse realm aura surged around him. The sea of blade aura spread to the sky. At this moment, he activated the demon body of purgatory. His skin gradually turned blood black, and demonic chi rose from his body. From his forehead to the bottom, blackish-purple runes spread down. His eyes were blood red, and there was endless demonic chi surging in them. He was cold-blooded, numb, and emotionless. This was the impression that Suzimo gave everyone at this moment. The originally destitute sky suddenly darkened. More and more dark clouds gathered and rolled, as if there were lightning and thunder rumbling down. Hun Dun's huge body walked out of the void and stood guard beside Suzimo. He walked step by step toward Baimont, who was in the array. Today, I'm going to save this demon. Let's see who can stop me. Suzimo said calmly. Looking at his figure, the demonic chi soared into the sky. The absolute sword old man snorted and said, stop talking nonsense. Just capture him. Vast and mighty immortal chi surged from his body, and a heavy sword cut through the silent sky, shattering the endless void, directly suppressing Suzimo. Boom! Just as the heavy sword was about to fall, a large hand reached out from the void. He directly grabbed the blade of the heavy sword and stopped it in the void without moving an inch. Then, the large hand flicked gently. Boom! The heavy sword was directly broken into 2 pieces. The absolute sword old man grunted and directly retreated. Only then did everyone look over. They saw God Emperor in a black robe standing in the sky. The wide black robe enveloped his entire body. There was almost no spirit chi around him. He used pure physical strength to block the absolute sword old man's heavy sword. Everyone's expression was solemn. The absolute sword old man stabilized himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After all, that heavy sword was his true fate weapon. It was connected to him. Now that it was damaged, he naturally did not feel good. Who are you? He's just a nobody, the God Emperor said indifferently. Are you also a demon? Lan Jiulin narrowed his eyes and asked. To be precise, no. God Emperor shook his head slightly. Then, don't get involved in this mess, Lan Jiulin said. To me, it's all up to a single thought. Whether I'm a demon or a demon doesn't matter what others think. God Emperor said calmly, as for the so-called mess, your Lan family is not considered. You're just a coward who doesn't even dare to say your name. What's there to boast about? Sword Demon Dugu Wenchang said coldly. I'm not boasting. Even if your ancestor, the Heaven Murder Great Emperor, was here, he might not be able to make me back down, God Emperor said. There are more than 3,000 sword cultivators in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Our ancestors don't even need to do anything. We can destroy you. The sword demon Dugu Wenchang stood up straight and said proudly. God Emperor shook his head and said, there are 30 million sword immortals in the world. Even if they were to meet me, they would still be exhausted. With a slap of his palm, the boundless space in front of him collapsed completely, and the void within a radius of 100 miles began to distort. Stop him, Sword Demon Dugu Wenchang said coldly. He was wearing a green-brown Blademaster outfit, and the design of the outfit was somewhat similar to a kimono. His long hair was disheveled, and only his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes were exposed. Endless sword light was flowing in his eyes, flickering indeterminately. People called him the Sword Demon because he was obsessed with the sword. Dugu Wenchang stood proudly in the air and slowly pulled out the long sword on his back. It was a black sword that was about 4 feet long. Countless stars were carved on the surface of the sword. This sword is called the Star-Slashing Sword. It weighs 3,700 pounds and is made from meteorites from outer space. The stars of the sword, dazzling the world. Dugu Wenchang held the Star-Slashing Sword in his hand. The sword intent was like purgatory, and like the sea, it gathered in the air. The storm formed by the sword intent almost filled half the sky. The moment he pulled out his sword, the swords of countless people below him clanged. Those swords seemed to be responding to Dugu Wenchang, and wanted to fly out of their scabbards. A sword from the west to crush the world, a sword soaring through the wind to ascend the 9 continents. Dugu Wenchang's cold voice came from the horizon. Immediately after, unparalleled sword intent condensed and formed around him. Together with the Star-Slashing Sword in his hand, it formed a massive sword. The moment the Star-Slashing Sword fell, the world seemed to cry for it. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded all around. When God Emperor saw this scene, he didn't move his body, and just like that, he allowed the vast sword intent to slash his body. With another boom, the aftermath of the explosion rippled out, and the entire sky seemed to tremble. This guy took my attack head-on. Dugu Wenchang's pupils shrank, and his mouth opened slightly. The shattered sky slowly recovered, and everyone looked over. God Emperor stood calmly in the sky, and even his clothes were not wrinkled. You don't even have the right to make me look at you. God Emperor said calmly. How can that be? Dugu Wenchang was stunned, and his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. Su Zimo walked step by step toward the array. The life and death demon vanquishing array was still operating slowly, and the demonic chi inside it soared into the sky. Everyone, stop him together. Lan Jiulin reacted instantly, and said to the people around him. There were a total of 10 figures, and their bodies were surrounded by a vast amount of immortal chi. They rose up like the sea, and all of them charged toward Su Zimo and God Emperor. The light of a grain of rice dares to compete with the light of the moon. God Emperor snorted. He waved his right hand, and the space in front of him was completely distorted, as if strands of the power of samsara were swirling around. The space around him was distorted at a very strange angle, and he looked at the 10 people charging toward him. As the 10 people stepped into the distorted space, God Emperor clenched his right hand. Suddenly, 10 vortexes appeared in the sky. 5 of the vortexes spun counterclockwise, while the other 5 spun clockwise. Then, a suction force was emitted from the vortexes, and the 10 people were all sucked into the black vortexes. Everyone, be careful! Lan Jiulin exclaimed, and quickly used all his strength to resist the suction force of the vortexes. Su Zimo raised his head and walked toward the life and death demon vanquishing array. My lord. Baimod looked at Su Zimo, and his voice trembled. You have underestimated the people of this world. Su Zimo smiled faintly. At the last moment, I will destroy the Lan family even if I have to open the 10th meridian, Beaumont said shamefully. Suzumo smiled and shook his head. He slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back, and the saber chi around him slashed down. He started with the Tao-seeking form, and slowly raised the tyrannical shadow with both hands, and the saber will fell from the sky. With a boom, the long saber fell heavily on the array formation. The array trembled slightly, and cracks appeared on the surface of the array. Don't let him destroy the array. Laozu of the Lan family, Lan Jiulin, shouted in the sky. They were too busy trying to stop the black vortexes from devouring them to care about Suzumo. The members of the Lan family looked serious. Lan Juntian took a deep breath. He turned around and looked at his panicked disciples. He said loudly, since the Lan family was founded, it has been many years since the Desolation era. Our ancestors sacrificed their lives and generations of hard work to build the Lan family today. Now, the family is at the brink of destruction. Are you afraid of death? After Lan Juntian finished speaking, he did not give them a chance to answer. He quickly said, it is human nature to be afraid of death. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Who doesn't want to live? But everyone in this world will die one day. Perhaps it's as light as a feather, but it's as heavy as Mount Tai. My Lan family doesn't have anyone who's afraid of death. Now that we're in danger, are you willing to follow me to kill the demon, protect my Tianlan city, and protect my Tianluan region? We're willing, someone shouted with tears in his eyes as he pulled out his weapon. Voices rose and fell in Tianlan city. Countless members of the Lan family gathered and charged towards Suzumo, stopping him from destroying the array again. I'll let the corpses of the Lan family fill the entire Tianlan city, Suzumo said calmly as he looked at the tyrannical shadow in his hand. How many sky demons have you killed in the past tens of thousands of years? It's not too much to say that blood must be paid with blood, right? The blade intent wreaked havoc in the sky. In the cloudy sky, there seemed to be a light rain falling. The rain was cool and clear. Suzumo turned around. He held his breath, focused his eyes, and pulled out his blade. He turned around and charged in the heavy rain. Although there are millions of people, those who go against me will only have bones under their feet. Hundreds of members of the Lan family charged towards Suzumo. Suzumo fought alone. Above the devil physique of purgatory, demonic aura rose into the sky and gathered with the dense dark clouds. The aura of the divine pulse realm enveloped him. His 19 forms of Tao querying followed by his demonic aura. Kill him and revive the Lan family. He's a sky demon. Everyone has the right to kill him. Our deaths are worthy. Suzumo laughed out loud as he looked at the disciples who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of justice. The tyrannical shadow in his hand rose and fell. Countless people died under his blade. Angry roars and mournful wails intertwined together. Blood rained down from the sky. It seemed like half of the people had gone crazy from the killing. Heads fell one by one. The members of the Lan family came in waves. Undefeated in 100 battles against the current, the wind blows, clouds fly, duckweed, wind and clouds turn into dragons, blade of slaughter, nirvana void. As he executed the 19 styles of Tao querying, one move after another exploded in the sky. Those corpses represented the fall of a life. The eyes of the Lan clan's people almost popped out of their sockets. Fight, fight, fight. Angry roars resounded in the sky. The people from the various major powers were wise enough to protect themselves and had long since retreated. Moreover, with an existence like God Emperor present, they were simply unwilling to participate in the exhibition. In the attic of the inner courtyard of the Lan Manor, Lan Kier was wearing a green robe. She was looking at the distant sky. The corpses of his tribesmen fell one by one. 1, 2, 3, in the end, she lost count of the number of people. She didn't know how many tears she had shed. She was even a little numb. What caught everyone's attention was that the man in the sky was like a god of war, like a demon king in the prophecy. His body was covered in blood, and life was not worth mentioning in his hands. The battle lasted for half a day. Suzumo felt that he was not killing people, but more like harvesting leeks. Those leeks came one after another, and there was no end to them. The corpses on the ground had already piled up into a mountain. The thick smell of blood and the unique stench of corpses filled the air. People were always hot-headed and could do many things that they did not expect. However, when the hot-headedness dissipated, most people were left with lingering fear. Whether it was the tide of people or the tactic of using numbers, in the end, Suzumo was not defeated. On the contrary, as the number of people around him decreased, the deafening shouts became softer and softer. Many people finally realized that the tribesmen who had fought side by side with them were now corpses at their feet. There were only a few people left. At this moment, fear began to be planted in some people's hearts. Some people did not dare to continue fighting, and their figures began to shrink back. Only Wu Juntian and a few family elders were still struggling to charge at Suzumo. A sharp blade aura burst out from the tyrannical shadow, sending everyone flying. Before Wu Juntian could stand up, a blade was placed against his neck. "My beloved father-in-law," Suzumo said with a smile. "What are you talking about?" Wu Juntian frowned slightly, then immediately reacted. You seduced Ku-er, didn't you?" No wonder her attitude was so strange yesterday. "No, you have to believe that I love her more than anyone else," Suzumo said, shaking his head. "That's just her choice," Yizichin said. "The winner takes all. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Is there a need to humiliate me like this?" Wu Juntian said coldly. "However, even if my Lan family is destroyed today, there will be other families in the future. The day will come when the demon race will be destroyed. I only hate that I couldn't kill you with my own hands. You're too rotten. The power is in my hands, and I have the final say in whether it's good or evil. Do you think you know the demon race very well? Didn't you learn it from your so-called ancestors' prophecy? Don't you think it's ignorant to accuse them of destroying the world?" Suzumo said indifferently. "Whatever you say. In this life, the demon race and I cannot live under the same sky," Wu Juntian said loudly. "Then you can die." Suzumo's eyes were cold as he raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand. "No." At that moment, a cry of alarm sounded from the side. Lankur flew over from the distance and blocked Suzumo's blade. "Don't kill my father. I beg you." Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Suzumo and shook her head. "No, I really don't want to. I can't watch my father die in front of me." Don't beg him. My Lan family doesn't fear death." "Even if we die, we don't fear death," Wu Juntian said. Seeing Lankur's sad appearance, Suzumo crouched down and stroked her hair again. He smiled and said, "Okay, if you don't want him to die, I won't kill him." After Suzumo finished speaking, he chuckled and left with his blade. Looking at Suzumo's back as he left, Lankir only felt that her heart was empty. She wanted to grab onto his back, but she felt as if her entire body had lost all strength. Behind him, Lan Juntian was still shouting, "Don't think that just because you let me go, I'll be grateful. In this life, even if I go to hell, I'll think of a way to destroy the demon race." Suzumo didn't say anything. He just quietly walked towards the life and death demon extinguishing formation. When he passed by God Emperor, he didn't say anything. He only opened his mouth slightly and said one word. "Kill." When Suzumo walked towards the formation, God Emperor raised his hand and the space around him twisted. The space around Wu Juntian twisted, and his entire body was swallowed by the space and twisted into minced meat. "Who told you to kill him?" Suzumo turned around and cried out in surprise before roaring angrily. "I, God Emperor, don't need to explain my actions to others," God Emperor said calmly. "What af** King Drama Queen?" Suzumo raised his blade and charged towards God Emperor. "You're courting death." Looking at Suzumo's figure that was charging over, the God Emperor let out a cold snort and disappeared into the void. Suzumo looked at Lankir's position and sighed. "I didn't expect this either." He shook his head in shame. "How am I supposed to face you in the future?" Lankir looked at Suzumo and said with pain in her eyes. "The one who killed your father was God Emperor, not me. But don't worry, I will avenge you in the future." Suzumo said. "But you killed my people." Lankir knelt on the ground and cried. "They wanted to kill me too." Suzumo replied. "I want to be alone for a while. Is that okay?" Lan Kier shook her head and said softly. I will always be with you. Suzimo nodded. Then, he turned around and walked towards the life-death demon vanquishing formation. The destruction of the Lan family was not what he wanted. Unfortunately, they stood against him in the end. Since they had already declared war, Suzimo naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Everyone wanted a happy ending, but there were more things in this world that were sad. He would respect Lan Kier's choice. No matter what happened in the end, he, Suzimo, would not regret what he had done. In front of the life-death demon vanquishing formation, Suzimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Boundless blade intent emanated from the blade. With a boom, the sharp blade intent that filled the sky condensed together and slashed down heavily. With this attack, the barrier outside the formation was shattered. The 10 golden chains were also broken. Beaumont, who was inside the formation, roared. The demonic aura around him was like the sea of purgatory. Paimon slowly raised both of his hands, grabbed the golden chain on his arm, and pulled it with force. With 2 pung-pung sounds, the golden chains were all broken. Without the support of the formation, the chains became extremely weak. With a few more sounds, the chains on Beaumont's body were all broken. He walked out of the formation step by step, and the devil chi around him devoured half of the sky. It was as if a real demon had descended upon the world. With every step he took, countless spatial cracks would appear beneath his feet. As Beaumont stepped forward, the demonic chi that filled the sky condensed into a terrifying and ferocious face that appeared behind him. Suzimo looked at the trapped Laozu from the Lan family and said to Beaumont, I'll leave them to you. Beaumont nodded. Then, he grabbed with his right hand and a ball of demonic chi condensed between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the sphere expanded dozens of times and swallowed the bodies of Lan Jiolin and the others. At the moment of devouring, the figure of Jiang Wudi, the only woman inside, suddenly became blurry. Immediately after, a shadow appeared around her. This shadow seemed to illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It transformed into a ray of light and directly brought Jiang Wudi out of Beaumont's space and into the distance. Sovereign Soul? Beaumont was surprised. If you dare to leave, I'll destroy your invincible sect right now, Suzimo's voice came from behind him. The ray of light hesitated for a moment before slowly dissipating. Jiang Wudi's figure appeared in the air. She looked coldly at Suzimo and said, I'll take responsibility for this. It has nothing to do with the sect. It seems like you have a deep relationship with the Invincible Emperor. He's willing to give you a part of his sovereign soul to save your life, Suzimo said with a smile. A sovereign soul was a part of a great emperor's true soul. To a great emperor, a true soul was more important than a great emperor's true weapon. Normally, unless it was a very important person, a great emperor wouldn't give a part of his true soul. What do you want? Jiang Wudi looked at Suzimo and asked. How about this? Help me find someone, and I'll consider letting your invincible sect go, Suzimo said with a smile. After all, other than this time, your invincible sect has nothing to do with the demon race. Find who? Jiang Wudi asked after a moment of silence. The Dao race's current holy son, Dao Tianyun, and traces of the Dao race, Suzimo said. Previously, when he went to see the fate of the old man from Samsara in the River of Fate, he found that he had reincarnated as the son of the Dao race's patriarch. Some debts from his previous life weren't unrepaid. It was just that when the time came, he would slowly pay them back. Whether it was by Li Xiao or the old man from Samsara, Suzimo wouldn't let any of them go. Okay. Jiang Wudi thought for a moment before nodding. Just now, he felt someone in the void lock onto him. The killing intent was very strong. If he denied it, he would probably be killed in an instant. There's one more thing, Suzimo said. Tell your invincible sect to spread the news that the Lan family is full of evil demons. Your invincible sect worked with the Heavenly Sword Mountain to kill the Lan family. Unfortunately, the 2 ancestors of the Heavenly Sword Mountain sacrificed themselves in the battle with the Laozu of the Lan family for the sake of the big picture. Hearing Suzimo's words, the Laozu of the Lan family were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. They looked at Suzimo and shouted, Demons! You're the real demons. You'll die a horrible death. Ancestors, we've let you down. I, Lan Jiolin, have let down the ancestors of the Lan family. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jiang Wudi felt a little sad. Not only did he destroy the Lan family, but he also ruined the reputation of the Lan family that had been built up for tens of thousands of years and branded them as demons. Once this name was confirmed, if no one in the future tried to reverse it, demons would follow this demon-slaughtering family for generations to come. You don't have to be so sad. I'm just returning what the Lan family did to you, Suzimo said calmly. So what if we're demons? It's you who branded us. We didn't do anything to the Yuanyang continent, did we? Bai Meng clasped his hands together, and the dark black ball enveloped everyone from the Lan family. Then, he shrunk the dark ball and swallowed it. This is my space of despair. I will make them suffer in despair, and in the end, they will die in despair. Baimont said calmly. All right, I'll do it. Jiang Wudi nodded helplessly. Suzimo waved his hand and said nothing more. In the end, Jiang Wudi gave Suzimo a deep look, then turned around and left. Master, this is a chaos crystal. Baimont snatched the chaos crystal and placed it in front of Suzimo. Suzimo looked at the chaos crystal in his hand. It was gray and blurry, and he couldn't see what was inside. He asked, can it still be used? I'm afraid not. The seal will only appear on the day of the origin once every 1,000 years. Baimont said regretfully, now that time has passed, we'll have to wait another 1,000 years to use it again. It's fine. I can feel that the days of the mandate of heaven are getting shorter and shorter. It won't be long before I go to the sky beyond heaven. At that time I can go directly to the primordial devil cave. Suzimo looked at the horizon in the distance and chuckled. Although we can't break the demon sealing lock, we can find the void spirit monkey and break the seal outside to contact the primordial devil cave. Understood. Master, are you going to go to the Void Valley? Baimont asked. Let's deal with the Lan family first and then leave. Suzimo nodded. After the 7 Laozus of the Lan family were devoured by Baimont, the higher-ups of the Lan family had also suffered many casualties. Now, the only survivors of the Lan family were some servants and juniors with low cultivation. How should we deal with these people? God Emperor asked. I won't ask and I won't care. You can deal with them yourself. Suzimo said calmly. I understand. God Emperor thought for a while, then nodded slowly. After dealing with the Lan family's ancestors, Suzimo found that Lan Kier had disappeared. He stepped into the air and arrived at the Lan family's residence. Some of the people of the Lan family hid, while others saw Suzimo kneeling on the ground and trembling, not daring to raise their heads. Although the path of the strong is full of killing, and every person who can become a strong expert has a mountain of bones in their hands, I don't want to destroy the Lan family. But I really don't want to destroy your Lan family. Suzimo said calmly. Unfortunately, the Lan family has persisted for tens of thousands of years. Killing demons is your belief, and also the reason for the existence of the demon-slaughtering family. Suzimo once again arrived at the Lan family's inner court. The originally lush demon-sweeping trees on both sides of the road had withered, and they hung bleakly on the side of the road. The inner court was also bleak, and there were almost no Lan family members in sight. When Suzimo entered the inner court, he saw Lan Kier's maid, Xiao Yun, anxiously waiting for him. Young Master Su, Xiao Yun greeted him in a fluster. Where's Ku? Suzimo asked. Miss asked me to pass this to you, Xiao Yun said as she handed a handkerchief to Suzimo. This handkerchief was made of silk, and there was a picture embroidered on it. The picture was of the day when Suzimo and Lan Kier met. The two of them were in the alley, and Lan Kier was holding a long sword against Suzimo's neck. Suzimo chuckled and slowly turned the handkerchief over, only to see a few words written on the back. Heaven and earth are formless. Today, I am cut off from you. Red Dust Palace, Old Dreams, Broken Dreams, Sky Blue City. Suzimo slowly put away the handkerchief and closed his eyes in silence. Finally, he asked, she went to the Red Dust Palace? This servant doesn't know. It's just that Miss left a message for you not to look for her, Xiao Yun said in horror. Since you don't want me to look for them, why did you tell me where they left? Suzimo chuckled. She just doesn't know how to face me right now. Fine, let her calm down. I won't go to the Red Dust Palace for now. Young master, can I leave now? Xiaoyun asked cautiously. You are her servant. I won't make things difficult for you, Su Zimo said with a nod. Looking at Xiaoyun's departing figure, Su Zimo sat alone in the attic of the inner courtyard. After drinking a few cups of wine, he leaned against the reclining chair and closed his eyes. The Lan family was destroyed, and Sky Blue City was destroyed. The residents had already begun to leave their homes. Su Zimo didn't destroy the city. He slept very deeply, as if nothing in the outside world had anything to do with him. No one dared to disturb him. By the time he woke up, it was already evening and the sky was already dark. Baimont and God Emperor were talking in the pavilion below the attic. When they saw Su Zimo coming down, both of them stood up. Everything here has been settled, the Divine Emperor said from the side. Let's go to the Void Valley tomorrow, Su Zimo said. Both of them nodded. As one of the 10 forbidden lands, the Void Valley was also a strange place. What was strange about it was that it depended on luck to get to the Void Valley. If one was lucky, ordinary people could survive here. If one was unlucky, even the Great Emperor would be in danger. The most common thing in the Void Valley was probably the Void Countercurrent. First, we must talk about the rules of this universe. There are only 9 great Daos. 10 is perfect. In other words, in the world we live in, there is no absolute death. Everything has a chance of survival. Similarly, because of the dissatisfaction of the great Daos, there is nothing perfect in this world. There are 2 sides to everything. Even the Yuanyang continent we live in is not perfect. It is said that when the Yuanyang continent was formed, there was an incomplete space. The space turbulence in this space was chaotic. Any creature that appeared in it would be less dangerous if they did not come into contact with the turbulence. If they were caught in the turbulence of the void, they would be turned into ashes by the space if they were unlucky. Even if they were lucky, they would be sucked into another space. As for what was on the other side of the space, no one knew. This was because almost no one had come back alive from there. It was said that the great emperor once came out of that space with great power. However, after he came out, he did not say anything and ascended to the heavens beyond. In fact, it was not that there was nothing in the Void Valley. There was a kind of tree that grew there called the Void Tree. It was said that the Void Tree made of the Void Tree could take people to travel through space and even comprehend the mysteries of the void. Of course, the Void Tree had a wider range of uses. This was why many people were fond of it. Because of the special nature of the Void Valley, many people took the risk of going there to collect the Void Tree. In the morning of the next day, Su Zimo and the other 2 left Tianlan City and headed for the Void Valley. The Void Valley was at the junction of Tianluan region and Jiuzhou region. According to Jiang Yun, the sword whiz, the void spirit monkeys lived in the Void Valley. They were not afraid of the turbulence of the void. In addition, they were few in number. It was almost impossible for people to see them. Because God Emperor was going back to the old land, he had a lot of things to do after recovering his cultivation. Su Zimo did not stop him. Therefore, he went to the Void Valley with Baimont. The morning sun shone on the city wall of Tianlan City as usual. However, it was more prosperous than before. Now, the city was completely empty. Su Zimo summoned the dark sky tiger and walked slowly in the direction of the Void Valley. 1 man, 1 tiger, 1 machete, and the empty city. All living things are grass and trees. Only you are the Green Mountain, Su Zimo sighed softly. At this time, in the eastern continent, where the Taiyuan Heaven sect was located, the appearance of a young man completely broke the peace of this giant in the core area of the eastern continent. At the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Jiang Macho was dressed in a black robe. He stood in the air, his Saint Vain aura surging around him. Below him, 3 elders of the Taiyuan Heaven sect were lying on the ground. Tell Fu Tianming to come out, Jiang Macho said indifferently. Who are you? How dare you barge into our Taiyuan Heaven sect? An elder below shouted. I'm only here for revenge. It has nothing to do with anyone else, Jiang Macho said indifferently. At that moment, a woman ran over from afar in a panic. The woman was dressed in a purple robe. Her long hair was tied behind her head with a blue ribbon. She looked at Jiang Macho and called out softly with mixed feelings, Macho. Sister, Jiang Macho looked at the woman, Jiang Lily, and called out calmly. Why are you here? Leave quickly. Someone has already reported to the sect master of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Jiang Lily said anxiously. Do you want me to leave? Or are you afraid that I'll kill Fu Tianming? Jiang Macho said coldly. You're with the enemy who killed your father. Today, I'm here for revenge. Didn't you tell me before that only power is everything in this world? Nothing else is worth mentioning. Today, I'm here to see how worthless the thing you're looking forward to is. Who dares to offend my Taiyuan Heaven sect? At that moment, a shout came from the horizon. A powerful force gathered in the sky. Accompanied by the three elders of the sect, the current sect master of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Fu Jiulei, and his son, Fu Tianming, walked over together. Young Master Fu, do you still recognize me? Jiang Macho looked at Fu Tianming and asked indifferently through gritted teeth. Who are you? Fu Tianming asked doubtfully. Young Master Fu is really forgetful. Have you forgotten the small village under Taiyuan Mountain more than 10 years ago? Jiang Macho said coldly. Upon hearing Jiang Macho's words, Fu Tianming immediately looked at Jiang Lily. Normally, he wouldn't remember such a small matter. Unfortunately, Jiang Lily was from that village, so he had some impression of her. He's my little brother, Jiang Lily said after a moment of silence. I don't want to know what happened in between. I only want to ask, are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want me to do it? Fu Jiulei, who was at the side, said indifferently. The moment he finished speaking, the aura of the divine pulse realm gushed out from his body. All 8 meridians in his body had been opened, and a storm of absolute power was wreaking havoc in the surroundings. You? Jiang Macho chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, the third constitution was activated. The crimson flame imperial body turned into monstrous flames that permeated the air. In the blink of an eye, the blazing flames burned the sky and dyed half of the sky red. 100 War Body, Fu Jiulei frowned and exclaimed. Then, Jiang Macho's body was surrounded by flames like the sun as he charged towards Fu Tianming. Step back, Fu Jiulei said with a frown. Then, he clapped his hands and fought with Jiang Macho. Because the two of them were fighting too fiercely, the other elders around them didn't dare to interfere. The raging flames burned wantonly in the sky. The flames that came with the crimson flame imperial body were very strange. It was very difficult to extinguish, and it was as if everything in the world was its fuel and could be burned. Even Fu Jiulei's Taiyuan spiritual energy couldn't avoid it, which also made him feel restrained in battle. Fortunately, Jiang Macho was only at the Saint Vein realm and hadn't reached the Divine Vein realm yet. Otherwise, the Taiyuan Sky sect would have to invite Laozu to come out. The Taiyuan spiritual energy in Fu Jiulei's hand was very powerful, almost suppressing Jiang Macho. Jiang Macho retreated as he fought. Just as he was about to fall into a disadvantageous position, the spiritual energy in Fu Jiulei's hand transformed into a long white blade, and slashed towards Jiang Macho with great power. Seeing that Jiang Macho was about to be slashed, his body didn't move at all, and he didn't dodge at all. Not good, his target is Fu Jiulei exclaimed, but it was already too late. The flames around Jiang Macho's body instantly soared. The flames burned half of the sky and surrounded Jiang Macho. Then, he opened his right hand and stepped in front of Fu Tianming, grabbing him by the neck. Fu Tianming also had some cultivation. He wanted to dodge, but found that the flames of the crimson flame imperial body had enveloped him. He didn't dare to touch the flames and could only watch helplessly as his neck was grabbed. Fu Jiulei roared from behind him. The long blade made of spiritual energy in his hand slashed towards Jiang Macho's back. No, don't kill me, Fu Tianming looked at Jiang Macho. His eyes were so close that they were filled with killing intent. He struggled and shouted. Whatever you want, I'll agree to it. Farewell, Jiang Macho chuckled. Then, he let go of Fu Tianming and the other party's body fell straight down from the sky. The elder beside him wanted to catch him, but he found that Fu Tianming's body had ignited with a ball of flames. Then, the flames instantly surrounded Fu Tianming's entire body. Accompanied by a sinister scream, he was completely turned into ashes. In this empty sky, only Fu Jiulei's angry roar was left. And the sound of the long blade made of spiritual energy piercing into Jiang Macho's back. Fu Jiulei held the long blade made of spiritual energy in his hand and slashed crazily. Jiang Macho turned around slightly, chuckled, and said, "Sect Master Fu, you can't kill me yet. We'll meet again someday." His face was pale, but he still tore open the space in front of him with both hands and disappeared. Fu Jiulei wanted to chase after him, but a flame burned the sky, making him unable to go forward. Looking at Jiang Macho's departing figure, Jiang Lili whispered with a dull look. "Little brother." The afternoon sun shone through the lush branches into the forest, and the stars were reflected in the bushes. Jiang Macho's figure appeared somewhere in the forest. The space was torn apart, and he was leaning against a big tree, covered in blood. Just as Jiang Macho was about to heal his injuries, he heard footsteps from the side. He quickly turned his head and saw a young man in a purple robe walking over from the side. The young man was quite handsome, but the most eye-catching thing was his pair of white eyebrows. The white eyebrows were as white as snow, thick and conspicuous. "Who are you?" Jiang Macho quickly stood up and looked at the young man warily. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the current holy son of the Taiyuan heavenly sect. You can call me Tai Chu," the young man said with a smile. "You don't have to be nervous. I won't take advantage of others. I just want to see what kind of existence the person who caused trouble in our Taiyuan heavenly sect is." Despite the young man's words, Jiang Macho still did not let down his guard. "Don't worry. Although I'm the holy son of the Taiyuan heaven sect, my current achievements have nothing to do with them. That place is just a springboard for me." Absolute Beginning shook his head and smiled. "If there's nothing else, you can leave," Jiang Macho said indifferently. "I like your body very much," Absolute Beginning said with a smile. "Why don't you give it a try?" Jiang Macho said with a cold snort, flames burning all over her body. "You misunderstand. Although the body is good, it's not suitable for me." Absolute Beginning smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the world suddenly darkened and a dark gray gas shrouded the sky. At this moment, the 8 trigrams rippled around him and slowly spread out in all directions. The originally noisy forest instantly quieted down. Here, it was as if the air, time, and space were all still. Everything was gray and hazy, as if everything had been traced back to an even more ancient and primitive era. The fourth body, the Absolute Beginning body. Absolute Beginning said calmly. "The state of the universe that is more primitive than chaos is the Absolute Beginning. The Absolute Beginning has nothingness, nothingness has namelessness, the origin of one, the form of one. The Absolute Beginning is the origin of Tao. The Absolute Beginning is the beginning of Qi. You." Jiang Macho fell silent for a while as she watched the scene unfold. "I am the Absolute Beginning, and the Absolute Beginning is me," Absolute Beginning said with a smile. "When your injuries are healed, I will defeat you in front of the world." "I'll be waiting," Jiang Macho replied calmly. Then, Absolute Beginning waved his hands and the gray world dissipated. After the world disappeared, his figure also disappeared without a trace. "The world is so big." Jiang Macho looked up at the sky and chuckled, sighing with emotion. Then, he sat in the forest to recover from his injuries. This trip to the Taiyuan Heaven sect was more dangerous than he expected, especially after Absolute Beginning appeared. Although he had the third body and the various skills he had learned from his master, he was still not a match for the Divine Pulse realm. Jiang Macho decided to return to the endless celestial mountains and wait until he reached the Divine Vein realm before preparing for the Heavenly Mandate realm. 7 days later, his injuries were completely healed. Only then did he step into the air and head towards the Endless Immortal Mountain. About half a month later, he returned to the Endless Immortal Mountain from the vast fog according to the token his master had given him. Old Man Nothingness was still at the top of the Endless Celestial Mountain, in front of that ordinary little wooden hut. He started work at sunrise and returned at sunset. When Jiang Macho returned, the old man was holding a kettle and watering the herbs he had planted. Jiang Macho stood to the side and did not disturb him. It was only after the old man finished watering all the water that he softly greeted, "Master. You've grown quite a bit this time," Old Man Nothingness said with a smile as he looked at Jiang Macho. Shurzuan, I've taken my revenge, Jiang Macho said. The mission you wanted me to do, I can now complete it without any worries. When I accepted you as my disciple, I did have some selfish motives, Old Man Nothingness said with a gentle smile. This disciple knows. There are many things in this world that no one can say for sure, Jiang Macho said with a smile. Without Shurzuan, I might not be where I am today. Shurzuan only has one request. It is for himself and for the common people, Old Man Nothingness said solemnly. On the day of the formation of the Mandate of Heaven, I want you to snipe the Demon King. Snipe the Demon King? Jiang Macho asked doubtfully. It doesn't matter who the final great emperor is. As long as you kill the Demon King, don't let him inherit the Mandate of Heaven. Old Man Nothingness said, don't worry, you're not the only one. You're just one of the snipers. We've been preparing for this for a long time. This disciple understands. Jiang Macho was silent for a while before he finally said solemnly. Good, this won't be a disgrace to the Third War Body, Old Man Nothingness said with a satisfied smile. In the following time, I'll help you break through to the Divine Pulse Realm. We'll meet again on the day of the Mandate of Heaven. On the 7th day of the journey to the Void Valley, the huge body of the Dark Sky Tiger was running quickly. Along the way, the passers-by saw the power of the Dark Sky Tiger and kept their distance, not daring to disturb it. Thus, Suzimo did not encounter any accidents along the way. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. Suzimo had entered the territory of the Heavenly Emperor Gate from the vast territory of the Celestial Sect. As the most powerful force in the Tianluan region, the Heavenly Emperor Gate had experienced the era of 3 emperors. It could be said that it was a true colossus. From the ancestor Heavenly Emperor to the North Arch, and then to the Thunder Emperor, this sect could be said to have existed for more than half of the Tianluan region's history. On this day, the Dark Sky Tiger was walking when it suddenly heard a boom. A very loud explosion came from underground. Immediately after, the entire Earth's crust began to move and the ground collapsed. It was as if there was thunder underground, and it was as if a prehistoric giant beast was about to awaken. The entire Earth began to shake. The frequency and area of the shaking was very large. In the blink of an eye, the entire Earth sank. The Dark Sky Tiger did not even have time to escape and fell along with it. The explosion under the ground became louder and louder. The loud sound could be heard even tens of kilometers away. Not long after the explosion, a few figures flew over from afar. The nearest city was called the Celestial Demon City. The city lord was a peerless demon that had transformed into a human form. As it had once saved the life of a core elder of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, it was assigned to this city as the city lord. In this Celestial Demon City, humans and demons could coexist peacefully. They did not offend each other and could even make friends. Among the few figures in the distance, the fastest one was a sky eagle. This sky eagle was tens of meters long. The wings behind it were colorful, and its eyes were a hazy brown. The eagle's cry broke the silence of the sky. Accompanied by its wings, it stirred up a storm. The sky eagle was like a shooting star as it arrived at the location of the earthquake. There was another sharp and ear-piercing cry. The sky eagle's spirit energy was surging. Its entire body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a Taoist in green. Wearing a wide green robe embroidered with a variety of demon patterns, the Taoist covered his entire body. The green robe covered his entire body. The Taoist in green looked in the direction of the earthquake in silence, as if he was thinking about something. This earthquake lasted for a very long time, almost the time it took for several incense sticks to burn, and only a rumbling sound could be heard. Then, a blood-colored palace gradually emerged from the ground. At this moment, in addition to the Taoist in green, there were also many rogue cultivators gathered here. The moment the blood-colored palace emerged, a bell-like sound rang out. I am Bai Changfeng. 7 days later, my inheritance will open. I await the fated one. Bai Changfeng, who is that? Some of the rogue cultivators asked in confusion. That name sounds familiar. Someone thought for a moment. Bai Changfeng, the god of slaughter. Yes, is that the god of slaughter from back then? God of slaughter, Bai Changfeng, the lord of the demon city, the Taoist in the form of the sky eagle, frowned. What did that voice just say? This is the inheritance of the god of slaughter? This time a rogue cultivator exclaimed. He reacted and said excitedly, then whoever obtains this inheritance will become the new god of slaughter. Although some people were excited, there were also those who weren't blinded and voiced their concerns. Since it's the inheritance of the god of slaughter, it's not going to be simple. According to the god of slaughter's personality, I'm afraid less than 1 out of 10 people will survive after entering. If there isn't a suitable successor, it's even more likely that he'll kill everyone. Who cares, we rogue cultivators' lives are as thin as paper. It's already good enough that we're given this opportunity. No matter what, we have to give it a try. The rogue cultivators nearby all began to discuss among themselves. Because the inheritance had just been discovered, there weren't that many people gathered here. I'm afraid there will be another fierce battle in 7 days. Because the inheritance would only be opened in 7 days, the cultivators who came here all began to find a place to wait. Even the blue-robed Taoist was sitting cross-legged nearby. The weather of spring was pleasant, the sun was shining brightly on the plains and a gentle breeze was blowing gently. Because of the size of the inheritance palace, almost the entire Sky Phoenix domain was shaken by the news. These 7 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, people from all over the world and rogue cultivators also began to gather here. Speaking of Bai Chongfeng, the reason why he was given the title of God of Slaughter was because his murderous nature was too strong. It was said that in the year of his birth, a star fell from the sky and was later identified as the 7 Kills star. On the first day of his birth, his family mysteriously died. The people around him all felt that his fate was not good. In the end, they unanimously decided to leave him in the wilderness and let him fend for himself. Just when everyone thought that he was going to die, this newborn child miraculously survived. It was said that someone had once seen such a scene in a barren mountain. The blood elk would feed him and the blood lion would guard him. Just like that, he was raised. The true cause of Bai Chongfeng's fame was the battle against the sea-covering sect. The ocean-cover immortal sect was an imperial lineage, and it had a brilliant reputation in the heavenly Luan region. In the final battle between the two, it was said that Bai Chongfeng had sealed off the entire territory of the sea-covering immortal sect and slaughtered everyone in the imperial lineage. Without exception, blood dyed the ground red, and even the sky was emitting the smell of blood. Since then, the name of the killing god spread throughout the world. Most people were not willing to provoke the killing god because his enemies were already corpses. Of course, the life of the killing god was even more exciting and rich. This was a person who almost ignored life, but lived by the rules. During the 7 days that the inheritance was open, all sorts of people gathered here. On this day, a purple bird flew over from the horizon. The one pulling the bird was a red-crowned crane. Proudly hovering in the air, the crane's body was slender, and the crown on its head exuded a pure red light. It's a righteous crane, looks like it's someone from the vast immortal sect. Someone frowned and whispered. Following that, a sharp cry of the crane was heard as the curtain of the purple bird was lifted to reveal a young man in a purple robe. Wearing a warm smile on his face, the young man's long hair was neatly combed behind his head. He had the aura of a graceful young man. It's the current generation's holy son of the vast immortal sect, Hao Chen. This imperial lineage is really something. They clearly have the best resources, yet they still want to snatch them from us wandering cultivators. Someone couldn't help but grumble in displeasure. It was then that a roar similar to a dragon's roar came from the side. Then, 3 creatures that looked like dragons flew over from the horizon, riding on the clouds and riding on the mist. The 3 dragon-like creatures were pulling something that looked like a bed. More intuitively, this thing was more like a wide, soft cushion. This cushion was a few meters long and was surrounded by a transparent veil, allowing one to vaguely see the scene inside. He saw a figure lying lazily on a cushion, surrounded by several maids who were waiting on him. It's that demoness from the Long River Immortal sect again. Seeing this scene, a wandering cultivator at the side said gloomily. In the entire Heavenly Phoenix region, almost everyone knew that the current saintess of the Long River Immortal sect, Luo Xingqing, was a tomboy who liked to dress up as a man. She was clearly a girl, but she liked to appear as a playboy and was surrounded by swallows. She was very happy. Only one person will be able to obtain the inheritance in the end. Everyone else is just there to accompany that person. The inheritance of the killing god is extremely dangerous. Why don't you all stop fighting and let me have it? Luo Xingqing's voice came from above, light and crisp. Miss Luo, don't join in the fun. It's precisely because it's extremely dangerous inside that you should let us fight for it. Otherwise, it would be a pity to disfigure Miss Luo's little face, a wandering cultivator at the side said with a smile. These vagrant cultivators considered the four corners of the world their home. Their heads hung on their waists, so they weren't afraid of these imperial lineages. While everyone was chatting, someone suddenly exclaimed. Look, is there someone on the Blood Palace? Following the direction that person pointed, everyone turned their heads and saw a tiger and a young man standing on top of the Blood Palace. The young man was lying there leisurely with his legs crossed. Friend, what are you doing on the Blood Palace? Someone shouted loudly. Basking in the sun, the young man on the Blood Palace replied with a smile. Friend, this Blood Palace is very dangerous. It's better if you come down, someone advised. The young man said softly, oh. Then, he sat on the dark sky tiger and slowly flew down. As soon as Su Zimo walked down, someone at the side greeted him, I'm Wang Huikuan from the northern region. Where are you from? The eastern continent, Su Zimo said with a smile. Friend, are you also here to fight for the killing god's inheritance? Someone asked. You can say so. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. To be able to come from the distant eastern continent to the central continent, this journey must be very dangerous, Wang Huikuan said with a smile. Wandering cultivators like them loved to make friends. It was hard to say whether they were sincere or not, but with a friend they could go anywhere in the future. While they were talking, a young man walked over arrogantly from afar. The young man did not look old. He wore a yellow robe and was a little plump. Behind him were two old men with monstrous auras. The young man came to Su Zimo and patted the back of the dark sky tiger. He smiled and said, Friend, your mount looks good. It seems to have some desolate blood in it. Someone gave it to me. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Then why don't you give me a price and sell it to me? I quite like this mount. The young man smiled and said. It's not for sale. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Friend, do you recognize me? The young man looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Have we met before? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Wang Huikuan gently pulled Su Zimo's sleeve. He whispered, he's called Feiyu Changhong. His sister is Feiyu Qingyun. Su Zimo thought for a while, then shook his head and said, never heard of her. You haven't heard of Feiyu Qingyun? She's Xiang Kunlun's fiancée. Wang Huikuan quickly explained. Who the hell is Xiang Kunlun? Su Zimo was a little confused. Wang Huikuan looked at Su Zimo as if he was looking at a monster. After a long time, he spat out a few words. The current saint of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Oh. Hearing this, Su Zimo calmly nodded and asked, am I familiar with him? Probably not. After all, that kind of person is not someone we can come into contact with, Wang Huikuan guessed. Since you're not familiar with him, why should I sell my mount to him, just because he's uglier than me? Su Zimo asked doubtfully. Friend, why don't you understand, Xiang Kunlun's brother-in-law is not someone we can offend. Wang Huikuan quickly pulled Su Zimo and said. Also, I heard that Feiyu Qingyun dotes on her only brother a lot. What does that have to do with me? Su Zimo shook his head. Why can't I explain it to you clearly? Wang Huikuan said anxiously. It's just a mount. Just give it to him. For rogue cultivators like us, our lives are more important than anything else. In the past, Great Emperor Tianqiong and Great Emperor Taiyuan had become great emperors by themselves. Believe me, although we were born ordinary and lowly, there are many paths to change our fate. Even ordinary people have their own greatness. Wang Huikuan seemed to have spoken from the depths of his heart. His emotions were just in place as he shouted softly. When autumn comes, on the 8th of September, I will kill all the flowers that bloom. Looking at Wang Huikuan's imposing manner, it was as if he was the one who had defied the heavens and changed fate. Su Zimo was silent for a while before he finally said faintly, Who told you that I'm a rogue cultivator? Isn't that so? No. Then you are? The current holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong. That one sect with 4 emperors? Yes. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have become strangely silent. Are you playing? Wang Huikuan looked at Su Zimo and said with an indescribable expression. You didn't ask before, Su Zimo said. Then you two can talk. I'll disturb you. Wang Huikuan silently retreated to the side. The yellow-robed youth, Feiyu Changhong, looked at Su Zimo and asked with a frown, I say, what are you two whispering about? Nothing. It's just that I don't plan to sell this mount to you, Su Zimo replied. Feiyu Changhong was silent for a while. Suddenly, he smiled and said, I like your personality. It's just that a flamboyant personality needs to be matched with your strength. He waved his hand slightly. The 2 elders behind him walked over with overflowing auras. These 2 elders were in the Emperor Meridian realm. From this, it could be seen how much Feiyu Changhong was favored. A divine Meridian realm cultivator was basically the strongest person in a sect other than Laozu. As for a Saint Meridian realm cultivator, they were the core elders or even the sect master of a sect. Such an existence would definitely not be a guard. And now, these 2 Emperor Meridian realm cultivators could be said to be the limit. Kid, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, the elder on the left said with a ferocious expression as he walked forward step by step. His Emperor Meridian realm aura surged around him. Look at you. Of all things to be, why did you have to be a dog? Su Zimo shook his head and said. For someone like you, your martial path can be considered to have reached the end of your life. You're courting death. The elder's expression changed slightly. He directly charged at Su Zimo. With a bang sound, Su Zimo directly slapped the old man and sent him flying. Seeing this, the elder on the right hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Su Zimo with a shocked expression. What, are you afraid? Su Zimo chuckled. The old man took a deep breath, and his aura surged. A black cloud appeared above his head. Behind him, the true fate appeared. The black cloud churned in the air. Then, with a bang, the cloud charged at Su Zimo. Within the cloud, a pair of flickering eyes appeared. It's a meaningless struggle. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Then, he clapped his hand again. At the same time, spirit energy surged and directly annihilated the black cloud. Then, there was a sharp scream and the elder's figure was completely turned into ashes. After killing the 2, Su Zimo looked at Feiyu Changhong. Feiyu Changhong wasn't nervous. Instead, he looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Not bad, you're much stronger than I thought. And then? Su Zimo found it funny. But you provoked me, so you won't have a good ending. You're lucky today. Feiyu Changhong coldly snorted. Su Zimo shook his head and looked at Feiyu Changhong indifferently. He calmly asked, Are you afraid of death? You dare to kill me? Feiyu Changhong's eyes narrowed. Then, he sneered. You're not afraid of my brother-in-law? Su Zimo didn't say anything. He just walked towards Feiyu Changhong. He didn't have any aura around him, but this made Feiyu Changhong feel even more pressure. What do you want? He couldn't help but take a few steps back and asked cautiously. So you're also afraid of death? Su Zimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave the Tianluan region. Feiyu Changhong said sternly. You don't have to worry about that. Su Zimo said. He looked at Feiyu Changhong and walked up to him. He slowly raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand and smiled. Do you know that my blade is thirsting for blood? The moment the blade fell, a ball of black light appeared around Feiyu Changhong's body. This light blocked Su Zimo's attack. Then, the light shot into the sky. The light broke through the clouds and broke through the space in front of him. Then, the figure of a young man appeared in midair. Rays of light condensed around his body, and dark spiritual energy exploded in all directions. His black robe danced in the wind, and he also carried a sword on his back. The sword did not have a scabbard, and it was just wrapped in a cloth. Although he was just standing there, he seemed to have a unique aura. It was as if he was the focus of the entire world, and everyone's eyes would unconsciously fall on him. Looking at the young man, most people only had one word in their mind. Domineering. It was a domineering aura that said, who else in the world doesn't know me? The moment the man appeared, someone below exclaimed, Xiang Kunlun. No, it's just his clone. Someone next to him shook his head and said. Feiyu Changhong is really favored. Even Xiang Kunlun is willing to pay a huge price to use his clone to protect him. The moment the clone appeared, Feiyu Changhong called out in surprise, brother-in-law. The clone nodded slightly, then looked at Su Zimo. The clone only had a simple self-consciousness. He did not have a complete independent personality, so he would not say much. Xiang Kunlun, Su Zimo muttered softly. Xiang Kunlun's clone looked at Su Zimo, and the aura around him surged. At this moment, his figure seemed to have become even more majestic. Unrivaled saber intent soared into the sky, and along with the aura of the Divine Pulse Realm, it filled the sky. He has already entered the Divine Pulse Realm, the vast immortal sex saint, Hao Chen, muttered solemnly from afar. The clone waved his hand, and 4 beast roars were heard from the side. Then, the wind and clouds in the sky began to change. 4 beast silhouettes appeared in the sky. These 4 beast silhouettes were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. These were the 4 divine beasts. They were very lifelike, and they were very condensed. Terrifying beast aura spread out in all directions. It was as if they had really come alive, and they slowly descended from the ancient wilderness with an ancient aura. Dragons and tigers fought, and birds chirped and turtles barked. Is this the great 4 symbols technique of the Heavenly Emperor Gate? Someone asked with uncertainty. That's right. Back then, when the North the Arch created it, it was said to be 100% imitation of the 4 divine beasts. Before the North the Arch inherited the heavenly mandate, he used these 4 divine beasts to make a name for himself. The surrounding people were discussing. Then this youth is in trouble. Xiang Kunlun is indeed the leader of our heavenly Luan region's younger generation. Just a mere clone is enough to leave so many people in the dust. In my opinion, he has a very high chance of inheriting the mandate of heaven in this generation. Don't say such things. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the world. Up in the sky, the 4 divine beasts roared at the sky, and their thick beast aura suppressed almost half of the sky. As Xiang Kunlun's clone waved his hands, the 4 divine beasts charged towards Su Zimo with ferocious expressions. The azure dragon circled in the sky, the white tiger was suppressing the east, the vermilion bird's raging flames burned the sky, and the black tortoise's shell was covered in pulsating runes. Looking at these divine beasts, Su Zimo's eyes flashed with lightning. Streaks of purple electric arc spread out from it. His eyes seemed to be filled with extreme terror. They were deep and boundless, and they looked at all living beings with indifference. Crackle! 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 Sounds could be heard all around. The 4 divine beasts' auras were overwhelming, and they were bearing down on him with supreme beast aura. At this moment, Su Zimo roared softly, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. This thunderbolt was like the descent of the thunder god, directly shattering the void. It was as if the sky had pierced through the sun, exploding in front of him. Boom! Boom! Sounds could be heard all around. This heavenly punishment god's eye had 3 levels. The first level was the 9 heavens lightning, the second level was the Du Tian divine lightning, and the last level was the primal chaos heavenly punishment. Now, Su Zimo was using the second level of the Du Tian divine lightning. The moment the thunderbolts appeared, the 4 mythical beasts roared and fought against the thunderbolts. Unfortunately, the power of lightning was definitely the most domineering among all the powers. In just a moment, the 4 divine beasts were torn to pieces. The lightning did not lose its momentum and carried with it supreme divine aura. It turned into the Du Tian divine lightning, which had the heaviest baleful aura and was the most dangerous type of lightning. He watched as the Du Tian divine thunder shocked the world and the ghosts and gods, exploding towards Xiang Kunlun's clone. With a boom, the destructive thunderbolt exploded around Xiang Kunlun. At this moment, the sky was very quiet. Everyone opened their mouths wide and did not dare to speak. The dust in the sky was settling, and the lightning was dissipating bit by bit. The traces of the shattered space were also recovering. The faint purple lightning was trembling slightly. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the place where the endless dust was dissipating. There seemed to be some kind of power gathering. You seem to have forgotten that the third great emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Gate is the Thunder Emperor. A calm voice sounded in the sky. It was very solemn and loud. Then, a furious roar broke the silence of the world and broke through all the obstacles of the dust. Everyone looked over in shock and saw Xiong Kunlun's clone looking there unscathed. More and more thunderbolts were gathering around him. These lightning bolts were shocking. They were violent and intertwined. The lightning was pitch black and so dark that it looked like it was going to devour people. What was even more terrifying was that a lightning giant appeared behind him. This giant was hundreds of feet tall. It was burly, tall, and imposing. He held a sledgehammer in his right hand. Lightning wrapped around it, as if his entire body was formed by lightning. Wherever these lightning bolts appeared, the endless void was shattered. Even the powerful recovery power of the space could not easily restore it. When it comes to playing with lightning, our ancestor is the real ancestor of lightning, Xiong Kunlun said indifferently. Playing with lightning, Su Zimo chuckled. Then, the lightning giant bent down and slowly raised the sledgehammer in his hand. He directly smashed it toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dodge at all. He allowed the lightning hammer to hit him heavily. Another boom was heard. The space where Su Zimo was standing collapsed completely. However, when everyone looked up, they saw Su Zimo still standing in the sky, unscathed. He raised his head and looked at Xiong Kunlun indifferently. The moment those black lightning bolts touched him, they would completely dissipate. Seeing this, Xiong Kunlun's clone slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Zimo with some surprise. You can be ranked in the top 10 among the peers I know to be able to withstand this attack of mine, the clone said indifferently. Don't think too highly of yourself. The Tianluan region is very big, but the Yuanyang continent is even bigger, Su Zimo said indifferently. Since you like to play with lightning, try this move of mine. As soon as Su Zimo finished speaking, the greenish-gray lightning spread across his eyes. Amidst the thunderbolts, an extremely terrifying aura that originated from ancient times was condensing. Just the electric arcs that spread out were enough to shatter the space around him. This move of mine is called Chaos Heavenly Punishment. It is the supreme lightning. If you can withstand it, I will admit defeat, Su Zimo said softly. The moment the lightning spread, the clouds above the sky were split open, and a greenish-gray lightning shot into the sky. It tore through the sky with unparalleled power, and at the place where it tore, an eye condensed from lightning appeared. The eye was greenish-gray, and it was chaotic inside. It seemed to have the color of life, and it looked at Xiong Kunlun coldly without any emotion. The moment the eye appeared, the giant with the sledgehammer began to feel fear. The dark spirit chi became more violent, as if it was warning the greenish-gray eye. Xiong Kunlun looked at the sky sternly. With just a single glance, he could sense how powerful the eyes were, as well as the astonishing power they contained. What is that? Someone exclaimed. I've never seen it before. It looks a bit like the legendary heavenly punishment, someone guessed. What is heavenly punishment? Legend has it that any creature that breaks the rules of our Yuanyang continent will be killed by the eye of the Great Path. The people below were discussing, but they all looked serious. No one expected the battle to come to this. Xiong Kunlun stared for a long time and finally said, "You are very strong." Su Zimo did not answer. At this moment, he was in the sea of lightning. His eyes were almost filled with lightning, and he could not see anything clearly. The eye of lightning in the sky stared at Xiong Kunlun, and a voice that came from an unknown place resounded in the world with a sonorous and powerful voice. Heavenly punishment. As the indifferent voice fell, the lightning shot into the sky, turning into a torrent of lightning that broke through the sky and fell directly on Xiong Kunlun. Ah! When the torrent of heavenly punishment collided with the giant, the lightning sledgehammer flickered. Xiong Kunlun struggled and screamed in pain. I am the thunder of utmost exalted. The myriad of thunder arts in the world are all under my command. The vast voice rang out once again. Then, the torrent passed through like it was crushing dry weeds, destroying everything in its path. I, Xiong Kunlun, admit defeat to you. But when we meet again one day, I, Xiong Kunlun, will definitely fight you again. Xiong Kunlun's last words resounded through the world. Then, as the torrent passed by, everything fell silent. Everything returned to calm. I'll be waiting, Su Zimo said softly. It was inevitable for Xiang Kunlun to be unconvinced. After all, the limitations of a clone's power were too great. Whether it was the manifestation of his true fate or his perfect state, his avatar couldn't be used. Moreover, this clone might not necessarily represent Xiang Kunlun's current strength. Wherever the lightning went, everything was annihilated. Su Zimo did not care about the stunned expressions of the others. Instead, he walked step by step towards Changhong. So what if he's Xiang Kunlun? Su Zimo said indifferently. What are you trying to do? Changhong kept retreating. Su Zimo dragged the tyrannical shadow scimitar in his hand and said indifferently, what do you think? At most, I won't buy this mount, Changhong said hurriedly. You don't want to buy it, but my mount is hungry, Su Zimo said. Just as he finished speaking, the dark sky tiger pounced from behind with a roar. Its huge body carried a strong beast aura. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed half of Changhong's body. Then, the dark sky tiger started chewing slowly. Changhong's screams continued to ring out. Not long after, only a pool of blood was left on the ground. The people around were frightened. Someone said softly, this guy is really decisive. But he has completely offended Xiang Kunlun and the Heavenly Emperor Gate behind him. He's still not rational. So what if he defeated the clone? Xiang Kunlun's strength is not limited to this. Hearing these people's words, the people around them also disagreed. As cultivators of our generation, what we seek is to have a clear mind and a free and easy temperament. If we keep being so timid, how can we cultivate martial arts? What path do we seek? I think so too. Some people have been bending down for so long that they forget to straighten up. Someone looked at the Taoist in green and said with a smile, Demon City Lord, Changhong is also from the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Why don't you stop him? Stop what? To court death? The Taoist in green said indifferently. If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble. Seeing the Demon City Lord's unpleasant expression, the people around him did not dare to make fun of him. After all, their sex saint's clone had been defeated. If news of this spread, their reputation would be damaged. However, they also knew that if news of today's incident spread, this young man's name would probably become famous in the Tianluan region. After Su Zimo killed Changhong, he leaned on the dark heavenly tiger and rested, quietly waiting for the blood palace to open. The rogue cultivator beside him said worriedly, he's so strong. How are we going to fight for the inheritance of the killing god? The inheritance depends on luck. Unless he's stronger than the killing god, it won't be a problem. Someone said softly, just try not to bump into him. Just like that, everyone waited. In the afternoon, the sun on the horizon emitted a dark yellow halo. Birds spread their wings and flew to the horizon under the glow of the sunset. The blood palace shone brightly under the light of the setting sun. Light red spiritual chi began to spread from the blood palace, shrouding the surroundings of the blood palace into a blood-red area. The blood palace was huge, and there were a total of 8 main doors around it. At the top of the blood palace, there were carvings of many legendary ferocious beasts. They were all rare beasts, such as Cheongqi and Swanni. And on the walls of the blood palace, there were all kinds of monsters. There was a 9-headed lion, an 8-legged snake woman, and a humanoid monster with 1 eye. At this moment, 8 bang 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 sounds resounded in the surroundings, and the 4 main doors were all opened. The moment the 8 main doors opened, the dark red spiritual chi became even more violent. Enter my palace of the killing god and you will receive my inheritance. An indifferent voice came from inside the blood palace. Many people present looked at each other in silence, but no one dared to take the lead. It's because the killing god's name was too big that no one dared to step forward. Since no one is going, I'll make a move first. Su Zimo put away the dark heaven tiger and walked into the god-slaying palace in his purple robe. Seeing Su Zimo's back view, everyone walked inside one after another. Walking into the god-slaying palace, Su Zimo immediately felt that something was wrong. The palace was filled with blood-red spirit energy. Anyone who breathed in this spirit energy would unconsciously become violent in their mind. Su Zimo excluded the spirit energy, but some of the individual cultivators around him had already started attacking each other because of the red spirit energy. In front of him, it looked more like a maze. The path extended in all directions, and there were rooms on both sides. The rooms looked very old. They were all bronze doors, and each door had a metal ring in the shape of a lion. Suzumo walked in from the middle path. Each room on both sides could only allow one person to enter at a time. Any room that someone entered would be sealed, and a second person would not be able to enter. Suzumo kept walking forward. He did not fight to be the first to enter a room like the others. After finding an empty room, Suzumo slowly walked in. The blood-red spirit energy in these rooms was even denser. It was almost condensed into the shape of a fog. It was so thick that it could not dissipate. The space in the room was very spacious. It was almost impossible to see from the outside. This place was more like a vast and boundless plain. It was so vast that there was no end to it, and it was completely barren. At the entrance of the plain, there was a stone tablet. Suzumo slowly approached the stone tablet, only to see 2 words written on the blood-red stone tablet. Kill. Suzumo frowned slightly. When he passed by the stone tablet, there was a buzz sound. It was as if something had been activated. A layer of transparent barrier appeared around the plain, completely confining the surroundings. Then, there was a roar coming from the plain. The ground under their feet broke open, and corpses covered in blood crawled out from the ground. Although they were called corpses, they were more like zombies. Because these zombies had different strengths when they were alive, their current states and strengths were also very different. There are 100,000 zombies. Kill them all and you will enter the second stage. The blood-colored spirit chi in the sky began to condense, eventually forming a few words in front of Suzumo. Interesting. Suzumo chuckled. These 100,000 zombies, not to mention other things, just standing there and letting you kill them would probably exhaust you to death. Suzumo waved his right hand and the space before him was torn apart. Hun Dun's gigantic body slowly walked out. Kill them all, Suzumo ordered. Looking at Hun Dun and the zombies, Suzumo was happy and relaxed. The reason he entered the inheritance wasn't because of the god of slaughter's reputation. Bai Chong Feng may be strong, but that doesn't change the fact that he's only a ascended immortal cultivator. What really made Suzumo want to enter the inheritance was that the real god sword fragment in his body had sensed that there was a fragment in the god-slaying palace. Speaking of the true god sword, it contained the secrets of the ancient heavenly court and was once the strongest weapon in the Desolation era. Suzumo would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. After sealing the monster in his blood vessel space, the flower keeper disappeared along with his flower valley. Only the legend of the Desolation era that he created and the true god sword that was split into 5 fragments was still passed down. It is said that after collecting all 5 fragments and recasting the true god sword, one can go to the ancient heavenly court. Opening the seal, the true god sword is the key to the seal. To find the figure of the divine ancestor, reopen the dusty past and trace back to the beginning of the Desolation era. Through his previous search, Suzumo had already obtained 4 fragments. If he could get all 5 fragments, then the true god sword would be complete. Because Hun Dun was an ascended immortal, these zombies couldn't hurt him at all. However, the number of zombies was indeed too much. Suzumo also understood why the first trial was called killing. It took more than an hour for Hun Dun to clean up all the zombies in this world. After the zombies died, Suzumo found that the enchantment around him had disappeared. The door to the room he came from was opened again, indicating that he could continue. After Suzumo walked out of the room, he saw that many doors around him were opened. Some of the doors were opened, but no one came out. The ending was easy to imagine. Those who managed to come out were all covered in blood, and their bodies were covered in a thick layer of scabs. It was as if they were fished out from a sea of blood. The thick smell of blood almost permeated the entire world. Suzumo could see the numbness and indifference on these people's faces. It was as if after killing 100,000 people at once, they had become indifferent to life. Brother, you are indeed extraordinary. After coming out of the first stage, you can still be so relaxed and leisurely. A voice sounded from the side. Suzumo turned around and saw the holy son of the vast immortal sect, Hao Chen, walking over from the side. Compared to other appearances, this Hao Chen's posture was much better despite the blood stains on his clothes. You're not bad yourself, Su. Zimo said. Brother, Do you really care about this Bai Chongfeng's inheritance so much? Hao Chen looked at Su Zimo and asked. His inheritance may be strong, but it's also not suitable. At present, it seems Bai Chongfeng wants to cultivate a killing machine. Then why are you here? Su Zimo asked with a smile. To tell you the truth, I'm not here for the inheritance. It's just that this Bai Chongfeng once killed a core elder of the vast immortal sect. I'm only here for one thing, Hao Chen said frankly. You don't want me to compete with you? Su Zimo asked. I hope brother can fulfill my wish, I'm very grateful. Hao Chen cupped his fist and said very seriously. Don't worry, I'm also only here for one thing. I'm not interested in anything else, Su Zimo said with a shake of his head. Thank you, Hao Chen nodded. While the two were chatting, all of the rooms around them had opened up and the first trial was finally over. Then right in front of them, the blood-colored energy began to surge and form a space door. This space door was rotating in a counterclockwise direction, making it impossible to tell where it would lead. I don't want to go in, I want to go out. Because of the first trial, many people were already planning to retreat. You can't go out, this palace has been completely sealed from the moment we came in. Someone next to him coldly stated, unless you're stronger than Bai Chongfeng and can force your way out. Sigh, I should have known. With Bai Chongfeng's personality, there's no way he can retreat from the moment we came in. Let's go. Su Zimo glanced at Hao Chen and continued to walk towards the spatial door. The others had no choice but to follow him into the space door. Su Zimo found that after entering the portal, the space around him began to split and he was sent to a different dimension. In less than a minute, when his body stabilized, the scene in front of him became clear. This wasn't a spacious space, and it was surrounded by blood-colored spirit chi. Basically, nothing could be seen clearly. Next to him was a stone tablet. Killing intent. There were 2 words written on top of the tablet, and below it was a small line of text. 3,000 years of dream, I want to sever the 7 emotions. At this moment, when Su Zimo passed through the stone tablet, he was completely wrapped up in a sea of blood-red energy. Su Zimo felt a little dizzy in his head, he knew this was caused by the red energy. But this was related to the second trial and whether or not he could see Bai Chongfeng's inheritance, so he didn't refuse. In any case, there's Baimont protecting him in the dark. Even if the god of slaughter is reborn, it's not a big deal. When Su Zimo finally fell asleep under the sea of blood-red energy, he felt like he had a dream. Or more accurately, he experienced countless layers of dreams. In his dream, he was a swordsman who pursued the Tao wholeheartedly. He walked around the Jianghu with a 3-foot green peak. He swore to break through to a higher realm and reach the other side of the sword path. Unfortunately, because of his stubbornness, he missed out on a woman who would accompany him until the end of his life. Looking at the sword in his hand, he regretted that he had missed out on too many people in his life. In the dream, he was an ordinary person. His life was peaceful, and he didn't do anything spectacular. He just got married and had children like this. He worked hard to raise his son until he reached the end of his life. In his dream, he was a good-for-nothing youth who suffered all kinds of insults and disdain from everyone. Although his life was gloomy, it was a man who appeared and took him in as a disciple. He taught him martial arts and how to conduct himself. Step by step, he brought him to the peak. Su Zimo experienced countless dreams, and these dreams were incomparably realistic. It was often said that life was like a play. It was as if this was not a dream, but something that he had truly experienced in his life. Every dream was unforgettable, and every dream was clearly reflected in his mind. He had experienced countless layers of dreams, and the moment Su Zimo woke up. Although less than 2 hours had passed in the outside world, 3,000 years had passed in the dream. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt as if the world had changed. What a magical experience. Su Zimo chuckled. This Bai Chongfeng really does have some tricks up his sleeve. Or rather, it's more accurate to say he spent a lot of effort to set up this inheritance ground. Su Zimo suddenly felt that there was no one in this world who was simple. Just this dream realm technique alone could temper one's Tao heart, which was somewhat rare in this world. Even a faction like Xinwu Xingzong would not be able to take out such a pulse technique. Just as Su Zimo was thinking about this, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded from the side. Looking up, he saw a woman in a red dress slowly walking towards him. Xuan Yan, Suzimo subconsciously called out. However, he immediately reacted. The other party was someone he met in his dream. In that life, he was a swordsman and the other party was his confidant. It was clearly a dream, but it was a very real memory. Following that, more and more people began to appear in this space. Each of these people was an important person he met in each dream. Kill them all and you will pass the second test. These people were all without the strength to truss a chicken, and they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, waiting for Suzimo. At this moment, Suzimo suddenly understood why this test was called Killing Heart. After 3,000 years of dreaming, I want to cut off the 7 emotions. Without the 7 emotions and 6 desires, without joy, anger, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, and shock, how can one be human? But if he doesn't kill these people, he won't be able to pass the second test. Suzimo sat down cross-legged and began to strengthen his Tao heart, not being affected by any of the outside world's voices. This test is a test of the Tao heart. Since everything was only a dream, why can't I stay out of it and stay true to my Tao heart? Life is like a dream, the sound of wind and rain comes at night, countless flowers fall. In my life, the things I've done, the people I've met, since I can't change them, why should I worry about it? The Tao heart should be unstoppable, guarding until the clouds parted to see the red sun, parting the clouds to see the moon. At this moment, Suzimo felt like his Tao heart had risen by several levels. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at everyone in front of him, then waved his hand and softly said, "All of you are dismissed." At this moment, the space around him began to ripple as everyone disappeared without a trace. At the place where the stone tablet was, another space gate appeared. After Suzimo walked out, only then did he realize that he was in a huge arena. The arena was vast and boundless, and there was no end in sight. In the distance, there were some curved objects that looked like cow horns surrounding the arena. There was no one here, so Suzimo was a little puzzled. At this moment, a space gate opened not far away, and the figure of a lone cultivator walked out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed you. But I had no choice. The lone cultivator roared in pain. Don't worry, I'll go down to accompany you. After saying that, he chose to self-destruct in midair. Boom. Following the sound of the explosion, Suzimo was left alone in this space. Before Suzimo could react, he saw several more spatial portals being opened. Several figures walked out, including the vast immortal sex Holy Son Hao Chen and the Long River immortal sex Holy Daughter Luo Xingqing. Brother Su is one step faster than me again. Hao Chen walked up and said with a smile. Although he was smiling, his expression didn't look good. Are you okay? Suzimo asked. Hao Chen suddenly looked up and asked, Brother Su, have you ever loved someone? You entered a dream? Suzimo asked. I shouldn't have come here. Hao Chen was silent for a while, then nodded. After this, I'll go back to the sect and go into seclusion. I swear I won't come out until I'm out. I can't help you with this. I can only tell you one thing, don't worry about it, try to accept it. Accept what has happened. Suzimo said. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the arena. Some people chose to commit suicide after coming out, and most people's feelings were self-evident. Most of the people who could come out of the second round knew what was going on. Naturally, their feelings were self-evident. When everyone came out, the entire arena began to shake. The curved horns that circled around each shot out a black ray of light that soared into the sky. When the light soared into the sky, it covered the entire sky above them. Then, another line of words appeared in the sky. In the final battle, kill everyone. The one who survives will obtain the inheritance. When they saw this line of words, most people's faces turned ugly. Many people even felt that they had been played. In the first round, they killed people numbly. In the second round, many people's hearts were shaken. In the end, only one person could survive. At this moment, many people looked at Suzimo. After all, the strongest person here was Suzimo. He also had the highest chance of obtaining the inheritance. Brother Su, don't tell me you really want it? Even Hao Chen looked at Suzimo with some vigilance and forced a smile. Although I don't care about your lives, I don't want to be led by the nose, Suzimo said. Then what do we do now? Hao Chen sighed. We're all trapped here and can't get out. If I knew that the inheritance was so risky, I wouldn't have come. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. As the killing god's inheritance, they should have known before coming in. Everyone, I'll only say this once. Listen carefully. Su Zimo looked at everyone present. He said loudly, I'll open this barrier. Leave this place quickly. Don't touch the inheritance at all. If anyone dares to question me, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, young master. Although the inheritance is good, you need to be alive to take it, a rogue cultivator quickly said. Right now, we just want to survive. Nothing else matters. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He waved his right hand and Hun Dun walked out of the spatial gate. 5 steps into immortality. First step Mystic Immortal. Second step Heaven Immortal. Third step Immortal King. Fourth step Undying Immortal. Fifth step Immortal Pinnacle. Hun Dun's current realm had also reached Heaven Immortal from Mystic Immortal. When his majestic beast aura swept over, everyone's expression changed immediately. A demonic beast that has reached the immortal realm, someone stammered. Where did this guy come from? We've never heard of such an existence in the heavenly Luan region. Could he be a genius from another region? Everyone had different opinions, but no one dared to step forward. They hurriedly retreated to the surroundings of the arena. Hun Dun raised his paw and a majestic beast aura spread out like the sea. With a soft roar, he slammed his paw on the enchantment. Boom! The barrier shook slightly, but it didn't break. Hun Dun's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, his pair of wings that covered the sky closed slightly. At its abdomen, a black hole formed. Inside the black hole, red-purple thunderbolts crackled and exploded. Arcs of electricity spread out, as if a great fear was brewing inside. At this moment, the spiritual chi around Hun Dun surged. An extremely purple thunderbolt torrent with a tinge of red burst out from within. The thunderbolt broke through the layers of the void and directly blasted on the enchantment like a shockwave. Boom! The explosion sounded in the sky, and a series of cracking sounds came from within the enchantment. Cracks began to appear. Hun Dun roared, "Break!" With a boom, the enchantment that filled the sky instantly shattered into pieces and drifted away. In front of the shattered enchantment, there was a high platform. On the high platform floated 3 objects wrapped in light. Next to the high platform was a throne. A skeleton sat on the throne. The skeleton was red, and the clothes on its body had all decayed. The skeleton sat on the throne just like that, with a sword in its left hand inserted into the ground. The scene was very shocking. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly flew up and headed toward the 3 balls of light on the high platform. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that it was the saintess of the Long River Immortal Sect, Luo Xingqing. You're the first person who dares to snatch something in front of me, Su Zimo said with a chuckle. Seeing that Luo Xingqing's figure was about to reach the high platform, Hun Dun's giant hand directly pressed down and sealed the entire space. The moment the giant hand pressed down, Luo Xingqing was also suppressed to the spot, unable to move. At that moment, a leaf suddenly flew out of Luo Xingqing's storage ring. The moment the leaf appeared, Luo Xingqing's figure directly traversed through the void, dodging Hun Dun's suppression and appearing next to the high platform. Void leaf. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "So you were already prepared." The void leaf came from the Void Valley. Although it was not as effective as the void would, it still had the ability to traverse through the void. Even if it was the suppression of an immortal powerhouse, the sealed space could still be broken. Seeing this scene and seeing that Luo Xingqing was about to put the 3 balls of light into her storage ring, Baimont, who was hiding in the dark, received Su Zimo's order. He personally sealed that space. Under Baimont's seal, the spatial seal was so strong that even the void leaf could not open it. Luo Xingqing, who was about to succeed, suddenly froze on the spot. No matter how she struggled, she could not move at all. Drops of cold sweat flowed down her forehead. "I've said it before. I won't give you a second chance." Su Zimo said indifferently, "Kill her." The Chaos Claw descended and slapped towards Luo Xingqing. Luo Xingqing was about to be annihilated by the claw. A mighty force suddenly appeared around her. This mighty force shook off the chaos claw and turned into a stream of light, wrapping around Luo Xingqing and escaping in a sorry state. As expected of the saintess of the Long River Immortal sect. She really has layers of protection. Su Zimo chuckled. However, seeing this scene, the other rogue cultivators who had other thoughts did not dare to act rashly. Some people had already begun to retreat from the God-Slayer palace. Su Zimo walked towards the 3 balls of light. Hao Chen said hesitantly, "Brother Su, the one I mentioned before." "I'll see if it's useful to me first," Su Zimo replied. Hao Chen hurriedly nodded and waited quietly to the side. There were 3 balls of light on the platform. Su Zimo picked up the first ball of light and looked at it. Inside was the true God Sword fragment he was looking for. It was the 5th fragment. When he picked up this fragment, Su Zimo could feel the other 4 fragments in his body trembling. This was a sign of excitement. A wave of sword intent turned into a warm current and circulated through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Su Zimo put the true God Sword fragment into his storage ring. Only then did he look at the second ball of light. There was a dragon-shaped pill inside. This dragon pill was very lifelike. The dragon soared through the clouds, looking very lifelike as if it was about to come alive. "Brother Su, this is the winged dragon pill I'm looking for," Hao Chen said from the side. "This pill is refined from dragon saliva. Brother Su also knows that the dragon race is extinct now, and this pill is almost gone with each use. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I need to use it to try to advance further." Su Zimo glanced at the pill. It was indeed a good pill for others, but it was useless for him now that he was in the Divine Pulse realm. Moreover, he had never been short of dragons. "Take it." Su Zimo threw the pill over. "If Brother Su has any errands in the future, feel free to come to the vast immortal sect to find me." Hao Chen bowed slightly and finally turned to leave. Then, Su Zimo picked up the 3rd ball of light and found that it was actually a book. On the light blue cover were the words 3,000 Years of Big Dream. Could this be? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment, then slowly opened the book. Su Zimo looked at it for a while before realizing that this was a book that could create dreams. This meridian technique had 2 functions. The first was to create dreams for oneself to temper one's Tao heart. Tao heart was simply the heart to pursue the Tao. This could not be cultivated. The strength of one's Tao heart depended on one's experiences and one's own growth. And the dreamscape was able to do just that. The second function was to create dreams for others. This kind of dream creation was not to help others temper their Tao heart. If this move was practiced to the extreme, one could change the flow of time in the dream at will. When the opponent was immersed in the dream for 3,000 years, his body in reality would have already died. His lifespan would have reached the end and he would gradually die. Dying without knowing it, this was an extremely terrifying secret manual. Su Zimo kept the secret book. This secret book would be very useful in the future. He also had to take some time to perfect the meridian technique he learned. After he was done, he looked at the blood-colored skeleton in front of him. The skeleton that had been dead for an unknown number of years. "Come out. I've been sensing you for a long time," Su Zimo said calmly. "I've already given you everything I have, so why are you being so overbearing?" A voice rang out from midair. Then, a man's shadow appeared in midair. The male lead was dressed in a blood-red robe. His long hair was also blood-red in color. He had hawkish eyes and a hooked nose. His face was slender and thin. Especially those eyes, they were extremely cold and terrifying. Staring at them made one feel as if one was about to fall into a sea of blood. "Bai Chongfeng?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "Bai Chongfeng is already dead, you can just call me God of Slaughter," the man calmly said. "How did you die?" Su Zimo asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, as someone who had entered the immortal realm, his lifespan shouldn't have ended so quickly. Moreover, Su Zimo could tell that the man in front of him was a spiritual body. His physical body had already decayed and only his spiritual body was left hiding in the god-killing palace. Without a physical body, a spiritual body wouldn't be able to survive. Although Su Zimo didn't know what method the other party used to preserve his spiritual body, but this state wasn't good for long. He couldn't cultivate and would eventually dissipate one day. I understand, Suzumo said with a smile. You're not looking for your successor at all, you're looking for a physical body that can carry your spiritual body. Yes, the man didn't deny it and directly confessed, but you destroyed it. Even if I didn't destroy it, you still wouldn't be able to find it, Suzumo said with a shake of his head. This condition is too harsh. It's almost a small mistake and both of you will die together. Suzumo could also guess that the man originally wanted to find a physical body, but then the rules he set were forcibly broken by the chaos. Then he sensed the existence of Baimont. So he simply didn't show up again, not wanting to deal with Suzumo. Do I have any other choice? Bai Changfeng asked faintly. Rather than taking a risk and taking a gamble, it's better than waiting here for the day my spirit body is destroyed. I have a suggestion, do you want to hear it? Suzumo said. What suggestion? Bai Changfeng asked doubtfully. I'll say it first, I won't force you. Once you listen to my suggestion, you won't have a choice. Either you agree or I kill you. Do you still want to hear it? Suzumo asked. Bai Changfeng pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay, go ahead, I'm listening. With a wave of his right hand, Suzumo summoned a blue planet behind him. Before Bai Changfeng could react, his spiritual body had already been sucked into the planet. The next moment, Bai Changfeng's figure appeared in the divine land. Where is this? Bai Changfeng looked around and asked in confusion. The world I created, the divine land, Suzumo said in a flat voice. Created your own world, do you know what you're talking about? Are you kidding me? Bai Changfeng asked incredulously. I'll speak, you just need to listen. You don't need to know anything else, Suzumo said lightly. In my world there is the life and death samsara. I'm going to build a hell in the underworld. I want you to become the first lord of hell. After the death of all living beings, the good ones can go to Granny Meng's place to drink the water of the river of forgetfulness and undergo samsara. The evil ones must enter hell, and according to the degree of evil, the punishment will also be different. Only after the punishment is over can you become samsara again. Are you serious? Only now did Bai Changfeng finally look at the man in the eye, his voice somewhat dignified. My world has just been created, there are many things that need to be perfected. Suzumo nodded. You can become the Lord of Hell. After my world is complete, I can help you reincarnate and become samsara again. If possible, I can even help you retain your memories of your past life. Hearing Suzumo's words, Bai Changfeng fell silent. He was tempted, this was undoubtedly the best way. Not only would he be able to retain his soul, but he would also be granted supreme power and even retain his memories after reincarnation. Why me? Bai Changfeng asked incredulously. Because you are the death god, Suzumo replied. You are the most suitable candidate for the position of Lord of Hell. Hearing Suzumo's words, Bai Changfeng was silent for a long time. Finally, he looked up and said, if you are not lying to me, then it's a deal. Let me make one thing clear in advance, I'll leave hell to you. I don't care what you do under my rules, but if you violate my rules and disturb the development of my world, I won't forgive you. Don't blame me for being heartless. Suzumo said. Don't worry, I know what's important and what's not, Suzumo said. Then he stepped into the air and began to establish hell. Hell is divided into 18 levels. On the side of the bridge, space began to collapse as the endless void energy began to condense. With the help of the Great Tao, a pagoda-like building was completed in the blink of an eye. The pagoda has a total of 18 floors. According to Suzumo, each person has committed different sins during their lifetime and will have to go to different levels of hell in the future. As for the interior of hell, it's up to Bai Changfeng to complete. As for other things, Suzumo won't intervene. Those who can enter hell must be evil people. Good people or ordinary people could directly cross the netherworld bridge and enter the cycle of reincarnation. After explaining things to Bai Changfeng, Suzumo left the divine land. After Bai Changfeng entered his world, it's impossible for him to go out again. When Suzumo's world is completed in the future, he will make a decision based on the other party's performance. Suzumo also asked about the cause of death before. The other party died because of practicing the Great Dream for 3,000 years. After waking up from the dream, the world would have changed and the body would have decayed. This also shows that although this technique is very good at tempering one's Tao heart, it's also dangerous. Once there's a mistake, it's possible to fall into the dream and die without knowing it. After coming out of the divine land, Zz left the god-slaying palace. The fragments of the true god sword were placed in the divine land by him. At this moment, the 5 fragments were circling together and condensing into the shape of a circle. Streams of sword flow reverberated between the fragments. The sharp sword light was growing from weak to strong, little by little gathering momentum. Unfortunately, although the sword energy was condensing, it was difficult for the true god sword to take shape. In the end, the 5 fragments slowly fell down after a long time. What's the matter? Zz looked at Green Spirit and asked. Green Spirit was the first fragment of the true god sword he got back then and had already developed an independent consciousness. Sir, it's very difficult for the true god sword to restore itself after being split. You must find the 9 bends fire and supreme god hammer to reforge it. Green Spirit replied, wait until it's restored, and this sword is still missing a sword spirit. So complicated, Zz frowned. Young master, the true god sword is related to the key to the ancient heavenly city. Back then, the divine ancestors' many secrets naturally couldn't be obtained so easily. Green Spirit replied, otherwise, how could no one have found it after so many years since the desolation era? Where are the things you mentioned? Zz asked. I can only sense the sword spirit within a certain distance. I don't know yet. Green Spirit shook her head and said, however, it is said that the supreme hammer is in the hands of the stone race of the desolate land, and the 9-tuned divine flame seems to be in the heavenly Tao Academy. Alright, take your time, Zz said with a nod. He didn't have any clues about the rock race of the wilderness, but he could go to the heavenly Tao Academy to take a look. After all, it was the #1 academy on the continent. After exiting the god-slaying palace, many of the rogue cultivators who had gathered outside had already dispersed. Only a few people were left behind. When they saw Zz coming out, they were stunned. Only then did they sneak in to see if there were any unexpected gains. After leaving the God-Slayer Palace, Zz headed for the Void Valley again. The Void Valley, located in the middle of the Jiuzhou region and the Tianluan region, was hidden in a void space. This afternoon, the sky was a little gloomy. It was rare to see such weather in spring. The wind was blowing outside, and the lush trees on both sides of the road were swaying with the wind. The strong wind blew, and the ice-cold raindrops fell to the ground like they were refreshing to the heart. Not far away, the outline of a canyon loomed in front of them. Looking down from the sky, the canyon was like a long winding dragon, hovering up and stretching between heaven and earth. Wandering Dragon Mountain Range. At the entrance of the mountain range, there was a stone tablet that had been there for a long time. The surface of the stone tablet was covered with cracks, and several lines of small characters were written under it. Wandering Dragon Mountain Range was built in the era of the Emperor Huanglong. It is 18,400 meters in length. It is said to be famous because of the dragon bones buried in it. The small characters below introduced the history of the mountain range. Zz didn't read more and walked into the mountain range. This mountain range could be said to be the last barrier of the Tianluan region. After crossing the mountain range, one could reach the boundary of the Jiuzhou region, where the Void Valley was located. Because the rain was getting heavier and heavier, Zz found a few big trees with lush foliage and intertwined branches and sat down. He was going to set off when the rain was lighter. The spring rain seemed to have a special style. In this silent canyon, he enjoyed the rainy season alone. No one disturbed him, and only the sound of raindrops falling on the fallen leaves was swooshing. The spring rain was as precious as oil, and it flowed all over the street. The poet of the poem, "A group of cows laughed to death." Zz still remembered this limerick. He closed his eyes slightly and leaned against the tree trunk. At this moment, there was a sound of wind in the distance, and several figures came from the sky. The leader was a young man in blue, followed by 7 or 8 young men of similar age. Everyone wore the same style of clothes, and they should be the disciples of the Changhe mortal sect. Zz thought of Luo Xingqing, the holy girl of the Changhe mortal sect, who was almost killed by him. Although she escaped in the end, she was seriously injured by the blow of Han Dun. Even if a strong practitioner treated her, she would not recover in a short time. Suzimo suddenly guessed that these people could not be looking for him for revenge, right? As he was thinking, the young man in the lead stopped in front of the Wandering Dragon mountain range. Senior fellow apprentice, it stands to reason that he can't leave the Tianluan region. Did he know that we were coming for revenge, so he left early to hide? Several young men behind him guessed. The young man in blue did not speak. He looked at the lush mountain range. He waved his right hand, and several insects flew out of his sleeve. Shadow-chasing insects, the disciple next to him saw the insects and asked in surprise. Senior fellow apprentice Ruhui, I'm afraid that the heavy rain has already covered the breath of any creature, and the shadow-chasing insects can't track them. What do you know? A young man next to him explained. These shadow-chasing insects are mutated insects cultivated by senior fellow apprentice Ruhui himself. They can track any creature within a radius of 10 miles. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, the shadow-chasing insects began to vibrate. They seemed to be very uneasy, and they flew towards Suzimo's location. He's nearby. Wang Ruhui's eyes narrowed, and he flew out instantly. The others were also shocked, and they hurriedly followed him. Suzimo looked at the insects hovering above his head and smiled. It seemed that they were really coming for him. At this moment, 8 figures flew over quickly and stopped in front of Suzimo. You're the one who injured junior sister Xingqing? A youth looked at Suzimo and asked. So what if I am? Suzimo replied calmly. Then I'll take you down and personally apologize, Wang Ruhui said calmly, and wait for junior sister to deal with you. In a city far away from the Wandering Dragon mountain range, 2 old men were sitting under a huge banyan tree and playing chess. The old man on the left was wearing a blue robe, his hair and beard were all white. His face was thin and he had a sage-like aura. The old man on the right was wearing a red robe, his head was bald and his face was red, he looked like a monk who drank wine and meat. He had a string of prayer beads around his neck. Monk Huiju, why did you come down the mountain this time? The old man in blue robe placed a chess piece and asked with a smile. Fellow Yushan, why ask when you already know the answer? Huiju smiled and said. The time for the mandate of heaven to form is getting shorter and shorter, our Kuru temple should also go and find the one with the mandate of heaven. So that our Kuru temple can be reborn in this unstable world. If you ask me, your Kuru temple should be sealed and not come out, the karma of this world won't affect you guys, Yushan said with a smile. Huiju sighed and shook his head, it's hard to follow your master's orders. Then why don't you consider our Long River immortal sect, this generation's saintess isn't bad either, Yushan said with a smile. I heard that your saintess almost died a few days ago? Huiju said with a smile. I don't know what happened, I've already ordered my disciples to capture that person, Yushan said with a bad expression. Even the saintess wasn't his match, are you really that confident in your disciple? Huiju continued to ask. In my heart, Ruhui is the strongest disciple of this generation. He cultivates the 10,000 insect manual, there's no insect in the world that he can't control. Unfortunately, he's still a fool and didn't want to fight with Xingqing for the saintess position, so he gave it up in the end. Yushan sighed. The saintess position can be given up, but no one will give up the emperor position, Huiju smiled and shook his head. Although he didn't say it directly, his meaning was clear. He didn't like the saintess of the Long River immortal sect, so he naturally wouldn't bet on her. The throne was incomparably cruel, and it was not something that could be obtained by giving it away. The corpses were like mountains, all of them accompanied by a sea of blood and death, climbing up step by step. Yushan didn't say anything else. He gently put down the chess piece in his hand. His eyes lit up as he looked at the distant roaming dragon mountain range and said, I found that person. Suzimo looked at the disciples of the Long River immortal sect and shook his head, I really don't know who gave you the confidence. Let's give it a try, Wang Ruhui said indifferently. The might of the Emperor Vane realm surged around him, and wisps of spirit chi circled around him. What was special about him was that the spirit chi around him was green in color, and it looked very dense and viscous. It was as if the spirit chi had condensed into spirit liquid. The moment this spiritual liquid appeared, Suzimo heard a series of rustling sounds coming from the surroundings. Then, countless insects crawled out from every corner. Some of these insects crawled on the ground while others flew in the sky. In short, there were all kinds of insects. Moreover, they were densely packed, and there were more and more of them. It was as if all the insects in this forest had been summoned. Senior Brother Ruhuai's 10,000 insects technique seems to have become even more exquisite. I think we don't even need to do anything, a disciple said with a smile. Wang Ruhuai waved his right hand, and the spiritual liquid all fell around Suzimo. Then, the surrounding insects seemed to have gone crazy as they swarmed towards Suzimo. Suzimo frowned slightly. These insects weren't very strong, but because of their large numbers, they were indeed very annoying. Suzimo waved his right hand, and the space in front of him was torn apart. A ferocious beast walked out from it. Suzimo had previously resurrected the 9 great divine beasts of the wilderness. Among these divine beasts, there was a beast called Taotai. This huge beast that came out of the void was Taotai. Its body was huge, and its entire body was reddish-purple. The hair on its neck was as hard as a hedgehog. There was a pair of huge horns on its head, which were probably more than 10 meters long. Its eyes weren't big. They were dark red and emitted a murderous light. Its mouth was almost a meter long when it opened, and there were 4 fangs in its mouth. There were 2 on its upper and lower lips, and the other teeth were very densely packed together. There were 3 or 4 rows of teeth. Taotai, your food is here, Suzimo said lightly. Legend had it that the dragon had 9 sons, and Taotai was one of them. The credibility of the legend was still unknown. However, Taotai was indeed a veritable glutton. It was born with the talent to devour everything. At this moment, when Taotai appeared, the expressions of the disciples of the Long River Immortal sect changed slightly. What is that? Someone asked in shock. A ferocious beast, Wang Ruhuai said solemnly. Due to Taotia's resurrection, his cultivation in his previous life had long disappeared. However, under Suzimo's nurturing, he had now entered the saint bloodline realm and gradually had the power of a ferocious beast. When the Taotai roared, it opened its bloody mouth, which seemed to be a bottomless pit. A devouring force came from its body, and then the entire space around it became distorted. Sand and stones flew around, and all the insects flew into its mouth involuntarily. Not only the insects, but even the surrounding trees and stones were all devoured. Feeling the powerful devouring force, Wang Ruhuai was the first to change his expression and hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, run!" However, it was too late. When the devouring force appeared, the entire area was enveloped in it. "Master, save me!" Wang Ruhuai roared. Then, a chess piece broke through the void and directly attacked Taotia's mouth. Boom! There was a loud explosion in front of Taotai, and it was directly blasted to the side. Taotai stood up and roared at the sky. In the distant city, the rain in the sky was getting heavier. It was as if it was going to crush the banyan tree in front of it completely. It doesn't seem appropriate for Brother Yushan to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, Monk Huiju said with a smile. What can I do? Do I just watch my disciple be killed by him? Yushan asked. Then I'll accompany Brother Yushan. I haven't appeared in the world for thousands of years, and I'd like to see how the prodigies of this continent are doing, Monk Huiju replied. The 2 of them tore the space in front of them at the same time and stepped directly into it. Not long after, they appeared in front of the forest of the Wandering Dragon Mountain Range. Suzimo looked at the 2 people walking in the air and knew that the main character was here. Benefactor, you are too polite. Monk Huiju greeted Suzimo with a smile. Monk? Suzimo smiled and said, Why aren't you burning incense and worshipping Buddha in the temple? What are you doing here? I'm a flowery monk. What's wrong with that? Monk Huiju said with a smile. Little brother, you should take care of the matter at hand first. Suzimo raised his head and looked at Yushan. He smiled and said, After beating up the young, is the old coming? I won't make things difficult for you. Monk Huiju and I will each use 1 move. If you can survive, I'll let you go, Yushan said calmly. Little brother, I'm just here to join in the fun and see how the younger generation is like. I have no ill intentions, Monk Huiju explained with a smile. Suzimo shook his head and said, Your Long River Immortal sect is really something. To think that I saved one of your core elders before. By the way, I'll give you a reminder. You should use your full strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Arrogant. Yushan snorted. At this moment, the aura of the divine pulse realm surged from his body. He was like a tall mountain that could be looked up at. Suzimo could see that the other party seemed to have just broken through to the divine pulse realm and was currently in the first level of the divine pulse realm. However, because the other party's cultivation technique seemed to be very profound, his foundation could be considered solid now. He slammed his palm down. It looked like an ordinary palm. However, in Suzimo's eyes, this palm was no longer a hand, but a complete mountain. The power of the mountain was unparalleled. It was majestic and firm. Moving thousands of mountains and rivers all have spirits. As long as the spirits are not extinguished, the mountains are high and the sun sets. As this palm fell, Suzimo's tyrannical shadow was also unsheathed. A shocking saber intent burst out from the scimitar. The saber intent was rising and condensing. The scimitar was like the sea, converging into a torrent in the sky. This is... Monk Huiju looked at this aura in shock. Suzimo slowly waved the long saber in his hand. At this moment, when the saber fell, the entire space collapsed. When I observe the blade of the scimitar, I expect the scimitar to observe me as well. At this moment, the scimitar rumbled as it soared into the sky with a mighty blade intent. The mountain that Yushan's palm was pressing down on instantly collapsed with a boom sound. The mountain shattered, but it was not the mountain that shattered, but his hand. The saber seemed to be the only thing left between heaven and earth. Everything in front of the saber light seemed to have become a mirage between mountains and rivers. Yushan stared blankly at his right hand. It was dripping with blood and covered with densely packed cuts. His entire hand was practically crippled. When he used his spirit chi to heal the wound, he discovered that there was still a remnant of saber intent that was constantly destroying his palm. "Who are you looking down on?" Suzimo looked at Yushan and said indifferently. "You're in the divine vein realm?" Yushan asked as he gravely looked at Suzimo. "You're not qualified. Let your Long River immortal sex Laozu do it," Suzimo said calmly. Then he looked at Huiju and asked, "Great monk, do you want to come?" "Since I've already said it, a monk will not lie." "Naturally, I'll have to try," Huiju smiled bitterly. "I knew that nothing good would come out of joining in the fun." Indeed, Buddha was right. There is no trouble in the world, only suffering and happiness. "Great monk is lamenting about life again," Suzimo said with a smile. "Be careful," Yushan reminded from the side. Then Huiju shook his head and sighed. He clasped his hands together and looked straight ahead with a solemn gaze. "I am Buddha, I am suffering and happiness." Huiju's solemn voice came out of his mouth. Then his figure began to change. He actually transformed into the appearance of a Buddha. That Buddha seemed to have all kinds of expressions. On one side, he was smiling, while on the other, he was frowning. "Benefactor, are you willing to put down your butcher's knife?" The Buddha opened his mouth and asked with a strange tone. "Great monk is tricking people again," Suzimo smiled. The saber in his hand was overflowing with saber intent as he attacked again. "Sea of sufferings," Huiju chanted softly as if he was chanting. The entire sky was covered as a black sea of sufferings extended from one end of the sky. Within the sea of sufferings, there were all kinds of expressions. There were all kinds of people and all kinds of appearances. The sea of sufferings surrounded Suzimo. Then, darkness attacked. Some were suffering, some were laughing, some were angry, some were sorrowful. All of them charged towards Suzimo in a frenzy. Suzimo waved his saber and the tyrannical shadow passed through their bodies. It was only then that he realized that the scene in front of him was a soul attack and not something that existed in reality. "In this world, I've never met a soul attack that can break through my 9-cycle palace physique." Suzimo chuckled. When all these people charged towards Suzimo, Howling Sunwolf, who was in the first grid of the 9 palaces grid, stepped forward. With an ancient aura, it blocked the front with a ferocious expression. Anyone who entered was devoured and torn to shreds. When he saw that, Monk Huiju's eyes narrowed and he glared with his Buddha eyes. In the sea of sufferings, Monk Huiju chanted Buddhist scriptures softly and hollered again. "All become Buddhas." All of a sudden, the frenzied people who were charging towards Suzimo stopped and stood on the spot with peaceful expressions. Placing their palms together, golden light shone brightly around them and all of them turned into Buddhas. After all of them turned into Buddha statues, their speed, strength, and attack power increased significantly. The densely packed Buddha statues were like a torrent, rushing over with an unstoppable force. The howling sun wolf was gradually exhausted. Finally, the first Buddha statue broke through the defense of the first grid of the 9-cycle palace physique. The door to the second grid of the 9-cycle palace physique opened and a mythical beast was still guarding it. At first glance, the mythical beast looked like a rock. Its entire body was golden and its wings were thousands of kilometers wide. The second grid of the 9-cycle palace was water and the rock was flying above the water. But if one looked closely, they would realize that it was the Kuan Pung that fed on dragons. Diving into the blue sea, swimming in the currents, sinking its gills in the sea, falling under the wind and waves. Brushing its feathers, eating and pecking, spreading its wings between heaven and earth, stretching its neck to the shore of the sea. Transforming its feathers into the sky, clawing at the wind, shaking its scales across the sea, striking at the water. When the golden-winged Kuan Pung appeared in the sea, its body was unimaginably huge. Its claws swept across the surface of the sea and there was a rumbling explosion. It was as if a tornado had formed on the surface of the sea. When the Buddha statues arrived, they all went into the water and prepared to cross the river to break through this layer. The Kuan Pung screeched as it passed through the endless void. The sea was roaring and boiling. A pair of wings fell and the sharp feathers fell between heaven and earth. Hundreds of Buddha statues were all destroyed. What exactly is this divine soul palace? Monk Huiju shouted in shock. Before he could react, the golden-winged Kuan Pung turned into a stream of light and charged towards him. The golden-winged Kuan Pung passed through the void and tore through the void. Its wings were thousands of miles long. Its speed could be said to be instantaneous. It had already flown from one end of the void to the other. Huiju could not block it in time. With a boom, the pair of sharp claws pierced through the Buddha statue. Then, the golden-winged Kuan Pung disappeared into the void and disappeared from Suzimo's second space. Suzimo raised his head to take a look, only to see Monk Huiju's Buddha statue emitting cracking sounds as cracks appeared on it. In the end, it completely shattered. Benefactor is very kind. Huiju bowed to Suzimo and said with a sigh. He knew that the Kuan Pung just now could have killed him directly. As soon as he said that, the black sea above Huiju's head, the sea of suffering, shattered with a wave of his right hand. In the end, it turned into a rain of blood. The rain of blood mixed with the torrential rain that was falling from the sky, dyeing the entire forest blood red. Go, go. Suzimo waved his hand slightly. Don't disturb my peace. Huiju was silent for a while. In the end, he wanted to say something but did not say it. He was then pulled away by Daoist Yushan. The rain in the sky seemed to be getting heavier. Suzimo lay under the tree and leaned slightly against it. He closed his eyes slightly. A carriage galloped from afar. The sound of horse hooves was very chaotic and noisy. Under the cover of the torrential rain, the carriage was surrounded by more than a dozen fierce horses. On each horse sat a soldier in armor. The old man driving the carriage was dressed in a green robe. His eyes were like an eagle's, hazy and gloomy. There's the smell of blood. The old man suddenly whispered. Everyone's expression tensed up as they hurriedly stopped the carriage. There was a big battle here. The old man looked around and finally said calmly. Observe the surroundings and make sure there's no problem before leaving. Uncle Ching. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the carriage. Miss, please give your orders. The old man quickly replied. Won't it be a waste of time if we stop? After all, there are still people chasing us, the woman said worriedly. Don't worry, Mississippi. We're safe now that we've entered the Wandering Dragon mountain range. The old man smiled and said, the mountain range extends in all directions. It's hard to track him down in all directions, especially with the heavy rain covering everything. That's good. The woman in the carriage responded and then slowly lifted the curtain in front of the carriage. There were two people sitting inside. The woman on the left looked like a maid. The woman on the right wore a green silk dress and had long hair that was as black as silk. Her face was a little thin, and the ends of her hair were wrapped around her ears. It seemed to be because of her sweat that the hair stuck to the right side of her face. There was a unique flavor to it. "Miss, please stay in the carriage." "It's raining outside," the old man quickly said. "It's nothing. Shalian and I just came out to get some fresh air." The woman smiled and shook her head. Maid Shalian's body was covered with a layer of blue spirit chi cover, almost blocking all the rainwater outside. As for the Qinglua woman, she didn't use any protective measures and allowed the rain to fall on her body. "Miss, you." Shalian was a little worried and hesitated. "It's fine. I quite like rainy days." The woman smiled and shook her head. As the two of them were talking, they heard a guard's exclamation not far away. "Chief Ching, there's someone here." Everyone hurried over and saw a young man lying under a big tree. The rain around him fell heavily, but it didn't touch his body at all. "What's wrong with this person?" Shalian asked in confusion. "There was a big battle here before." "I think it has something to do with this person," Uncle Ching said solemnly. "Let's not meddle in other people's business. Let's leave as soon as possible." "But what if we leave him alone and he dies here?" The Qinglua woman frowned. She said, "I don't know if he's dead or alive now." One of the guards wanted to step forward to check Suzimo's breathing. However, before he could reach him, he saw Suzimo slowly opening his eyes. "It's raining so heavily. Why are there still people here?" Suzimo asked curiously. "Who are you?" The guard next to him asked warily. "I'm just a traveler," Suzimo said with a smile. He looked up at the carriage behind him and asked, "Where are you going? Can you give me a ride?" "Sorry, it's not convenient," Uncle Ching said warily. "Poor man. It's raining heavily. You have to cross the Wandering Dragon mountain range alone. It's dangerous all the way." Suzimo stood up and sighed. The Qinglua woman next to him was silent for a while. Finally, she looked up and said, "Child, if you don't mind, you can also follow our carriage. We happen to be going to Jiuzhou region." "Miss, you." Uncle Ching next to her said with confusion. "It's fate to meet him when we're outside." "I'll help him if I can," the Qinglua woman said with a smile. "But we don't know his background." "It's dangerous," Uncle Ching said lightly. "A handsome man like me must be a good person," Suzimo smiled. "If you're not afraid of death, come with me." Uncle Ching glanced at Suzimo coldly and then walked to the carriage. "Give him a horse," the Qinglua woman said to the guard next to her. "No, I have a mount," Suzimo said with a smile. He waved his right hand, and Dark Heaven Tiger rushed out of the storage ring and stopped beside Suzimo. The moment Dark Heaven Tiger came out, the wild horses around were all frightened and struggled to break free from the reins uneasily. It wasn't until the Dark Sky Tiger roared that the horses quieted down. You. A guard next to Uncle Ching looked at Dark Heaven Tiger and stammered for a long time. The old man in the carriage stared at Dark Heaven Tiger for a long time and then lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. "You just lead the way," Suzimo said with a chuckle. The terrain of Wandering Dragon Mountain was still strange to Suzimo. Suzimo was afraid that he would go the wrong way if he crossed the whole mountain range to Jiuzhou region. Now that he followed this team, he didn't have to worry about anything. Furthermore, Suzimo took a look and realized that the strongest person in the group was the old man named Uncle Ching, who was merely at the Venerable Meridian Realm. He couldn't even defeat Dark Heaven Tiger. The heavy rain didn't slow down, and it continued to pour down majestically. They walked on the wet ground and walked out of the jungle. More than a dozen paths appeared in front of them. The paths extended in all directions. Several guards identified the direction, and the carriage moved forward again to the path in the north. It was getting late. When they passed by a valley, the convoy slowly came to a stop. "Miss, it's getting late. There are still many unknown things in the Roaming Dragon Mountain range. Why don't we rest here for the night?" Uncle Ching asked. "All right, we'll do as you say," the lady in the sedan ordered. As the convoy stopped, everyone chose a relatively spacious area. Then, they set up tents and set up camp. Some guards cleaned up the demon beasts they killed during the day. Then, they started a bonfire and began to draw water to make dinner. Suzimo lay on the back of the Dark Sky Tiger. He did not close his eyes for the entire day. Instead, he cultivated the heaven-shaking technique in the divine mainland. In any case, crossing the roving Dragon Mountain range was not an easy task. Thus, zz decided to use this time to cultivate. After a while, they could smell the rich aroma of meat in the air. 2 guards brought a bowl of meat soup and served it to the lady in the Qingluo long dress. The lady looked at the meat soup and fell silent for a while. Finally, she walked to zz. "Here, this is for you." Zz slowly opened his eyes and looked at the meat soup in front of him. He chuckled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person?" "I want to ask you for a favor," the lady in the Qingluo long dress begged as she squatted down and looked at zz. "I don't dare to drink your meat soup," zz said with a smile. "My name is Caillou," the lady in the Qingluo long dress explained. "To be honest, I brought you along and gave you the meat soup because my intuition told me that you're not simple." "And then?" zz asked. "Our Kai family is the most prestigious family in the West Jin Prefecture. A year ago, my father obtained a breakthrough pill. As the name suggests, it's a pill that allows one to open the 6th meridian and advance to the Emperor Meridian realm." Caillou explained seriously, "Later, because of this pill, our Kai family was involved in a dispute. Later, we were even exterminated half a year ago. Fortunately, my father had hidden the breakthrough pill. I was captured by the enemy and interrogated about the whereabouts of the pill. Just a few days ago, my father's trusted aide, the steward of our Kai manor, Uncle Fu, rescued me. We are now on the run and want to go to Jiuzhou region." "You've already escaped. Why are you still telling me this?" zz said. "But now I'm very suspicious. I suspect that Uncle Fu betrayed my father and leaked the information about the breakthrough pill," Caillou said. "I don't have any other ideas now. I just want to ask for young master's help. If it wasn't for Fu Bo, everyone would be happy. If it is him, I hope you can escort me to Jiuzhou region. I am willing to give you the Breaking Realm elixir. Even if you give it to me, I won't give it to them," zz said with a smile. "They are my enemies," Caillou said calmly. "Actually, I don't care about the breakthrough pill. It doesn't matter if I kill these people or not. Most importantly, if I'm in a good mood, I can help you," zz said. "What does young master want to do?" Caillou asked. "Look at the heavy rain. Don't you know to let me go to your sedan to take shelter from the rain?" zz said with a smile. "You can come, young master," Caillou said frankly. "Miss," at this moment, Uncle Fu, who was not far away, noticed them and hurried over. He said to Caillou, "Miss, you'd better stay away from these unidentified people." "Thank you, Uncle Fu," Caillou said with a smile. Then she glanced at zz and walked into the sedan. "Boy, don't say that I didn't warn you. We are escaping from the pursuit. Leave quickly if you don't want to die," Uncle Fu looked at zz and said. "What a coincidence. I like to join in the fun," zz said with a smile. Uncle Fu glared at zz and turned away without saying anything. Among the guards next to him, a young man came to zz. He said threateningly, "Boy, you'd better stay away from our Mississippi, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "Pursuer?" zz asked with a smile. "It's none of your business." "Just mind your own business," the young man said with a cold snort. I've eaten and drunk enough. It's time to sleep." zz shook his head slightly. He put down the bowl in his hand and walked towards the sedan. "What are you doing?" the guards next to him shouted instantly. They blocked the sedan with Uncle Fu and looked at zz. "Uncle Fu, let him in." Caillou's voice came from the sedan. "Miss, how can we do that?" "We don't know where this person came from," the guard next to her said quickly. "I said, let him in." "You don't have to care," Caillou said calmly. "Uncle Fu." The guards quickly looked at Uncle Fu. After all, Caillou was young and beautiful. She was almost the only goddess in their hearts. Naturally, they didn't want to see this happen. "Didn't you hear what Miss said?" Uncle Fu was silent for a while. He said calmly, "Get out of the way." The guards were silent for a while. They could only watch as zz stepped onto the sedan. The interior of the sedan was decorated in light red. The maid Shalian could only leave. There was a faint fragrance inside. The interior of the sedan was very spacious. There was a table in front with a few pots of tea on it. Inside was a place to rest. "Young master, if you have any orders, just say it," Caillou said. "Tomorrow, I'll pretend to go and get the breakthrough pill. We'll know then. Don't think too much." "I'm just going to sleep," zz said as he lay down on the bed. He yawned and said, "Remember to call me when you arrive." The guard set up camp and rested for the night. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The rain had lessened a lot. The sky wasn't completely bright yet. The sky was gray and it was drizzling. The carriage set off early and continued to move forward. When it passed by a small valley, it stopped. Caillou stopped the carriage and said softly, "Uncle Fu, I'm going to get something. Wait here." "Miss, it's not safe for you to go alone. How about I go with you?" Uncle Fu said. "No need. I'll be quick." Caillou shook her head and smiled. Although her cultivation wasn't high, she had cultivated meridians. She quickly entered the valley. Not long after, Caillou rushed over with a hurried expression. "Miss, you got what you wanted?" Uncle Fu asked. Caillou nodded and said, "Let's go quickly. I heard that the patriarch once obtained a breakthrough pill. I wonder if young Miss still remembers?" Uncle Fu suddenly smiled and asked. "I've never heard of it." Caillou shook her head and replied. "Then what did Miss take?" Uncle Fu continued to ask. "Uncle Fu, you seem to be very concerned about this?" Caillou frowned and asked. "No. It's just that it's not safe for Miss to keep it. How about I keep it for you?" Uncle Fu smiled strangely. "Uncle Fu, let's not beat around the bush. Anyway, I can't run away now," Caillou said calmly. "Did you betray the Kai family?" "So what if I did?" "So what if I didn't?" Uncle Fu asked calmly. "I just want to know before I die so that I won't be confused," Caillou said. "I was the one who leaked the news. I secretly joined forces with a few other families to destroy the Kai family. Actually, they just wanted to occupy the West Jin prefecture. We each took what we wanted," Uncle Fu replied. "Why? My father and the Kai family treated you well, didn't they?" Caillou asked in disbelief. "You've watched me grow up. Instead of saying that the Kai family treated me well, it's better to say that I treated the Kai family well." Uncle Fu said calmly, "Before your father became the head of the family, I followed him and helped him. He had been running around everywhere for him, assisting him, and never once had he ever complained. Unfortunately, I'd been at the peak of the Zun meridian for a long time. I'm not like those geniuses. The ordinary me can't break through this realm. Now, I don't have much time left. I don't want to die. Your father got the breakthrough pill this time, but he would rather hide it than help me break through the Emperor Meridian and extend my life. If you want to talk about responsibility, it's the Kai family who betrayed me first. I don't know what my father is thinking, but people like you deserve to die," Caillou said calmly. "Unfortunately, I don't know if I deserve to die, but you'll definitely die before me. Now that I got the breakthrough pill, I can break through to the Emperor Meridian realm. The world is so big. I can go anywhere." Uncle Fu smiled viciously. "What about you guys?" Caillou turned to look at the other guards. "Miss, we don't know." The guards shook their heads in panic. "Miss, don't be afraid. After you die, they'll die with you. At least you won't be lonely." Uncle Fu's aura surged. His hands formed into claws, and pale white spirit chi gathered between his fingers. He grabbed Caillou's hand. At that moment, a roar came from the side. The dark sky tiger's huge body pounced over. Feeling the dark sky tiger's strong beast aura, Uncle Fu's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Beast!" He immediately dodged to the side. Suzimo didn't train the dark sky tiger into a battle pet, it was just a walking mount. However, under his nurturing, the dark sky tiger had grown into an Emperor Vane realm demonic beast. Its current combat strength could not be said to be weak. "You want to ruin my plans," Uncle Fu said as he looked at Suzimo in the palanquin. "I didn't want to kill you. You asked for it. What are you shouting about? Even sleeping makes people restless." Suzimo opened the curtain and said in dissatisfaction. Uncle Fu glared viciously at Suzimo as a pill appeared in his hands. It was a pure black pill. Demonic frenzy pill. Caillou exclaimed. You forced me to do this. Uncle Fu swallowed the pill and laughed. Immediately after, his face began to contort, and the skin on the surface of his body gradually turned black. Following that, his aura grew stronger rapidly. He took the demonic frenzy pill, Caillou said worriedly. This pill can allow him to break through to the Emperor Vane realm for a short period of time, and he doesn't fear pain. It's very powerful. It's just the Emperor Vane realm. It's not a big deal. Suzimo waved his hand slightly. The dark sky tiger pounced forward. Its huge body turned into a black stream of light as it opened its bloody mouth. On the other side, Uncle Fu also roared angrily. Black gas surrounded his body as he fought with the dark sky tiger. As everyone knew, humans were definitely not a match for demonic beasts at the same realm, unless they were some geniuses. However, after Uncle Fu took the demonic frenzy pill, he didn't fear pain. This was a very abnormal ability. Seeing that the two of them were fighting back and forth, Uncle Fu was secretly anxious. After all, the pill was effective for a short period of time. Once the time was up, the side effect would cause him to temporarily lose his cultivation. Uncle Fu's expression turned fierce. The moment he attacked the dark sky tiger with his claws, he suddenly changed directions and attacked Caillou. Caillou's expression changed instantly. Although she wanted to escape from the two aggressive palms, she felt as if her legs were tied up. She couldn't move at all, as if her legs were filled with lead. Just as his palms were about to grab Caillou's neck, a clang sound was heard. A machete blocked in front of him. You again. Uncle Fu looked at Suzimo and shouted, I don't want to give up. I've already succeeded. Then, the dark sky tiger pounced on him from behind. It pressed him to the ground with its claws and bit his head directly. Everyone closed their eyes slightly and didn't dare to face this bloody scene. Caillou shook her head and sighed. After all, he watched her grow up and could be considered as half a family member. Here you are. She turned her head and handed a black box to Suzimo. I promised you. It's the breakthrough pill. You'd better keep it for yourself. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He got into the sedan and said, Hurry up. Call me when we reach the border of the Jiuzhou region. After the dark sky tiger ate the corpse contentedly, it followed behind the convoy. Suzimo didn't rush to take it back. It was okay to let it play outside for a while. The weather was gray in the morning, and the drizzle gradually cleared up. There were still small drops of crystal clear water on the plants in the mountains. The convoy moved forward step by step. It took a long time to cross the Wandering Dragon mountain range. Therefore, when they encountered evil beasts along the way, they would kill them and store them. Suzimo had been sleeping in the sedan. In other words, it was better to practice than to sleep. There were more than 360 acupoints in the human body. Each acupoint could condense a number of force vortexes. According to the method of shaking heaven, the human body was full of good fortune. In principle, endless force vortexes could be condensed. As long as you had enough time, energy, and resources, there was no end to force. The weak force could move mountains and seas, and the strong force could create a new world. Of course, it was more and more difficult to condense force vortexes in the later stage. Suzimo first condensed the force around his body to sense and experience the force contained in every part of his body and every muscle. The perception of this force was long. You had to reach the subtle level in the use of force. You could disperse the stars in the sky or gather them into a point to destroy everything. You had to perceive all the forces in your body and try to mobilize them naturally. This was the entry level of the method of shaking heaven. It was not difficult, but it took a lot of time. And you couldn't be careless. In this way, the carriage moved slowly in the mountains. The carriage traveled in the jungle for a month and a half. Although the Roaming Dragon mountain range was old, it was not a big mountain range. People who went from Tianluan region to Jiuzhou region often passed through this mountain range. There were no strong monsters in it. In the morning after a month and a half, the spring breeze was blowing. The sky was clear, and the breeze was blowing softly. They came to the other side of the roaming dragon mountain range. "Child Su, we are almost at Jiuzhou region," Caillou woke Suzimo up and said softly. "Over the mountain in front is Black Demon City. Black Demon City already belongs to Jiuzhou region." "It's so fast," Suzimo stretched himself and looked at the horizon in the distance. The mountain in front was pure white. But compared with the snow-capped mountains, this mountain was as white as white clouds, giving people a feeling of floating. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in fog. Among the many peaks in the roaming Dragon Mountain range, it was so unique and majestic. After practicing for a month and a half, Suzimo only mastered half of the strength of his whole body. He was now at the peak of Divine Pulse realm, but his mastery of his own strength was not as powerful as the method of shaking heaven. This also gave Suzimo a new understanding of the so-called 10 great ancient meridian methods. After mastering all the strength of his whole body, Suzimo considered the cohesive spin. Because of the steep mountain, they put the sedan chair at the foot of the mountain. Caillou decided to climb the mountain with them. "Child Su, we want to go over the mountain as soon as possible before dark, and then go to Black Demon City to rest," Caillou said to Suzimo. "Okay, let's speed up," Suzimo nodded and said. When they came to the foot of the mountain, they found that there was a white jade stone ladder at the foot of the mountain. The stone ladder stretched up to the top of the mountain. The stone ladder was made of pieces of white jade, which seemed to have been there for a long time. Some of the stone ladder had cracks, and the fallen flowers on it were blurred. At the front of the stone ladder, there was a square white jade incense altar. There was a thick layer of incense ash in the altar, with a faint fragrance. There was a line of words engraved at the bottom of the altar. "Black Demon Temple's Merit Altar." "Is there a Taoist temple on this mountain?" Suzimo asked Caillou. Because he had never been to the Heavenly Yuan region, he didn't know anything about this place. "I don't know. When I was very young, my father took me to Jiuzhou region. Unfortunately, I was too young to remember many things." Caillou shook her head and said, "I'm not familiar with Jiuzhou region." "Then let's go up and take a look." "We have to pass by anyway," Suzimo said with a nod. Suzimo didn't know how many steps there were, but it extended all the way to the top of the mountain. The steep mountain terrain also saved them a lot of trouble. While climbing the stone stairs, Suzimo saw many stone statues on both sides. However, it was a little different from the Taoist temples in his impression. These stone statues were not of Taoist ancestors, but of great figures and ancestors of Taoism. Instead, they were some ugly demons. After climbing for an entire day, they finally reached the end of the stairs in the afternoon. It was at the top of this mountain. The ice and snow road to the top in the east, the setting sun is burning the clouds in the west. One step away from the heavenly palace, looking back at the mortal world for 10,000 years. As soon as they arrived at the top of the mountain, they heard someone humming this poem from a distance. Suzimo looked for the source of the sound and saw a young man in a Taoist robe carrying a large bundle of firewood from a distance. He walked over with some difficulty. The young man also saw Suzimo and others. He raised his head and wiped his sweat. Then he walked to Suzimo and others. He said with a smile, "Are you guys coming to our Black Demon Taoist temple?" "I want to go to Jiuzhou region." "I'm just passing by here out of curiosity," Suzimo replied. "If it's convenient, you can also come to our Black Demon Taoist temple," the young man said. "Master often teaches us to make friends with people in the world." "Sure," Suzimo said with a smile. He turned to look at Caillou and others and asked, "What about you? Do you want to go back to the city or to the Taoist temple?" "Young master, may I ask if Black Demon City has anything to do with your Black Demon Taoist temple?" Caillou asked curiously. "Many years ago, Black Demon wreaked havoc on this land. Our Grandmaster renamed the Taoist temple to Black Demon Taoist Temple, intending to fight Black Demon to the end. Later, after a long time, we finally defeated Black Demon. In order to thank us, the people in that city also changed the name of the city to Black Demon City." The young man explained with a smile. "I see," Caillou nodded and said, "Then I'll go to your Taoist temple. I'll lead the way. Fellow practitioners, please follow me," the young man smiled. He carried the firewood again and walked forward. Suzimo could see that the other party was just an ordinary person without any cultivation. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult to carry a little firewood. The top of the mountain was quite wide. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally found a Taoist temple in front. The Taoist temple was very wide, almost occupying half of the mountain, but it looked a little simple. Lush Bodhi trees were planted on both sides of the door. It was not majestic. The red wall outside was very old. Although it was not broken, it was a little dusty. The door in front was black and white. It was very imposing and looked like it had just been renovated. "Fellow practitioners, please come in," the young man said politely with a smile as he pushed open the door of the Taoist temple. Suzumo and the others followed closely. Once they walked in, they could not see the end of the Taoist temple. There were all kinds of small Taoist temples arranged together. It was very spacious. Logically speaking, a Taoist temple of this size should not be so barren. Moreover, Suzumo did not sense any spirit chi inside. This place was just like a mortal Taoist temple in the secular world. "Very few people come here, right?" Caillou asked. "Yes, actually, our Taoist temple prohibits outsiders," the young man suddenly said. "Moreover, I have never left the mountain since I was young. I was just curious about the outside world, so I secretly brought you here." "That's not good, right?" Caillou looked at Suzumo and said. "Since the Taoist temple does not accept outsiders, let's go." "Don't, can you tell me the story of the outside world?" the young man quickly begged. "Also, let me tell you, the Taoist ancestor of our Black Demon Temple is very smart. He will grant almost all of your requests. If you worship him, things will be smooth in the future." Suzumo looked at the Taoist temple. This quiet and ordinary Taoist temple always gave him a strange feeling. It was as if a storm was about to come. Something was brewing. "Come in with me quickly. If we are discovered, it will be over," the young man quickly said. Suzumo looked at Caillou, but still walked in. The group of people had a great momentum, but because this Taoist temple was really too remote, they didn't meet a single person along the way. "There are 11 people in our Taoist temple, including Master," explained the young man. "I have 9 senior brothers. I have lived here for as long as I can remember. I have never left the mountain." Suzumo nodded. Along the way, he realized that the Taoist temple had many crops and all kinds of vegetables. It was just like the mortal world. The young man brought them to a very old courtyard. The courtyard was sealed. There were many spider webs at the entrance. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. There was a crooked sign hanging above. The words "Faraway Pavilion" were blurred out. "It's a pleasure to have friends from afar," said Suzumo softly. "I heard from my senior brothers that this place used to be used to entertain fellow cultivators. However, it has been sealed since I can remember." The young man said, "Oh right, you can call me Mr. Xianyu. This is the Taoist name given by Master. It's easier to call you Mr. Xianyu." "You want us to clean this place for you, right?" asked Caillou with a smile. "No, it's all clean inside. I clean it regularly," said Yu Zhao hurriedly. "It's just that I'm afraid Master will find out about the outside, so I don't dare to clean it." "Forget it." Suzumo waved his hand and said, "By the way, what is your master's Taoist name?" "Master's Taoist name is Chankuan." "You can call him Chankuan Jinren," said Xianyu. "However, you might not be able to see him. Can you tell me about the outside world at night?" Suzumo did not object. He nodded and walked into the side room of the courtyard. Compared to the bleak outside, the inside was quite exquisite. There was a wooden bed, a table, and a mirror. There were many Taoist items in the room. "Wait here. I'll go out and take a look," said Xianyu. After he left, Caillou asked in confusion, "Why do you have to come here?" "I'm curious," said Suzumo. "What is there to be curious about?" Caillou asked. "I don't know yet, but this Taoist temple is definitely not simple," Suzumo replied. "Then let's stay here for a day." "We'll go to the city tomorrow," Caillou said. Suzumo nodded slightly and tidied up the room. Because the courtyard was indeed very big, everyone returned to their own rooms. Suzumo had nothing to do, so he started cultivating in his room. He was only halfway through the initial cultivation of strength. He sat cross-legged and returned his body to its most natural state. Then, he began to comprehend calmly. Suzumo cultivated all the way until night fell. It was only after Xian Yu brought dinner over that Suzumo exited his cultivation state. The food in the Taoist temple was very simple. There was a bowl of rice, some vegetables, and a bowl of thick soup. You guys might not be used to it. Just make do with it, Xian Yu said with a smile. Have you cultivated before? Suzumo looked at Xian Yu and asked. I've thought about it, but the people of our Taoist temple are born with blocked meridians. There's no way to open them, Xian Yu said with a smile. But after so many years, I've gotten used to it. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? Can you let me take a look? Suzumo said with a smile. Sure. Xian Yu nodded. Suzumo placed his hand gently on Xian Yu's right wrist. That was where the first meridian, the Luan spring, was located. He closed his eyes and checked the condition of Xian Yu's body. After a long time, Suzumo opened his eyes and looked at Xian Yu strangely. He asked, Who told you that your meridians are blocked? My master told me, Xian Yu replied. Isn't that so? Suzumo smiled and nodded. He did not say anything else. Xian Yu's meridians were not blocked at all. They were sealed. Furthermore, Suzumo felt a very strong force in his body. But this force was sealed along with his meridians. He could not even absorb spirit energy. He could only be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. After dinner, Xian Yu stayed behind to listen to a story. He seemed to yearn for the outside world. Suzumo asked Caillou to tell him a story while he continued to cultivate. He did not know much about the outside world. Often, some small stories could make him gasp in amazement. Late at night, a bell rang 3 times outside the Taoist temple. Xian Yu was sleepy and yawned a few times. He said embarrassedly to Caillou, Sister Yu, it's time to rest. I'm going back to sleep. Go ahead. Caillou nodded slightly. After a simple farewell, Xian Yu left. At this moment, when the bell rang, Suzumo felt a very dense spirit energy. It was as if all the spirit energy in the entire mountain was gathering here like a storm. Suzumo was stunned. He quickly looked out the window and saw that the sky was exceptionally bright. 2 rays of light, one black and one white, were intertwining. The entire Taoist temple was covered by a black and white enchantment. What is this? Suzumo was stunned. Before he could react, there was a sudden knock on the door. Caillou stood up and opened the door. She smiled and said, Little sir, why are you back? A low growl was heard, followed by Caillou's scream. Suzumo quickly walked out of the room and saw Xian Yu in the courtyard. He lifted Caillou up and was about to kill her. The spirit energy around him was very dense. It seemed like he was at the venerable Meridian Realm. Suzumo's divine Meridian Realm aura surged and suppressed Xian Yu, making him unable to move. When he rescued Caillou from Xian Yu's hands, Caillou's face was filled with fear. She pointed at Xian Yu and could not speak. Suzumo looked over and saw that Xian Yu's eyes were bloodshot. It was unknown when the seal in his body had been broken. He seemed to have lost his consciousness. He was like a walking corpse, struggling. How did he become like this? Caillou asked in fear. I don't know. Suzumo suppressed Xian Yu and tied him up in the room with the immortal binding chains. He instructed Caillou, find a place to hide and watch over him. I will go to the other places in the Taoist temple to take a look. Be careful, Caillou said hurriedly. When Suzumo walked out of the room, the originally peaceful Taoist temple was filled with all sorts of soft screams. He looked around and saw a few people in Taoist robes who had lost their minds. They were running forward like Xian Yu. They wanted to run out of the Taoist temple but were stopped by the enchantment outside. The enchantment seemed to have a special effect. It was like snow meeting the sun in March. Once these Taoist masters came into contact with the barrier, they would be sent flying. However, they were still struggling to get out. This barrier is imprisoning them. Suzumo instantly understood. Suzumo didn't care about these people. He walked straight forward and arrived in front of the largest hall in the Taoist temple. The hall was about 50 meters tall. It was covered in gold, and the ceiling was oval. There were 6 large red pillars in front of it, and they were surrounded by iron fences. Zz walked up the stairs and came to the front of the hall. The words Atonement Hall were written on the plaque above. He frowned slightly and pushed open the vermilion door. With a creak, he entered the hall. The hall was divided into several rooms. In front of the room that Zz had just entered, there were 3 statues. From left to right, the first statue was completely brown. Only its facial features were pure black. He raised both his hands, stood with his left foot on the ground, and raised his right foot forward. The clothes he wore were all wrapped in golden ribbons. The statue in the middle was of a lone wolf with one eye. The lone wolf only had one eye, and its fur was fiery red. It was lying on its side on a high platform, and it was somewhat similar to the Maitreya Buddha's lying posture. It looked strange and strange. The statue on the right was of a monk with black beads. The monk was wearing a kasaya and black beads. His entire body was black. Even his eyebrows, eyes, and lips seemed to have been made up. They looked very black. The monk's ears were very big, as if they were hanging upside down. What does this Taoist temple consecrate? Zz was puzzled by what he saw. At that moment, he heard a cough. An old man in a Taoist robe walked out of the room next door. The old man's face was sallow, and he looked very weak. "Who are you?" The old man looked at Zz. His expression changed drastically, and he asked warily. "I'm a traveler passing by this mountain," Zz replied. "What kind of joke is this? There is a seal at the bottom of the mountain." "How did you get up here?" the old man said coldly. His divine Vane realm aura surged as he glared at Zz. "I'm going to Jiuzhou region and passing by here," Zz said. "Besides, I don't see any seals. You have to climb over other mountains to get to Jiuzhou region. This White Sage Mountain has been closed for many years. Don't you know?" the old man said. Zz shook his head. "I've never been here before. I've always come with others." He looked at the old man and asked, "Are you Zhenren Qiankuan? Looks like you're not an ordinary passerby." "You even know my name," Zhenren Qiankuan said with narrowed eyes. "Don't misunderstand. It was your disciple, Xian Yu, who told me," Zz replied. "Xian Yu, he's the one who brought you in." Taoist Qiankuan was silent for a moment. He looked at Zz with a conflicted expression. Zz felt a murderous aura emanating from him. After hesitating for a long time whether to kill him or not, Zhenren Qiankuan finally sighed. He said, "Don't go anywhere tonight. Just stay here and leave early tomorrow morning." "Your Black Demon Temple is quite lively," Zz said with a smile. "It's not bad for you to leave here and forget everything," Zhenren Qiankuan said. "Don't get involved. Just pretend that nothing happened." "It seems that you don't want to say," Zz said. "What's the use of saying it? Just stay here." Zhenren Qiankuan sat down on the futon next to him and chanted something silently. Zz didn't force him. If Zhenren Qiankuan didn't want to say it, he couldn't force him with death. However, he was more curious about what kind of beings were enshrined here. Zz didn't leave the main hall. Instead, he went to the other rooms to have a look. The old man didn't stop him. The other rooms were similar. Zz had never heard of the creatures enshrined here. It could even be said that this was not a Taoist temple at all. It was a silent night. The next day, when the sky was slightly bright, 3 bell tolls came from the Taoist temple. Zhenren Qiankuan had been sitting here for the entire night. The moment the bell tolled, he got up and left the main hall with Zz. "Master." As soon as the two of them walked out of the main hall, they met a fat Taoist. Zz remembered that he met this fat Taoist last night. The fat Taoist was desperately running out of the barrier, just like Xian Yu. "Master, there's an outsider?" The fat Taoist looked at Zz and said in surprise. "Don't worry about it. Clean the main hall of atonement in the morning," Zhenren Qiankuan said calmly. The fat Taoist nodded and walked into the main hall while humming a tune. Zz felt that the fat Taoist was a completely different person from last night. It was as if he had a split personality. "I'm getting more and more interested in your Taoist temple," Zz said with a smile. Shinran Shankuan didn't say anything and directly brought Suzimo to the faraway pavilion. He ordered the group to leave immediately. When Suzimo arrived at the faraway pavilion, he saw Caillou and the servants accompanying her chatting with Xianyu. "Sister Yu, why did you tie me up?" Xianyu asked in confusion. Before Caillou could answer, Suzimo and the rest walked in. "Master." Xianyu immediately shrank back when he saw Shinran Shankuan. "Leave," Shinran Shankuan said calmly as he looked at Caillou and the rest. His expression was getting uglier. Caillou looked at Suzimo, only to see Suzimo shake his head slightly. "Xian Yun," Shinran Shankuan called out softly. "Master, I'm here." A loud shout came from afar. Then, a man in a black cloak ran over from afar. This man's appearance was ordinary, but his ears were as big as a screen. "Send them down the mountain," Shinran Shankuan said calmly. Then, he looked at Xianyu and said, "Follow me to the main hall of atonement." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left, no longer bothering with Suzimo and the rest. "Everyone, please," Xian Yun said with a smile. Suzimo did not say much and walked out with Caillou and the rest. "Wait a minute," Xianyu shouted. He pulled Suzimo and the rest to the side and secretly took out a few sachets from his pocket. He said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I prayed for these sachets. Take it as a gift." Caillou patted his head and kept the sachets with a smile. Then, the few of them followed Xianyan out of the Taoist temple and walked down the mountain. "This is the first time I've seen outsiders go up the mountain since I was young," Xianyan said curiously. "What did you do last night?" Suzimo looked at Xianyan and asked. "Nothing. I just meditated and slept in my room," Xianyan replied gently. "It seems like these people don't remember anything," Suzimo narrowed his eyes. Xianyan sent them to the foot of the mountain and then smiled. "I can't leave the mountain gate. Let's part ways here." "Goodbye," Caillou nodded and said goodbye. Suzimo felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. He took a deep look at the direction of White Saint Mountain and then turned to leave. "The Black Demon Temple is really strange," Caillou said. "How could it become like that at night?" "I don't know. Let's go to Black Demon City first," Suzimo looked at Caillou and asked. "What's your plan after that?" "Although my Kai family was destroyed, I still have an aunt in Jiuzhou region. I want to go to her," Caillou said truthfully. "In that case, let's part ways when we arrive at Black Demon City," Suzimo nodded and said. Caillou was silent for a moment. She gently pinched the corner of her clothes and nodded slightly. The legend that the Black Demon Temple saved this area should not be false. This matter was widely spread throughout the Black Demon City. Of course, the world knew about the Black Demon Temple, but because White Saint Mountain had been closed, no one had been to the Black Demon Temple for many years. They didn't need to cross White Saint Mountain to reach Jiuzhou region from Wandering Dragon Mountain, but there was a mountain road next to it. The mountain road was quite steep. It took them a morning to cross the mountain. Not far ahead, the city of Black Demon City was looming. It was like a huge demon, with a torrent of black iron all over, standing on the ground. When Suzimo walked into the city gate, he could vaguely see the scene in the city. Above these city walls, there were many little ghost statues more or less. They had different expressions and shapes. Looking at these little ghosts, Suzimo thought of the things worshipped by the Black Demon Temple. The heavy city gate was open. In the middle of the two city gates, there was also a little ghost statue, like a doorknob. Walking into the city, the lively and noisy scene inside made people feel much more at ease. People came and went on the street. There were all kinds of hawkers and cries. "Where are you going, young master?" Caillou looked at Suzimo and asked. "I want to take a look at the Void Valley," Suzimo said. "However, I'm not too familiar with that place. I'm preparing to rest and recuperate in Black Demon City. I'll make some inquiries before setting off." "It just so happens that I was going to send someone to inform my aunt first," Caillou said. "Auntie's place is a little far, so I don't dare to go there alone. I can only wait for her to send someone to pick me up. Let's find an inn to rest first." Suzimo nodded and did not object. The two of them found an inn in the city and booked 2 rooms. Caillou didn't trust the servants who accompanied them, so she dismissed them. Inside the inn, just as Suzumo entered the room, Baymont's figure slowly appeared. "Tell me, what happened?" Suzumo asked. "The Black Demon Temple worships statues. There's also this little ghost statue on the Black Demon City wall. I don't know if my lord still remembers it. They were all sculpted based on the original models of the demon race," Baymont explained. "Although I didn't sense any demon chi, I still recognize these statues." "Statues of the demon race?" Suzumo was taken aback. "Yes, they're just little demons that have just started cultivating." "They're still very far from us," Baymont replied. "Can you tell what's going on with those people in the Black Demon Temple?" Suzumo asked. "I'm not sure. There's a spiritual chi in their bodies that's very similar to our initial demon chi, but it's not," Baymont replied after pondering for a while. "It's really because of that aura that they became like that." "Things seem to be getting more and more interesting," Suzumo said. "The Black Demon Temple must be hiding something. If my lord wants to know, I can go and investigate," Hun Dun suggested. "There's no hurry. We can slowly investigate after we return from the Void Valley," Suzumo said, shaking his head. There was nothing unusual about the Black Demon City. In the afternoon, Suzumo inquired about some information about the Void Valley. 300 miles east of the Black Demon City was the location of the Void Valley. The Voidwood and Void leaves there were very popular in the Gyojou region. There was almost no urgent supply and they could be sold at sky-high prices. Therefore, many rogue cultivators would go there to try their luck. After all, many people were willing to risk their lives for the sake of cultivation. However, in the past 2 years, several major imperial lineage had jointly implemented control over the Void Valley. Although they didn't say that casual practitioners were not allowed to enter the Void Valley, everyone who went in had to apply for a token before they could enter. The places to apply for tokens were all in the big cities. There was no place to do so in the Black Demon City. Although people had used their lives to explore the Void Valley in the past few years, they still hadn't heard of creatures like the Void Monkey. Suzumo felt that Jiang Yin wouldn't lie to him. It was just a little too rare. After collecting the map and information about the Void Valley, Suzumo began to practice in the inn. It wasn't until the evening that he went downstairs for dinner at Caillou's invitation. "Do you know, I've inquired about the Black Demon Temple in the city," Caillou said to Suzumo while eating. "What?" Suzumo asked in confusion. "The Black Demon Temple, including the Black Demon City where we are, doesn't belong to any force. Instead, the Black Devil did exist before, but only for a short period of time. They disappeared before the other imperial lineage could react." Caillou said very nosily. "Moreover, the Black Demon Temple wasn't called Black Demon Temple before, but White Saint Temple, the same name as the mountain." "What is Black Demon? Have you inquired about it?" Suzumo asked. No. Very few people had seen Black Demon in the past. Now almost all of them have forgotten about it. Caillou shook her head. "Alright, don't ask too much about it. It's not a good thing to be capable," Suzumo said. "I know." Caillou nodded and said, "I just feel that little Xianyu is a little pitiful." "Leave it to me," Suzumo said. The sky outside gradually darkened, but there were still quite a few people in the inn. Most of them were sitting in the inn and chatting with each other. A faint moon appeared in the clouds and shrouded the sky above Black Demon City. At this moment, a bone-chilling scream came from outside. This sound was very terrifying and almost suppressed the noise in the inn. Suddenly, it was silent. "What's going on?" Someone put down his wine cup and asked with a frown. "I don't know. Let's go take a look." Just as everyone got up and left the inn, they saw a blurry, blood-stained figure struggling to run in. As soon as this figure entered the inn, it fell to the ground. It looked at everyone and shouted, "Save me!" before falling unconscious on the ground. "What's going on?" the innkeeper hurriedly shouted. Immediately after, a series of low growls came from outside. These growls made one's hair stand on end. Suzumo sat in front of the window and strode out of the inn. As he walked toward the city gate, he saw a dark mass of monsters rushing in from the city gate. There were at least 1,000 of these monsters. At this moment, some of the soldiers guarding the city were running away, while others had already been killed by the monster tide. What's this? Someone whispered. These monsters actually looked more like humans, but their skin was a little rotten, and their eyes were scarlet. Black Demon City's response was very timely. The city lord, Tiling, had rushed over with a large group of people. Looking at these monsters attacking the city, Tiling's pupils suddenly shrank. After being silent for a long time, he solemnly said each word, Black Demon. As the city lord of Black Demon City, there was a map in the city that every city lord would pass down from generation to generation. That was the map of the Black Demon's invasion back then. Looking at the situation in front of him now, Tiling was very clear. Everything on the map was emerging from the depths of his memory step by step. Get all the city residents below the Void Pulse realm to spread out and hide. The rest of you, come with me to fight the enemy. Tiling arranged for people to go to other places to seek help. He shouted to stop them. Seeing this situation, Zz whispered, Black Demon Temple. Without caring about the situation in the city, he directly stepped into the air toward the Black Demon Temple. Along the way, more and more black demons were still gathering. Zz looked in the direction of the tide. It was the Black Demon Temple. After walking in the air for more than an hour, he finally arrived at the foot of White Saint Mountain. The incense altar at the foot of the mountain had been pushed down. Zz sensed a reaction of spiritual energy from the entrance of the white jadestone stairs. It's the seal. He sensed it slightly and opened his eyes to look at the mountain. Now that a hole had been torn in the seal, it could be assumed that the black demons had also entered Black Demon City from here. However, there were many details that Zz could not understand. He hurriedly walked up the mountain. When Zz arrived at the Black Demon Temple, he discovered that the left wall of the temple had already collapsed. One of the vermilion gates was still swaying, while the other was nowhere to be seen. The situation inside was even more chaotic. There were even a few black devils wandering around the Taoist temple. When Zz rushed into the main hall of atonement, he saw a barrier blocking his path in front of the main hall. Inside the barrier, Taoist Qianquan was fighting with a black demon. That black devil was different from the other black devils. It was almost impossible to see his human appearance clearly. His skin was pure black, and even his strength was fluctuating at the Divine Vein realm. What was even more terrifying was that its physical defense was extremely high. Jinren Qianquan's attacks could not hurt it at all. It was almost as if he was being suppressed. Zz checked the barrier's endurance. Ordinary Divine Vein realm cultivators wouldn't be able to break it. The only exception would be if an entering immortal expert made a move. He slowly pulled out the scimitar from his waist and opened all 8 meridians in his body. Samsara used the 14 styles of Tao querying in reverse. The majestic spiritual energy in his body surged out like an ocean. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the scimitar created a 10,000 feet long scimitar. The endless power of Samsara swallowed the barrier and shattered it. Inside the barrier, Taoist Qianquan looked at Zz. His expression changed slightly, and he roared, "What are you doing here? Are you misunderstanding something?" Zz asked with a frown after seeing Taoist Qianquan's overreaction. "You're with Xianyu, aren't you?" Taoist Qianquan said angrily. "Even if I die here today, I won't let you have it easy." "What do you mean by together? What's wrong with Xianyu?" Zz asked with a frown. Black Devil City is under siege by the Black Devils. That's why I'm here to see if I can find any clues. If you didn't bring Ma Xiang into Black Devil City, why would the Black Devils attack there? Taoist Qianquan said as he struggled to deal with the Black Devils. Ma Xiang? What are you talking about? Zz asked in confusion. Wait. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and he took out the sachet on his body. This was the sachet that Xianyu gave them before they left yesterday. He said that it was used to pray for blessings. He hurriedly opened the sachet, and an extremely rich fragrance instantly wafted out. Inside the sachet, there was pure black powder. This is Ma Xiang powder. Are you still trying to deny it? Taoist Qianquan said. Those black devils followed the Ma Xiang powder because they smelled it. At this moment, Zz felt that many storylines in his mind were connected together. There was a ceiling formation on the mountain. How did they get to White Saint Mountain? Moreover, they met Xian Yu as soon as they got to the top of the mountain. Then, they openly gave him the sachet. "Can we talk about what's going on?" Su Zimo asked calmly. He looked at the black devils who were fighting and slashed down. The blade light soared into the sky, revealing its sharpness, and cut the black devils in half. Daoist Qianquan looked at the scene in front of him and was slightly stunned. Then, he immediately reacted. "You're not in cahoots?" he asked again. "It's easy for me to kill you. Why do you have to do this?" Su Zimo said calmly. "Then let's quickly go down the mountain and support Black Devil City. I'm afraid the city will be destroyed if we delay any longer," Daoist Qianquan hurriedly said. "Let's make things clear first." "I'll protect that city," Su Zimo said calmly. "What do you want to know?" Daoist Qianquan frowned slightly and asked. "The secret of Black Devil Temple," Su Zimo said. "Tell me everything." "Let's save them first. Can we talk about other things later?" Daoist Qianquan said. "No, tell me. What's your relationship with the demon race?" Su Zimo asked. "You know about the demon race?" Daoist Qianquan was stunned. "Speak." Su Zimo nodded slightly. Daoist Qianquan focused his gaze and fell silent. "For every second you remain silent, the risk of Black Demon City being destroyed will increase by a bit," Su Zimo said. "Sin. It's all our sin. Now, it's time for us to pay for it." Daoist Qianquan smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Su Zimo and said, "I don't know how much you know about the demon race. But it's a very ancient race. It even existed before the Yuanyang continent was formed. It has existed for one era after another. What does this have to do with you?" Su Zimo asked. "About a few thousand years ago, Black Devil City was called White Sacred City, and this place was also called White Sacred Temple. In the temple were the disciples who cultivated, and in the city were their relatives and family members." Daoist Qianquan slowly explained, "A few thousand years ago, the Grandmaster went to the Void Valley to find some void wood for his disciples. You should know about the Void Valley. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist the void storm inside. My Grandmaster chose a relatively peaceful day to enter the Void Valley. Who would have thought that there would be an unexpected storm? Not long after he entered, he was swept into the void storm. Just when we thought he was dead, who would have thought that one day, 10 years later, he would suddenly return to the White Sage Temple? Later, we learned that the void storm didn't kill him. Instead, it broke the dimensional space wall and brought him into another world." "Another world?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. "What do you mean? A world other than the Yuanyang continent?" "Actually, I'm not very sure." Grandmaster often muttered to himself after he came back. He said that the universe is made up of countless worlds. The Yuanyang continent is a small world, and the Outland is a big world. Everyone wants to transcend the Great Tao and jump out of the long river of fate. In fact, it's just a struggle. Qianquan's spiritual master shook his head and said, "Grandmaster accidentally entered a land of inheritance in that world. It's the land of inheritance of the ancient demons." Su Zimo frowned slightly. He found that things were more complicated than he thought. It was also the first time we learned about demons in that land of inheritance. There were many cultivation methods and meridian skills about them. Qianquan's spiritual master was silent for a moment. Then, he sighed and said, "All the tragedies started with the book Magic Infusion." "Magic Infusion?" Su Zimo thought for a moment and decided to ask Baimont later. "The Devil Clan has a special kind of spiritual energy called Devil Qi. According to the Magic Induction Manual, as long as one can cultivate Devil Qi, they will be recognized by the ancient Devil Clan. Moreover, demonic Qi is a high-level spiritual energy. It can increase one's strength by leaps and bounds," Qianquan's spiritual master said. Su Zimo nodded. Although it was said that the Light Origin Stone was very effective in restraining Devil Qi, among the many types of spirit Qi, Devil Qi was indeed considered a high-level spirit Qi compared to fire spirit Qi. "Is this the origin of the black demons?" Su Zimo guessed. Spiritual Master Qianquan nodded and said, "Since we are all obsessed with power, Grandmaster led us to begin the experiment on Devil Qi. At this point, Taoist Qianquan was silent for a long time before he said word by word, in order to prevent this experiment from being leaked. The White Sage Temple was only a small power at that time. We don't dare to go to the outside world to find people to test it on, so we can only find the family members in White Sacred City. Are the disciples of the Taoist temple not against it? Zz asked with a frown. After all, the people in the city were their relatives. Sacred White Temple sealed itself off from the outside world. All those who opposed it were captured and turned into test subjects, Zhenren Qianquan said painfully. At that time, almost everyone was possessed. They thought that as long as they had devil qi, White Sage Temple would become one of the strongest forces in the world. This sacrifice is all worth it. What an extreme idea. Zz shook his head. That's right. By the time we discovered the mistake, it was already too late. Almost half of the people in Sacred White Temple were infected with this strange devil qi. They either died or lived as black devils. Spiritual Master Qianquan sighed again and said, a few hundred years ago, the number of black devils was already very large. They broke through the blockade of the mountain gate and started a massacre in Black Devil City at the foot of the mountain. Grandmaster led us down the mountain to exterminate the black devils. During that turmoil, almost half of the black devils were killed. However, those black devils were the disciples of our temple. In the end, we had no choice but to seal White Saint Mountain for all eternity. Grandmaster changed the name of Sacred White Temple to Black Devil Temple, and the main hall was named Atonement Hall to remind us of our mistakes. Later on, he went to the Void Valley again. He wanted to go to that world again to find a way to remedy the situation. He left and never came back. A few hundred years have passed and I became the temple master of Black Devil Temple. I'm afraid I'm the only normal person left in Black Devil Temple. Where did those black devils come from? Zz asked. When I came here yesterday, there were only a dozen people in the temple. The disciples in the temple are not controlled by the devil qi during the day and will only turn black at night. Therefore, I let them out. The other black devils have already lost their minds, so I locked them in an underground cage. Tell me about Xianyu, Zz asked. He's also a child with a bitter life. His parents died in the turmoil of the black devils and he was bitten by a black devil and infected by the devil qi. At that time, he was still a baby. I saved him with all my might and took him in to train him well. However, I didn't expect him to find out about what happened back then and have been plotting to destroy this place. So I became a tool. That's really good, Zz said with a smile. Sigh, this is all our fault. I hope fellow Taoist can come down the mountain with me to save the people in the city, Spiritual Master Qianquan said. I don't care if I save them or not, but I will kill him, Zz said calmly. He stepped into the air and flew toward Black Devil City with Spiritual Master Qianquan. The night was already very dark. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and the remaining light wanted to illuminate the entire world. At this moment, Black Devil City had already fallen into hell because there were simply too many black devils. The people in the city had already started to retreat from their initial stubborn resistance. The black devils were slaughtering in the city. They had lost their minds and would kill any living creature they encountered. At this moment, the turbulent Black Devil City was destined to be sleepless. When the two of them arrived, Spiritual Master Qianquan closed his eyes in pain when he saw this scene. He swung his sword. Although there were many black devils in the city, their strength was still far from the Divine Pulse realm. Spiritual Master Qianquan killed one black devil with each swing of his sword. He personally slaughtered these black devils who were once disciples of the temple. The addition of the two Divine Pulse realm cultivators undoubtedly brought vitality to Black Devil City. Everyone fought until dawn, and the number of black devils in the city decreased significantly. However, the terrifying thing was that the black devil's demonic aura had mutated. Once it entered someone's body, they would either die or turn into a black devil. If they didn't kill them quickly, they might not be able to kill them all in the future. Spiritual Master Qianquan stepped into the air and shouted, Xianyu, come out. I know you're nearby. Since you dared to do it, why do you have to hide? I don't need to hide. The one who's hiding is you. A voice came from not far away from Black Devil City. Spiritual Master Qianquan quickly looked over and saw Xianyu in a black robe. He stood on top of a hill with a dozen black demons behind him. These black devils had powerful auras around them, and all of them were quietly guarding his surroundings. "You're hiding your head and tail." Xian Yu snorted and said, "How long are you going to hide the truth of Black Demon City?" "How did you know?" Qianku and Jinren asked with a frown. Logically speaking, as long as no one told them, they would not remember what happened the next day. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place," Xian Yu said calmly. "I've called you master for decades. Are you worthy of that? We can talk about it. I'll take responsibility for the mistakes we made back then. There's no need to release these black demons." Qianku and Jinren said, "They're innocent." "Innocent? What does that have to do with me? I'm going to tell the world about the black demons and destroy Black Demon Temple. You people should be despised by the future generations for thousands of years," Xian Yu said angrily. "If that's the case, I'll have to do it myself." Qianku and Jinren shook his head. The aura of the Divine Pulse realm surged around him and suppressed Xian Yu. Xian Yu snorted coldly. At this moment, black spiritual energy surged around his body. The spiritual energy transformed into a ferocious face that coiled around his back. "Demonic energy!" Qianku and Jinren exclaimed and reacted instantly. He said, "You've successfully cultivated the magic transformation realm. Where did you get this technique? You didn't expect this, did you?" Xian Yu waved his right hand and the demonic energy around him spread out. It coiled around the dozen black demons around him. These black demons had been suppressed for thousands of years. The fact that they were still alive meant that their demonic energy had reached an unimaginable level. When Xian Yu's demonic energy dispersed, he seemed to be able to control these black demons. The black demons surged with demonic energy and charged toward Qianku and Jinren. Seeing Qianku and Jinren being surrounded, Xian Yu sneered and said, "My good master, you must enjoy the gift I prepared for you. Are you taking revenge on the world?" A voice came from behind him. Xian Yu hurriedly took a step back and turned to look behind him, only to see Su Zimo quietly walking over step by step. "It's you." Xian Yu chuckled. "Speaking of which, I should thank you. There are too many black demons, and I can't control all of them. If you hadn't brought the demon powder here, I wouldn't have been able to start this battle. Then you can go to hell and thank me." Su Zimo walked forward step by step. Xian Yu's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his right hand, a black devil roared and charged over. Su Zimo waved his right hand. He didn't even unsheath his tyrannical shadow when a dazzling blade light burst out from the void. The blade light illuminated the heavens and directly cut the black demon in half. Xian Yu's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, Su Zimo's figure was already so fast that he couldn't even see his afterimage. He appeared right in front of him and grabbed him by the neck, raising him up high. "Using me as a tool?" Su Zimo said faintly. "Who are you?" Xian Yu asked with difficulty. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I'm very angry right now," Su Zimo said calmly. "Sir, please have mercy." Jinren Qiankuan broke free from the black demon and hurriedly shouted at Su Zimo. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo asked. "Please don't kill him." "I'm willing to exchange my life for his," Jinren Qiankuan said from the side. "I don't need you to put on an act in front of me," Xian Yu snorted. "Child, I admit that we've made mistakes, and they were very wrong. I've never thought of escaping from these sins." Jinren Qiankuan shook his head and sighed. "But these years, I've tried my best to make up for it. I don't ask to make up for the sins I've committed. I just hope that I can make up for them with the rest of my life." "Your words are nicer than anyone else's, but do you think I don't know?" Xian Yu said flatly. "All these years, you've been secretly experimenting with the black demon. You've never stopped." "No, I'm not experimenting with the black demon for myself. I'm looking for a way to get rid of the black demon in their bodies so that they can return to a normal life." Jinren Qiankuan shook his head. Then, he looked at Su Zimo and begged, "Sir, if you don't agree, I only have one request. Before you kill Xian Yu, can you let him kill me first? That way, you'll have avenged yourself and can die in peace." Seeing that Su Zimo did not object, Jinren Qiankuan handed the sword in his hand to Xian Yu. He closed his eyes and said, "Come on, kill me. I've long wanted to be free." Xian Yu slowly took the sword and looked at Jinren Qianquan, who was begging for death. He was silent for a long time. In the end, he threw the sword to the side and said flatly, "If death can make up for the sins you've committed, then there won't be any bad people in this world." "I say, are you done being sentimental?" Su Zimo said flatly. "You don't have to kill me. In fact, I'm about to die," Xian Yu replied calmly. "Do you know how I learned the incantation technique?" "No." Jinren Qianquan shook his head and said, "Since Grandmaster brought this technique back, no one has been able to learn it. Even after many years of hard work, it was to no avail." "That's because I met a real demon," Xian Yu said. "I sacrificed my soul to him and he taught me how to use the incantation technique to control those black demons." "Demon?" Jinren Qianquan's expression changed slightly. "How can there be a real demon in our Black Demon Temple?" After all, he had lived in the Black Demon Temple for so long and knew everything here like the back of his hand. "Master, do you remember when Grandmaster just returned from the Void Valley?" Xian Yu asked. "Although I didn't exist at that time, you said that Grandmaster lived alone in the back mountain of the Taoist Temple." "Back mountain?" Jinren Qianquan frowned slightly. The back mountain of the Black Demon Temple had been abandoned. Since Grandmaster left, no one had gone there. After all, the Taoist Temple was declining day by day. Now, there were only a dozen people left. "The demon you spoke of was in the back mountain?" Jinren Qianquan asked. "One morning half a year ago, I woke up and found myself lying in the back mountain. At that time, I accidentally went to Grandmaster's cave," Xian Yu said. "It was also there that the demon told me the truth about the Black Demon Temple." Hearing their conversation, Su Zimo didn't say anything else. He stepped into the air and headed toward the Black Demon Temple again. He had always been concerned about the demon race. Unfortunately, after coming here, he hadn't seen a second demon other than Baimont. On the way to Black Demon Temple, Su Zimo looked at Baimont and asked, "Baimont, have you heard of the enchantment technique?" "My lord, you might not understand the current situation of our demon race." "In truth, our demon race is not peaceful either," Baimont said. "The demon race under your rule is the most powerful and mainstream demon race, but there are still a small number of demons who have gathered together. In order to become stronger, they cultivate a forbidden technique, the enchantment technique." "The enchantment technique is a forbidden technique?" Su Zimo asked. "Yes, this technique does not allow one to comprehend and absorb the world's spiritual energy, but to let others cultivate it and then absorb the results of their cultivation." Baimont explained, "The technique is divided into two parts, the letter and the letter. Black Demon Temple probably obtained the letter." "Are there other demons in this world?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and asked. "There should be. Although our main force is in the primordial devil cave, it is inevitable that there will be some that slip through the net," Baimont said. "Since the demons this time are related to the enchantment technique, they are likely to be enemies and not friends." "My lord, it would be best if you have a plan." "I understand," Su Zimo nodded and asked. "Have you heard of the world that the so-called founder of Black Demon Temple went to?" "I'm not sure. Ever since the epic of Jose was destroyed, I don't know much about this new epic," Baimont shook his head. "However, the epic is very large. It would not be strange for there to be other worlds." The two of them moved very quickly. In just a few minutes, they had arrived at Black Demon Temple once more. At this time, Black Demon Temple was very bleak. After passing through many halls and corridors, Su Zimo arrived at the desolate back mountain. The back mountain could not be considered vast. It was overgrown with weeds and all kinds of vines. It had been a long time since anyone had come here. Su Zimo walked through the shrubbery while Baimont closed his eyes and sensed. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "There was indeed a strand of demon chi here, although it was hidden very well." "Can you find its location?" Su Zimo asked. "It's inside." Baimont took the lead and walked into the depths of the back mountain. The further in he went, the more Su Zimo discovered that the surrounding vegetation had actually started to wither, and the number of plants that had withered was increasing. One had to know that it was spring. Logically speaking, this was very abnormal. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a cave. The inside of the cave was dark and blurry. The outside of the cave was shaped like an upside-down bowl, surrounded by jagged rocks. There was the faint sound of water dripping. "It's here," Beaumont said. He hid himself very well. "I couldn't find anything else." "Let's go in, let's go take a look, go in." The two of them walked into the cave. Although it was pitch black inside, with their cultivation bases, the darkness was no longer able to cover their eyes. Of the cave of God of Heaven's eyes, it was of course of. Water droplets continued to drip down from the cracks between the rocks inside. The cave of God was not very deep. After walking for a few minutes, the narrow passageway in front of them began to widen. At the end of the passageway was a large hall. On the walls of the hall, there were portraits of ghosts placed at regular intervals. The eyes of the portraits were emitting blue flames. The flames banished much of the darkness in the hall. Zz began to look around the hall. Because it had been sealed for many years, it was covered in cobwebs. In the center of the hall, there was a deep pit the size of a pond. The black water in the pit was boiling, as if it had been boiled by a raging fire. Many small bubbles rose from the surface. With the black pond as the center, there was a large pentagram formation around it. The 5 corners of the pentagram had 5 different colors: red, yellow, green, blue, and gold. And in the center of the pentagram, the empty space was completely occupied by black. Apart from these things, there was almost nothing unusual about the hall. Zz slowly came to the inside of the black pool. In the pool, he could feel a very dense devil chi. And it was not just devil chi. There were many other forces mixed in. "That devil is recuperating," Paimon said after watching for a while. "Then he probably won't leave here," Zz chuckled and then stood up. He looked around the hall, then closed his eyes and began to sense. Sure enough, not long after, Zz felt a fluctuation in the void. Although it was very faint, he was almost certain that it was a spatial node. The so-called spatial node could also be understood as spatial coordinates. To travel from one space to another, such spatial coordinates were needed. "Let's go in and take a look," Zz said to Beaumont. The two of them tore the space in front of them with their hands and directly passed through it. Zz could feel the pressure from the void. He tracked the spatial coordinates and went straight to the other side of the space. The two spaces were not very far apart. About 10 minutes later, Zz found a light spot right in front of him. The two of them directly disappeared into the light spot. Then, the scene in front of them changed, and the two of them were in another world. This was a small world surrounded by nothingness. There was only a tall mountain right in front of him. There weren't any plants on the mountain either. It just stood there alone between the heavens and the earth. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain was not very majestic, but the devil chi at the top of the mountain was rolling and spread throughout this world. The mighty devil chi was constantly seeping out from the top of the mountain. "Let's go and see what kind of god this is," Zz said with a smile. The two of them rushed to the top of the mountain, and it took only a few breaths. On the top of the mountain, the wind whistled past, and a figure was standing in the majestic devil chi, as if he was cultivating. The moment Zz and the other person came up, the figure slowly turned his head. The devil chi around him became stronger and stronger. This was an old man. He was as thin as a skeleton, emaciated and emaciated. There was almost no flesh on his face, and it was all skin and bones. His eyes were sunken, and he looked at the two of them with a faint and somewhat terrifying look. He wore a black robe and held a magic wand in his hand. The tip of the magic wand was blue, and it was crystal clear like a crystal. "Hello," Zz said with a smile. "Who are you?" the old man asked with a hoarse voice. "The 18 tribes of the devil race." "Which tribe are you from?" Beaumont asked faintly. 18 tribes. What an ancient memory. "Ever since the devil race was sealed, I don't remember any tribes," the old man said, shaking his head. "My name is Devil 13 now." "You came at the right time. The aura on your body is very tempting." Beaumont snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and suppressed the old man. On his right hand, a large face formed from demonic aura of despair was ferocious. This space seemed to be unable to withstand this power and had begun to collapse. Seeing this, the old man snorted coldly. This small world was not formed naturally by the heavens and earth. It was man-made. Therefore, after the space of this small world collapsed, it would not be repaired naturally. Instead, it would continue to shatter. If no one took the initiative to repair it, then when the shattering reached a critical point, the small world would be completely destroyed and eventually assimilated into the void. The old man gently knocked the magic wand in his hand on the ground, and a bang was heard. A wave of demonic aura began to fluctuate with him as the center. The blue crystal on his magic wand glowed brightly, forming a protective barrier around him. Baymont's large hand landed on the barrier, and all of his attacks were blocked. "So you're a Samadhi demon," Baymont said in realization. As soon as he came into contact with the power of the barrier, Baymont felt it. The so-called Samadhi demons cultivated 3 types of demonic aura. One was the Samadhi fire. One was the Samadhi wind. One was the Samadhi water. The barrier just now was formed by the condensation of water and wind. The old man did not speak. He knocked the magic wand again, and the entire top of the magic wand turned fiery red. A majestic sea of fire spewed out, illuminating the entire small world red. Then, a strong wind blew, and under the wind, the fire burned more and more fiercely. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and burned the small world red. "It's a pity that your cultivation is too low, and your Samadhi cultivation is not up to par," Baymont shook his head slightly. He said, "If the leader of your Samadhi clan was here, we could have a fight." Baymont casually clapped his hands, and a trace of Taoist rhyme lingered in the palm of his hand. Then, the sea of fire was directly suppressed. "Which tribe are you from?" The old man looked shocked and asked solemnly. "We don't belong to any tribe. We are the masters of the demon race," Baymont said calmly. "One of the demon lord's 18 war generals, the demon of despair Baymont." "Lord Demon General," the old man murmured, his face filled with fear. "How could you possibly be here? Wasn't the demon's den sealed?" "Looks like you haven't forgotten," Baymont snorted. "After that calamity, I was heavily injured and have been recuperating here ever since." "I haven't left for many years," the old man said hurriedly. "Were you the one behind the Black Demon Temple incident?" Suzimo asked from the side. "Yes, after their patriarch brought me back from the Eternal Continent, I had to do this to recover from my injuries." Emo-Shur-san said, "I had no choice." "Who told them to be greedy for this power?" "I'm just asking about the Black Demon Temple," Suzimo said. "Have you come into contact with any other demons?" "No," said Emo-Shur-san, shaking his head. "After the catastrophe, I woke up alone. But there's something I don't know if you know. The demon race's supreme treasure, the demon sky-shrouding tree, is in the Eternal Continent. But I can't get it, and neither can you, unless you find the demon lord." "The ancestor tree is in the Eternal Continent?" Baymont said in surprise. "I thought the ancestor tree had been destroyed after the catastrophe. Looks like we have to go to the Eternal Continent. We'll talk about the Eternal Continent later. I won't make things difficult for you. Just get rid of the demon chi in the bodies of the Black Demon Temple people," Suzimo said indifferently. Emo-Shur-san nodded and didn't object. "Anyway, my injuries are almost healed." "Then let's go," Suzimo said to Baymont. "Wait a moment, young master," Emo-Shur-san shouted from behind. With a wave of his right hand, the space of the small world beside him completely collapsed, and a pure black carriage flew out from the void. A black creature was pulling the carriage. Its head was a little like a horse's, and it had a pair of black wings on its back that seemed to cover the sky. Its hair was like scales, covering its body in patches. There was a black horn on its head, and it looked at Suzimo with gloomy and deep eyes. "This is Nightmare, evolved from the undead war horse," Emo-Shur-san said with a smile. "I see that young master doesn't have a carriage, so I have a nightmare. I'm willing to give it to young master." Suzimo looked at Nightmare, smiled, and didn't say anything. It was indeed a good mount. It was probably a product of the last era. It wasn't easy for it to survive until now. It's just that this carriage lacks a coachman to drive it. Of course, Lord Demon General can't do it, Emo San said politely with a smile. Young master, do you think I can do it? Hearing Emo San's words, Suzumo chuckled. It seemed that this guy wanted to get on his good side. What was Baymont's status? He was one of the 18 demon generals, and Emo San was respectful to Baymont. Emo San wanted to take a gamble. After all, what could he achieve in this small world? He was the only one left in the known demon clan. It wasn't easy to meet someone of the same clan. Get on, Suzumo smiled and took the lead to enter Nightmare's carriage. The decoration inside was very characteristic of the demon clan. Although the sedan was small, it contained a space tactical matrix. There was a bed inside, and a variety of specialties of the demon clan were on the table in front of it. The whole carriage was made of ghost demon wood, so it was very comfortable to lie in it. Emo San drove Nightmare into the air and went all the way out of the small world. They went to Black Demon City first. Emo San used the practice method of the Mother chapter that he learned to absorb the devil energy in these people. Although it was very dangerous, at least he could save his life. Because to go to Void Valley, they had to go to the nearby big city to get a pass token. The nearest big city near Black Demon City was Liang City. Emo San drove Nightmare to Liang City slowly and bathed in the spring breeze. Speaking of Liang City, it was necessary to talk about the division of Jiuzhou region. The so-called Jiuzhou didn't refer to the real land of Jiuzhou, but the largest cities in the 9 regions. They were built around the Jiuzhou region, almost forming the Jiuzhou region in a special way. And Liang City was one of the 9 big cities. It was one of the most famous cities in the Jiuzhou region. The carriage drove on the road. Emo San hid himself in a spacious black robe and drove the carriage silently. Along the way, Nightmare's domineering appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. But no one dared to come forward to stop the carriage. After dozens of days, the carriage had arrived at the territory of Liang City. During this period, Suzumo had been practicing, and his control of his own power had reached a new level. The enormous Liang City was like a giant beast that occupied the space between heaven and earth. The history of Liang City was very long, and the ancient buildings lingered around the city with an ancient aura. The end of Liang City couldn't be seen at a glance. It was spacious and ancient. As one of the largest cities in this area, it was easy to imagine how prosperous it was. Yi Yan's carriage slowly stopped in front of the city gate. In Liang City, if one entered alone, one didn't have to pay any fee. But if one entered with a mount or carriage, one had to pay a separate fee. Because the city was vast and had a population of up to 1 million, there were corresponding regulations in many aspects. After Emo San paid the fee, he drove Yi Yan into the city. Suzumo's initial plan was to go directly to the city to apply for the token to enter Void Valley. He didn't intend to rest in the city. Unfortunately, when they arrived, the token office was already closed. They had to wait until tomorrow. Suzumo got off the carriage and prepared to find a place to rest. Have you heard that the Holy Boy of Daliang held a grand meeting in Kangming Building? All the talents of the younger generation can attend. Holy Boy? Are you talking about Nanmen Tianhong? Is there anyone else? Since Nanmen Tianhong defeated his brother, he replaced him as the new Holy Boy of Daliang. Don't tell me you don't know this? I'm just an ordinary person. Why should I care about this? If it wasn't for the sensational battle, I wouldn't have heard this news. When Yi Yan's carriage passed by, Suzumo happened to hear a few people talking on the side of the road. The talents of Jiuzhou region? I also want to see it. Suzumo chuckled. He said to Emo San, go and ask where Kangming Building is. Let's go and have a seat. Emo San nodded and drove Yi Yan forward. There were more forces in Jiuzhou region, and it was a little noisy. Just the 9 largest cities alone were the 9 superpowers. Daliang was backed by Liang City, and it was comparable to the imperial lineage. Although Daliang didn't have a great emperor, everyone knew that they had Laozu, who entered immortality. In the tens of thousands of kilometers of fertile land ruled by Great Liang, Nanmen Tianhong was definitely the most famous one in recent years. Nanmen was a compound surname. The so-called Tianhong, when read in reverse, had the ambition of Hong Tian. It was said that he didn't have this name in the past, but later he changed it himself. When Nightmare's carriage stopped in front of the vast building, Suzimo slowly stepped out of the carriage. Liang City was indeed a big city. Along the way, there were not many cities that could compare to the prosperity of Liang City. The Boundless Tower was one of the most famous buildings in Liang City. He built it according to the original outline of the Great Liang Heavenly Mountain. From afar, the entire building looked like a mountain. The sky was filled with white weapons, and the building was surrounded by green bricks and green tiles, each of which had been carefully carved. The building was steep. Gravel rolled down and stopped halfway up the mountain. Lush trees covered half of the floor. It looked more like a mountain than a restaurant. At the entrance of the vast expanse pavilion, there were two large words carved on both sides of the door. Who is the master of this vast land? Above it were the words Vast Expanse Manor. The words were like dragons in the sky, agile and domineering, returning to nothingness and coming from the mountains. Because it was held under Nanmen Tianhong's name, many geniuses in this area were willing to gather here. In order to see these legendary geniuses, many of Liang City's citizens gathered around. After all, ordinary people could not come into contact with such existences. It was nothing to the strong, but to many ordinary people, they were their idols. Look, that's the heavenly sword Yui. When a young man in black walked into the vast expanse pavilion with a 3-foot-long black sword on his back, the surrounding citizens began to discuss. The Yu Mountain faction has always been a subordinate force of our Great Liang. It's not surprising that the heavenly sword Yui is here. But I heard that these geniuses are all arrogant. This Yui has always treated Nanmen Tianhong as a target to surpass. Look, isn't that woman Qing Mushuan from the 9 States Immortal Palace? Even she is here. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blue and white carriage stopped in front of the vast expanse pavilion. The carriage was pulled by a Jiuzhou Xian bird. Its whole body was blue and white, gorgeous and colorful. This was the unique decoration of the 9 States Immortal Palace. A woman in blue and white came down from the palanquin. The veil covered her devastatingly beautiful face, and only her slender waist was exposed under her blue and white robe. She had an ethereal aura around her, like a fairy in the mortal world. She was otherworldly and inviolable. The 9 States Immortal Palace had always been a special force in the Jiuzhou region. This force only recruited female disciples, and they never participated in any fights. But no one could ignore them, because their grandmaster was immortal Emperor Qingyang. He was the one who divided the Jiuzhou region into 9 parts and once unified Jiuzhou. Nanmen Tianhong is so influential. Even the people of the 9 States Immortal Palace came to a small gathering. This is not an ordinary person. If I'm not wrong, this woman should be the holy girl of the 9 States Immortal Palace in this era. Is Qing Mushuan already a holy girl? They are so low-key. I haven't heard of this news. But I only know that Qing Mushuan is the first beauty in Jiuzhou. Originally, the arrival of Qing Mushuan would cause a sensation in the future. While the crowd was discussing, another man came from a distance. When the man came closer, the crowd looked at his face. At this moment, the sensation caused by Qing Mushuan suddenly stopped. It was so quiet that it was almost impossible to speak. The man didn't carry any weapon. He just wore a Taoist robe similar to that of an ordinary person. The blue Taoist robe was very loose on his body, and there was no symbol on it. The black hair on the top of his head was very long. He pulled it up and tied a knot behind his back. The figure walked into the Kangming building lazily. Originally, there were 2 disciples who verified the identity at the door. Only the real talents could enter. But when the man in the Taoist robe entered, no one dared to come forward and speak. Until the man walked in, the crowd took a deep breath. Why is the big devil Xiaomo here? Is this really an ordinary gathering? He doesn't like these so-called holy boys and holy girls. He always likes to be alone. Why is he here? Seeing the crowd's reaction, some people from other regions asked curiously, who is this Xiaomo? Keep your voice down. You don't even know the big devil. Someone whispered, this person's deeds can be talked about for a day and a night. In short, don't provoke him. He is a madman who hides his head and tail. He doesn't care about any rules. He doesn't care about anything in the secular world. What he does depends on his mood. If he is in a good mood, he will save an ordinary person. If he is in a bad mood, he will kill the holy boy of the imperial lineage. Is he strong? Someone next to him asked. Hearing this question, the person who answered before was silent for a while. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the distant sky, saying faintly, "In our Jiuzhou region, there are 2 recognized swordsmen among the younger generation. One of them is sword god Ling Tian. His sword is so overbearing that it can only be sheathed after seeing blood. The other is Xiao Mo. It is said that when he fights, he only needs to shout sword, and the long sword can pass through the endless void and come here from the other side." No one had ever seen his sword, because those who had seen it were already dead. Do you think he is strong or not? Even Nanman Tianhong has to respect him. How is he compared with Xiang Kunlun? The person next to him came from Tianluan region. He was obviously unconvinced. I have heard of Xiang Kunlun's reputation, but I can't compare without fighting him. But I still think Xiao Mo is better, the person said with a smile. While everyone was discussing, Mo Shursan drove Nightingale and slowly came over. Nightingale stopped at the Kangming building, and Su Zimo walked down slowly. The moment they saw Su Zimo, the surrounding people felt that he was a little unfamiliar. Who is he? I don't know. He should be a talent from somewhere else. But since he can come to the Kangming building, he should be quite capable. The people around didn't speak anymore. After all, the sensation caused by the previous people seemed to be a little ordinary in Su Zimo. After Su Zimo got off the car, he went straight into the Kangming building. The 2 guards at the door stopped in front of Su Zimo. They chuckled and said, "Forgive me for my poor eyesight. May I know who you are? Today, the Kangming building is booked by my holy boy, so we can only receive talents." Su Zimo didn't speak, but Mo Shursan frowned next to him. He raised his right hand slightly in the air, and the 2 guards were directly lifted up in the air by a wave of devil energy. "Do I need to report my young master's name to you?" Mo Shursan said coolly. "In this vast world, is there any place that my young master cannot go?" The 2 guards were lifted into the air. They were struggling and had no time to answer. At this moment, a cold snort came from the side. "What a bunch of Tom, Dick, and Harry. Don't you know where you are? How dare you cause trouble here?" Su Zimo turned his head and saw a blue-robed youth walking over from the side. Seeing this young man, before Su Zimo could ask, the people around him had already recognized his identity. This young man must be Shen Pancher. That should be the case. Even though he isn't as famous as the others, the Coiling Stone sect he belongs to is also a first-rate force. Moreover, his immovable mountain has already been cultivated to the 7th level. Under full defense, even Emperor Vane Realm experts would find it hard to injure him. "Brat, do you know where this is? If you don't have the ability, then don't join in the fun," Shen Pancher said disdainfully. Su Zimo waved his hand slightly, indicating for Mo Shursan to put down the 2 guards. After the 2 guards landed, they fell to the ground in a sorry state and took deep breaths. "You dare to cause trouble in the vast expanse house?" one of the guards said angrily. "What are the qualifications to enter the vast expanse house?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Our holy son has instructed that you either have to be famous or strong enough," the guard on the right replied. "Then does he have the qualifications to enter?" Su Zimo pointed at Shen Pancher and asked with a smile. "Of course. Young Master Shen is the holy son of the Coiling Stone sect. Even though he isn't a first-rate genius, he is still somewhat famous in our great Liang." The guard nodded and replied. Hearing the guard's words, Shen Pancher snorted arrogantly. Su Zimo smiled as he nodded his head, and immediately sent a palm strike towards Shen Pancher. The huge palm landed with an imposing aura. Shen Pancher cried out in shock. "Shameless bastard, you only know how to sneak attack." He hurriedly dodged to the side, then stood on the ground in a horse stance. His 4 limbs were in the form of horns, and a dark yellow spirit energy surrounded him. He clasped his hands together and raised them above his head. His posture was like a mountain. His legs were deeply rooted in the ground, and the pale yellow spirit energy merged with the earth. It was as if his entire body was a part of the earth. "Immovable like a mountain?" Su Zimo laughed softly. Then, his huge palm landed again, and the surrounding space was squeezed, and began to collapse and shatter. That palm strike did not appear to be very powerful. However, before that palm strike could even land, it was already very powerful. The huge palm was still some distance away from Shinpancher, but the pressure it brought was already very strong. As the huge palm landed, Shinpancher's clothes began to tear bit by bit. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and the blood vessels on his body were also visible. The spirit energy in his body was like boiling water, constantly boiling. His two eyeballs were bulging, as if they were going to explode at any time. At that moment, everyone felt the space in front of them change, and then they heard a boom. Shinpancher's body exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, Suzumo's huge palm had yet to land completely, and there was still a distance of a few meters between them. Seeing that Shinpancher had died without a complete corpse, Suzumo turned around and wiped his hands. He smiled at the guard and asked, "Can I go in now?" "Yes, yes." The guard took a deep breath and stuttered as he nodded his head in a daze. Suzumo shook his head slightly, then walked into the vast expanse building with Emosher-san. The vast expanse building had a total of 13 floors, and Nanmen Tianhong had booked the entire building. The first to 13th floors were all used to entertain the prodigies. However, the lower floors were a little deserted, as most of the people had gone to the 13th floor. The true prodigies of this banquet were all gathered on the 13th floor. Walking into the vast expanse building, the first floor was resplendent and magnificent, and there were earthly gold, silver, and jewels everywhere. Suzumo didn't like this kind of atmosphere. He walked up the stairs, which were made of Tiannan wood, with the words "Cloud Climbing Ladder" written on the top. After many twists and turns, he walked up to the second floor. The decoration on the second floor was elegant and refined. There was a clear lake in the middle. The lotus flowers in the lake were not stained by the mud, and the fish were swimming in the green lake. Countless pavilions were built around the lake. The pavilions surrounded the lake, and a gentle breeze blew from the surroundings. "Let's find a place to sit," Suzumo said. "Aren't you going to the 13th floor?" Emosher-san asked curiously. "It's meaningless to go there now. I don't know any of the prodigies of Gyojou region anyway," Suzumo said with a smile. The two of them found a pavilion and sat down slowly. The lake in front of them was green and clear. A few water plants floated near the shore. "How do we get to the eternal continent you mentioned?" Suzumo looked at Emosher-san and asked casually. There were many precious fruits on the table in the pavilion. Suzumo picked one up and ate it. "The eternal continent is a small world. Its space wall is very strong. We can't go there as we please." Emosher-san shook his head and said, "Unless we encounter a void storm in the Void Valley, there's a chance we can go there. Otherwise, we can only go to the outer sky to find a way." "Do you know about the Void Spirit Monkey?" Suzumo asked. "Never heard of it." Emosher-san shook his head. Suzumo didn't get any useful information. The two of them chatted for a while. Suddenly, they smelled a fragrance in the distance. Then, they saw the 9 States Immortal Palace's Saint, Qing Mushuan, walk down the cloud ladder to the second floor. Finally, she sat down in the pavilion next to Suzumo's. There were 2 women beside her. One was a round-faced woman, and the other was a woman in red. "Mushuan, don't take it seriously. Maybe Nanmen Tianhong and the others are just joking." The round-faced woman, Yuan, comforted her. "If it wasn't for Master's request, I wouldn't have come," Qing Mushuan said in a cold voice. "How many men in the secular world can compare to Grandmaster? I don't want to say this, but on the path of cultivation, you can't lack money, companionship, techniques, and land. The path to the great Tao is long. You need someone to accompany you." "I feel that Nanmen Tianhong is a good Tao companion," said the red-clothed woman with a smile. She had thick makeup on and was dressed in red. She looked very coquettish. "Hong Rong, don't say such things. If you like, you can pursue him yourself." Qing Mushuan replied faintly. Then, she sat in the pavilion and looked at the scenery. "I want to. Unfortunately, the South Gate Saint doesn't like me." The woman in red covered her mouth and smiled. After a while, no one spoke. The woman in red seemed to be bored. She looked around and finally stopped at Suzumo, who was sitting in the pavilion next to her. Her enchanting figure swayed as she walked step by step into the pavilion where Suzumo was. She slowly leaned against the chair Suzumo was sitting on and said with a smile, "This young master looks very unfamiliar. I wonder where you are from." "Coming from the end of the world, going to the end of the sea, a traveler," Suzumo replied. "Since young master isn't willing to tell me your background, Honger won't force you." "However, could it be that young master isn't even willing to tell Honger your name?" The woman in red looked aggrieved as she spoke pitifully. Seeing such an expression, most people would feel pity for her and would not be able to resist the urge to possess and protect her. There were more and more people in the pavilion on the second floor. Most of the surrounding pavilions were already occupied. A young man with a black sword on his back slowly walked towards Suzumo's pavilion. This young man was the heavenly sword Yui that everyone had been discussing outside the vast building. His expression was indifferent all the way until he walked into the pavilion. Only then did he look at the woman in red. He revealed a shy smile and called out, "Honger. Young master Yu, what's the matter?" The woman in red immediately restrained her expression and asked indifferently. "Nothing much. I just heard that you were here, so I came to take a look," Yui said with a simple smile. "If there's nothing else, young master Yu, you should leave," the woman in red turned her head and said to Suzumo with a smile. "Don't interfere with my communication with this young master." Yui's expression changed slightly. He sized up Suzumo and asked, "Do you like him?" "Don't talk nonsense," the woman in red instantly panicked. Then, she looked at Suzumo with a flushed face and said in a low voice, "I just feel like an old friend at first sight. Young master hasn't promised me yet." After she finished speaking, she ran away with a shy expression and returned to her pavilion. Only Yui was left standing there with different expressions on his face. "I've been confessed to?" Suzumo was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled. "It should be," Emosher-san nodded. Yui was silent for a long time. His expression was different. Finally, he sighed deeply. He looked at Suzumo and said, "I hope you treat her well." "Don't worry, I will," Suzumo nodded with a smile. In the pavilion, Qing Mushuan saw this scene and frowned slightly. "Hong Rong, you're teasing others again. Young Master Yu is also an infatuated person. If you don't love him, why did you provoke him in the first place? Don't you think this is very interesting? Two men fighting over you. It's a pity that Yui is also a coward. He's called the Heavenly Sword in vain. He actually gave up just like that." The woman in red shook her head and smiled. "We women have such looks. Isn't it for men to see? I'm not like senior sister. I'm not so pure." Seeing Yui's disheartened look, Suzumo turned to look at Emosher-san. He said, "What are you still standing there for? Since this woman in red likes me so much, we can't ignore her feelings. Look, it's getting dark. Why don't you find a room and invite her in? When night comes, I'll have a good talk with her about life and poetry." "Yes, young master," Emosher-san nodded. He stood up and walked to the pavilion. Although it was still dark outside, the interior of the vast expanse house was still brightly lit. Outside the pavilion, there were big red lanterns. A bright moon shone down bit by bit from the mist in the sky. Soothing music came from the surroundings. Emosher-san walked into the pavilion and said to the woman in red, "Young master, my young master invites you." The woman in red smiled proudly, then shook her head and said, "Go back and tell your young master that I'm not feeling well today. Let's talk about it another day." "That won't do. Since my young master said so, I have to do it." "Young master, you'd better come with me," Emosher-san shook his head and replied. "What if I don't go?" The woman in red narrowed her eyes and asked. Emosher-san didn't say anything. Black demonic chi surrounded him and he directly grabbed the woman in red. The woman in red's eyes narrowed. Her red clothes were wrapped with countless red ribbons. At this moment, these red ribbons contained spiritual chi. The ribbons entwined together and wrapped around Emosher-san's right hand. The demonic chi in Emosher-san's right hand suddenly changed and the samadhi fire burned fiercely. He directly burned all the ribbons and his big hand slapped down again. "Yui, save me," the woman in red panicked and hurriedly shouted. Just as Emo Shirsan's big hand was about to fall, the sound of a sword being drawn suddenly rang out from the side. Then, a sword light as fast as lightning slashed toward Emo Shirsan. Emo Shirsan waved his right hand and annihilated the sword light in his palm. Yu Yi's figure flashed and pulled the woman in red to the side. Emo Shirsan turned his head and saw Yu Yi's long hair fluttering as he looked straight at Emo Shirsan. The long sword on his back had been unsheathed. The sword was 4 feet long and had some patterns engraved on it. The sword body was glowing with a dazzling sword light and endless sword intent surrounded it. Young master, you also wants to interfere? Emo Shirsan chuckled. This is between my young master and Miss Hong. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to interfere. I don't know their young master and I don't like him. The woman in red shook her head quickly behind him. You're embarrassing my young master. You were the one who said that you hit it off at first sight. How can you go back on your words? Emo Shirsan snorted coldly. Sir, I apologize to your young master on her behalf. Can you let this matter rest? Yui bowed slightly and said. That won't do. If you insist on stopping me, then I'll suppress you as well, Emo Shirsan said lightly. He waved his right hand in the air, and a magic wand that was emitting black smoke fell from the void. He held the magic staff in his hand and gently patted the ground. Boom, the samadhi flames turned into flames that danced in the air, enveloping the two of them from all directions. Yui pulled the woman in red behind him and looked at the incoming sea of fire with a solemn gaze. The heavenly sword in his hand burst out with an extremely powerful sword intent. The sword intent was as majestic as the sea and mightily slashed down from the sky. The power of this sword was astonishing. Unfortunately, the difference between the two of them was too great. Emo Shirsan's sea of fire swallowed the entire sea of swords with a wave of his hand. Then, the sea of fire mercilessly swallowed the two of them. Seeing this scene, Qing Mushuan in the pavilion narrowed her eyes. She took out a small jade bottle from her sleeve. The jade bottle dripped slightly and a drop of crystal clear water fell from it. Qing Mushuan took the drop of water with her jade-like hand. Green and purple spiritual energy surged on her right hand. Then, she swung her right hand and the drop of water flew out. Seeing that the raging flames were about to swallow Yui and Yui, the drop of water suddenly blocked in front of them and turned into a vast sea. A drop of water can change the world. The vast ocean directly merged with Emo Shirsan's samadhi fire. Then, the ocean turned into a water droplet and returned to Qing Mushuan's hand. As soon as the water droplet returned to Qing Mushuan's hand, a pop sound was heard. The water droplet shattered and turned into steam. Qing Mushuan's eyes narrowed. She knew very well what the water in the jade bottle was. But now, he had lost a drop so easily. Little doll, are you going to interfere as well? Emo Shirsan turned around and asked indifferently. Qing Mushuan raised her head, and her gaze was clear like a pool of water as she spoke indifferently. Senior, you rely on the fact that you're a few thousand years older than us to bully the young and bully us juniors. It seems to be slightly inappropriate, right? I'm not bullying you. I'm just following my young master's orders. Emo Shirsan shook his head. I've always thought that if there isn't any deep hatred between the younger generation, then there's no reason for it. It should be settled by the younger generation. Senior, if you bully the young, do you think there's no one in Jiuzhou Immortal Palace? Qing Mushuan said indifferently. Does Jiuzhou Immortal Palace want to be exterminated? Su Zimo turned around from the pavilion and asked indifferently. Young master, you have to pay for what you said. Qing Mushuan didn't back down at all. Although Jiuzhou Immortal Palace only had one great emperor, they had never been afraid of anyone in Jiuzhou region. The reason why I didn't do anything is that I'm afraid that if I kill you, you won't even have the desire to make me do it. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Which brother is so arrogant? A voice came from above. Then, a group of people walked down the cloud-climbing ladder in front of him. The number of people in this group was very large. The leader was a young man in a white robe with long hair. He looked quite scholarly. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He had a faint smile on his face. His long hair was tied up in a bun and draped behind his back. When he walked over, there was an indescribable momentum condensing around him. It's Nangong Tianhong. Someone in the pavilion said in a low voice. This is going to be interesting. Who doesn't know that Nangong Tianhong has been pursuing Qing Mushuan? The elders on both sides also want to matchmake them. It can't be. I think both of them want to fight for the heavens mandate. How can they become cultivation companions? The people beside them gossiped and discussed animatedly. Xianer, what's going on? Nangong Tianhong went forward and asked intimately. Please call me Qing Mushuan. We're not that close. Qing Mushuan's face turned cold as she said indifferently. Nangong Tianhong smiled and didn't object. At this moment, the people beside him quickly walked in front of him and briefly explained the situation. Nangong Tianhong smiled and looked at Su Zimo. He said, Brother, today I'm hosting a banquet and inviting all the geniuses here. Can you give me some face and end this matter here? After all, it's just a joke. You're the one who initiated this banquet. I'm just a freeloader. I have to give you some face. Su Zimo smiled. Why don't we play a game? Brother, what do you mean? Nangong Tianhong asked curiously. Take 3 of my moves. If you can, I'll let it go. If you can't, then you can kill her yourself. How about that? Su Zimo smiled. This is a good chance to be a hero. Her life is in your hands. Hearing Su Zimo's words, before Nangong Tianhong could reply, the people beside him had already started to clamor. Impudent brat, who do you think you are? The South Gate Saint is already very polite to talk to you so nicely. Don't be so ungrateful. That's right. You must be from a small place. How dare you talk terms with the South Gate Saint? The saint doesn't even need to do anything. I can kill you single-handedly. Hearing the commotion around him, Nangong Tianhong waved his hand slightly. He signaled for everyone to quiet down. He looked at Su Zimo with interest and smiled. To be honest, I'm suddenly very interested in you. I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time. Are you really that confident? Or are you conceited? If you don't want to play, then I'll kill her myself. All of you can come at me together. It's a little troublesome, but it doesn't matter, Su Zimo replied. Sure, 3 moves it is. I hope you can give me a surprise, Nangong Tianhong said. I'm tired of staying in Daliang. It's time to go out and meet the geniuses outside. He looked at Su Zimo calmly, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Looking at Nanmen Tianhong's confident expression, Su Zimo smiled. With a wave of his hand, the 5-gung saber intent wrapped around his body. The saber intent was solid and sharp. Su Zimo waved his hand, and the saber intent turned into a saber shadow that floated in the air. The saber shadow was more than 10 meters long, and the sharp edge wrapped around the saber. With a wave of Su Zimo's right hand, the saber shadow broke through the layers of the void. It was as fast as a shooting star, and it went straight for Nanmen Tianhong. Looking at this power, Nanmen Tianhong opened his arms, and the spirit qi around him was colorful. 7 colored spirit qi condensed in front of his chest, forming a defensive barrier. When the saber shadow hit the barrier, a sizzling sound could be heard. Before Nanmen Tianhong could react, the saber shadow broke through the barrier and cut him in half. The saber shadow exploded in the pavilion with a boom sound, and the dust flew all over the place. The surrounding space was shattered. Everyone looked at the center of the dust and saw Nanmen Tianhong's figure gradually appear. Nanmen Tianhong looked at Su Zimo, and he slowly stretched out his right hand. A bloody wound appeared on his wrist. He was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Su Zimo and said, "You're not bad." First move, Su Zimo smiled and said calmly. Then, he slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. The moment the tyrannical shadow was pulled out, the saber aura soared into the sky. The entire sky of the vast expanse building seemed to be split open, and the tyrannical shadow was humming. The powerful saber intent filled the entire second floor. 15th move of the Dao querying move, Silent Life. Between life and death, there was great terror. Su Zimo always remembered this sentence. At this moment, the saber intent of the tyrannical shadow started to change. From nothing to something, a deathly aura filled the air. This deathly silence was without a trace of emotion. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. The saber will turned from formless to black. The black saber intent filled the entire space and gathered in the sky. It was like a torrent that wanted to devour everything. The endless deathly aura merged with the saber intent. It was as if a huge hole had been pierced through the sky. The torrent flowed down, descending majestically. Under the torrent, everything was annihilated. Before the torrent fell, the lotuses in the nearby lake had already begun to wither. The fish became weaker and weaker, and finally floated motionlessly on the surface of the water. The people below felt as if their life force was being sucked away by the torrent. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they hurriedly used the power in their bodies to resist this power. What kind of move is this? How can it be so terrifying? I don't know. Fortunately, we're only in the vicinity. If we were the target of this move, our lives would have been sucked dry before we could even resist. At this moment, Nanmen Tianhong clearly couldn't care less about the discussions of the others. He looked solemnly at the torrent that was descending. Then, he shouted, "Eightfold world." At this moment, 8 bang 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 sounds came from his body. 8 different domains were unfolded around him. These domains were 8 different artistic conceptions and 8 different colors. He sat cross-legged in the middle, as if he was a living being. The 8 different domains wandered around him. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were having fun, and some were committing all kinds of crimes. "So this is Nanmen Tianhong's eightfold world," someone whispered. Yes, it is said that this is the way he comprehended after watching and comprehending the unique skills of the 8 great emperors, someone said enviously. He also has such resources. Although Daliang doesn't have a great emperor, Daliang is on good terms with the other 8 states and cities. The reason why Jiuzhou region is so powerful is because the 9 states and cities work together. Although that's the case, the young man opposite him is quite impressive. He forced Nanmen Tianhong to use his eightfold world with just the second move. You have to know that in Daliang, Nanmen Tianhong has his own pride. He will never use his unique skills until the last moment. Nanmen Tianhong's eightfold world also burst forth with resplendent light as the deathly silent torrent descended majestically from the sky. The eightfold world revolved in the shape of rules. In the end, it was like 8 worlds that swallowed the torrent. A rumbling sound came from the torrent. Everyone felt the world in front of them shake, as if the whole world was going to shatter. This explosion was deafening, as if it was going to shatter their eardrums. The moment the explosion spread, an extreme wave of qi spread out in all directions with Nanmen Tianhong as the center. Some people couldn't dodge in time and were directly sent flying by the airwave. The pavilions on both sides were destroyed and collapsed, falling into the lake in the central area. The green lake water rippled with waves. The fish that died in the water also flew to the shore. In the space where Nanmen Tianhong stood, almost all the space was torn apart. When the dust had settled, everyone turned to look at the battle that had just taken place. They saw Nanmen Tianhong half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. His white robe was torn in several places, and his hair was messy. His face was covered in dust, and his eyes seemed to have lost focus. He half knelt there with lifeless eyes. "Southern Gate's Holy Sun," someone exclaimed. The Holy Sun was defeated, someone said in disbelief. 2 moves, Suzimo said calmly. "Who are you?" Nanmen Tianhong stood up and stared at Suzimo as he asked. "You don't need to know," Suzimo replied. "Do you still want to take the 3rd move? Your eightfold world won't be able to block the 3rd move." Nanmen Tianhong was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, "No need." "So what if I block it? I'm not as good as you. If I continue, I'll just embarrass myself." "Then let's go according to the agreement," Suzimo said. Nanmen Tianhong turned around and glanced at the red-clothed woman. Qing Mushuan, who was beside him, instantly stepped forward and said, "Nanmen Tianhong, it's not your place to interfere in the matters of the 9 provinces' immortal palace." Before Qing Mushuan could finish her words, she heard an ah sound. The red-clothed woman behind her had already fallen into a pool of blood. Behind the red-clothed woman, someone had just stood there and ambushed her. "You're courting death." Yui looked at the corpse in front of him and charged towards the ambusher as if he had gone mad. The ambusher did not resist and allowed Yui's heaven sword to dismember him by the lake. Everyone glanced at Nanmen Tianhong and felt a chill run down their spines. No one knew who the ambusher was. Just by thinking about it, Nanmen Tianhong had already made 2 preparations when he made the bet with Suzimo. This guy was not only talented, but his methods were also vicious and merciless. Obviously, this sneak attacker was Nanmen Tianhong's backup, or a man of sacrifice. Nanmen Tianhong, Qingmu Xian, will remember what happened today outside Jiuzhou region, Qingmu Xian said angrily. Nanmen Tianhong smiled and didn't say anything. He neither denied nor agreed. Although Yui had killed the person who ambushed him, he still had some rationality. He didn't fight with Nanmen Tianhong. Instead, he hugged the corpse on the ground and cried bitterly. Nanmen Tianhong turned to look at Suzimo and said, "Leave your name. After a few years, when my cultivation is successful, I will find you to compete. My whereabouts are uncertain. Even if I give you my name, you won't be able to find me. Besides, I don't want to fight with someone who is lost to me." Suzimo shook his head and said, "Let's fight again on the day of destiny. I wish you good luck. I will remember you." Nanmen Tianhong took a deep look at Suzimo and then turned to leave. Many people followed Nanmen Tianhong's footsteps and went up the ladder. Qingmu Xian also glanced at Suzimo and said calmly, "This matter will be handled by the elders of Jiuzhou Immortal Palace. Tell your elders to look for me. Even if the great Emperor Qingyang is alive, so what?" Suzimo chuckled. Shameless boasting, Qingmu Xian glanced at Suzimo and then said unhappily. Then she turned and left with the woman beside her. "The holy girl of Jiuzhou Immortal Palace is not tolerant," Suzimo shook his head and said to Imosher-san. "Only her appearance is okay. People in this world are greedy and lustful. It's human nature. Everyone yearns for beautiful things. Appearance has already taken a great advantage," Imosher-san replied. "Will you rest in Kangming Building tonight?" "Yes, I will find a pavilion to rest for a while," Suzimo nodded and replied. "After I get the pass token tomorrow, I will go directly to Void Valley." Although Suzimo's display of strength today was impressive, Nanmen Tianhong's influence in Daliang was simply too great. Therefore, no one dared to greet him. The atmosphere in the vast expanse house was still as lively as ever, even though it was already late at night. The moonlight was as gentle as water, quietly sprinkling on the calm and sparkling surface of the lake. Suzimo rested his head on his arm and looked at the sky above the pavilion. He said calmly, "Since you're here, why hide?" As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure appeared outside the pavilion. Xiao Imo wore a black robe and held a black wine flask in his hand. The aroma of the wine permeated the air for several kilometers. Xiao Imo slowly walked in. "What's up?" Suzimo tilted his head and asked. "I'm very interested in you." Xiao Imo tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, sitting on the other side of the pavilion. The night breeze gently blew the bangs on his forehead. "Nanmen Tianhong hasn't suffered a loss in a long time," he said with a chuckle. "Oh, just because of this?" Suzimo asked. "I've always been interested in the strong. Fighting can help me perfect my path of the sword," Xiao Imo said. "I've seen thousands of different Daos. Of the 3, there's bound to be one who can learn from me. You're still not good enough. Challenging me now will only hurt your Dao heart. Grow a bit more," Suzimo said, shaking his head. "How do you know if you haven't tried?" Xiao Imo turned his head, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he looked at Suzimo. "Do you really think that your sword domain is invincible in the same realm?" Suzimo quietly asked. "Without entering the sword domain, how can I talk about the path of the sword?" Xiao Imo said, his eyes shining. "First, we need to understand what a sword domain is. Then, every weapon has a weapon domain that belongs to it. A so-called domain is a weapon that has been comprehended to the extreme and can affect its surroundings. In this environment, which is also called a domain, the weapon can be used to maximize its damage. It can even change the terrain to create a suitable environment for oneself." Suzimo has met many people of the younger generation, but Xiao Imo is the only one who can truly cultivate a domain. "Are you looking down on my sword domain?" Xiao Imo chuckled. "Seems like your pride is ingrained in your bones. Do you really understand a sword domain?" Suzimo shook his head and smiled. "Then take a look at this strike of mine." Saying so, he casually drew the tyrannical shadow in front of him, the curved blade unsheathed from its scabbard, giving off a cold glint. Suzimo casually swung his hand, sending a wave of blade chi towards Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo's hair stood on end, as if a chill ran down his spine. The sharpness of the attack pierced his bones. As if facing a great enemy, he tightly gripped his sword hilt, but couldn't do anything. In his vision, everything in front of him was swallowed by darkness. In this darkness, there were countless streams of saber chi wreaking havoc. There were tens of thousands, millions, billions, and even countless streams of saber chi that seemed capable of wreaking havoc. Xiao Mo only had a single feeling: facing this strike, he couldn't block it no matter what. If his sword domain can't, then he can't either. As the blade chi passed by his ear, it lightly cut off a few strands of his black hair. When the blade chi reached the bottom of the lake, it only caused small ripples. As the ripples fell, the strands of black hair also drifted down. Silence, dead silence. Only Xiao Mo's heavy breathing could be heard. He looked up, his eyes shining as he asked, "What was that just now?" "Blade chi," Suzimo answered. "No, that's not what I saw." Xiao Mo shook his head. "Then you'll have to find it yourself." Suzimo smiled. "I'll only tell you one thing. I am Skyblade, the blade domain is also me." Xiao Mo carefully repeated Suzimo's words, then stood up and bowed to Suzimo. He said seriously, "I've learned something." Suzimo waved his hand slightly, indicating that he could leave. Suzimo spent the entire night familiarizing himself with his own power. When the sky brightened, he slowly opened his eyes. "What time is it?" Suzimo looked at Emosher-san, who was guarding beside him, and asked softly. "It's already noon," Emosher-san replied. "Let's go." Suzimo stood up and nodded. The vast expanse building was much quieter, and there weren't many other prodigies in sight. However, the battle between Suzimo and Nanmen Tianhong the day before had spread throughout Daliang City in a short period of time. It was said that someone had defeated Nanmen Tianhong in 2 moves. Suzimo couldn't be bothered with such matters. Nightingale's carriage slowly made its way to the center of Daliang City. It was the place where one could apply for a pass. When the carriage was halfway there, it was stopped by a few people. These people were dressed in red and wore official black hats, with a scimitar hanging from their waists. "What's the matter?" Emosher-san looked at them and asked. "My master would like to invite the young master in the sedan chair over," the man in the lead said politely. "Who is your master?" Emosher-san asked with a frown. "You'll know when you get there," the man said with a smile. "My master said that if you don't want to go, he won't be able to leave Daliang City." "What arrogance!" Emosher-san snorted coldly, looking at Suzimo in the carriage. "Let's go take a look. I think I can guess who it is." Suzimo was very calm. The red-robed man led the way, with Nightingale's carriage following closely behind. After passing through a few bustling streets, the group finally stopped in front of a huge mansion amidst the hustle and bustle of people. Daliang Royal Manor. The manor took up half the street. Although it wasn't decorated with gold and jade, the green bricks and green tiles were all made of high-quality materials. 2 large lions were placed in front of the manor. The lions were deep red and shone with a faint light. The murderous aura emanating from them made them seem alive from afar. "Is that King Liang?" Emosher-san asked with interest as he looked at the manor. "You'll know when you get in," the red-robed guard said. They followed the red-robed guard, passing through fake mountains and flowing water. They passed through several majestic courtyards and unique rooms. Finally, they arrived at a quiet, independent courtyard in the manor. Right in front of the courtyard, there were 2 enormous cloud mist trees on both sides. These 2 cloud mist trees seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. Their trunks were enormous and silvery white. The leaves and branches were all golden. It was fine during the day, but they would emit a dazzling glow at night. "I'll stop here. You may enter on your own," the red-robed guard said, then turned and left. "Looks like it's not King Liang," Emosher-san said. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome." Suzimo smiled and walked into the courtyard. There was a unique pavilion next to the room in front of him. A woman sat in the pavilion, with 2 servant girls standing on either side of her. Although the woman was a little old, she had taken good care of herself. She was wearing a light green silk gown, her complexion graceful and luxurious. Her neck was fair, and her jet black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head with a jade hairpin loosely held in place. The coral necklace and the red jade bracelet were placed on her wrist, white as snow and red as fire. It was eye-catching. Seeing Suzumo walk in, a maidservant at the side hurried forward. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Young master, our princess consort invites you to the pavilion." Suzumo smiled and walked directly to the pavilion. Then, without caring about anything else, he sat on the stone stool next to it. "Has this young master sparred with my family's Hong-er before?" the woman asked with a smile. Suzumo did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked, "Princess consort of Great Liang?" The woman smiled. There was a pot of boiling hot tea on the table in front of her. The aroma of the tea filled the entire courtyard. It was fresh and fragrant. The maidservant at the side carried the teapot and carefully filled the cups with tea before placing them in front of Suzumo and Princess Consort Wang Liang. "How should I address you, young master?" Princess Consort Liang asked. "My surname is Su," Suzumo said. "My time is limited." "Princess Consort, if you have something to say, just say it." Child Su is a straightforward person. "The reason I invited you here is regarding the battle between you and Hong-er. I would like to ask you for a favor," Princess Consort Liang said. "What do you mean?" Suzumo asked. Now, the entire Liang city is abuzz about this matter. Everyone is saying that the great Liang's sacred son was defeated in 2 moves. The sacred son does not live up to his name. Princess Consort Liang smiled and said, "As for Hong-er, he has never suffered such a huge setback since he was young. Especially after he became the sacred son. I am worried that this setback will affect his Dao heart. Therefore, I hope that Child Su can clarify this matter to the outside world and make a statement." "What statement?" Suzumo raised the steaming teacup in his hand and asked with interest. "That battle was just an exchange of pointers. It was a draw." "It was not a defeat in 2 moves, Princess Consort Liang said. "But many people saw it with their own eyes," Suzumo replied with a smile. "Those prodigies know what to say." "I only want to shut the mouths of the commoners," Princess Consort Liang said with a shake of her head. "Defeating an opponent in 2 moves, defeating an opponent that I did not take seriously, this kind of fame is meaningless to me. When I become the great emperor in the future, I will not have to worry about who in the world will not know me." Suzumo smiled and said, "I can make a statement, but what will I get out of it? Will it be enough to gain the friendship of the great Liang?" Princess Consort Liang pursed her lips and asked with a smile. "I am not boasting, but I really do not care for the friendship of the imperial lineage." Suzumo shook his head and said, "Let's do something more substantial." "Do you have to be so direct?" Princess Consort Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Suzumo and said, "Frankly speaking, if young master agrees, then you can walk out of this mansion unscathed. I don't think I need to say the rest." As Princess Liang's voice fell, 3 figures slowly walked out from the 4 corners of the courtyard. The 3 figures were an old man, a middle-aged man, and a short child. When the 3 figures approached, Emosher-san frowned slightly. "I know. Even Hong-er isn't a match for you. There's clearly someone in the younger generation who can match you." Princess Liang smiled and said, "But these people are all worshippers of the Liang estate, and all of them have the strength of a peak saint bloodline. Even if Hong-er were to fight them one-on-one, he wouldn't be a match for them, let alone the 3 of them attacking together." Suzumo shook his head and said with a smile, "Long hair, short insight. This sentence just happens to apply to you." He slowly picked up the teapot next to him and poured a cup of tea. He then said softly, "Emosher-san, I don't want to see these people here before I finish this cup of tea." Although Emosher-san's strength was only at the first hurdle of entering immortality realm in the Xian immortal realm, and he had internal injuries in his body. But it was easy for him to defeat these people in the holy bloodline realm. Princess Liang was too self-righteous. She still looked at Suzumo with the eyes of the younger generation. Nanmen Tianhong was already famous in the Jiuzhou region, but he still just entered the holy bloodline. At the end of the realm, it was not so easy to get through the meridians. Before the formation of the destiny, it was already very good for these people to reach the holy bloodline realm. It should be known that almost all the people who competed for the destiny were in the holy bloodline realm. If their realm was too low, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate. If their realm was too high, they wouldn't have the chance to compete for the destiny and enter the Taoism. So the best realm to compete for the destiny was the Holy Bloodline realm. Hearing Suzumo's words, a demonic fire flashed in Emosher-san's eyes. Immediately after, an extremely powerful aura spread out. A dark magic wand appeared in his hand from the void. The moment the wand appeared, Emosher-san held it in his hand and waved it gently. The raging wind blew across the sky, and the raging fire burned through the entire courtyard. The three people were shocked. The old man held a piece of dead wood in his hand and planted it on the ground, turning it into a towering tree. The tree was rich in spiritual chi and enveloped him. The middle-aged man next to him was surrounded by a golden glow and the roar of a lion could be heard. The muscles on his body bulged and he looked very oppressive. As for the last child, there was a red brand on his forehead. He had turned into two heads and was laughing eerily. Around the heads, there were all kinds of ghostly faces, looking very creepy. When the sea of fire swept over, the three people were shouting. Demonic fire burning the sky, Emosher-san snorted. Immediately after, the sea of fire turned pitch black, as if it was a dark ink that dyed half the sky. Crackling sounds could be heard from it. After the demonic fire burned, the three people were annihilated before they could even scream. The surrounding courtyard was burned to ashes. After killing the three people, Emosher-san pointed his wand and attacked Princess Liang. Just as Princess Liang was about to die, a large palm suddenly appeared from the void and collided with the wand. With a boom, the endless space around them shattered. Emosher-san's figure took half a step back and a muffled groan came from the void. The entire space collapsed. With just one move, it was clear who was stronger. "Stop, all of you," a shout came. Then, at the entrance of the courtyard, a man in a green robe walked in with a majestic gait, followed by two guards. The man's eyes were stern and his face was slightly sunken. His eyes were like the eyes of an eagle and they were breathtaking. He had a black beard that was as long as an index finger and he naturally had the aura of a superior. "What are you doing?" the man asked with a frown. Then, the void split open and the person who had collided with Emosher-san's palm walked out. It was a spirited old man. He wore a spacious green robe and stood quietly behind the man. "Husband." Wang Fei, who was still in a state of shock, immediately regained her senses and quickly called out. She looked at Suzumo in horror and said to the man, "He wants to kill me." "What? You're allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you." Suzumo chuckled. "Who are you?" King Liang looked at Suzumo and asked. "You should ask your wife," Suzumo replied. He looked at the middle-aged man before him. King Liang was the overseer of Liang City. However, it must be mentioned that the Great Liang was one of the strongest forces in the 9 states. Although Daliang had risen by relying on Liang City, Daliang also managed Liang City at the same time. In other words, even though King Liang was in charge of Liang City, he was only a part of the Great Liang. He wasn't the ruler of the Great Liang. Princess Liang fell silent for a moment. She lowered her head and whispered something into King Liang's ear. "Nonsense." King Liang snorted coldly. He looked at Princess Liang and scolded, "Since when have you been the one to give orders in my residence? Let Hong Er deal with his own matters. Why are you interfering?" "I'm just worried that Hong Er's Dao heart is unstable." Princess Liang lowered her head and replied with some fear. "Child Su, I apologize on behalf of my wife. She loves her son dearly. I hope you won't take it to heart." King Liang looked at Suzumo and said apologetically. "How about this? I'll hold a banquet in the residence as an apology to Child Su." "There's no need for a banquet. I hope there won't be a next time." Suzumo waved his hand and said calmly. "Otherwise, she will die. Anyone who tries to stop her will die." After Suzumo finished speaking, he turned and left with Emosher-san. King Liang watched Suzumo's departing figure with narrowed eyes. He didn't say anything else. "Husband, I didn't do it on purpose," Princess Liang said cautiously from the side. "Of course I know you didn't do it on purpose. I was the one who found those servants. Do you think they would have listened to you without my orders?" King Liang said calmly. "Ah?" Then you. Princess Liang looked at King Liang in surprise. Hunger is the best candidate for Great Liang's destiny in this generation. He was suddenly defeated just like that. I wanted to see just what kind of divine figure he was. King Liang said calmly. I couldn't make an appearance. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would happen. I could only use my wife's name. However, I didn't expect to lose 3 servants before I could even find out anything. Then husband, why didn't you let him stay in the residence? Princess Liang asked in confusion. King Liang laughed softly. He shook his head and said, my wife, you should go back first. King Liang watched Princess Liang leave. Only then did he turn around and look at the green-robed elder next to him. What happened just now? Very powerful. The green-robed elder reached out his right hand. His entire hand had turned black, and faint demonic energy was corroding it. He said gravely, unless our great Liang's Laozu makes an appearance, no one in Liang City will be able to stop him. Investigate his identity. That's all for now, King Liang said. I will report this to the great Liang. After leaving the Liang residence, Su Zimo went to the center of Liang City to apply for a pass. The place to apply for a pass was a very spacious hall. There were 3 long lines in the hall. There were quite a lot of people heading to the Void Valley. After all, it wasn't like other forbidden lands, where death was certain. Some people were still willing to take this risk. Su Zimo only finished applying for a pass in the afternoon. There weren't many requirements for the pass. What was more troublesome was that it was a one-time use pass. If he wanted to go there a second time, he would have to apply for a new one. You can stay in Liang City, Su Zimo said to Emosher-san. Come meet me at the Void Valley tonight after you've dealt with Princess Liang. Young master, why didn't you just kill her? Emosher-san asked in confusion. Killing her would make me an enemy of the great Liang. Even though I'm not afraid, I don't want to waste time rushing to the Void Valley, Su Zimo said. Besides, even if I destroy the great Liang, I won't gain anything. Killing the princess is enough to serve as a warning to King Liang. Your subordinate understands. Emosher-san nodded. After bidding farewell to Emosher-san, Su Zimo didn't linger. He slowly made his way to the Void Valley. In reality, Nightingale had already developed a human-like ability. As long as it knew the route, it could proceed on its own. Liang City was quite a distance away from the Void Valley. Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry. He quietly cultivated in his palanquin. The setting sun in the sky turned into a streak of afterglow. Su Zimo gradually disappeared into the horizon, enveloped by Liang City's enormous body. The irregular place in the world was the Void Valley. Since the beginning of the Yuanyang continent's era, the Void Valley had been abandoned by the continent. The rules were unstable and the space was often chaotic. If not for the Void Tree, not many people would be willing to go there. Nightingale's carriage traveled for more than a month and finally arrived at the Void Valley in the wee hours of the morning. Dawn had just broken. The sky was like an upside-down basin. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The sky had already gradually disappeared. The light of dawn gradually dissipated at the end of the skyline. As they got closer to the Void Valley, the number of people they met along the way naturally increased. From afar, the entrance to the Void Valley was in a sunken mountain. Su Zimo could not see inside the mountain, but the scene in the sky was somewhat conspicuous. Compared to other places, the space above the mountain was raging. Waves of spatial turbulence whistled through it. The space was constantly collapsing. Its recovery rate could not keep up with the speed of destruction of the turbulence. The space was originally invisible, but the fragmented void was like glass full of cracks. It was conspicuous and shocking. The sunlight shone through the fragmented void. Even the reflections on the ground were fragmented. Have you heard? A few days ago, Du Laochi died in the spatial turbulence. He was drinking with us not long ago. Life is really unpredictable. That's nothing. Everyone who can come to the Void Valley has their heads hanging from their waists. A few days ago, people from the Yellow Crane Gang found a supreme-grade void tree inside. It's said that they used it to exchange for countless cultivation resources from the Great Zhou dynasty. That's why those disciples of the big forces are nothing. Us individual cultivators are the ones fighting with the heavens. It's endless fun. There was a tea house in front of the Void Valley. A few people sat scattered around and were discussing with relish. There were a few pots of tea on the table. Weapons were placed at the corner of the table. A flag was placed on the wooden board above. There were a few large words written in black, "Tea House of No Return." Seeing Suzumo's arrival, one of the yellow-clothed men smiled and said, "Newcomer?" Suzumo walked down from the sedan and placed Nightingale on the side of the road. He smiled and said, "Why do you say that? The entrance to the Void Valley is on the other side. This is a path of no return. Most people who come here for the first time don't know and accidentally step in, never to come out again." The owner of the tea house was a man in his 50s. His sideburns were already graying. Looking at Suzumo, he chuckled and said, "Later, I opened a tea house here to warn those who come here." Suzumo sat in the tea house with great interest and asked, "What kind of tea do you have?" "We only have self-made loose tea." "Do you want it?" the boss asked with a smile. "Give me a pot." Suzumo nodded. Judging from young master's attire, he doesn't look like he's going to take an adventure in the Void Valley, the yellow-robed man said. "I'm from out of town. I heard that the Void Valley is very famous, so I wanted to come and take a look," Suzumo said with a smile. "If young master is from a wealthy family, you don't have to be like this. Only people like us who have no choice would come here to try our luck." The man shook his head and smiled. "I've never been to the Void Valley before," Suzumo said. "Can you tell me about the situation inside?" The boss of the tea house brought out the teapot that he had made. The teapot was boiling hot and was placed on a tray. The tea's fragrance was refreshing. The smell was just right. The Void Valley. Let me explain it to you briefly. The boss of the tea house sat to the side. Drinking tea, he smiled and said, "The Void Valley's space is endless. Even if you spend your entire life there, you won't be able to walk through it. There are relatively few dangers inside. There are only void turbulence and void beasts. Because of the special terrain, many creatures can't survive for long. That's why only the Void Tree can survive." "Has anything special happened in the Void Valley? Or are there other creatures living there?" Suzumo continued asking. Hearing the boss's words, Suzumo found that he had no idea where to start. The Void Valley had no end, and the Void Spirit Monkey had no clues. How could he find it? "We don't know either. We don't come to the Void Valley often. Occasionally, we just try our luck." "The boss of the tea house has never been to the Void Valley either," the yellow-robed man said. "If you want to gather information, walk 3 kilometers east from here. There's a small town. There's a family with the surname Pai in that town. They've been here for thousands of years. Their family lives to find the Void Wood. Perhaps they know more." "Can you tell me about the Road of No Return?" Suzumo asked. "It's not a big secret. Only some newcomers don't know." The boss of the tea house smiled and said, "The Void Valley's spatial turbulence is the biggest danger. But usually, the spatial turbulence doesn't appear. It only appears once in a while. But on the Road of No Return, which is where the spatial turbulence is the most concentrated, almost no one dares to step in. Anyone who enters will be torn to shreds by the turbulence in an instant." "No one has gone in before?" Suzumo asked. "No. It's said that even the great emperor can't go in. He'll retreat after a few steps," the boss said, shaking his head. "Thanks." Suzumo stood up and put a few spirit stones on the table. Then, he walked up to Nightingale's sedan. After leaving the Road of No Return, Suzumo went to take a look at the entrance of the Void Valley. There was only one way to enter the Void Valley. The road was paved with white rocks. It was obviously built and taken care of. The disciples of the various forces were guarding the entrance. Anyone who entered had to hand in their tokens. The entrance to the Void Valley was a space-warping vortex door. Suzumo only saw that after these people entered the whirlpool, they disappeared without a trace. He also could not see the world inside. However, he didn't go in rashly. Instead, he planned to go to the small town in the east to take a look. Nightingale continued to move forward. 3 kilometers wasn't too far for Nightingale. Not long after, Suzumo came to a small town called the Void Town. The town was neither big nor small. 200-year-old trees were planted at the entrance of the town. The entrance of the town was a wooden door. On the door, the words Void Town were written on an iron plate. It was already a little blurry. Due to the passage of time, the iron plate had already rusted and was covered in rust. The town was still quite lively, and there were people walking on the streets in groups. The hawkers on both sides of the street shouted calmly. The scene in front of him was neither prosperous nor bleak. "Excuse me, is there a family with the surname Pai in our town?" Suzumo stopped a passerby and asked with a smile. "You must be talking about Master Pai." "Other than him, no one else in this town has this surname," the man replied with a smile. "Why are you looking for Master Pai?" "I heard that his family has lived here for generations." "I want to ask him about the Void Valley," Suzumo replied. "Oh, then you've asked the right person." The passerby laughed complacently. He said, "I can tell you that when the Void Town was built, Master Pai was among the first batch of people to build the town. Even before the town was established, he had already been here. Since his grandfather's generation, he has been selling void wood for a living. He's the oldest person in the Void Town." "Then may I ask where he lives?" Suzumo asked. "If you walk east from here, you'll see the old house that occupies the largest area in the easternmost part of the town," the man said as he pointed in that direction. "However, he hasn't been going to the Void Valley in the past few years. It's said that his son and daughter died there." Suzumo nodded slightly and walked toward the east side of the town. He looked around. The people who could survive in this town seemed to be independent cultivators who had no one to rely on. They exchanged their lives for void wood and then used it to exchange for cultivation resources. When Suzumo arrived at the east side, he saw that there were only a few families scattered here and there. Near the entrance of the town, a courtyard made of bricks and tiles and clay came into view. Although the courtyard was large, it looked very ordinary. Compared to the other houses around it, it was a little cold. When Suzumo arrived at the gate of the courtyard, the wooden door was black and had been there for some time. When he pushed open the wooden door, an awkward creak sounded in his ears. After entering the wooden door, there was a doorway. On the right side of the doorway, there were many farming tools for working. The courtyard in front of him was very wide and planted with many edible vegetables. In the middle of the courtyard was a grape tree. An old man was half squatting in the middle of the courtyard. There was an iron frame in the pot, and an iron pot was placed on top of it. The old man seemed to be making breakfast and sharpening a kitchen knife in his hand. Seeing someone enter, the old man raised his head and glanced at Suzumo with his cloudy eyes. Then he asked, "What's the matter?" "Are you Master Pai?" Suzumo asked. "Everyone here calls me that." The old man nodded slightly. "I want to ask you about the Void Valley," Suzumo said with a smile. "They said that you have the highest seniority here." "I'm old and can't remember many things." "You should ask someone else," Master Pai said with a wave of his hand. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and began to sharpen the knife in his hand, concentrating on cutting the vegetables. "How about we make a deal?" Suzumo said. "If you answer my question, I can help you with one thing. I only have one request. If you can bring me the head of the Taishu sect leader, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Even if you want my life, I won't hesitate." The old man raised his head and calmly said. "The Taishu sect?" Suzumo asked with some confusion. "The imperial lineage?" He seemed to have never heard of this sect. "What nonsense. How can they be worthy of the imperial lineage?" Master Pai said with a cold snort. "It's just a group of people formed by a mob." "Give me a simple explanation," Suzumo said. "A few hundred years ago, the imperial lineage did not control this place. At that time, the Void Valley was in chaos. Thus, a group of people with evil intentions formed the Taishu sect. They would rob those who obtained the void wood. They would rob all the items that others obtained with their lives. Those who did not obey would be killed immediately." Master Pai narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "With the addition of the imperial lineage in the past few years, this phenomenon has decreased a lot. However, it is still carried out in secret." "Where is the Taishu sect?" Suzimo asked. 10 miles south of the Taishu Ridge. Master Pai's eyes narrowed as he replied. Wait for me. I'll be back before nightfall, Suzimo said and left. Strictly speaking, the Taishu sect was not a sect. It was a group of people who gathered together for their own selfish interests. If nothing changed and their interests were gone one day, the people's hearts would probably scatter. The Taishu Ridge was just an ordinary ridge. However, after the Taishu sect came, the ridge had a name. Ordinary people were not willing to come here anymore. A gentle breeze blew through the lush trees. At the top of the ridge, there was a stockade. At this moment, other than the guards guarding the stockade, there were 7 or 8 people sitting in the center of the stockade. Among these people, there were bearded burly men, flirtatious noblewomen, and gentle scholars. They drank wine and ate meat in big mouthfuls, and laughed wantonly. Big brother, I've already negotiated with the great Zhou dynasty. Their steward said that if we can offer 100 pieces of void wood as tribute every year, we can become a subsidiary power of the great Zhou dynasty. The scholarly man said happily. Damn it. I only get a few hundred pieces of void wood a year. So many brothers are waiting to cultivate. Someone next to him snorted unhappily. Third brother, don't say such things in the future, the flirtatious noblewoman quickly said. The situation is pressing. We must be protected by the great Zhou dynasty. This is also a layer of protection. While they were talking, there were a few thick wooden sticks inserted deep into the ground. At this moment, there was a person tied to each of those wooden sticks. There were women and children. Their faces were filled with fear. Their hair was disheveled, and some of them were already crying. Among these people, there was a young man. He did not look conspicuous, but if one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were as bright as the stars. It was as if nothing in the world could escape from his eyes. Sister, don't cry. It's annoying. Although the young man in white was also tied to a wooden stick, he still said with a natural expression. The woman next to him was wearing a white dress. Her dress was already stained with dust. Her long hair was messy and covered her face, but her delicate face could be vaguely seen. Xiaoyi, we're finished this time. We're dead for sure, the woman said anxiously. Don't you know the 8 trigrams? Help us calculate. I've already calculated. There's always a way out. There will be a benefactor who will save us, the young man in white said calmly. It seemed that the cries of these people angered the group of people, and a bearded man stood up. He held a machete in his hand. Looking at the tied people, he said in a rough voice, Big brother, do you want to kill or play first? Hearing the bearded man's words, a black-robed man beside him stood up. He smiled and shook his head, saying, There's no rush. The essence chi in these children's bodies hasn't dissipated yet and is the purest. It won't be too late to do other things after we're done cultivating. Alright, big brother, you pick first. We'll divide the rest of us when we're done. The bearded man smiled. Remember, our cultivation method is despised by many and must not be leaked. Using other people's essence chi can only be done occasionally or will be labeled as evil. The black-robed man solemnly reminded. Don't worry, big brother. The reason why the Taishu sect has existed for so long is because we've kept a low profile. We won't do anything we shouldn't do. The noblewoman beside him nodded in reply. After they finished speaking, the black-robed man slowly walked to the center of the group. He casually pointed a few times and all the children he pointed at were all brought to the back of the stronghold. When he stopped in front of the white-robed boy, he softly exclaimed, What a handsome young man. I see that your fortune is changing constantly. Do you want me to tell your fortune? The white-robed boy calmly asked. Tell my fortune? The black-robed man chuckled and stroked his chin, saying, Interesting, interesting. Then tell me your fortune. If it's accurate, I'll spare your life. If it's not accurate, there are people who like your handsome looks. Tell me your birth characters. The white-robed boy calmly replied. The black-robed man simply told him his birth characters. Then, the white-robed boy closed his eyes and a very faint aura flowed around him. It was still daytime so it wasn't too obvious. However, if one looked closely, they would see stars twinkling in the sky. Not long after, the white-robed boy slowly opened his eyes. His skin was already fair and white, and with the white robe, his face seemed to be even paler now. It was a pale white of weakness. Feng Bao, the leader of the Taishu sect. The white-robed boy calmly said. It's not surprising that you know that. You can find out if you're willing to. The black-robed man shook his head and said. You were born in Yongzhou in a family with decent conditions. Unfortunately, when you were still a minor, your family declined and in the end, you had to go out alone to make a living. Am I right? The young man in white asked. A strange look flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. After all, he hadn't told anyone about his true identity. This young man didn't seem to have the ability to investigate his past. Interesting. Continue. The black-robed man nodded. The life of a rogue cultivator is difficult. You've been out adventuring for 3 years, but you've gained nothing. A few years ago, in a life-and-death situation, you inadvertently obtained an inheritance. Since then, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he began to stand out. Hundreds of years ago, you came to the vicinity of the Void Valley and joined others to establish the Taishu sect. He's starting to have designs on the Void Wood, the white-clothed youth said calmly. If I'm not wrong, the inheritance you obtained should have been left behind by an evil cultivator. The cultivation method you're practicing now is also intolerable by the heavens and is not recognized by the world. What do you mean the heavens cannot tolerate? In this world, the winner is the king while the loser is the bandit. Every man for himself and the heavens take the hindmost. The black-robed man snorted and said, Before I had this cultivation method, my life was worse than a dog's. Look at me now. Do you still dare to say that the heavens cannot tolerate this? The white-clothed youth pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. Kid, since you're so good at fortune-telling, how come you didn't expect to fall into our hands? The scholarly man beside him asked in confusion. There's a saying about yin and yang. Only by being in this mountain can I divine others, but not myself, the white-clothed youth replied. Kid, teach me your fortune-telling method and I'll let you go, the black-robed man said. Where did this method come from? It's all natural. The white-clothed youth shook his head. I originally wanted to keep you by my side, but unfortunately, you know too much. Since that's the case, I can only kill you, the black-robed man said sinisterly. Aren't you curious about what I meant when I said that your fortune has changed too much and I'm afraid it's a bad omen? The white-clothed youth looked up and asked. Then tell me, the black-robed man chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura descended from the heavens. The moment this aura descended, the surrounding space shattered apart. It was like a ball of fire that destroyed everything in its path. The moment the fireball hit the ground, there was a boom and the earth completely shattered. A wave of air rippled out from all directions, completely destroying everything. When the dust of the fireball dispersed, Suzimo slowly walked out in his purple robes. He looked at the people around him and asked calmly, Who's the Taishu sect leader? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent and everyone took a few steps back. It's him. The white-clothed youth looked up and pointed at the black-robed man in front of him. My lord, I'm not. Before the black-robed man could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. Blade lights filled the sky and fell. In the mountain stronghold, everyone from the Taishu sect had their heads separated from their bodies and rolled to the ground. Tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground. One could only imagine the scene. The ground was filled with blade shadows and piles of corpses. Suzimo slowly walked up to the black-robed man and lifted his head, ready to leave. Wait. A voice suddenly came from behind. Suzimo turned around and saw a white-clothed youth looking at him. What's the matter? Suzimo asked. You saved me. I don't owe anyone anything. How about I read your fortune for you? The white-clothed youth asked. I only killed them. It has nothing to do with saving you. Suzimo shook his head and said. No, it's cause and effect. Either you kill me or let me read your fortune to return the favor. The white-clothed youth said stubbornly. Suzimo waved his hand slightly and his blade will cut all the ropes that tied him up. He said calmly, Let's do it. I need your birth characters. The white-clothed youth replied. Suzimo pondered for a moment and told him his birth characters. The white-clothed youth closed his eyes slightly and all 10 fingers on his left and right hands seemed to be calculating something. After a long while, when he opened his eyes, his face was filled with confusion and disbelief. You don't exist. That's impossible. How is this possible? The white-clothed youth looked at Suzumo in disbelief and said. Suzumo smiled. Ever since he started the new era, he had separated his fate from the long river of fate of the Yuanyang continent. Now, no one could find out about his fate. The white-clothed youth seemed to be unwilling to give up. He waved his hands, and 3 coins and a turtle shell fell from his sleeves. He placed the turtle shell on the ground, and the 3 coins were placed in 3 different directions. Then, he sat down cross-legged, and a dense aura spread out from his body. The 3 coins began to spin continuously. As they spun, the 3 coins, which were originally brand new, began to change. It was as if countless years had passed, and they became 3 ancient coins. When the 3 coins reached a certain critical point, a bang sound was heard, and all of them shattered into pieces. As for the tortoiseshell in the middle, cracks actually appeared on it. The white-clothed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was as bright as a blooming rose, and it looked more like a purplish-red color. Stars appeared on his white robe. He raised his head to look at Suzumo and asked, "Who are you? Don't you know how to divine?" Suzumo asked. You don't exist. You don't exist in this world. The white-clothed youth shook his head. I can't divine, but how can I not exist? I'm standing right in front of you. Suzumo smiled. You're from the Providence Hall, right? How do you know? The white-clothed youth asked in surprise. I've seen Elder Yan Wang of your Providence Hall before, Suzumo said. In his previous life, Zhenwu Xingzong had once held a great hall. At that time, Elder Yan Wang had represented the Providence Hall. Suzumo also knew about the Providence Hall at that time. Now that he saw the white-clothed youth's divination skills, he naturally thought of Elder Yan Wang. Back then, Elder Yan Wang had reminded him that the past was not worth living. Unfortunately, he was the crown prince of Zhenwu Xingzong at that time, so he did not take Elder Yan Wang's words to heart. The Providence Hall was a very mysterious force. When it came to divination, the first force that came to mind was definitely the Divine Design Valley. However, few people knew that there was an organization even more mysterious than the Divine Design Valley, the Providence Hall. Those who knew about the Providence Hall knew that the people of this force were all mortals. They had no cultivation and could not open their meridians to cultivate. However, very few people dared to kill them. It was said that they could connect to the Heavenly Tao and become the Heavenly Tao's emissaries in the human world. Anyone who killed a member of the Divination Hall would be punished by the heavens. Of course, this was just a rumor. As for whether it was true or false, no one knew. So young master knows our Elder Yan Wang. I think it's because my cultivation isn't high enough that I can't divine young master's background, the white-clothed youth said, shaking his head. We've only met once, so I won't keep you company. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Suzumo smiled and hurried to Master Pai's house. Looking at Suzumo's departing figure, the white-clothed youth stood up with a pensive gaze and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He began to untie the other people around him. Little E, there's someone you don't understand? The woman in white said with a smile. There are so many capable people in this world that I can't see through. The young man in white shook his head slightly. After leaving the Taishu sect, Suzumo quickly returned to the Void Town. In fact, the current him was almost at the peak of Immortal World. His cultivation in the Divine Pulse realm was definitely the strongest in this era where Laozu did not appear. The Taishu sect, which was difficult for ordinary people to deal with, was as weak as an ant in his hands. The sky was slowly darkening. At the end of the horizon, the last afterglow was emitted. The fallen leaves slowly swayed in the wind. Those who returned to the town from the Void Valley were either happy or sad. Their gains and deaths were different. When Suzumo entered the courtyard again, he saw Master Pai sitting on a rocking chair and resting with his eyes closed. Suzumo casually tossed the black-robed man's head over. Master Pai slowly opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. He looked at the head on the ground and was silent for a long time. Then, he said with a choked voice, "Did you really kill him? Isn't the head right in front of you?" Suzumo replied. Can we talk now? The old man did not speak. He bent over and picked up the head in front of him before walking to the back of the courtyard. After passing through a shady corridor, Suzumo followed the old man and arrived at the backyard. The place was very clean. There were 2 graves in front of them. There were several cypress trees planted on both sides of the graves. A wooden plaque was carved in front of the graves. My son, Pai Yunlei's grave. Suzumo stood aside and did not disturb the old man. He saw the old man place the head in front of the grave. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. He sat in front of the grave with trembling hands and was silent for a long time. Then, the old man stood up and walked to the front yard. He asked Suzumo, "What do you want to ask? Other than the void trees and void beasts, have you seen any other creatures in the void valley?" Suzumo asked. "What do you mean?" Master Pai thought for a while and asked. "I want to find a creature called the Void Spirit Monkey," Suzumo said. "I've been in the Void Valley for so many years, but I've never seen or heard anyone say that there are other creatures here," Master Pai said. "However, if you want to find a monkey, I don't know if there's something that will be useful to you." As Master Pai spoke, he brought Suzumo into the inner room. He looked around the cupboard in the room for a long time. Finally, he took out an iron box from it. Although this iron box had been preserved very well, there were some rust stains on it. It looked like it had been there for a long time. It took Master Pai a lot of effort to open the iron box. The moment the box was opened, a golden light shot up into the sky. Fortunately, Suzumo was quick to react. He quickly sealed the surroundings to prevent the golden light from shooting up into the sky and causing too much noise. At this moment, under the illumination of the golden light, the entire room was bright and resplendent. "It's been hundreds of years, but this thing is still resplendent," Master Pai sighed. In the golden light, Suzumo saw a statue of a monkey. This statue was very small, but the golden light was dazzling. The carving was very lifelike. When Suzumo looked at it, he felt as if this small statue had come to life and transformed into a monkey, jumping in front of him. It knew the time of day, knew the geography of the place, passed through the void, and moved the stars. It could pass through all the seals in the world. Suzumo did not know why, but this small monkey gave him such an illusion. When he turned his gaze, everything in front of him disappeared, leaving behind only a statue emitting golden light. "This is?" Suzumo asked in surprise. "Although I've never seen other creatures, when I was young, I once entered the Void Valley and lost my way. She got lost and accidentally passed by a valley. She heard a strange sound from inside. When I hurried over, I did not see anything. I only found this small monkey statue on the ground," Master Pai said indifferently. "Where did you find this monkey in the Void Valley?" Suzumo asked. "You should know about the road of no return, right?" Master Pai asked. "I know. It's said that the spatial turbulence there is so severe that even the void tree cannot survive there. That's why people call it the road of no return," Suzumo said with a nod. "That's right. After you enter the Void Valley, head north. After a few hundred kilometers, you will reach the border between the Peace District and the road of no return. The valley where I found this statue is at the border," Master Pai said with a nod. "Then can you give me this golden monkey statue?" Suzumo asked. "It's fine to give it to you, but I have a guess." "Do you want to hear it?" Master Pai asked. "Tell me about it," Suzumo said with a nod. "If the void spirit monkey that you're looking for really exists, and the golden monkey statue that I picked up proves this point to a certain extent, then the void spirit monkey that you're looking for really exists. Then why hasn't anyone seen it in these tens of thousands of years?" Master Pai said, "There is only one explanation for this situation, and that is that it has been hiding in a place where other creatures cannot enter." "You are talking about the road of no return," Suzumo said with a nod. "This is only my guess," Master Pai said with a nod. "If it is in the Peace District, then it will be found one day. Unless it is in the road of no return, then it can hide for tens of thousands of years. If that is the case, then it will be troublesome because we cannot enter the road of no return." "I will think of a way to deal with this myself," Suzumo said with a smile as he took Master Pai's golden monkey statue. After chatting for a while, he said goodbye and left. The golden monkey statue was a bit heavy in his hand, but other than that, he did not feel anything. Because it was constantly emitting a golden light, Suzumo could only put it in his true fate world to avoid unnecessary trouble. Suzumo did not stay. Nightingale's carriage had already been put into his true fate world. He took advantage of the darkness to arrive at the entrance of the Void Valley. There were people guarding the place 24 hours a day. Even though the sky was already dark, there were still people entering in twos and threes. Pass token. At the entrance, a blue-clothed guard looked at Suzumo and asked in a somewhat lazy manner. Suzumo handed the token to the other party, and the other party let him pass. Looking at the distorted spatial vortex before him, Suzumo walked straight in. At this moment, he felt a sense of weightlessness. It was as if he was floating in midair and sinking endlessly. This feeling of weightlessness lasted for a long time. Suzumo only felt the soft space wrapping around him. Then, his eyes lit up. His whole body fell to the ground, and his body felt solid. He raised his head and looked around. It was an indescribably desolate environment. Not a single blade of grass grew, and you couldn't see a single living thing at the end of your line of sight. There was not even a single blade of grass. The ground was bare, and from time to time, rumbling noises could be heard coming from under the earth's crust. Suzumo identified the direction and directly walked north. After climbing over a high slope, Suzumo had only taken a few steps when he saw a figure rushing towards him from the void. His eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He directly punched the black shadow. The black figure cried out in pain and was sent flying. Before Suzumo could see clearly, the black figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Void beast, Suzumo thought with a slight frown. He clenched his right hand, and the surrounding spirit energy surged out, completely solidifying the surrounding void. Immediately after, the space in front of him shattered, and a giant beast opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. Suzumo snorted coldly. His right hand grabbed the giant beast's front leg, and his body moved slightly to the side, dodging the other party's attack. The power of creation in his hand surged, and he grabbed the other party's front leg and smashed it into the ground. After a few consecutive smashes, the giant beast no longer had the strength to fight back. When it lay on the ground on the verge of death, Suzumo finally saw the void beast's appearance. This was a pale white giant beast that was somewhat transparent. Its body was a bit like a fish, and its body was covered in hard scales. However, it had 4 short legs. Its eyes were as small as beans, and there was a sharp horn on its nose. Before Suzumo could do anything else, the void beast had already died on the spot. After it died, its body turned into balls of gas and merged into the void, leaving nothing behind. Suzumo had done his research before. Apart from being afraid of the void turbulence, the people here also hated the void beasts. This was because the void beasts hid in the void and could catch people off guard. People with low cultivation levels couldn't seal the void at all. Most importantly, there was nothing to gain from killing these void beasts. This was because their bodies were a part of the void, so they were born in the void and returned to the void after death. Suzumo didn't care too much. He rushed to the border in the north with all his might. After an entire night, the sky in the Void Valley started to brighten up. This place looked even more barren than a desert. Along the way, Suzumo didn't see anything other than some abandoned tents that people had temporarily set up to rest. Just like that, he rushed in the Void Valley for 7 days. At noon, the sound of fighting not far ahead attracted Suzumo's attention. This was the first time he had seen someone else after coming here. Sword lights flashed, and a furious shout came from afar. Qin Yuan, I found this void tree first. Do you want to fight me to the death? Zhang Qiheo, natural treasures can only be found by those who are fated. Do you think that just because you see something, it's definitely yours? The two voices were confronting each other. Suzumo walked forward and looked into the distance. There were 2 figures fighting in front of him. One was a black figure, and the other was a white figure. Both of them used swords. Their cultivation levels seemed to be at the Venerable Meridian realm. Their sword intents were upright and violent in the surroundings. In front of the 2 of them, 3 trees stood on the ground. Because of the distance, Suzumo couldn't see them very clearly. He walked closer step by step. The two of them didn't notice his arrival. After a few steps, Suzumo arrived in front of the void tree. There were only 3 void trees here, and there was a rich spatial power surging around the trees. The degree of distortion in the surrounding space wasn't strong. These void trees were more than a meter tall, and their color was still somewhat transparent and pale white. Each void tree only had 1 branch, and each branch only had 1 emerald green leaf. The expression of the tree trunk. Curved lines surrounded the void tree, extending from top to bottom. Someone is stealing the void tree. The 2 people at the side only just noticed Suzumo's existence. They shouted and rushed over. Noisy. Suzumo waved his hand and the 2 of them were sent flying. After watching the 2 of them disappear into the void, Suzumo turned around and placed his hands on the void tree. The most valuable parts of the void tree were naturally the void leaves and void trees. He did not study them too much. Instead, he uprooted them and planted them in his true fate world. These void trees were not attractive to Suzumo. Although there were many people in the void valley, it was very difficult to meet other people because it was too vast. The closer he got to the road of no return, the more desolate it became. Suzumo traveled like this for more than a month. Finally, at noon, he arrived at the border of the road of no return. There was a horizontal mountain range in front of him. It looked like a mountain range, with different heights. The mountain range was like the Great Wall. It stretched endlessly and separated the void valley into 2. There were few people here. As far as the eye could see, there was only the continuous mountain range. Suzumo discovered that he could still barely fly in the void valley. However, the closer he got to the road of no return, the harder it was to fly. The void laws in the sky were completely chaotic. The surface of the space was as weak as a piece of paper. It would shatter with a light poke. When he stood at the top of the mountain range, he saw that at the other end of the mountain range was the border of the road of no return. There was no space at all. Countless spatial turbulence flowed. After the space was shattered, it could not be restored. The turbulence whizzed past like knives, stirring up heaven and earth on that side. Suzumo discovered that there was a transparent barrier on the other side of the mountain range. He could not directly enter the road of no return. Thus, he prepared to find the valley that Master Pi had gone to. He walked along one side of the mountain range and headed to the other. Along the way, he saw several valleys and 5 or 6 void trees. In the end, Suzumo found a valley that was similar to what Master Pi had described. The interior of this valley could be said to be very strange. There were actually plants growing inside. This was very unimaginable in the void valley. Several poplar trees and willow trees grew in the valley. On the walls of the valley, there were also lush bushes and vegetation. To the east of the valley, a long river flowed down like a waterfall. The water of the river was so clear that one could see the bottom. It flowed along the top of the valley, and below the valley, there was a bottomless pit. The river water flowed into the deep pit, but no one knew where the source was. Suzumo slowly walked into the valley. He came to the riverside and looked down. To his surprise, he smelled the fragrance of wine. It was a very rich wine aroma. Suzumo looked at the waterfall in front of him. He put his hand into the waterfall and took it out to smell the water on his hand. He realized that it was all wine. The waterfall in front of him was formed by the condensation of wine. According to Master Pi, this was where he had picked up the golden monkey statue. Before Suzumo could ponder any further, he suddenly heard a loud roar from afar. The noise was noisy and accompanied by rumbling vibrations. Spatial turbulence is coming. Everyone, run. Hurry up and leave the void valley. There's going to be a purge here. Panicked voices were heard. Suzumo looked up and saw that the sky and earth in the distance seemed to be splitting apart. Cracks appeared in the sky. There were more and more cracks, and the speed of splitting became faster and faster. The whole sky seemed to be collapsing, and even the earth was shaking. In the distance, he could see a figure running away. In the sky, countless streams of spatial turbulence whizzed past. Wherever the turbulence passed, not a single blade of grass or tree would grow. The turbulence was approaching from afar, as if it was going to clean up the whole world. When the turbulence came to the outside of the valley, Suzumo's eyes were calm. He slowly took out a pearl from his true fate time. One of the 5 great spiritual pearls, the Wind Annihilation Pearl. He had obtained 2 spiritual pearls, the Drowning Pearl and the Wind Annihilation Pearl. The so-called 5 great spiritual pearls had a great history. Although only when the 5 great spiritual pearls were gathered together could they be used to their full potential, a single spiritual pearl was not simple. The Wind Annihilation Pearl controlled all the wind in the world. Some people also called it the Wind Calming Divine Pearl. Suzumo poured the power of creation into the Wind Annihilation Pearl, and the entire pearl began to emit a faint green halo. He slowly threw the Wind Annihilation Pearl up. The entire pearl hovered above his head, and a light curtain shone down from it. It enveloped Suzumo. When the spatial turbulence whizzed past, the plants in the entire valley were uprooted and crushed. Only Suzumo stood there motionlessly. The spirit pearl above his head emitted a resplendent brilliance as it slowly rotated. The spatial turbulence was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the valley and then quickly left. When the spatial turbulence whizzed past, Suzumo found that the entire valley, except for the waterfall with the fragrance of wine, had turned into ashes. Previously, Suzumo had not carefully observed it. Now that the lush plants were gone, a door had actually appeared on the barren mountain wall. It was an ancient door that flashed black and gold. In Suzumo's perception, the door should be sealed. Unfortunately, on the left side of the door, there seemed to be a seal that was broken, and a medium-sized gap appeared. "This is the entrance to the road of no return?" Suzumo guessed. He turned to look at the flowing waterfall. It seemed to be monkey wine. At this moment, he was even more convinced that if the void spirit monkey really existed, it would definitely be in the road of no return. He looked at the Wind Annihilation Pearl above his head and pondered for a while. One must know that the spatial turbulence in the road of no return was much stronger than the spatial turbulence just now. It was not on the same level at all. If it was the complete set of 5 great spiritual pearls, Suzumo would not be worried. But he did not know if the single Wind Annihilation Pearl could withstand it. He thought for a while and finally stepped into the gap of the ancient door. He had officially entered the road of no return. The bone-piercing wind blew past his body like a knife. This barren land was shrouded in a white fog. As far as the eye could see, the furthest distance was only 10 meters in front of him. Suzumo looked at this land blankly. For a moment, he actually lost his sense of direction. The Wind Annihilation Pearl above his head was under great pressure. Even the speed of its rotation was much faster. Suzumo found that the Genesis energy in his body was rapidly depleting, and there was no spirit chi in this space that could be replenished. It's said that the Void Valley is the abandoned land of the Yuanyang continent. "I'm afraid that the road of no return is the real core," Suzumo said with emotion. Just as he was lost, Suzumo suddenly felt that the golden monkey statue had a reaction. Seeing the reaction from the golden monkey statue, Suzumo hurriedly took it out. Boundless rays of light shot out from it, dispersing all the fog in the area. This allowed Suzumo's vision to become even wider. Suzumo felt that the golden monkey statue seemed to have a connection and was guiding him forward. The surrounding spatial turbulence howled and roared, growing larger and larger. With every step, Suzumo could feel the strain. He followed the guidance of the golden monkey statue in his hand and walked forward with difficulty. In this world, he lost his sense of direction. He couldn't even find the entrance that he came from. He could only follow the golden monkey statue in his hand. He followed the guidance of this unseen world. After walking for a long time, Suzumo felt the pressure on his body grow stronger and stronger. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back and walking forward. His head was dizzy, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead. They were so heavy that it was difficult for him to move. Moreover, Suzumo could no longer remember the time here. He could only move forward. He had no choice. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding spatial turbulence grew stronger and stronger, and the pressure on his body grew heavier and heavier. A few days, a few months, an unknown amount of time passed. Finally, one day, Suzumo dragged his tired body and arrived in front of a valley. The golden monkey statue was in front of the valley. The light suddenly dissipated, and the guidance from before disappeared. Suzumo slowly walked into the valley. It was as if he was in two different worlds. Previously, when he walked, it was as if he was walking in a desert. It was barren and dry. After entering the valley, not only did the spatial turbulence disappear, but the pressure on his body was also gone. Even the surroundings were green mountains and clear waters, flowers, and trees. Although there were no birds, the fragrance of flowers assailed his nose. Dozens of birch trees mixed with poplar trees were scattered in the valley. Violets and chincha flowers intertwined among them. The ground was covered with dog's tail grass. The entire valley was overflowing with greenery, and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nose. A small river flowed out from the mountain wall of the valley. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. Pebbles the size of prehistoric eggs were at the bottom of the river. Suzumo came to the valley in a daze. He half knelt by the river and lowered his head into the water. As he drank the water, he tried to clear his head. The water was sweet and clear, as if it was filled with an icy coldness that refreshed the mind. After a long time, he finally raised his head. After he felt much better, he began to look around. This valley was very large, with rugged rocks. There was a tree-lined path in front of him. Peach trees were planted on both sides of the path. It was currently spring, and the peach blossoms on the peach trees were flourishing. The pink peach blossoms covered the ground in a thick layer. The fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air. Suzumo walked through the tree-lined path, and in front of him was a huge peach forest. In this peach forest, there were many red peaches hanging in the air. The fragrance of peaches and flowers blended together, and peach blossom rain filled the sky. Squeak, 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 squeak. A strange sound rang out from the depths of the peach forest. Suzumo's expression froze as he hurriedly ran towards the depths of the peach forest. Peach blossom rain fell all around him. After running for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw a waterfall in front of him. The sound of flowing water rang in his ears. He saw a golden monkey jumping on the smooth surface of the rocks on both sides of the waterfall that had been washed by water all year round. It was holding a few peaches in its arms and playing with them happily. This monkey looked very fat, a little like a gorilla. Its eyes were golden, and the depths of its pupils were red. Its muscles were bulging, and it was filled with explosive power. The moment Suzumo appeared, the golden monkey also saw Suzumo. Their eyes met, and the golden monkey cried out in shock, and its figure hurriedly disappeared into the void. All the peaches in his arms fell down and fell into the river below the waterfall. Immediately after, the void fluctuated again, and the golden monkey's figure appeared. It held a thick wooden stick in its hand and stared at Suzumo fiercely. "Human, how did you get here?" the golden monkey asked. "Void spirit monkey?" Suzumo asked uncertainly. "You know my tribe's name too?" the golden monkey asked curiously. "In order to find you, I put in a lot of effort," Suzumo laughed. "Why are you looking for me?" the golden monkey asked. "I want you to become my pet," Suzumo replied. "Bah, I, the heavenly grandmaster grand sage, have roamed the world freely. I only seek Tao and forget about immortality. How can I live under someone else's roof?" The void spirit monkey threw the wooden stick in its hand, and half the sky was crushed. It roared, "You little thief, how dare you humiliate me? Eat my stick first." Seeing the wooden stick coming towards him with great force, Suzumo unsheathed the tyrannical shadow and slashed it. With a boom, the surrounding space fluctuated, and countless peach blossoms fell from the trees. With this strike, Suzumo took a few steps back. But the golden monkey did not move at all. "So strong," Suzumo said in surprise. "My peach." The golden monkey looked at the falling peach blossoms and hearts and cried out miserably. Immediately after, it waved its wooden stick with vigor, and once again charged towards Suzumo. "Heaven-shaking technique," Suzumo shouted. He gathered all the strength in his body and focused it on one point. The tyrannical shadow was swung again. At this moment, when the knife and stick collided, the surrounding space was completely shattered. Rumble. The explosion was deafening, and the figure of the golden monkey was directly sent flying. Although Suzumo had the upper hand in this strike, he felt his whole body aching after this strike, as if all his strength had been sucked out. "He's really strong," he murmured. "Eat my stick again." The golden monkey stood up unscathed and jumped dozens of meters high. When the staff came down, it stirred up the entire world, causing the clouds to surge and the sky to shatter. Zz waved his hands, and the true fate world appeared behind him. A blue planet with unparalleled power appeared. At this moment, on the blue planet, boundless Genesis energy surged. When this strike landed on the blue planet, it did not even cause a ripple. "What is this?" the golden monkey cried out. "Suppress," Zz shouted. The planet fell from the sky, and directly suppressed the golden monkey. At this moment, the golden monkey's face was solemn. The planet fell on its back. The golden monkey roared. With the blue planet on its back, its face was ferocious, and two fangs opened in its mouth. "I am the omnipotent great sage," it roared. Although the planet was very heavy, his back collapsed under the weight of his weight. However, the golden monkey continued to struggle. It tried its best to raise its head and straighten its chest. Its muscles and bones bulged. "It's useless. Human strength is limited. How can you fight against the entire world, or rather, you can't do it now," Zz said as he shook his head. He waved his hands again, and the divine continent was completely activated. It directly pressed down with an unstoppable force. The golden monkey roared. After holding on for a while, it lowered its body. It started to shout, "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." In the next moment, the blue planet fell. Its entire body was lying on the ground. It had no more strength to struggle. Previously, Beaumont taught Zz how to use the demonic seal. Zz formed a seal with his hands. Demonic chi filled the air. A demonic seal slowly formed in front of Zz. "Imprint it into your body and you can live," Zz said calmly. "You want me to submit?" "Even if I die, I will not submit," the golden monkey said coldly. "Don't talk about dying so easily. I don't plan to kill you." Zz shook his head and said, "I only need you to help me break a seal. Then, I will return your freedom." "Really?" The golden monkey looked at Zz suspiciously and said, "I won't believe your words. No matter what you say, I will not submit. Do you recognize this?" Zz slowly took out the monkey statue. "My great sage body." The heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage exclaimed. He hurriedly asked, "Why is it with you?" "I picked it up," Zz said. "Have you been to the valley where I cultivated?" The heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage asked. "More or less," Zz said. "How about it? Give me the great sage body and I will agree to your conditions," the heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage replied without thinking. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. There was an explosion in the distance. The entire world began to shake violently. Countless cracks appeared on the ground in front of him. The wind-extinguishing pearl above Zz head started to spin. "What's going on?" Zz looked into the distance. Outside the valley, the sky seemed to have changed. Sand and stones were flying, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A tornado-like gust of wind came from afar. "Oh no, it's a spatial storm. Run, run!" The heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage shouted anxiously. "Spatial turbulence?" Zz asked. "No, the spatial storm is a true catastrophe," said the heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage hurriedly. "It's all your fault. The fight just now must have caused too much of a commotion and attracted it over." "I don't understand." Zz shook his head. The heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage was originally a little weak. Now that he saw this scene, he could not care about anything else. He turned around and ran into the distance. "Hurry up and use the great sage body to lead the way. Only by escaping the path of no return will we be safe in the Void Valley," it shouted. The two of them left the valley and groped their way through the fog as they fled forward. Along the way, the heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage briefly explained the spatial storm. As the saying goes, everything has a spirit. Humans, animals, and plants are all born with a spirit. The only difference is the strength of the spirit. We call it the connate spirit. However, in this world, there are many strange things that can develop a spirit. This is the connate spirit. The path of no return has existed for as long as the Yuanyang continent. In the beginning, there was only spatial turbulence here. Then, as time passed, a part of the spatial turbulence developed a spirit. They swallowed other spatial turbulence to strengthen themselves. Then, they slowly formed spatial storms. Spatial storms can swallow everything. Furthermore, they are formed by swallowing countless spatial turbulence. Basically, it is impossible to resist, especially in a place like the Path of No Return. The Void Spirit Monkey has always lived here. As long as it is careful and not be discovered by the spatial storms, the valley will be safe. Usually, when it is cultivating, it will leave the Path of No Return and go to the valley that zz came from to avoid attracting the attention of the spatial storms. According to the Heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage, when it was cultivating outside, someone suddenly barged into the valley. At that time it was in a hurry to hide, so when it left, it accidentally dropped its great sage body. Although the two of them kept running, in this fog, their speed was greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, the spatial storms caught up with them. "What do we do now?" zz shouted and asked. The Heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage looked at the void storm behind him. Then, he turned into a ray of light and entered the golden monkey statue. zz was dumbfounded. He didn't have time to think and threw it into his true fate world. A strong suction force came from behind and he was about to be sucked in. At this moment, a huge hand descended from the void. Beaumont flew out from the void. Demonic chi surrounded him as he fought against the spatial storms. "Master, this is the edge of the fallen world. I can't hold on for long," Beaumont said seriously. zz realized that in this spatial storms, he did not even have the strength to resist. Here, a divine vein realm cultivator was like an ant. The spatial storms wanted to suck him in, but Beaumont stopped them. At this moment, zz felt that his body was frozen in place. He could not move at all. As time passed, the spatial storms continued to devour the surrounding spatial turbulence, and the suction force became stronger and stronger. zz felt his vision become blurry. Although he could not move his body, his soul was being sucked in. However, the divine soul in his body was directly sucked out, and his divine soul was separated from his physical body. "Master!" Beaumont shouted. Seeing that he was about to open his 10th meridian, he was determined to save zz. zz soul raised his head. His soul was slowly being sucked into the spatial storms. Inside the storm, there was a crack that looked like a sliver of the sky. Inside the crack, he seemed to see the vague outline of a world. "No need. Take care of my body. I will be back," zz shouted. Then, his soul was sucked into the spatial storms. Darkness, boundless darkness surrounded his entire body. zz felt his consciousness becoming more and more blurry. His 5 senses seemed to be sealed. His consciousness gradually fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, he felt like he was being squeezed into a small space. After that, he lost consciousness. Eternal Mainland. Emperor Sect of the 9 Heavens. The Emperor Sect of the 9 Heavens was located in the northernmost region of the Eternal Mainland. The plains here were fertile and the land was fertile. It was one of the most prosperous regions in the Eternal Mainland. In the north region where there were many sects and powers, the 9 Firmament Emperor Sect was considered an unremarkable second-rate power. The 9 heavens were the divine heavens, green heavens, jade heavens, red heavens, bright heavens, jade heavens, Shinxiao, purple heavens, and supreme heavens. Therefore, the Emperor Sect of the 9 Heavens had 9 branches. Although the 9 branches belonged to the same sect, they had different roots. Each bloodline had its own ruler. Although they were all together, it was as if they were 9 completely unrelated forces. The 9 Heavens sect of the northern region was located on a nameless mountain. Someone once wanted to change its name to 9 Heavens Mountain, but it was rejected. Looking from afar, one could see 9 mountain peaks encircling each other in the shape of stars. The mountain peaks were all towering into the clouds. Numerous jade palaces were shrouded in mist. Among the cliffs, the mountain was precipitous. One wanted to compete with the heavens. This place was like a paradise on earth. The 9 encircling mountains, floating islands, and buildings formed the Emperor Sect of the 9 Heavens. At the high heavens peak, In a luxuriously decorated room, Suzimo slowly opened his eyes. His head was sore and swollen, as if a memory had been forcefully stuffed into his head. High Heaven's Peak, Lin Qiu, son of the Peak Lord of the High Heaven's Peak. Suzimo did not have time to care about anything else. He was only trying to recall the memory that had been forcefully stuffed into his head. After his spirit had entered the crack in the void storm, he had accidentally entered this body. The original owner of this body was called Lin Qiu, son of the Peak Lord of the High Heaven's Peak, Lin Beixing. Suzimo briefly browsed through the other party's life. There was only one word to describe his conclusion: tragic. His meridians had been sealed since young. His father had tried his best, but only managed to open the first 3 meridians, allowing him to cultivate to the true meridian realm. As for the other meridians, they were too heavily sealed and difficult to open. Because of his father, he enjoyed great glory. Naturally, many people mocked him in secret. Rising trash style? Suzimo murmured softly. Ever since the original owner of this body found out that he was unable to cultivate, after a few years of hard work, he completely gave up on the path of martial arts. Every day, he would indulge in drinking and pleasure with his friends. He was a famous hedonistic disciple of the great firmament peak. However, his father, Lin Beixing, was the peak master of Taishao Peak. No one dared to offend him. In fact, he had already incurred the wrath of everyone on Taishao Peak. He had committed all sorts of crimes, and everyone hated him and wanted him dead. This time, someone had assassinated him while he was on his way to indulge in debauchery. No one knew who the culprit was, because the culprit had his face covered, and when the people of Great Firmament Peak found him, he was barely alive. Lin Beixing had spent a lot of resources to keep him alive, but no one knew if he was dead or alive. Just last night, he had completely stopped breathing, and his spirit had coincidentally entered this body. Suzimo wanted to understand some things about the Eternal Continent through his memories. However, he found that he did not know anything. The only things he knew since childhood were about the Emperor sect of the 9 heavens. Since I've come to the Eternal Continent, I should go to the place where Imo-Shur-san was. Suzimo thought. Also, I should go look for the demon clan's treasure, the demon sky-covering tree. After thinking about this, Suzimo began to look around. The room looked luxurious, and the bed he was sleeping on was made of a silk quilt. There was an exquisite table and chair in front of him, and a Nanmu cabinet in the corner. There were many strange-looking objects hanging on the wall. All the wood in the room was sandalwood and Nanmu. Suzimo closed his eyes slightly and sensed his own soul. Although this body was weak and had been hollowed out by wine and women, his spirit was still his spirit. Fortunately, his spirit was still his own. As long as his spirit was refined, it wouldn't take long for his physical body to be polished and purified. Because Suzimo's true fate world was too strong, he could not use this body for the time being. He could only refine his body first. Furthermore, this transmigration had actually caused his divine soul to become somewhat unstable. After all, it was already a miracle that his divine soul hadn't been annihilated after such a huge transmigration. Just as Suzimo was thinking, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A maid wearing a green dress walked in with a tray of medicine. Seeing Suzimo sitting on the bed, the maid was shocked and almost dropped the medicine tray in her hand. "Young master is awake," the maid exclaimed and quickly ran out of the room. Not long after, a middle-aged man and a young man rushed in from the outside. "Qiu," the middle-aged man called out worriedly. Suzimo knew from his memories that these 2 people were the father and brother of his predecessor, Lin Beixing and Lin Feng. "How do you feel now? Are you better?" Lin Beixing asked anxiously. "I'm much better." Suzimo nodded slightly. "That's good. Second brother, you can't be so careless next time." Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "You don't know, I was almost scared to death this time." It's fine as long as Qiu is fine." Lin Beixing waved his hand. Then, he ordered the maid, little Qing, go find Uncle Jean Lu and let him take a look at Qiu. Looking at the back of the maid, Lin Beixing turned his head and squinted his eyes. He asked, "Qiu, did you see what the person who hurt you looked like?" "No, they were all masked." "I didn't see anything." Suzimo shook his head and said. According to his predecessor's memories, he did not see anything. Don't worry, I will investigate this thoroughly. Lin Beixing said coldly. If I find out, no matter who it is, they will have to pay the price. As the few of them were chatting, an elegant man in a white robe walked in under the guidance of the maid. This man was very elegant. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. What a handsome man. When he walked over, his entire body carried an ethereal aura. Jean Lu, come and take a look. Qiu'er has just woken up. See if there are any other major problems? Lin Beixing asked. He had just taken a look at Su Zimo and found that his body was basically fine. He had saved his life. However, this man, Dan Zhanlu, was the youngest elder of Crimson Sky Peak in the past 100 years. Crimson Sky Peak had a unique and deeper understanding of healing. They wanted to make sure nothing went wrong. The white-robed man nodded calmly. He opened his eyes and a vast ray of light circulated in his eyes. A stream of white spirit chi permeated out, enveloping Su Zimo like a white fog. After a long while, Dan Zhanlu frowned and said, "Strange, yesterday I saw that he was already powerless. How did he recover today, and so quickly? This doesn't make sense." "It's good that he's fine," Lin Beixing laughed. "My son is blessed by the heavens. Since that's the case, that's good too. Rest for the next few days and your body will recover." Dan Zhanlu nodded and said calmly. "Father, I'm a little tired." Su Zimo rubbed his head and said. "If you're tired, then rest. I'll ask someone to cook something for you to nourish your body." Lin Beixing nodded and said. Lin Beixing said a few more words before leaving with the others, leaving Su Zimo to rest alone. At this moment, only Su Zimo and Xiaoqing were left in the room. Xiaoqing seemed to be a little afraid of Su Zimo. She lowered her head and did not look at him directly, maintaining a certain distance. Su Zimo thought about the memories in his mind. Xiaoqing was originally a popular artist in a brothel at the foot of the Emperor sect of the Nine Clouds. She was the kind of person who only sold her skills but not her body. Later, she was discovered by his predecessor and he used his power to forcefully bring her here and make her his personal maid. As for what happened after that, he had already done what he should and should not do. Moreover, his predecessor had a bad temper, so Xiaoqing kept a respectful distance from him. Only then did he take a closer look at little Qing, only to find that she was indeed very beautiful. She wore a long dress and looked like a woman from Jiangnan, gentle and demure. Her eyelashes were very long, and her face was oval. Her long black hair was braided and tied behind her back. Her figure was neither fat nor thin. Simply put, she was plump. "You can leave. Let me rest alone for a while." Su Zimo waved his hand and said. Xiaoqing looked at Su Zimo in surprise and quickly left. Su Zimo closed the door and began to cultivate. Originally, he only wanted to use this body as a substitute. In the future, his soul would return to his original body, so there was no need to spend so much effort to refine this body. However, Su Zimo thought about it again. In his previous life, he knew of a divine-level meridian technique, the 3 lives immortal technique. The strongest point of this meridian method was that it could cultivate clones. Everything the doppelganger saw, heard, cultivated, and comprehended could be returned to the main body. Moreover, as long as the main body didn't die, the clone wouldn't be destroyed. Of course, the more difficult part was that it was very difficult to condense a clone. It had to be 100% compatible with the main body. In order to achieve this level of compatibility, very few people in history had succeeded. Now that Su Zimo had coincidentally entered this body, he was able to do so. Then, he would have the final say on how to refine it and how to make it compatible with his soul. The first step of tempering the body was naturally to break the seal on the meridians of this body so that he could cultivate. This seal might be a little difficult for others, but it wasn't so impossible for Su Zimo. He sat cross-legged on the bed. It was difficult to open these meridians with external force, but it was much easier from the inside to the outside. He mobilized the power in his soul bit by bit. The spiritual energy in his body was like a surging river. With a rumbling sound, the spiritual energy flowed towards his meridians. Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry. While tempering this weak body, he opened the meridians. From time to time, bang 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 sounds came from his body. This cultivation lasted for a day and a night. It wasn't until the next morning that zz withdrew from the cultivation state, driven by hunger. During this period, no one dared to disturb him according to his instructions. Besides, the people in his courtyard were eager to stay away. zz stretched his waist. It had been a long time since he was so weak. Then, he went to the courtyard. His courtyard was very wide, and all kinds of precious flowers and trees were planted on both sides. In front of him was a rockery and a large pond surrounded by flowers and flowers. Fish swam quietly. There were several ancient trees that were even taller than the room, and their luxuriant leaves covered half of the courtyard. A cool breeze blew, and the pavilion was on the left side of the courtyard. "Little Ching," zz called out, but he found that no one responded. He frowned slightly and walked out of the courtyard. There were 2 guards standing at the door. They were sent by Lin Beixing. The 2 of them looked straight ahead without blinking. "Have you seen Little Ching?" zz asked. "Young master, Miss Little Ching went out in the morning," the man on the left said. "Then go and get me some food." "I'm a little hungry," zz said. Although the tempering of the body was led by his divine pulse realm soul, it still required a huge amount of energy to support it. And the most direct way for humans to obtain energy was through food. As for Little Ching, I didn't care much. Not long after, the guard ordered several maids to bring plates of food to the courtyard. zz roughly glanced at it. There were 9 dishes, and on each plate there were 3 dishes. There were a total of 27 dishes, with meat and vegetables. "Young master, this is the meat of the Qingyang tiger. It's very nutritious. This is the soup made from the longevity turtle. It took more than 12 hours to cook. These dishes were prepared under the orders of the peak master," a maid briefly introduced. "Got it. You can all leave," zz waved his hand and said. After everyone left, he touched his growling stomach and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, there was a sudden noise outside. zz felt that he was full, so he walked out of the pavilion and came to the courtyard. "What's going on?" He frowned and asked. "Young master, this person wanted to trespass into the courtyard, but we stopped him," the guard beside him said. zz turned his head and saw a man in a yellow shirt with a disdainful expression standing beside him. He had a sword at his waist and a black hat. "Who are you?" zz asked. "My young master asked me to bring a message. From today onwards, Miss Little Ching will be his personal maid." The man in the yellow shirt said, "This is Miss Little Ching's choice. Don't pester her in the future." After the man in the yellow shirt finished speaking, he handed a bag of spirit crystals to zz and said, "These are the spirit crystals you used to redeem Miss Little Ching." "Who is your young master?" zz asked, puzzled. "Jade Firmament's first blade, Shenlang," the man in the yellow shirt said proudly. "What the hell?" zz waved his hand and said to the 2 guards. "Break his legs and make him crawl back." Hearing zz words, the yellow-robed man screamed. He shouted, "Lin Qiu, what do you want to do? We're disciples of the same sect. Do you want to kill each other? A disciple of your Bixiao Peak came to my Taishiao Peak to show off and snatch my maid. No matter what, I'm in the right," zz said lightly. "If you dare to touch me, senior brother Shenlang will never let you go," the yellow-robed man shouted in a panic. Before he could finish his words, the 2 guards beside him had already started to attack. Each of them hit the yellow-robed man's knees with their palms. With 2 cracking sounds, the yellow-robed man knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. The pain coming from his legs was unbearable. His body curled up like a prawn. With cold sweat on his forehead, he looked at zz with resentment and said, "Just you wait, trash. I'll remember today's humiliation." zz chuckled and said, "By the way, pull out his tongue and let him crawl back to Bixiao Peak. Also, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." After finishing his words, zz returned to the yard, completely ignoring the yellow-robed man's painful cries behind him. After dinner, zz went back to his room to refine his body. First, he had to restore his strength. This was the foundation of his existence in this world. Because the timeline of the divine land and the eternal land were different, the difference between the two was 10 to 1. 10 days in the divine land was only 1 day in the eternal land. So in the end, Suzumo simply went to the divine land to cultivate. Because of the strength of his divine soul, it was not so difficult to refine his body. But for the sake of his foundation and the greater the potential of this doppelganger, Suzumo still chose to fight steadily. In this way, with the support of the divine land source energy, he cultivated for 3 months without sleep or rest. During this period, Suzumo spent almost all of his time tempering his body except for the energy provided by eating. In the end, only a month had passed in the outside world before Suzumo finally walked out of his courtyard. He was going to visit the father of his predecessor, and then go to the library of Taishao Peak to have a look. This was the first step to understanding this new world. Walking out of the courtyard, Suzumo looked at the scenery around him for the first time since he came to this world. The great firmament peak towered into the clouds. From afar, it no longer looked like a mountain, but a floating continent. The mountain peak was shrouded in fog, and the courtyard he lived in was halfway up the mountain. Countless jade palaces floated around the mountain peak. There were red-crowned cranes flying high in the sky, gracefully circling around the jade tower, their sharp cries loud and clear. Someone was riding a 6-winged flying tiger. The tiger's roar echoed through the forest. He stood with his sword in his arms. Lightning surged around him, and purple arcs of electricity danced around him. This place was like a celestial realm. Only those who were in this mountain would be able to enter. The courtyard here was not only for Suzumo, but also for some other disciples. The living quarters of the great firmament peak were clearly divided. The peak master lived at the top, followed by the elders. Below them were the true disciples and family members like Suzumo. Below them were the inner and outer disciples, as well as the odd job disciples. Not long after Suzumo walked out of the courtyard, he saw 2 figures coming from not far away. It was a man and a woman. They looked a little older than Suzumo. The man had a long sword hanging from his waist. He was wearing a white robe unique to true disciples. There were a few white clouds painted on the back of the white robe. The collar and cuffs of the white robe were specially tailored, with golden threads and blue edges. The woman next to him had an oval face. She was very small and delicate. His eyes were lively and full of vigor. Her hair was tied up in a bun. She wore a special white robe for women. Her skin was fair, making people want to protect her. When he saw Suzumo coming over, the man was fine, but the woman snorted coldly. She strongly expressed her dissatisfaction. Suzumo learned from his memory that these 2 people were the true disciples of his father, Lin Beixing. The man was called Yi Kai, and the woman was called Yi Xian. They were brother and sister. They also became Lin Beixing's disciples at the same time. Suzumo naturally knew why she was angry. The predecessor had once secretly watched her bathe and spread the news of the birthmark on her back throughout the great firmament peak. That time even Lin Beixing, who loved Lin Qiu very much, scolded him very seriously for ruining others' reputation. Since then, Yi Xian had been very angry with the predecessor. Suzumo shook his head slightly. He always felt that he was helping someone else pay off a debt. But since he had taken over this body, there was no other way. Junior brother Lin, Yi Kai next to him greeted with a smile. He had a good temper and was gentle. He did not have the arrogance of a true disciple. Therefore, he was the most popular person in the great firmament peak. Senior brother Yi and senior sister Yi, where are you going? Suzumo asked with a smile. There's a grand meeting of the 9 clouds among the 9 branches of the great firmament peak. It's said that people from the main clan will come to this event, so Grandmaster pays special attention to it. I hope that our peak will be able to seize the limelight when the time comes and suppress all the other heroes. So Grandmaster has been personally teaching during this time, Yi Kai explained with a smile. Speaking of the main clan, the predecessor's memory was still useful. It was said that a long time ago, the Emperor sect of the 9 clouds was one of the most powerful forces in the northern region. Later, for some unknown reason, there were internal conflicts and even several wars. In the end, the sect was divided. Some people left here and went to other places to establish new sections. As for the rest of the people, they stayed behind. Later, the people who stayed became worse and worse. They went from a top force to a second-rate force. Besides, the 7 branches existed in name only. They were not united anymore. As for the people who left, they formed a new emperor sect of the 9 clouds and became stronger and stronger. In the end, they became an overlord. The new emperor sect of the 9 clouds didn't forget the old emperor sect of the 9 clouds. On the contrary, they often helped them. In order to better differentiate between the two factions, the 9 firmaments emperor sect was divided into the main faction and the side faction. Suzumo's Great Firmament Peak was one of the subclans. Every year, the main clan would select talented people from the subclans to go to the main clan to practice cultivation. Therefore, when they heard that people from the main clan were coming to the grand meeting of the 9 clouds, they were so serious. What was the grand meeting of the 9 clouds? The predecessor didn't know. But the Grandmaster Yi Kai mentioned was the predecessor's grandfather, Lin Jimmy. He was also one of the Laozu of Great Firmament Peak. Back then, Lin Beixing had received the inheritance of the previous leader from Lin Jimmy. As for the next peak master of the Great Firmament Peak, it was his predecessor's older brother, Lin Feng. Like Lin Beixing, his grandfather, Lin Jimmy, also loved his predecessor to the point of spoiling him. I also have something to talk to my father about. Let's go together, Suzumo said. Who wants to go together with you? You go your way, we'll go ours, Yi Xian snorted. Sister. Yi Kai, who was beside her, looked at Suzumo helplessly. It's fine. Suzumo shook his head and walked forward. Looking at Suzumo's back, Yi Kai turned around and asked Yi Xian with a smile, you don't hate him anymore, right? I hate him to death, Yi Xian said coldly. When he came back with serious injuries, you kept asking about him, Yi Kai said with a smile. Yi Xian blushed and quickly said, I just wanted to know if he was dead or not. If he was dead, everyone would be happy. Who would have thought he was so lucky? Yi Kai shook his head and said, I've only seen hatred born from love. This is the first time I've seen love born from hate. Brother, what are you talking about? Yi Xian's face was red to the ears and she couldn't help but quicken her steps. Because of the steep terrain, there were only 3 ways to go up Taishao Peak. Suzumo chose the Taiya Road and went straight to the top. White fog floated around him and below his feet were white jade steps carved with falling petals. Suzumo's speed was neither slow nor slow, mainly because he didn't want to expose his cultivation. Along the way, he met many people who all greeted Suzumo. Although the disciples of Taishao Peak didn't like Suzumo very much, because of Lin Beixing and Lin Jimmy, they at least did a good job on the surface. Even if they scolded him trash, they did it secretly. However, the people of the other 8 branches didn't have so many concerns. They were not under Lin Beixing's authority and often mocked his predecessor. Lin Beixing couldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Going up Taiya Road, there were many palaces of various styles. After walking for more than half an hour, Suzumo finally arrived at the top of the mountain. There were quite a few huge palaces here, some with magnificent golden palaces, some with majestic auras, and some with astonishing power. There were very few disciples coming in and out of this place. Almost all of them were true disciples. Suzumo went straight to the main hall in the middle of the hall. Lin Beixing was sitting at the front of the hall with a table in front of him. He was flipping through the booklets on it. This was also Suzumo's first time sizing up his predecessor's father. The man was dressed in a white robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was tall and sturdy, and he had a dark stubble around his mouth. His long hair was tied up in a bun, and his eyes were usually serious and deep. Only when he saw Suzumo would he reveal a small smile. Father, Suzumo called out. Chioer, why did you come out? Why don't you stay in your room and rest for a while? Lin Beixing looked up and asked in surprise. I've been a little tired of staying here, so I wanted to come out for a walk, Suzumo said with a smile. Before we find your murderer, you shouldn't go down the mountain. It's safer to stay at Taishao Peak, Lin Beixing nodded and said. Father, I want to go to the library to take a look, Suzumo said with a nod. The library? What are you going to do there? Lin Beixing was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, he should be going to the library to read some books. However, Lin Beixing knew his son's temperament too well. He was not cut out for reading. I want to read some books, Su Zimo replied. Why do you have such thoughts? Lin Beixing looked at Su Zimo and asked in disbelief. It's nothing. When I was unconscious and was about to die, I felt something in my heart. I felt that I shouldn't waste my life away, so I want to read some books to pass the time, Su Zimo said with a smile. Good, read. Lin Beixing patted the table excitedly and quickly took out a token from his storage ring. He said to Su Zimo, "This is father's identity token. You can go anywhere on Taishao Peak with it." "Thank you, father." Su Zimo took the token and nodded with a smile. The two chatted for a while before Su Zimo took his leave. The library was located at the bottom level of Taishao Peak. This was to make it convenient for ordinary disciples to browse. As he watched Su Zimo leave, Lin Beixing waved his hand and the space in front of him rippled. A black shadow silently appeared in front of him. "Follow Qiu. That token is too important. As long as he doesn't go to the forbidden area, don't appear," Lin Beixing said plainly. "Then why did you give it to him?" The black shadow's voice was neither happy nor sad as it asked calmly. "Because I'm happy." Lin Beixing grinned and sat down to read the booklet on the table. On Taishao Peak, disciples didn't trade with spirit crystals, but with contribution points. Contribution points could be earned by completing missions or by using drafts or demon beast parts. The library was divided into 3 levels. The first level could be entered with contribution points. The second and third levels required a certain status. On the bottom level of Taishao Peak, there were 4 buildings in the north, south, east, and west. Library, Skills Hall, Weapons Hall, and Pill Workshop. These 4 buildings were the foundation of Taishao Peak. Su Zimo arrived at the library in the south. This huge building sat on a flat ground. The dark walls were engraved with many runes and gave off an ancient aura. In front of the library, there was an ancient tree. The ancient tree was so thick that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. Under the luxuriant tree, an old man was lying on a chair, reading a book with great interest. After entering the spacious black door, Su Zimo didn't go up to the first 2 levels. Instead, he searched the first level. After a long time, a book titled The History of the Continent Era appeared in front of Su Zimo. He found a corner, sat down, opened the book, and began to read it carefully. The Eternal Continent was divided into 4 regions, north, south, east, and west. In terms of land area and continent scale, the Eternal Continent was much smaller than the Yuanyang Continent. The division of forces here was also slightly different from the Yuanyang Continent. There was no imperial lineage here. The strongest force was the Celestial Sect, followed by the Sage Sect and Emperor Sect. All forces below the Emperor Sect were mediocre. Su Zimo focused on the cultivation system of this world. It was also to open the meridians, but the names were slightly different. They were Channel Opening, Chakra, Yuanfu, Celestial, Venerable, Rongtian, Saint, and Divine King. The Divine King corresponded to the Divine Pulse Realm experts in the Yuanyang Continent. What surprised Su Zimo the most was that there was no such thing as bearing the mandate of heaven in this world. There were no great emperors or ascension immortals. The martial artists in this world had already reached the peak when they opened their 8th meridian and reached the Divine King realm. After that, they had to enter the Immortal Path Bridge and step onto the other shore to reach a higher world. Seeing this, Su Zimo could basically confirm that the Eternal Continent was a smaller world than the Yuanyang Continent in terms of experts and land area. He had chatted with Emosher-san before. Emosher-san had been in the battlefield of gods and demons on the Eternal Continent. He had followed the patriarch of the Black Demon Temple to the Yuanyang Continent from the battlefield of gods and demons. If he wanted to go to the demon ruins, Su Zimo had to find the battlefield of gods and demons first. Su Zimo used an entire afternoon to quickly finish reading this thick book. He didn't dare to say that he knew much about the Eternal Continent, but at least he knew some common knowledge. After putting down the book, he decided to go to the skills library to have a look. After all, he was now a disciple of Taishao Peak. It was only right for him to learn some of Taishao Peak's meridian techniques. After walking out of the library, Su Zimo passed by the ancient tree that was as tall as the sky. The old man under the tree slowly put down the book in his hand. He looked at Suzumo and said, "The son of old thief Lin." Suzumo turned his head and looked at the old man in confusion. "I'm talking about you. Did the sun rise from the west? Why did you come to the library that I'm in charge of?" the old man asked. "Can't I read?" Suzumo replied. "You? Read? Go ask the disciples of Taishao Peak. Who would believe you?" the old man snorted. "Senior, you're exaggerating. I'm just a young man who suddenly woke up and decided to turn over a new leaf. From now on, my martial path will reach the clouds. One day, I'll become a divine king and step onto the immortal path bridge," Suzumo said with a smile. Okay. The more you talk, the more ridiculous you are." The old man waved his hand and threw the book he was reading to Suzumo. He said, "Get out of here." Suzumo took the book. The words "Extraordinary Meridian Scripture" were written on the black cover. The book seemed to be quite old, and it seemed to be made of animal skin. It was soft to the touch. "What is this?" Suzumo asked in confusion. "A few years ago, your meridians were blocked and couldn't be opened. Your grandfather spent a lot of effort to get this book for you. It's a pity that you became a wastrel and gave up on yourself. So I have been keeping the book," said the old man. "Thanks." Suzumo put the book away and left. Looking at Suzumo's departing figure, the old man shook his head slightly and said, "Old thief Lin, I hope he can realize his mistake and mend his ways. You have to walk your own path, and no one can replace you." The Skills Library was located on the west side of Taishao Peak. It was not on Taishao Peak, but on the floating Jade Tower in the west. From Taishao Peak to this floating Jade Tower, there was a small path paved with white flooring. Little path also floated in midair, just like a pavilion in the sky. Flying was not allowed to go to the Skills Library, even if you were a heavenly phenomenon cultivator. Suzumo walked on the small path in the air, and on both sides were high up in the sky. After about 10 minutes of walking, the main hall came into view. This was where the Emperor sect of the Nine Heavens gathered all the treasures they had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. The huge main hall was located in the middle of the Jade Tower. In the main hall, there was a Philian standing with a blade, a Vajra glaring angrily, and a strange beast roaring at the sky. The entire main hall was made of gold, and there was a protective Nine Heavens formation around it. There were only 3 floors in the main hall. To enter from the door on the first floor, one needed a token. Because there were no contribution points on his own token, Suzumo took out Lin Beixing's token. On the first floor, there were countless small cabinets connected together. On these cabinets were a number of cultivation techniques and meridian techniques. Suzumo looked at them. They were all basic meridian techniques, and there was no need to learn them at all. However, there were meridian techniques on the first floor, and they were placed next to the stairs leading to the second floor. It was called Heaven's Overflowing Life Blade. This meridian technique attracted Suzumo's attention. There was only one sentence on the introduction of the meridian technique: "Techniques have no style. Comprehending them can become a style. Deriving them can become a technique." The general meaning of this meridian technique was that the meridian techniques left behind by the predecessors were created by them. In this world, there were no meridian techniques. The more people comprehended, the more meridian techniques there would be. And this Heaven's Overflowing Life Blade taught you the basic form of the blade. It only had one move, and the remaining moves were derived from your own comprehension. Suzumo was curious, and prepared to take a look later. Going up, he entered the second floor of the cultivation technique hall. The area here was much smaller, and there were fewer cabinets. Hurricane Palm, Heavenly Dragon's Roar, Azure War Blade. Suzumo took a quick look, and he felt that these meridian techniques were ordinary. Even the second floor's meridian techniques did not attract his attention. Then he went up to the third floor. This was where the highest level meridian techniques were stored in the entire Taishao Peak. The surrounding light was dim, and there was only one cabinet here. There were 4 books neatly placed on top of it. 9 Heavens Ancient Scroll, A Grain of Ocean, Ghost Zen 6 Strikes, Heaven Mark Heaven Slashing Art. Suzumo took a quick look at the introduction. Nine Heavens ancient scroll was left behind by the Nine Heavens Emperor sect's founder, the Nine Heavens Saint. All along, it had been the disciples who chose to cultivate the pulse technique with the highest number of people. The voice for it was very loud. There were a total of 9 moves that corresponded to the 9 heavens. The second book, A Grain of Ocean, was said to be the highest water meridian technique. The torrent of water came from the heavens and flowed into the sea. When this meridian technique was cultivated to the highest level, one could control the entire ocean and use it freely. Water was formless and could transform into anything in the world. As for the third book, Ghost Zen 6 Strikes, it was interesting, because the introduction of the meridian technique had a large word caution. It meant to warn the person to cultivate with caution. In Tai Shao Peak, this meridian technique could be said to be terrifying, because 90% of the disciples who cultivated this meridian technique would be haunted by evil spirits and become insane. The remaining 10% would have their meridians broken and be paralyzed for life. This meridian technique was obtained by the ancestor of Tai Shao Peak after killing a Buddhist cultivator. It was said that other than that Buddhist cultivator, no one had been able to cultivate it. As for the last book, Heaven Mark Heaven Slashing Art, it was a pure sword meridian technique. Suzumo thought for a moment, and decided to choose A Grain of Ocean and Ghost Zen 6 Strikes. The skills library had its own rules. The high-level meridian techniques on the 3rd floor were just samples. If one wanted to cultivate them, they had to apply. This place was just for you to choose. Walking down to the 3rd floor, at the bottom left corner of the 1st floor, there was a small independent room. The person living in this small room was the guardian of the skills library. Suzumo walked into the room. The room was not big, and there was a table in the middle. The table and the floor were piled with books, and there was almost no place to stand. On the opposite side of the table, a woman in black clothes was sitting there, looking down at the sea of books in front of her. I'm here to apply for a meridian technique. Suzumo took out the token and said. Wait a moment. The woman waved her hand and said lightly. Suzumo nodded, not in a hurry. The outside sun shone softly on the ground, and a few white clouds floated leisurely in the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun reached the end of the horizon. Suzumo was bored, so he sat down on the pile of books and took out the book that the old man gave him in front of the hidden book pavilion. Slowly flipping through the book, Suzumo was shocked by the contents, or it could be said that he had never heard of it before. Everyone knew that there were 12 meridians in the human body. Opening the 12 meridians would allow one to surpass oneself and reach the other side of the martial path. But the human body was incomparably mysterious and ever-changing. Not only were there 12 meridians, but there were also 36 mysterious meridians. Although these mysterious meridians could not be compared to the real meridians, they were still very important. As long as the 36 mysterious meridians were opened, one could have extraordinary achievements. If the 12 meridians and the 36 mysterious meridians were combined, complementing each other, it could be said that one was like a fish in water, sending charcoal in snowy weather, and one's potential would be even greater. Whether it was cultivation or comprehension, it would increase exponentially. The sky gradually darkened, and Suzumo slowly flipped to the last page of the book. He rubbed his sore eyes, looked up, and saw that the woman was still sitting there, flipping through the book in front of her. Senior, can you give me the meridian technique I applied for first? Suzumo stood up and said. Oh, you're still here. The woman patted her head, only then did she remember Suzumo. She asked, what meridian technique do you want? Suzumo listed out the 3 meridian skills that he had thought of before. The other 2 meridian techniques are fine, but are you sure you want to cultivate the Ghost Zen 6 Strikes? The woman asked. This meridian skill is infamous in the sect. Basically, no one can successfully cultivate it. I know. Suzumo nodded. That's good. The woman nodded. She waved her right hand in the air, and a spatial door appeared in front of her. She directly entered the spatial door, and not long after, she returned. There were 2 books in his hands. These are the handwritten copies of Ghost Zen 6 Strikes and A Drop in the Sea, the woman said. The Heaven Overflowing Life Blade is a little special. It was originally a 3rd-level meridian technique, but due to its special nature, it was placed on the 1st level. Special? Suzumo asked doubtfully. Yes, this meridian technique is related to the origin of the saber. It only teaches you the basics of the saber. It's simple and easy to learn, and basically anyone can learn it. But after learning it, how to comprehend it, and what it will become in the future will depend on your own luck. The woman nodded. That's why this meridian technique doesn't have any moves. You must go to the inheritance room to receive it. Suzumo nodded and received the other 2 meridian skills. Then he prepared to go to the inheritance room. The inheritance room is in the small building next to the scriptures hall. It's specifically used to pass on the origin of the saber. Leaving the scriptures hall, the sky outside was already completely dark. There were a few faint stars in the sky, and a faint crescent moon was embedded in the clouds. For a martial artist, the higher their realm, the less time they need to sleep. Many people even cultivate for 24 hours a day. When Suzumo came to the small building, there was still a long line. He didn't bother to line up and went straight to the disciple at the very front. Brother, you want to cut the line? Who the hell dares to cut me? The disciple was halfway through his sentence when he turned around and saw Suzumo. His voice suddenly stopped. So it's senior apprentice Brother Lin. Please come in, please come in. That person was shocked and quickly politely invited Suzumo to the front. Everyone in Taishao Peak knew that Lin Chiu was famous for being a spoiled brat. Everyone stayed away from him. You are not bad. What's your name? Suzumo nodded and asked. Junior brother Jiang Chongsheng. The young man quickly replied. Chongsheng. Good name. Suzumo nodded. I only seek Tao, meditate and Chongsheng. Just SOSO. I am a low-profile person. I am only the second most handsome person on earth. Chongsheng shook his head. He said, before I met you, I always thought that I was the second most handsome person on earth. Now I know that I am a frog at the bottom of a well. Senior brother, you are the most handsome person on earth. What are you talking about? Suzumo quickly waved his hand and said, keep a low profile. Don't be so flamboyant. I will punish you to go to the rest of the disciples and shout the same thing 100 times. Jiang Chongsheng put on a fake smile and chuckled a few times. In his heart, he cursed, shameless. Why? You are not willing? Suzumo frowned and asked. No. Jiang Chongsheng quickly waved his hand and replied. I am just afraid that these ugly people will be jealous. After all, you are the most handsome person in Emperor Sect. Both of us are known as the most handsome person on earth. How many men in the world would not be jealous of us? You're not bad. Suzumo laughed a few times and patted Jiang Chongsheng's shoulder, saying, from tomorrow onwards, follow me. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Jiang Chongsheng's reply and walked into the inheritance room. Jiang Chongsheng was left alone to face the angry gazes of the people behind him. The inheritance room was not very big, and the surrounding walls were made of black crystals. In the middle of the room, there was a saber embryo in the shape of a small saber. At a glance, the small knife was surrounded by more than 10 layers of array formations. The array formations were filled with dense spirit energy, forming a transparent crystal on the outside. Suzumo walked forward and placed his hand on the crystal. At this moment, before he could react, a voice rang out. Before he could react, his consciousness was brought into a whole new world. The world was surrounded by black and white energy. The 2 different colors of saber radiance flashed across the world. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. As the saber radiance began to split, it did not take long for the endless saber radiance to land in different ways. There were slashes, 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 stabs, stabs, hangs, points, collapses, intercepts, all kinds of saber energy, all kinds of methods, all split in front of Suzumo's eyes. Time seemed to have been slowed down by 100 times. Then, they all landed on Suzumo's body. He woke up from his death. When Suzumo woke up from the consciousness of death, he found that he suddenly had a different understanding of the saber. Originally, he thought that his understanding and use of the saber had reached the point of perfection. Now it seemed that there were many paths to walk on the path of the saber. Heaven's overflowing life saber, Suzumo narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Since the heavens are heartless and the world is full of suffering, then I will cultivate the heartless saber. The inheritance was passed on quickly. After receiving the inheritance, Suzumo left the inheritance room. Once again, he returned to the courtyard where he lived. Young master, the two guards stood at the side, their bodies straight. You beat up a young man some time ago, do you remember? Suzumo asked. Yes, the two nodded at the same time. The previous yellow-robed young man had his tongue pulled out and his legs broken before Suzumo went into seclusion. I estimate that it won't be long before others come to ask for an explanation. What do you want to do? Suzumo asked again. Isn't this young master's order? The two froze for a moment, looking at Suzumo with some panic. They muttered in their hearts, don't tell me you want us to be scapegoats. If you don't want to die, do as I say, Suzumo said. The two hurriedly nodded. The moon was dim, and the stars were sparse. In the dead of night, Suzumo was practicing the several techniques he had obtained today. The heaven's overflowing life skyblade needed to be comprehended, and the deeper the comprehension, the greater the power of the meridian technique. But if one's comprehension was not enough, they would not be able to display the power of the meridian technique. Suzumo's body returned to the true fate world, and under the support of the divine continent's great Tao origin, he began to cultivate. The great Tao origin was the most basic and indispensable power of a world. Under the support of the great Tao origin, Suzumo's comprehension ability, including the speed of cultivation, almost doubled. As a water meridian technique, the vast sea drop was definitely one of the best. As the saying goes, life is but a drop in the ocean. Some people live an ordinary life after dust settles, and some people are not as vast as you in the galaxy. It was like a grain of sand in the ocean, floating in the sand, unable to see the sun all day long. But if he could fly straight up and reach the 90,000 li of the sky, he could also stir up turbulent waves and overturn the heavens and the earth with his tiny stature. The cultivation of a drop in the ocean was to use a small amount to gain a large amount. With just a single fulcrum, one could move the entire world. These were all high-level meridian skills, but Suzumo was already in the God King realm. It wasn't too difficult to comprehend these things. What he really cared about was the other Ghost Zen 6 breaks. There was a poem written at the beginning of this pulse technique. Thousands of monks and 10,000 Buddhas died in the calamity, purging and punishing the world. Devil Buddha, demon monk, and strange monk. Ghost Rolai's every word. The creator of this meridian skill was Gue Rolai. Back then, he was killed by the Nine Firmament Emperor sect's founder, the Nine Firmament Sage. After that, this meridian skill became an item of the Nine Firmament Emperor sect. This meridian skill had a total of 6 moves. They were Absolute Success, Mysterious Descent, Massacre Seal, Heavenly Burial, Mutual Slaughter, and Grief of Brahma Ghosts. When he was cultivating this meridian skill, he discovered that ghosts were appearing around him. An incomparable blood prison surged into his mind, as if it wanted to completely destroy his consciousness. Those ghosts were like the resentment of all living beings, affecting Suzumo's entire body. The 6 breaks, the 6 moves corresponded to a person's 6 senses. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, consciousness. He severed a person's 6 senses, and eventually banished him to the incomparable purgatory, to undergo the eternal death of samsara. If he wanted to cultivate the Ghost Zen 6 breaks, he would have to make a trip to the gates of hell. At this moment, Suzumo finally understood. If he wanted to cultivate this meridian skill, he had to have a Buddhist treasure to suppress it. Only by suppressing these ghosts and keeping the 6 senses would he be able to do it. However, Suzumo had the origin of the Great Path. Under the origin of the Great Path, the Ghost Zen was like an ant, not daring to act rashly. In this world, how many suppressions were stronger than the origin of the Great Path? The origin of the Great Path referred to the world as one, a part of the world. What Suzumo wanted was not only to cultivate the Ghost Zen 6 breaks, but also to fuse it with his blade technique. To create the Ghost Zen 6 breaks blade. Creating a meridian skill was not impossible for him. In his previous life, he had created a meridian skill similar to the 19 styles of Tao querying. With the accumulation, and the help of the origin in this life, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. After cultivating hard for 3 days, Suzumo slowly opened his eyes. A night had just passed in the outside world, and the sky was a little gloomy. Dark clouds gathered above his head, as if it would rain at any time. The moment Suzumo opened his eyes, he saw layers upon layers of ghosts, and an incomparable ghost domain was faintly discernible. In order to be more successful in fusing this meridian skill with his blade technique, Suzumo even went to hell in the divine continent. He saw the 18 levels of hell built by the killing god and stayed there for a day, comprehending everything he saw. Early in the morning, Jiang Chongqing came to the courtyard where Suzumo lived. Since Suzumo had spoken, he did not dare to disobey. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. At this moment, outside Taishao Peak, on the Jade Sky Peak in the southeast. The Jade Sky Peak was surrounded by countless peaks, which were for some people of status to live in. On one of the peaks, white fog lingered, and red-crowned cranes cried in unison. In a sealed cave, rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time. Endless saber intent could be seen bursting out from within. Gravel rolled down from the mountain, full of power. It didn't take long before a boom sound was heard. A saber light split the peak of the mountain into two. It seemed as if it could split the heaven and earth apart. The blade light soared into the sky, and even the void above the sky was completely destroyed. A golden-robed figure broke the seal and flew out with a supreme blade aura. Senior brother, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. Congratulations on taking another step forward on the road of martial arts. Seeing the golden-robed figure appear, the yellow-robed disciples who had been guarding for a long time hurried forward to congratulate him. The golden-robed figure stood still. He had short hair and thick eyebrows. His eyes were like swords, and his pupils were vertical. He carried a wide blade on his back, which was more than 10 centimeters wide, almost as wide as the golden-robed youth's back. The golden-robed youth's figure landed on the top of the mountain. Looking at the yellow-robed disciples, he waved his hand slightly, motioning them to be quiet. He said softly, "Did anything happen while I was in seclusion?" "Senior brother, don't worry. With us here, everything is fine," the disciple next to him hurriedly replied. "That's good. Where's Qing?" The golden-robed youth continued to ask. "Young Master Shen." As soon as the golden-robed youth's voice fell, a soft voice came from behind him. The yellow-robed disciples hurriedly dispersed, only to see Qing Luo standing at the back, looking up at him. "Qing." The golden-robed youth hurriedly called out and walked forward. "Young Master Shen," Xiao Qing called out cautiously. She lowered her head shyly and did not dare to look at the man in front of her. "Why are you still calling me young Master Shen?" Shen Lang pretended to be unhappy. Shen Lang," Xiao Qing raised her head and looked at Shen Lang. She quickly lowered her head again. Her face was like the sky under the setting sun. The sunset quietly climbed up the branches. "That's right. Don't worry, we'll be together for life. No one can be separated," Shen Lang said with a smile. "But will Lin Qiu let it go?" Xiao Qing asked worriedly. "After all, his father is the peak master of Taishao Peak. I didn't ask you to come here before because I was afraid that it would cause a fight between the two peaks," Shen Lang said coldly. "But now I'm not afraid. That guy has been poisoned by my burning heaven poison. In 3 months at most, his whole body will turn red and he will burn himself to death. Especially in these 3 months, he will be in unbearable pain every day. His body will feel as if it is being roasted by fire. He won't have time to take care of you. What if this is found out?" Xiao Qing asked worriedly. "Qing, you and I know. If you don't say anything, no one will know." Shen Lang shook his head and gently hugged the woman in front of him. "I know, Shen Lang. I won't say anything even if I die." Xiao Qing hugged Shen Lang and pressed her face against his chest. She said solemnly, "Xiao Qing is a prostitute. My life is worthless. It's not worth mentioning. Now that I've received Shen Lang's love, I will follow you for the rest of my life." Shen Lang smiled and turned to look at the yellow-robed disciples behind him. He asked, "I asked Zhang Qian to tell that trash. Why didn't he report to me this?" The yellow-robed disciples were hesitant. "What's wrong?" Shen Lang frowned and asked. One of the yellow-robed disciples shook his head and waved his right hand, "Bring him up." Then, a yellow-robed young man was carried up on a stretcher. Both of his legs were broken. He was mumbling and could not say a word. He looked like he was dying and was in great pain. Zhangqian? Shen Lang frowned as he called out. With an ugly expression on his face, he asked, "What happened?" The yellow-robed disciple next to him took out a piece of paper and said, "Senior brother, his tongue was cut off. That's why I asked him to write down everything that happened on paper." Shen Lang took the piece of paper and glanced at it. The saber chi in his hand was very sharp, and he immediately crushed the piece of paper into powder. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The person next to him asked cautiously. "That brat Lin Xiao bullied me. I will not rest until he is dead," Shen Lang said with a dark expression. His gloomy face was even scarier than the gloomy sky above. Su Zimo had just finished cultivating and was walking out of the small courtyard when he saw Jiang Chongqing sneakily looking at him from outside. "Since you're here, come in." Su Zimo waved his hand and invited him in. The maids had already prepared breakfast and placed it in the pavilion in the courtyard. "Senior brother, is there something you need from me?" Jiang Chongqing probed. "Could it be that she really covets my handsomeness? You also know that your senior brother is a well-known hedonistic son." Su Zimo waved his hand and said. "As a hedonistic son, wouldn't it be a failure if you don't have a lackey? Forgive me for being ignorant. I don't understand what senior brother means." Jiang Chongqing shook his head and said. "I want you to be my lackey." "That's straightforward enough," Su Zimo replied. "A real man doesn't bend his back for 3 bushels of rice. I, your junior brother, have always loved freedom. How can I bow down to others?" Jiang Chongqing angrily slammed the table and said sternly. "Senior brother, don't mention this matter again in the future. I won't be happy." "You really can't?" Su Zimo asked. "Even if I die?" Jiang Chongqing looked straight at him and said indifferently. Clang. The sound of a saber being unsheathed was heard. A few strands of black hair gently fell to the ground. "Wait." Junior brother thought about it. "A real man knows when to yield and when to retreat. There are many fine steeds, but not many people who can identify them. A bright pearl covered in dust. If it meets a famous master, it will definitely shine brightly and rush to dawn." Jiang Chongqing looked seriously at Su Zimo and said, "From now on, junior brother will wholeheartedly follow by senior brother's side. No matter where you go, no matter where you go, no matter where you go, no matter where you go." As the two were talking, a disciple ran in from outside in a panic. "Senior brother Lin, the Peak Lord wants you to go over," the disciple said while panting. "What's the matter?" Su Zimo asked. "It seems that someone from Jade Sky Peak has come. They want to talk to you about something," the disciple replied. "Let's go and take a look." Su Zimo smiled. Following the disciple, Su Zimo not only brought Jiang Chongqing, but also the 2 guards who were assigned to protect his courtyard. On the way up the mountain, Su Zimo looked at the 2 and asked, "What are your names?" "We are Long Yidao and Long Erdao," the 2 hurriedly replied. "These names are simple and crude." Su Zimo smiled. When Su Zimo walked into the conference hall on the top floor of Taishao Peak, he found that other than his father Lin Beixing and several Taishao Peak elders, there were only a few people there. Beside them stood a young man in a golden robe and an old man in a golden robe. "Father," Su Zimo greeted. "Qiao, you're here." Lin Beixing smiled and waved his hand. "I'm here to ask you something." "Go ahead, father." Su Zimo nodded. "Did you seriously injure a Jade Sky Peak disciple?" Lin Beixing asked. "No, why did father say this?" Su Zimo shook his head and said. "Lin Qiao, you still dare to deny it." The young man in golden robe, Shen Lang, snorted. He said, "The evidence of the crime and the witness are all here. You must give us an explanation. Who are you? When is it your turn to shout on Taishao Peak?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. Lang you can leave now." The old man in the golden robe smiled and waved his hand. Zhang Qian was placed on a stretcher and carried in. The old man smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, do you still want to deny it?" "Deny what?" "I don't know." Su Zimo shook his head and said. The old man in the golden robe waved his hand and took out a piece of paper from his storage ring. He said, "This is Zhang Qian's testimony. Would Mr. Lin like to see it?" Su Zimo glanced at him and asked, "How should I address you, elder?" "Jade Sky Peak, He Qing." The old man said calmly. "Okay, Elder He Qing, you're being unreasonable." Su Zimo shook his head and said, "Zhang Qian's words can't be trusted. Do you think I did it just because he said so? What if he's framing me? When I was attacked a few days ago, I also said that it was Elder He Qing who did it. Is that true?" "That's right." Jiang Chongqing nodded and quickly said, "I think he must be jealous of our young master's handsomeness. He's framing you, blatantly framing you." When he heard Su Zimo's words, Zhang Qian was so angry that his face turned red and white. However, he couldn't say a word. Elder He Qing frowned slightly and looked at Long Yidao and his brother. He slammed the table angrily, and his aura suppressed the two of them. He asked sternly, "Both of you still refuse to admit your wrongdoings. How can you be so fierce? Quickly confess." "Elder, we are innocent." The Long brothers hurriedly knelt down and shouted in grievance. "Zhang Qian came to our young master's courtyard to show off. He said that senior brother Shen Lang stole our young master's maidservant. Our young master was magnanimous. Not only did he not make a fuss, but he even treated him well. When he left, he even sent him off Taishao Peak. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. You can't accuse us like this." When he heard their words, Shen Lang was so angry that his face turned red. "Is that true?" Lin Beixing squinted his eyes and asked the golden-robed elder. "He Qing, do you really think that Taishao Peak is easy to bully?" He Qing frowned and looked at Shen Lang. Shen Lang didn't tell him about this. "Peak Master Lin, Qing and I are in love." "We didn't force anything," Shen Lang hurriedly explained. "I don't know if you forced anything, but she is indeed my maidservant." "I don't think it's your place to interfere," Lin Beixing said. Elder He Qing thought for a while and said, "Peak Master Lin, we can't completely trust Zhang Qian's words. However, we can't completely trust young Master Lin's words either. How about this? You can let go of the maidservant, and we can pretend that Zhang Qian's matter never happened. What do you think?" When he heard He Qing's words, Lin Beixing turned to look at Su Zimo and said, "It's all up to Qiu." When he saw that Su Zimo didn't say anything, Shen Lang stood up and said plainly, "If junior brother Lin isn't willing to reconcile, then since this matter involves us, why don't we settle it ourselves?" "How do we settle it?" Su Zimo asked. "I am Shen Lang. I seek a battle to determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death," Shen Lang solemnly said with a sharp saber chi surrounding his body. "How can you be so shameless? You've already opened 5 meridians and entered the supremacy realm. You know that our senior brother Lin can't cultivate, but you still made such a request. If you don't want your face, then throw it on the ground and let every disciple of our Sky Peak step on it once a day." Before Su Zimo could say anything, Jiang Chongqing had already started shouting. "As a brilliant disciple of the Jade Sky Peak, I thought that you would have something to say to the senior members of the 2 peaks. I've never seen such a shameless person." Hearing Jiang Chongqing's words, Shen Lang's eyes turned red as he angrily said, "You're courting death. Angry out of humiliation? What, did I guess what you were thinking?" Jiang Chongqing shook his head slightly. Forget it, forget it. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Today, by exposing your ugly face, I, Jiang Chongqing, will die a worthy death." "Enough. This is the conference hall. Today, we're here to solve the problem, not for you to make a ruckus." Elder He Qing glared at them from the side. Then, he looked at Su Zimo and said, "Young Master Lin, this matter depends on what you think. If you keep the peace, then everything will be fine. If you insist on provoking a battle between the 2 peaks, we'll accompany you to the end." Su Zimo glanced at Lin Beixing, then shook his head and said, "I'll listen to father on this matter." "Let's end it here," Lin Beixing said tiredly after a moment of silence. "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave," Elder He Qing replied coldly, then stood up and left. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. He had come to condemn Lin Beixing, but he was almost checkmated. Seeing them leave, Lin Beixing waved his hand and said, "Everyone else can leave. Qiu, stay." After everyone left, Lin Beixing looked at Su Zimo and asked, Qiu, do you blame father for not seeking justice for you? Father, you must have your reasons, Su Zimo said with a smile. About a few thousand years ago, this place was still called the Nine Heavens Sacred Sect. The 9 branches helped each other and supported each other. Together, they became strong and intimidated the entire northern region. Lin Beixing said with a sigh. Later on, the sect was divided. Now that the main sect left, we branch clans can only fight and scheme against each other. We all want to unify the 9 branches and become the true sect master of the 9 Heavens Emperor sect. Unfortunately, after tens of thousands of years of fighting, the 9 Heavens Emperor sect is still divided among the 9 branches. I know all this. Su Zimo nodded. In these tens of thousands of years of fighting, our Taishao Peak's power has gradually declined. We're at the bottom. Whether it's the number of experts or the strength of the geniuses, we're far inferior. Lin Beixing shook his head and sighed. Especially 100 years ago, someone from the Bixiao Peak shone brightly in the main sect. This made them much stronger. There were faint signs of one of them dominating. This is also the reason why father would rather settle things peacefully than truly fight. After Lin Beixing finished speaking, he looked at Su Zimo seriously and said, Qiu, weakness is a sin. The weak have no freedom, no dignity, and no right to speak. They can't even control their own lives. I know all this. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. I'm telling you all this because I hope you can cultivate that extraordinary Meridian Sutra well. Even without father in the future, you'll be able to live a better life. Lin Beixing smiled. I know. Su Zimo nodded and smiled. Father, I want to discuss something with you. Speak, Lin Beixing replied. I want to leave the sect for a while and go to the city at the foot of the mountain to take a look, Su Zimo said. No, you forgot about the assassination attempt a while ago. We haven't found the culprit yet. Lin Beixing's expression changed. If the culprit can't be found, can I stay here forever? Su Zimo asked. Lin Beixing thought for a while and said, wait a few more days. When Fengwer goes down the mountain, you can go with him. That works too. Su Zimo nodded. Lin Feng was his elder brother in name, and he was also the emperor of Taishao Peak. Each of the 9 mountains had a martial monarch's son. The emperor was the best in each peak. They would become the peak master or be sent to the main sect. Unlike Lin Qiu, his elder brother, Lin Feng, had been talented since he was young. He was almost the best among his peers. Under Lin Beixing's secret nurturing, he was now the leader of the younger generation of Taishao Peak. However, according to Lin Beixing's memories, his relationship with his elder brother was very calm. They didn't interact much. Lin Qiu was his playboy son, and Lin Feng was his proud son. Other than being related by blood, the two of them were basically from 2 different worlds. Su Zimo walked out of the meeting hall. Jiang Chongqing was waiting for him. Get ready. We'll be leaving the sect soon, Su Zimo said. Got it. Jiang Chongqing nodded and said, Senior brother, I'll go cultivate first. You can find me if you need anything. After saying goodbye to Jiang Chongqing, Su Zimo returned to his courtyard. Taishao Peak was much quieter these days. Almost all the disciples were cultivating desperately. They were preparing for the Continent of the 9 Clouds meeting, so they didn't have time to wander around the sect. Su Zimo returned to his courtyard and prepared to cultivate the extraordinary meridian scripture. The 36 extraordinary meridians were distributed around the human body, from the soles of the feet to the top of the head. Although opening the extraordinary meridians wasn't as difficult as opening the meridians, it was still difficult. There were 36 extraordinary meridians in total. Every 5 meridians formed a big cycle. There were 7 cycles in total, which meant 35 extraordinary meridians. According to the Extraordinary Meridian Sutra, the limit of the Extraordinary Meridian Sutra was 35 Extraordinary Meridian Sutra. As for the 36th Extraordinary Meridian, it was already a legend. Some people said that it was just a figment of the imagination of the creator of the Extraordinary Meridian scripture. Some people said that opening the 36th Extraordinary Meridian would bring one into a new world. Anyway, there were all kinds of opinions. Let's not talk about the last Extraordinary Meridian. Every 5 meridians formed a cycle. When opening a cycle, the last extraordinary meridian was the most difficult to open. It was the 5th, the 10th, the 15th, the 20th, and so on. We call the 7 most difficult extraordinary meridians the 7 chakras. The 7 chakras were the crown chakra, glabella chakra, throat chakra, abdomen chakra, umbilical chakra, and seabed chakra. Suzumo originally thought that opening the extraordinary meridians wouldn't be difficult for him since he was in the Divine King realm. But now, when he opened the first cycle, the 5th extraordinary meridian, the seabed chakra, was already difficult for him. The power in his body couldn't reach the seabed chakra. It seemed that his spiritual energy couldn't enter the extraordinary meridians. As for the first 4 mysterious meridians that had been opened, a new type of energy was released. Suzumo called it meridian chi. In order to open up the undersea chakra, one had to rely on meridian chi. Only when the meridian chi had accumulated to a certain extent could it be opened. Suzumo was not in a hurry. These things required a foundation, and his foundation was deeper than any of his peers. Since his strange meridians had reached a bottleneck, Suzumo decided to train his meridian technique. It was already late at night, and the entire sky peak had fallen into silence. There was no moon tonight, and even the stars were hidden in the clouds. The originally gloomy sky was now empty. The dark clouds seemed to have dispersed a lot, but it was still gloomy and terrifying, as if it was going to devour one's soul. In the small courtyard of Suzumo's residence, Long Yidao and his brother were somewhat sleepy, so they were chatting with each other. The two of them did not notice that a black shadow was hidden in the darkness. It followed the wall of the courtyard and quickly flipped into the courtyard. The black shadow leaned against the shadow of the wall and continued to move forward. Soon after, it arrived at the house in the courtyard. It slowly opened the door of the house, then turned around and closed the door. Step by step, it groped its way to the front of Suzumo's bed. The sword in its hand fiercely chopped down on the bed. Bang! The entire bed almost split into 4 or 5 pieces. No one. That black shadow was surprised and was about to leave. The light in the room was lit, and the line of sight instantly brightened. Suzumo was sitting on the table next to the room. He was leisurely pouring tea on the table. Drink a cup? Suzumo raised his cup and asked with a smile. You. Looking at Suzumo's calm appearance, that black shadow was puzzled. Regardless of anything else, it once again brandished its sword to kill. Suzumo slightly raised his hand, and an extremely powerful aura spread out from his body. It was as if an avalanche or tsunami was coming. Although his figure was sitting there, it was imposing and tall. It was as if there was an insurmountable gap. The black shadow was suppressed to the ground, unable to move at all. He looked at Suzumo in shock. His pupils constricted, and he was speechless. Everyone in the Emperor sect of the 9 Firmament Emperor sect knew that Lin Qiu of Taishao Peak was a complete piece of trash. His meridians were blocked, making it difficult for him to cultivate. Looking at the figure before him, the black shadow felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. I'm really curious. Not only did you not want to let me off in the middle of the night, you even wanted to assassinate me. Suzumo laughed. Step by step, he walked to the black shadow and slowly removed the black cloth from his face. It's you. Suzumo looked at the disciple in front of him and said in surprise. This disciple was called Yangqing. He was also a disciple of Taishao Peak. However, he was only an inner sect disciple. How did Suzumo know him? After all, there were close to 10,000 inner sect disciples. The specific reason was that Yangqing had been following Lin Feng's older brother since 3 years ago. He was also playing the role of a lackey. Whenever Lin Feng had something to do, Yangqing would be the one to do it. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Suzumo asked in a soft voice. Yangqing snorted and turned his head to the side, ignoring Suzumo. Did my good brother send you? Suzumo continued to ask. Yangqing still didn't answer. Have you experienced the feeling of hell? Suzumo asked with a smile. Yangqing looked at Suzumo with some confusion in his eyes. It's fine, we can play slowly. Suzumo waved his right hand and said. Without hesitation, he brought the other party to the 18th level of hell. Greetings, my lord. By Changfeng, the god of death, also known as the current lord of hell, quickly came forward to pay his respects. "How do you feel here?" zz asked. "The embryonic form of hell has been established, and the judgment of good and evil is still being perfected. I want to recruit some ghost soldiers in the near future. They will assist me in managing this place." Bai Chongfeng explained. "I have someone here, I'll give you 3 days, I want to know all his secrets." zz tossed Yangqing over. "Don't worry, my lord, no matter how powerful someone is, they can never last a day in my place. They can't even beg for death." The Lord of Hell sneered in a bloodthirsty manner. What are you doing?" Yangqing finally panicked. He shouted, "Where is this? If I go missing, the prince will never forgive you." After leaving the True Fate world, zz found the matter of his predecessor to be getting more and more interesting. He didn't understand why a trash like him wouldn't get in the way of others. Why would his own brother want to kill him? After a night of silence, zz was still meditating the next morning when he was woken up by a loud commotion outside. End of chapter 6:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.